Join by
using
code.
Internet Explorer? What are you using?
This is Firefox.
Firefox?
Oh yeah.
Brother.
Firefox. Big Firefox user. Can I join by code for the
No, I turned it off.
Okay.
We're doing separate now, remember?
Oh yeah, I'm a fucking dummy.
The thing we just discussed like 10 fucking 15 seconds ago.
Yeah, I'm a super genius. You get on.
Wait, hold on. I gotta know before we start. I gotta know. Is the Gargant who's bigger?
Who's bigger? Me.
Oh, look at the fucking look at your shorts. Shorts.
Oh, we got.
Who's bigger is the Gargant?
Gargantuan
Yeah,
Leviathan.
figure out. Dude, this
Or
is
the
so
old mother
long.
from Sea of Thieves.
What the?
Yeah,
The
this is
results
so
actually
long. He
surprised
says
me.
we're
In the
about to
Lost
buckle
River
down
biome,
for an
there is a
8.5
huge
hour video.
gargantuan fossil, but this
Hey.
carcass is only 1/3 of its real size, making the
I have
complete
no
specimen around
counter
1,500 meters
Should
long.
I-
Now to the
should
old
I
mother.
also record
Because I couldn't find any official
mine,
size
so we can put
anywhere,
both of
I'm
our
going to rely
ULTRABUS
completely
gameplays?
off
You
of
can
an
upload it. There's
approximation.
no way
In
I'm
the lore
editing
books,
them
the pirate
together.
lord himself stated that
Isn't
would
it
have
just
been
drag the
larger
fucking
than
video
any
on top?
outpost. This gives us an easy way to scale it off of something that is actually
What do you mean?
measurable. To give the benefit of the doubt,
Drag the
I'm
video
going to
on
compare
top
it
of
to
the fucking
Daggertooth
other video,
Outpost,
just put it in
as
the
it's one of
corner.
the largest
You know
in the
how
game.
long
So using the
fucking
outpost as
hate
reference,
that.
You just have
and
to- you
because
just have to
Krakens
sync it up
are
at the
awfully
beginning.
round, it is pretty
No,
easy to
I'm
base the
talking about
size
to,
just
like,
off of that. The
re-download
Kraken has an
it,
approximate
and then I
length
would
of
have to-
1.9
I
squares.
have to download
And some
yours,
guy on Reddit
and then
said
that
each
one.
square is around
Largest
600
video
by
size
600
known to
meters,
man.
which would make the old mother
It'd be
around
3 videos
1140
that are
meters
all
long.
8 hours long, all on a hard drive.
Who's bigger?
Do we need to do a sync test or something?
Like a clap?
Well, I mean, we don't have. Well, we can't do a clap because we don't have fucking cameras on.
I
not
don't
us-
need a
that's-
cameras on. I can watch the audio mixer and see if the audio goes off at the same time.
I know, but how are you gonna sync it up with the Darkwood video? Are you downloading the Darkwood video or are you recording it?
I see what you're saying. What do you mean, like a sync test then?
It came to me on the
I can't see the.
You can't?
When you go picture-in-picture mode, I
Oh,
can't
I
see
just
it.
hit that on accident. That was just
Oh.
bad. But can you hear it and
to the
everything?
tunnels.
Yeah, I can.
You're like a disease. You and your kind.
I'm getting ULTRABUS open. Tell me when you're ready to start.
You wake up
I've been
alone
ready
in
to
a
start,
forest.
brother.
You don't remember what happened or how you're here. You feel the insides of your coat pockets, mostly empty, apart from a big
How much
metal
of
key. You clutch it tightly,
Darkwood do you
knowing
know
it's the
about?
only way out. Before you
I
can
watched
even begin to
Markiplier play it,
contemplate
like,
how you ended up here,
Fucking.
all of it?
you hear the thick
Yeah.
grass being split apart by footsteps.
But
A
this
man
was like
stands
years
before
ago.
you. Before you can make out his face, he lifts
I
you onto
played
his back.
like
You don't know his intentions, but you
12
don't have any
hours
energy to
back
ask
whenever
questions
it-
or fight back.
right after.
When are we
I
gonna
played
start?
it.
Consciousness. The infinite void of blackness
Bus
is almost
time.
soothing. Imagine never
That's
having.
probably
Sadly,
like
the man who
the
rescued
laddest thing
you
I've ever
has other
heard.
ideas.
Show me where.
It's hard to make out what he's saying, but he's demanding for a way out of the forest and believes the key you had in your pocket is imperative to that. He's right, but you're not going to tell him that. After all, it's your only way of getting out.
Are you
With the
started?
final heavy punch,
Yeah, I'm
you hit
starting.
the ground
Let's get it.
unconscious again. With the last audible words
The
being
music
the
is
doctor
so
cursing you
loud.
out, saying he'll kill you like a dog if he has to.
And that is the introduction to Darkwood, one of my favourite all-time games, and I still cannot think of a better way to open a game.
And because no one wants to sponsor us, we're selling Darkwood.
Might have to
merch
pause the
with permission
video
from the
just
creators.
to
You could
to
buy
start
two
the
different
bus because I
designs.
can't hear
One
it.
of them has characters you can
That's
meet
3
across the
clicks.
game, including the
Huh?
protagonist looking.
It's 3 clicks, you said?
It's 3 rebs.
Dude, what a moment to pause on.
4 rebs, maybe?
I've got to lock in and listen. Why is the music so loud? There we go. 2.
Alright. Are we starting?
I'm starting. Let's get it.
Close that door. Here we go.
Alright, let's get it.
And the other one looks like a Saturday morning cartoon, because, as we all know, Darkwood is a family-friendly game. Available now at pyrocynical.store, link down below. Seriously, I know
he's
I've had
collabed with
lots
them?
of slop, but this video really put me in the red, so buying a shirt helps me make more videos like this.
That's crazy.
Thank you for big purchase of Darkwood shirt.
Oh, and it's... Dude, this is crazy. The budget on this thing. Nathan, one of it's just 8 hours of music videos.
Yeah, it's just an 8-hour animation.
Not what I signed up for.
Those are gonna fucking suck, bro. Those are gonna fucking suck.
Nah, that'd be peak. Nah, I'd be actually pissed.
No, I'm saying this whole thing is gonna suck ass.
Oh, you're not ready for the 8 hours of ULTRABUS?
I don't think I was mentally prepared now.
Oh, come on, dude. Just it'll become like non-mental after like 2 hours. You'll just be doing it automatically. It might actually be an 8-hour animation.
His animations are long as fuck on these, but they're not 8 hours long. He did one for fucking, what was the last video he did one on? I think, the fucking Gmod game, whatever it's called. The source game, I should say.
It does look really good. Costa, are you climbing my wall? What? My cat is climbing the door frame. Never seen her do that before.
Now, I've begun so many videos by saying I hate horror games, and especially I hate jump scares, but Darkwood is one of my favorite games because despite being a horror game, it has 0 jump scares.
I've always hated jump scares because it's a cheap tactic to scare people. Have a scary image appear on screen with a loud noise. Rinse and repeat, and now you have an entire franchise based around a cheap trick.
Why don't her pants fall down?
But Darkwood scares me in a
Why don't they, bro? That's so
unique
true.
way. Because instead of worrying about
Dude, you
a
honest
PNG
on the
appearing on my
Jack
screen
Stone?
and losing 6 minutes of progress, instead I'll lose a valuable extra life
Or
with only
who was
a
that? Was
finite
that
amount
Jack
of them
Stone's?
being in the game. Or I might lose that
I don't know.
pistol I spent all my currency to get. That fully upgraded shovel I spent the best
No,
part
no.
of the game searching in car wrecks, haggling with
YouTube
traders, and
connoisseur.
killing enemies to get the parts off. Or I might even get a full game over, being forced to restart the game after sinking half a dozen hours or so.
There's no... I died. I died. Why did I not switch?
Cry about it. I feel happy. Sorry. Get a packet of Smiths.
I feel like Pyro's fan base
Shut up!
just
Many
hates him
games don't
secretly.
punish you for wasting time or
No, they're not
resources.
too-
Standing in one place, swinging a
They're
weapon,
what?
or shooting a gun will have no consequence, apart from maybe slightly emptying your ammo pool of hundreds of bullets, or alerting
Nathan.
enemies to your presence, or giving you a wanted rating in most
Uh-oh.
open world games. But in Darkwood, if you stood in the same area firing your gun, you're wasting incredibly rare and expensive ammo, given how the woods are cut off from the rest of the world. And even if you acquired enough enough influence to buy ammo from traders, you're still at a loss because now you owe them something in return.
I don't know what the fuck just happened to my internet.
My dick.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Fuck up, huh?
Well, okay, instead, let's say you swing a plank
I
of
don't know if you
nails
heard
in the
that,
air
but they're not
aimlessly.
that
You're not
true
doing any
about it.
durability damage because you're not hitting
Is
anything.
this stream
and
still
even
working
the
for
stamina
you?
bar replenishes
Yeah.
pretty quickly.
Why does
Except
Pyro
now,
stream
you just
hate it?
wasted the day because it's night and you've gathered no
it's a bit,
resources
I
to
think.
fortify your hideout. No
think.
traps to ward off intruders.
Idly ho, neighborinos.
No fuel to keep the lights on at night.
I don't
and
think
now the
most.
scary floor gore is
They make it
chasing
seem
you
like
because you
most
forgot
of
to
his
even turn the
watchers
other
are
on.
hate
Thing you
watching,
can't
but I don't
outrun,
think that's
and
true.
Once it catches up to you, will slowly drain your health until it kills you. Even time itself is an extremely
Yeah, I don't
valuable
think so.
resource.
I manage my time very carefully.
Every time I read his comment
Each minute
section,
indicates
it's
1
just
minute of my time that has passed. I have
all
allotted
hate.
you no more than 3 minutes.
She's trolling me.
Now, if you couldn't tell, Darkwood is a very hard game. So hard, in fact, then less than 10% of people that bought the game actually have the achievement for reaching only the second chapter in the game.
What?
It gives you 3 difficulties upon starting up a run. Normal, hard, and nightmare. Normal is the forgiving mode, as in when you die, you'll drop part of your equipment and respawn at your hideout, where you'll have to go back and get it yourself. A bit annoying, but nothing you can't recover from. Hard mode puts a spin on this, because you spawn with skull icons next to your health. These are your lives, and once you run out of them, the save file is deleted and you're bumped back to the main menu. And nightmare, where the same applies, but you only have 1 single life.
And if you decide to play the game on Nightmare, obviously whatever trauma you endured as a child clearly wasn't enough, because it is one of the hardest difficulties imaginable, and anytime you die, you'll totally feel like it's out of your control, despite it probably just being that you didn't prepare enough.
Darkwood was developed and published by Acid Wizard Studios, except if you played it on the Switch, which was done by Crunching
That is what I
Koalas. And
played
funnily
it on.
enough, it's probably one of the few Switch games to not run like a PowerPoint slideshow. They were an incredibly small team with only 3 employees. Programmer, and I'm gonna butcher this now,
Hey, his music goes hard, can't lie.
Artists
Are you
Arthur
listening to the
Cordas
ULTRABUS
and Jakob
music?
Cook, with
No,
Jakob
the
also
music in the
doubling
video,
up
it's
as the
Hades
game's
music.
music composer.
Oh.
If you couldn't tell, but the names being completely incomprehensible to read, they're a Polish team, meaning they already had a lot of experience with living in desolate wastelands prior to making Darkwood. The company was originally founded on March the 1st, 2013.
Random
You can even
Poland
find
hate.
some pre-alpha gameplay from that year on their YouTube channel looking very different to the final product, but the foundations are still there. Wait, is that the painting of the soy face man? That's not in the final release. Originally, Darkwood was funded as an Indiegogo campaign, the website that iDubbbz made a series on over 8 years ago. You've now just been reminded how old you are. The campaign was a success, getting $57,000 of their $40,000 goal, which is 143% of the goal for the cool math people, minus Indiegogo's 5% cut.
Cool
and they're
math
still well
mentioned?
into the green of their initial
Papa's
goal. They also
Pizzeria,
had a
let's
stretch
go.
goal for a new game plus, 2 additional translations,
math.
and multiplayer. But unfortunately, the goal wasn't met, so these were cast
I
into the
just
void.
stopped playing ULTRABUS to play Papa's Pizza.
July 24th, 2014, Darkwood
Yeah, 8
entered
hours
Steam
of Papa's
Greenlight and
Pizzeria.
finally came out as a full release on August 17th, 2017. Acid Wizard said
Do you
themselves...
think I
they
This
can
is
played
the point in the
games
video
on
where you need to edit
games
in
and tried to
fucking
analyze
Subway
what would make
Surfers
the perfect
in
game.
the bottom left.
Right.
Bottom left.
Freaking-
Don't put it in until I
also
say this
found
in the
from
video.
a
Like
that
put
they
it,
made for their Indiegogo campaign. where
like
they're all
make a
dressed up
mental
as
note of
wizards
where,
and some
That's
or like
the
write
only
down
editing
what
in the
point.
entire video.
And-
Yeah, no, like write down right now what point I started saying this, and then like as soon as I say Subway Surfers, have it appear.
Who is not joining us today. I've been responsible for
Good luck finding 8 hours worth of Subway's footage.
and also
Subway
I'll
Surfers
make
footage.
8 hours worth of Subway footage.
Yeah, you'll take another 8 hours recording Subway Surfers.
I'll just find like a 30-second loop.
when talking about the lore and design also. And Arthur was
Actually, I'll make it like a 10 to
pretty
15
much
second
all of
loop
the art
and loop
music
it for
and
8 hours
most
straight.
of the story.
I think
So
the people
what
want
makes Darkwood
full
so
Subway
good?
Surfers.
Well, if you go onto the
And
8
then put in
hours.
Family Guy
That's
funny
fine.
moment in the
Again,
top
to give
right
brief
for
summary,
30
it's a
seconds.
horror game
I'll put
with
that in
elements
at the
of
same
black
time
comedy.
too, that you
And I
just
can
said it so,
confirm that is
so the Subway
100%
Surfers will come
Darkwood,
first.
like other games I've talked
Yeah.
about, like Cruelty Squad and more recently Lethal Company, it never holds your hand. You'll be
Speaking of
given
Lethal
brief
Company, have you
tips on
seen his
gameplay elements,
fucking,
but most of these are done diegetically.
thumbnail? His old thumbnail for it was like cool, and then he just made it Lethal Company fucking ass mod.
Being outside at night is a death sentence.
Major bummer. I don't think I've watched Pyro's video on Lethal.
You can just see the thumbnail.
Booting the game up, it'll warn you that you're playing a challenging and unforgiving game. You will not be led by the hand. But if you respect the woods and be patient, focus, there might be a chance for you to survive. It's a game that forces you to experiment with items and how they interact with the world.
You can also find bottles of alcohol.
I should have put us in like a fucking secret BC.
Even in the
Goddamn.
face of an apocalypse, Polish people will
I'm just realizing people might randomly join.
You could drink
make a loud noises.
A decent health boost. A great substitute if you don't have any medical equipment on
They'll-
you.
they'll
But
keep us
because
awake.
it's Polish vodka, which is over
Random
100% proof, it'll impact your field of view, speed, and vision for about 30 seconds, making you pretty much useless in combat.
Oh, sliver bits.
I don't think in my run of Dark would I ever drink any alcohol.
But let's say you're a teetotal like PewDiePie. You can instead wet some bandages, giving you bandages with alcohol that gives you a much more potent healing item that'll continuously heal even when you're taking damage, making pre-medding a very viable strategy, just like that other Eastern European survival game.
Oh my god.
Or you can stick a rag inside a bottle and light it with a match, and now you have a Molotov cocktail, which is great for setting up areas of denial and choke points. Or you can add a wooden plank, and now you have a torch, a decent melee weapon that can also light the way in darker areas. That's just a single item in the game, and you already have a multitude of uses for it. But let's say you're cosplaying the average beer-drunker, parking lot-dwelling Polish citizen, and you drank the bottle anyway. Well, now your bottle's empty, but it is still incredibly useful. You can now throw it on the floor to create a broken glass trap that'll deal damage and alert you to enemies.
Dude, I pray to God that he explains every single item in detail.
A gas trap,
Let's
which
go.
deals low damage because the farts aren't very potent, but you can also ignite the gas to create a huge explosion. You can even make a lantern by combining it with fuel and rags, a much more powerful light source than the torch. Again, you've got so many options from literally a single item you find in the forest. And keep in mind, there are over 200 items across the entire game. You'll notice that you have a cone of vision.
JoJo's music in the background?
Places you aren't currently looking at will still be present, but will be purposely
that
obscured.
Jotaro's
Things like
theme?
important objects,
Or am I
key
losing
items,
it?
and of course,
Hold on.
enemies.
You want a video sex?
It's all objects you want across the entire game. Find in the forest, and keep in mind there are over 200 items across.
Oh, that's crazy.
And of course,
And it's like the fucking like the filler theme of JoJo.
It's Jotaro's like theme.
Yeah, it's like the filler theme though.
Tables being moved around or doors opening. This can be terrifying for combat encounters. Because
I was
although you'll be
getting,
able to hear an enemy at all
deja vu and I
times,
couldn't
you won't be
figure out
able to
why.
see them unless you're looking directly at them. Or relying on your pathetically small 360 cone of vision, which will only show you the enemy when they're already chomping on your flesh, which usually means a stun lock until you die.
Yeah.
It means certain strategies are way harder to pull off, like baiting enemies, as you don't actually know how far away they are, apart from their sounds. According to the devs themselves, they were inspired by the works of David Lynch, most known for Twin Peaks, the show where if you watch it with the knowledge that everyone is deeply mentally ill, it actually starts to make sense. But also science fiction writers like Stanisław Lem and the Strugacki brothers, who are most known nowadays for writing Roadside Picnic, the book that directly influenced the Stalker franchise. But as much as it sounds like it, this game isn't just a
I've heard good
top-down
things about
Stalker, even though
Stalker.
both have RPG elements, looting, merchants, and quests. Look,
I've never
Stalker
played them.
doesn't have a woman that you can hit with a shovel, so this clearly isn't some poor imitation. Funnily enough, whenever I see a top-down perspective game, I let out a comedically loud yawn and then just turn the game off. I usually gravitate to first-person games for the best immersion and maybe compromise with a third-person game. But top-down, it has to be really, really good to keep my attention, and Darkwood does exactly that. I have well over 100 hours on this game and would happily do another run right after I upload this vid.
Wasn't it supposed to be like
Beginning
16
the game,
hours
we're
at
playing as
first?
someone who knows the situation
Yeah.
is dire.
You're
If
saying
the
it was
intro
like
text from him
24
waking
hours
up from
and
a
like
drunken
16
stupor
then
doesn't convey
8.
that. You can see that this
I was
man
expecting
is
him to drop
on
like a
stage
15-minute
6
video,
of
bro.
Male pattern boldness.
15 minutes.
to see it.
This intro is mainly used to teach mechanics
not
to the
even about
player
Darkwood.
and give some world building. You'll notice that you have a cursor that you can use to interact with objects, like
Better than
open
Peak.
doors and drag furniture. But if you move your cursor too far from the player, it will black out as if you couldn't reach it in the real world. closed, making it so you can't even see if an object is interactable. Food seems to be a real scarcity here, with some of the last edible food left being basic potatoes. I mean, of course, this is Poland, after all.
The only edible thing growing on this land. I still have some left.
The man also seems to have barricaded his house to keep intruders out. Being in such a dangerous area, the game doesn't even let you dismantle them.
Dismantling this now would be suicide.
This will be a vital mechanic once the game begins proper. Shit. Walking into the lobby of the house, you can see rusty cages, and investigating a drawer, we can finally learn a bit about who we're playing as.
My tools, they haven't been sterilized for years. The local patients can't be helped anyways.
We can assume this is the local doctor, though it seems like he hasn't practiced proper medicine in quite some time. Next to the drawer is a bag with a photo of what looks like to be some kind of human, with the date marked 12th of June 1985. A medical bag, which the doctor calls useless, and a Zenit camera, which is a real-life Soviet brand of camera which was in production since the 1950s. By now, we know two things. There's some kind of outbreak or infection to the point that normal medical tools don't work, and the game takes place somewhere in 1980s Poland. There's a good chance this takes place within the PPR, and one of the main players of the Warsaw Pact Alliance. You know, one of the teams you can pick in COD Warzone? Yeah, those people. You don't need to read into it anymore.
The holiday time, when we were kids, looked
Summertime,
like
yeah.
summertime in
the rural areas.
So we visited our grandparents, for example, and it looked like this, like it's like village. And we wanted to make it like it from our experience. We didn't want to place Darkwood in some places that we don't know from our experiences.
We were born in the Polish People's Republic, but it stopped being a thing when we were like 2 or 3. We didn't really experience this time, but our parents used to tell us a lot of stories about this time. It was a crazy time, like totally different.
I couldn't imagine making a game with like such in-depth lore, bro. I could not be able to piece that shit together in my own brain.
Of how that time looked like, this very kind of
let alone make it good lore.
Time. I don't think it was a lot of
Well written,
deliberate choice about the setting. I think it was just
that
what we found
Pyrocynical
was,
will make a 9-hour video on,
and then it kind of went
5
on
years.
from that.
We also know the doctor has taken drastic measures to try and treat the people in the village.
Cages. This time they're empty.
And next to it, a
There
locked
really
metal
is
door.
so much to the game. I wonder how long it was in development
They spent
for.
too much time to lock him in there.
For the last 800 hours, I've been non-stop doing.
Finding the doctor's medical book, there's some vague outline of how the infection works, with different stages of the illness progressing. He's been obsessing over these notes to the point where if you interact with any of the scribblings on the floor, he'll simply say this.
I know these notes by heart. I don't want to read them now.
Obviously, all the studying and research has yielded little helpful results. One very important item is a radio in the middle of the room.
The radio's been silent for years. Although, sometimes I think I can hear voices through the
I'm gonna
static.
hear like
This seems
6
like a
hours in
throwaway
that you
line, but it will
died.
play
Hey,
into the
Lana.
story very heavily, especially later on. Exploring
You showed up
inside
on the
doctor's
bottom right
house,
of my
you can
screen,
find
and I
his
didn't
wrecked
want you to
car,
show up
a
on the bottom
Polish
right of my
Fiat
screen.
125P, which
Why?
was a real car
I just didn't
produced
want you
from
to.
1967
How did
to
I show up on the bottom
1991.
right?
It was a variant of the Italian-made
Steam.
Fiat 125, but instead of being made by Fiat,
Did I
it was
send you something on
manufactured
Steam?
by the
No, you
fabrica
started playing
Samuel
Risk of Rain
Ozabowie.
2.
Oh. Okay.
Or
Go
passenger
offline,
car
please,
factory
thank
in
you.
English, because it was the only passenger car manufacturer in socialist Poland. Still an icon for the Polish people, as you can find them on online marketplaces where they'll usually be bought or sold by collectors or patriotic boomers trying to relive the old days when the 125P was the peak of motorization.
But since all the access roads have been devoured by the woods, it became a useless pile of trash.
How closely would you say that Darkwood encapsulates average Polish life?
More it's like a meme thing. The reviews are telling that, oh, it's my average day in Poland.
I think there's a bit of this like Slavic kind of misery theme that is sprinkled across the game, but obviously the things that happen in the game are completely not real. and not based on real events.
They're real. It's less than a few minutes into the game when Darkwood presents you with the first player choice. There are dozens of choices you make across the game, and some of them even ripple across your playthrough that grants you access or block you up from certain items, characters, or even entire areas. It's basically impossible to experience everything the game has to offer in a single playthrough. But here, your first choice with seemingly...
I don't know, one of those three also has like the highest femboy population or some shit like that.
He's gonna make it. I should end his suffering.
I think that one's Poland.
Takes up a few dozen pixels on the screen, but thanks to the superb animation and audio design, you can hear it writhing in pain. You can choose to put the dog out of its
Polish
misery or
femboys
leave
are
it to
watching this
suffer.
video, hit
No
my line.
choice feels like the right one here. Do you try to let the animal live despite its immense pain, or do you put it out of its misery, removing any chance that it might recover?
On God, brother.
So many choices like this across the game. And another game that I love that had much fewer but similar choices.
My cat is tweaking, dog.
Dude, I love Soma, bro.
I'm gonna keep
I played that
brief
shit.
because I do want to do a video.
It's such a good game. I played that shit
I
with
don't
my
want you
buddy
guys to
Z.
Skim through that video because I've
And it scared the shit out of us.
You have a
That's for
choice
damn sure.
to terminate a character in the game. It's totally optional, and unlike Darkwood, doesn't really impact the
It
story.
kinda always
It's still
reminded
a
me of
choice that'll linger
Bioshock.
on you for the rest of your playthrough. You know, if you made the right decision, and that's why Darkwood is a game that no matter what choice you make, you always feel like you've made the wrong one. Most games have a good and a bad choice, with the good choice usually taking more effort to achieve.
I've got nothing more to say to you.
Tricking players into thinking they're good people because they went the extra mile to get a good outcome. But here, in the woods, there's no time for that because every second counts. Games can also just go down the Fallout 3 route where you have the obviously good don't kill people choice. And the one that blows up an entire town. Wow. What an engaging moral dilemma. In Darkwood, though, the choices are never that simple. Outcomes usually just being a slightly different shade of grey, which makes the game feel so much more personal. Almost like it's asking you personally, what would you do in this situation?
So how hard was it to plan for like all the choices in the game?
It was really hard, both in terms of game design, because like the game started off as a roguelike and then kind of evolved into not roguelike. It was hard to design all
it was
this
a roguelike?
transition, and on
That'd
top
be
of that,
crazy.
Kind of all technical stuff like random generation and procedural generation, and also kind of how it impacts the story and stuff like that. So I don't even know how we did that. Honestly, it was just so fucking hard.
After finding an axe and cutting down part of a fallen tree, you're probably wondering, well, if the situation is so dire in the woods, why don't they just cut all the trees down, Lamau? Look, it's like Minecraft, guys. If you punch the tree long enough, it'll lose a block. Maybe you can make a crafting table and cut down the trees faster. Well, the doctor acknowledges how this was never a permanent solution.
These trees are growing too fast. Soon I won't be able to cut them down fast enough.
You can even see the remnants of a road, something incredibly rare in the forest, but both sides have been consumed by the tree line.
The woods have been devoured. All the roads that connect us to the outside world, no one is able to pass through the thicket.
Coming across an abandoned house, we can see the body of someone that's fused into a tree.
In a few days, it'll be completely absorbed.
This gives us some indication that the plague is associated with the woods, with bodies being absorbed into the tree, presumably for sustenance, which could also be what the grainy photograph the doctor picked up shows. Past the house, the doctor stumbles onto an unconscious man, wearing a long, damaged coat, and a rather large rimmed hat. With a blood trail behind him, it seems that he
Yankee
barely
with the
escaped
old
whatever
brim
was chasing
reference,
him.
bro.
I think this one is still breathing.
Searching the man's pockets, the doctor finds a large metal key with the item description.
If there is an exit out of these woods,
What's your timer saying right now?
open it.
23 minutes.
I'm 2 minutes behind you right now.
You're trying, dude.
He's only carrying a key and some journal.
Are we gonna just speedrun the game
Since he
after?
managed to sneak in here,
Finish up the last like
he must
30
know how to
minutes.
get out.
We can speedrun the game? No, the fuck, we can't.
Of course, he would help
Come
me
on.
voluntarily.
It took me like fucking 3 hours to beat Ultra Kill, bro.
That
That's what I'm there for.
is of no importance.
Actually, I don't know how long it would take me to beat Ultra Kill.
When the cutscene ends, you're no longer
never
playing as
done
the
a full
doctor,
gamer.
but the man he found in the woods, with your health bar practically empty and having nothing in your inventory. The doctor might have saved you from bleeding out in the woods, but it was for purely selfish reasons.
I need to get out of this accursed forest. You hear me, rat? Show me how and I will let you go.
After the doctor searches you for a second time for any clues to escaping the forest or supplies, he takes a moment, simply staring into a corner of the empty room.
He's calling me to return home.
You pass out again, but when you wake up, your character is tied to a chair while the doctor begins interrogating you.
Where is the exit? Where? Show me where! I'll kill you like a dog if I have to.
Ironic words depending on the choice you made as the doctor minutes prior. Eventually, the doctor will leave, letting you free yourself from the restraints and getting back on your feet, with the first words of your character saying, "That fucker stole my key." Keep in mind that these subtitles appear at the bottom of the screen, not in-game like when the doctor was shouting at you. These are your inner thoughts and not actual dialogue said out loud, which will make a lot of sense much later on. Already, it's acknowledged how important that key is, with the man completely focused on how it was taken from him despite being beaten half to death and everything else that's happened to him. The door the doctor left you in is locked, so you'll have to improvise, with the game giving you an incredibly brief example of the game's crafting system. By searching the doctor's jacket he left behind, you can tear some of it off to make some rags and find some wire in his pockets, with the game diegetically telling the player how to craft. I'm hurt. I could use these rags to craft some bandages and heal myself. Locked. I could open it with a lockpick. After healing our wounds with the bandage and opening the chest with a lockpick, we can find a flashlight and a shovel, with the latter letting us break down the door, which completely breaks the already weary shovel. But at least now we're out.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
But now we have another problem. The power to the house has died, which is indirectly your fault because the entire point of playing as the doctor was to refuel the generator, and instead he had to bring your fat ass all the way back to the house.
All we had to do was
fill up the generator.
CJ.
Before the power goes out, you can briefly see the doctor standing in front of you before disappearing. If we were playing any other game, there'd probably be a loud jump scare noise right after, but we're playing Darkwood, where instead of a scary face appearing on the screen, you get scared more often by the characters disappearing once you turn around.
So what was your policy on jump scares? Because obviously Darkwood, I feel, kind of has a reputation for being a game without jump scares. Like the only one personally I can think of is like if one of the Banshee enemies spots you, like, you know, a little JPEG appears on the screen, but it's not really a jump scare. But what was your policy around that of like trying to make a game with atmosphere, but not relying on jump scares?
It was very important for us to not rely on the jump scares because we didn't enjoy it. Also, we don't enjoy it in the horror movies, and we also said many times that Darkwood is a horror game made by people who don't like horror genre, like maybe not at all, but especially the jump scare part of the.
Do you not like jump scares? Like you go to a cinema and you just hate it?
Yeah.
I can't stand it.
Yeah.
That's why I never see horror films in a cinema, because I feel like it's so predictable, but it kind of plays on that fight or flight in your brain. So it's almost like you watch any horror film ever, it's like when they get ready for a jump scare, all the music dies down, the audio dies down, it's like someone walking through a corridor really slowly. And I swear, I am like a child. I will actually do this in the cinema, like put my fingers in my ears, because I know the jump scare's coming. I know it's coming, but it's still gonna scare me, because it's just such a loud
Why does he open his eyes so wide all the time, bro?
You guys didn't really kind of rely on that.
It does make it very refreshing. What do you do?
I think
Just
we
squint
found
everywhere
it
you
a
go?
little bit cheap. I mean, I know that
I don't
people
squint. I
enjoy
just
it
like
because
let
of
my
the
eyes
adrenaline or
relax.
something, you know, like really
I'm a
hits you,
low-key
and I
chill kind of
respect
guy.
that,
My new
but
character.
I don't really enjoy it, and
Like
I
these two
find it a little
guys.
bit cheap.
Yeah, I agree.
And Pyro's over here
when
cracked
we were
up
talking
on
about inspirations of how we want to make horror, I think a lot of the inspirations were completely outside of the horror genre. You remember the first UFO games?
Yes.
And stuff like that, where we remember from the childhood.
Did you write down when to start the subway
idea that you
service?
have to kind of
15
the horror plays
minutes.
in your mind, not exactly in what you see, but what you hear and what you don't.
That was 10 minutes
hear
ago,
and
bro.
see.
That felt like
And
3
it
hours
makes
ago.
this a bigger impact on you than just a jump scare, right?
Your imagination kind of filling in the blanks kind of thing.
Yes, exactly.
Sasuke, you
So
are tweaking.
we
I'm
like
trying to
that,
pet
and I
you,
think
and then you just run away.
really well
But then you
in
come up for more
We're
pets.
now exploring the
This is
doctor's
what my
house,
dogs
but
do,
without the
except they
knowledge of
want
the doctor,
food
so
and won't leave me
everything is
alone until I
alien to
give
us.
them
The door
something
that
to
was
eat.
best to not open will now present us with a combination that we don't know the code to, and we can see more of the doctor's experiments. A metal table with leather belts strapped on. Inside another chest is a half-empty can of gasoline and a table leg, which we can use as a melee weapon. It's
30
very apparent the
minutes.
doctor wanted to forget about this room because it was blocked off by a wooden shelf. And
16th
there's also
of the way
gasoline that he could have
done.
used earlier instead of having to scavenge. Pouring
Don't
the
fucking
gasoline
say
in
that to
and
me,
turning
bro.
on the generator, the seemingly
Don't say
useless radio in the
16.
middle of the room has now
Yeah,
been
that's not my
replaced
bus,
by
that's
something
my
else
cat.
entirely. The corpse has 2 dials instead of eyes. His mouth is wide open, and I hear a distorted voice, barely distinguishable from the radio static. The corpse also tells us a code. Now, this set piece can seem creepy just for the sake of it, something that's either never explained or resolved with it all being in their head. But I'm happy to say, for once, it's none of those. Darkwood is a game that has answers to everything, it just takes a while for it to slowly reveal its full hand.
What do you think?
Whoa. Very nice.
Using the code to open the door, and with the hindsight of playing as the Doctor, we know that someone is trapped in this room.
Help me.
After turning a corner, the man brutally attacks you, probably mistaking you for the Doctor, taking all his aggression of being imprisoned out on you. He says no more dialogue and can't be reasoned with. He'll just keep blindly attacking you until he kills you, or you beat him to death with the table leg. Searching his body, you can find a small plastic chick.
And how do you want to get out now? You think you can manage all by yourself?
Suddenly, monstrous voices can
I
be
wanna
heard outside
fucking
the
read,
doctor's
bro.
house.
What a line read.
All the power in the house
But
goes
you're
out,
stuck
and ravenous
in
clawing and
ULTRABUS.
chomping can be heard at the doctor's barricaded windows and doors. Something is trying desperately to get in. You can try to run, to barricade yourself in a room, or even try to fight back, but it's no use. You're not equipped to survive the woods. No one is. But maybe it's not over yet. The blood-soaked screen fades to a washed-out grey. You make out the figure of someone in the distance behind the woods who recognizes you. He reaches his hand out to you, unlike the doctor who forced you onto his back. It looks like he really does mean to help
What's
you.
that
Maybe
on the side
he'll
of
just
the
make it
road?
after all.
Found a frightful friend. Oh.
When you wake up, you're not in the doctor's cabin anymore, but a dilapidated house.
I didn't know
with
there
the
were
man who
pickups
seemingly
in
rescued
ULTRABUS.
you nowhere to be found.
There are.
The first thing you'll probably
There's
notice
one
is a new
per
buff
layer.
that's been added above your health bar called Night's Protection, explaining that you're in a hideout and under the influence of its protective substance, which will help you survive the night.
Why are you under the influence of the protective substance?
And that's all
Oh my
thanks
God,
to
it's
the
the
oven
oven.
you wake up next to.
Yeah, this is gonna help big time with.
What is that on the side of the
You can
road?
see what was originally
Oh, you
a
just got
basic
there
stone
too.
oven used by someone here.
Yeah, I think. Are
Probably
you
used
not
to cook
full
pierogi or some
powering
other
your?
traditional Polish slop. But
No,
with
I
various
just stopped to
mechanical
feed
and
my
organic
cat.
wires and
Nah,
growths
full power.
coming
It
from
doesn't.
Looking
There's
more
no
like a
downside
makeshift
to
lab, if anything.
going
So,
full
yeah,
speed.
The average
Well,
Slavic
you still
kitchen. You
tilt
then
to the
have
right
the
and
option
then
of
full,
examining the oven, which gives you the
I know,
first
but you
hint
still-
of who your character is and
you
why
still
he's
can
even
go
here.
full speed.
When I arrived
I
here
am
a
full
couple days
speed. I'm
ago,
saying
the
I had
oven
to
was basically
stop
prepared.
to feed my
I just
cat.
needed
I know,
to
but
light it up to
you're
ensure
like
the
4
safety
minutes
at
ahead of
night.
me, and
This
we
cottage
barely
must have been
we
one of
just
our
got it
hideouts.
like
The
right back to
inhabitants
back.
of these woods don't need to
Oh,
inhale
no.
this revolting gas. The second option the oven gives you is to examine a strange bottle. The label on the bottle says, "Staying out of the reach of the protective substance after nightfall
What's your
results
clock
in
say?
immediate death in
30,
99
20?
out of 100 cases. It is
I'm a
advised
minute
to
and
evenly spread the gas
30 seconds
inside the
ahead of you.
sleeping area. Warning, even a properly prepared substance does not guarantee 100% safety. Remain vigilant. It is recommended to stay in well-lit indoor areas in order to minimize the risk." The way the oven is set up and the way the character speaks, it seems that both people have tried to set up camps inside the woods, and also the person you're playing as is some kind of outsider with external knowledge. They're not a random villager that got lost, but someone with real experience, especially the way he says, "A pleasant warmth is emanating from the oven. I can sense a strange yet familiar scent. It's the smell of the protective substance which gives me relative safety after dark." The vapors rising from the huge cauldron are distributed all over the house via long pipes. As long as I remain inside my hideout, I have a chance of surviving the night. and how he mentions that he and the other people he's
Discord
with
keeps...
aren't
Wait,
from
can
the
you hear me?
woods because people
Yeah, I
here
can
are
hear you. What's
so
up?
acclimated to the
Just
situation. They don't need the
fucking up.
protective gas that's produced from the
me an
oven.
RT
The oven itself acts as a safe zone for the player.
You're, like,
If you're anywhere
cutting
at
in and
night,
out.
the unkillable floor
Am I?
pool that I mentioned earlier will
I'm gonna
start to
turn
chase
you
you
up
and chop away your health until
the
you
game
die.
down.
Fucking
The
Discord keeps
hideout
putting
with the
me
oven
into
turned on,
RTC
the
connecting
makeshift
land.
gases that cover the entire house will actually repel it. But like the instructions said, it isn't guaranteed safety, and you should always be on your guard. Also, the fact that our protagonist can breathe in what's described as revolting gas with no issues could point to him being from Krakow, as anyone living in that city has long progressed beyond the need for breathing oxygen. I really hope you guys like the Polish-centered jokes, by the way, because there's going to be a lot more. There's one more option unlocked with the oven to look inside the pot. Pressing the cook option shows the player
Maybe
holding an
Discord
empty
doesn't
syringe
like
with
the
probably
8-hour
the
Darkwood video.
crustiest fingernails imaginable.
Brother,
You'll see the
They
oven's
wanna
efficiency,
fucking,
how many doses,
stop
and
it.
how much essence you need. This is basically the
Is it not
leveling up
working for
system
you
of the
right now?
game, which I'll
No, it's working. I can see it.
Okay.
come back
I'm
to
saying
later.
Discord wants
You'll
to
notice
stop
how
the video.
protagonist, which
Yeah.
I guess is what we're calling him now since the doctor is long gone, mentions how he has no
Alright,
thirst
save
or
me from
hunger
a
since the
copyright
accident.
strike.
Despite Darkwood being a survival game, there's no thirst or hunger mechanics. That's actually kind of uncommon for modern survival games, since the genre tends to crutch onto them as something to make you leave the safety of your base.
And then, oh fuck!
Anything you eat or drink will usually heal you or give differing effects. If you find common loot like bread, eggs, or potatoes, they'll briefly give you the endurance stat, which reduces your stamina cost while sprinting or fighting. So even though you don't need to eat anymore, they do still have a use as basically stimulants. They also have another important use, which I'll come back to later. I know I'm saying I'll come back later a lot. There are a lot of mechanics. The protagonist also has a journal which you can access at any time. Here, he'll write down his thoughts and characters he's interacted with. Opening the journal, you'll see that pages are missing, ripped out with a doctor in the prologue, finishing with a sentence that's missing context.
I can't wait either, bro.
Into these damn savages, everything should go smoothly.
The next entry will always be entered as soon as you wake up in the hideout for the first time, giving us a direct time and date that the game is set in.
12th of September, 1987. I don't remember anything since the attack on our camp. Somehow I'm wearing a coat. I must have changed my clothes on the way here. I don't recognize myself anymore. I can barely hold this pencil. Has my body changed? I no longer feel hunger or thirst. What has happened to me?
Much like Arthur and John in Red Dead 2, he'll also draw in his journal while explaining events he's witnessed
Well, there's like
and
an
what he has to do
actual
next.
in-game
I remember his
reason
face.
why you don't have
The
a
face of the
hunger
man
bar.
who saved me, then held me captive. I don't know how I managed to escape his hut and end up here. What I do know is that the insane fucker took my key, my only chance to get out of the woods. He also tore out all the pages of my journal. I doubt that he was able to learn the location of the underground passage, though. I should check if the door is still locked, just to be sure. I must find him. I don't think he still lives in the same place where he held me.
Okay.
Makes no difference, as I have no idea how to get back to that vile place.
Exploring the rest of the cottage, you'll see a toppled-over wardrobe that was used as a barricade to keep something out before it broke inside. Searching it, you'll find various crafting items, but also a photo of a road. Inspecting the photo, it's renamed to The Road Home, with a highway with the forest either side, but seemingly at the end, a way out of the forest.
Do you hear my cat?
Now, it's
No.
pretty obvious that you or someone you were with set up this hideout, but in another diegetic tutorial on how to survive, your protagonist will just say this outright. Yesterday, I barricaded one of the windows. If I want to stay here for some time, I should do the same with the other windows. Barricading is one of your first lines of defense in your hideout. It can really help delay enemy attacks.
Sounds like someone breaking in.
Yes, just like in Siege, even though I hate to make that comparison. Keep in mind though, I said delay, not deter, because once an enemy starts breaking down one of your barricades, they usually won't stop until they break through, or you go outside and stop them, which also puts you at a huge risk of exposure. But also at the same time, the barricades can actually end up trapping you, because while you can vault over regular windows to get some space from enemies or bait them into vaulting themselves, you can't do that if the window is barricaded, closing you off from potential escape routes. One thing you might notice during multiple playthroughs of Darkwood is the hideout you spawn in after the prologue, despite having the same general layout, could be differently shaped or have an entirely different orientation. This is because every Darkwood game is randomly generated. Opening your map, you'll always have the same 3 general regions in Darkwood, with you starting off in the dry meadow. The way to progress to each region is usually the same, but the shape and placement of key locations will be totally random, which can be a huge help or hindrance. Like for example, if you're trying to reach a location to progress the story, it might be right next to the hideout or on the complete opposite side of the region.
You always start in the dry meadow, but like the orientation and like where locations are randomly generated.
Full generation. Like,
it's random generation and part procedural generation.
Yeah, because the progression's always the same. The areas you go through are the same, but like where locations
it appears
are
in different places. Like,
yeah.
That's the random generation, because the locations themselves are mostly the same. The loot is distributed among the biomes. The orientation is different, but the forest itself between those locations is procedurally generated. But it doesn't really, I think, impact the game like in a meaningful way.
Now, each hideout will always have the same objects for you to survive in the forest, that being the cooker I mentioned earlier, but also a generator, wood chipper, well, and a workbench. The generator is filled with gasoline that you can find in the forest. This is a very valuable item as you can't craft it, so you'll have to rely on finding it as loot while exploring the woods. The game is forgiving enough to already have the generator filled up to survive at least the first night, with a full night's fuel cost being indicated by the notches on the bar when you examine it. But after that, it's up to you to keep it filled. Generators help a lot because without them, you're basically fighting in complete darkness. And also certain events during the night require you to stay near a light source, or you'll be forced to experience what Polish people have to go through when they run out of alcohol. Next up, the wood chipper. Now, this thing is a gasoline guzzler because wood is such a huge part of crafting in this game for barricades and also many other items. You'll also want to keep some planks handy.
Now, you're probably wondering, in a game called Darkwood, which takes place pretty much entirely in the woods, why is it so hard to get wood? Well, like the doctor explained in the prologue, the woods are expanding at such a fast rate that no one can control them, and normal tools aren't able to cut them down.
So unfortunately, this isn't like Minecraft where you can just hit a tree until it turns into a block of wood. In the intro, he was able to cut down some branches with his fire axe, but it was basically a twig, and secondly, you don't have an axe. You can find planks out in the world, but very infrequently. But what you will find in abundance are logging areas where people were harvesting trees, probably before the outbreak. You'll get a few of these in each area, and looting the logs, you'll be able to collect the wood. Among other important loot, like nails and stones.
What was, I saw you put something in your pocket. What was that? What did you put in there?
The logs are useless on their own, but by sticking them in a wood chipper, you can turn them into planks, with each log taking up an entire chunk of the wood chipper's fuel. You'll need around 2 to 3 gasoline canisters to completely top up the wood chipper, and carrying an entire stack of logs will use up pretty much all of that fuel. So, in my opinion, always prioritize the generator, then if you've got anything to spare, stick it in the wood chipper. The well is located right outside any hideout. They always spawn broken, but can be repaired with just 4 boards. Afterwards, you can drink from them once a day to quickly and fully restore your health. Now, this is a great option when you're out of healing items when trying to survive the night, or to save up using any healing items when going out to explore. Despite rain actually being very common in the game, it doesn't actually fill up the well, so it's apparent that the benefits you're getting are much deeper in the earth.
Have you just noticed the fuel thing going down?
The well. In early builds of the game, you'd actually get a debuff called Thirst in the evening,
It's
forcing
not
you
very
to either
far
drink
down.
from the well or continue taking damage throughout the night. Apparently, it was supposed to be caused by the plague's influence, but probably more likely the protagonist suffering with alcohol withdrawal. I mean, it's never marked what the alcohol is you find in the game, so it's probably just pure ethanol. I assume it was a way to force the protagonist outside at uncomfortable times, but obviously, as I talked about earlier, there's no thirst, there's no hunger. They're not mechanics in this survival game. There's also the workbench, an essential tool of any hideout. In it, you're able to store
I don't know what I'm gonna do
excess
for
loot that
lunch.
you find, because your inventory in
Are you gonna
Darkwood
DoorDash
is
something?
comedically small to begin
Probably,
with.
yeah.
And it actually kind of makes sense because you
I wanted to go
just
drive the
sticking everything
subway
in your
before
coat
we
pockets.
started, but
Again, I don't
subway
really
was
understand
closed,
how you
so.
can fit an entire wooden log or a car battery in a coat pocket, but video
gotta
games. But it
one-hand
also
my
doubles
phone
up as
to
a crafting
DoorDash.
bench. You can only craft smaller items on your person, like bandages.
I mean, we
torches,
can
and
pause.
lockpicks. You'll be crafting anything more advanced.
It's
in
still
your
8 hours is still 8
You start
hours,
off
brother.
with
If we need to
workbench
pause
will
to
be
do
level
something
1,
real
and the
quick,
items you craft
I say
are
we
pretty
we
limited.
can't
You'll be
pause
able to
longer
craft a
than
chain trap.
fucking
This
5
costs
minutes.
2
That's
scrap metal,
gonna be our rule.
incredibly rare and important
Sounds
So like if we
good.
need to go to the
Late
bathroom or
The
some
most common
shit.
way to find them is by
Oh
scavenging
wait, if you need to take a
aircraft
shit,
left
I'll
out in
give
the
you
forest,
10
which
minutes.
People were probably using
20.
to catch the last remnants of
20 for a shit?
A bear trap for this video.
What are you talking
Make
about,
it
brother?
30.
Just squeeze that shit out.
You can interact with it where your character.
You don't know what
dismantles
else
it.
I need to
Luckily
do
for
in the
you, there's
bathroom.
already a bear trap set up inside.
Jerk
your
off?
shootout
What do you
from whoever was
mean?
last here. The
Take a
bear trap
bath.
under the window is still open.
You're
Looks like this
fucking
night
draw
was
water, take a
exceptionally
bath.
uneventful. Unlike bear traps, the
Did
chain
you
trap
already
doesn't
shower?
actually do any damage when stepping
Yeah, I
on it.
did.
Instead, enemies that step on it will be stuck onto a chain for 30 seconds,
Jeez,
giving
I
you
didn't
the
take a
opportunity
bath.
to get some cheap hits in. The only problem is, unlike the bear trap, it's single use, and there won't be any salvageable metal once it's used up. But you can pick it up to get the scrap metal back if you want to place an unused one in a better location. Both of these traps are great to place at choke points like doors and windows, as enemies are never actually smart enough to do a Dark Souls iframe to dodge the traps, and will just take the fastest option to get towards you. Next up in the crafting is the antidote. Now this thing costs 1 mushroom, something I'll get into later. It'll cure any poisoning the player gets and gives you immunity from any other poison for about 30
He really
seconds.
is just
Thankfully,
covering every
Darkwood,
item.
and
Oh,
I
this is
do
gonna be
want to say
awesome.
thankfully for how unforgiving this game is. No enemies actually deal poison damage, but what you'll come across, especially in later areas, are patches of poisonous mushrooms randomly scattered across the map. These skinny, pale mushrooms will poison the player when stepped on. Now, usually, if you step on one for the first time, you'll panic, and then you'll probably start running around, probably onto other mushrooms. And the thing is, with poison, it stacks. So if you step on too many, you'll just end up dead on the ground. I found this out the hard way when I was streaming the game and had to give $100 to chat every single time I died.
Okay, I'm losing health very quickly. No, it was a bit. I'm not giving $100 for a bit. It was a bit. Please don't die for fuck's sake.
Best thing to do when standing on poisonous mushrooms is to remain calm and wait the poison out if you don't have an antidote on you. Because with the screen effects, sound effects, and the literal skull emoji appearing on your HUD, it's easy to lose track and end up dead. A single poison effect doesn't even do too much damage. It's mostly just keeping you on edge psychologically. But you wouldn't think that with all the on-screen information you're being given. The next item is the first melee weapon the protagonist can make for himself, the board with nails, made with planks and nails. It's why finding logging sites is your first priority, because despite that guy in the prologue wailing on you with his sucker punches, there's no way for you to actually use your fists in Darkwood. It's a great melee weapon that you'll rely on for most of the early game. Like most melee weapons, it has 2 attacks. A charged up attack that uses less stamina but slows you down before you swing, and also leaves you open to be stun locked when out of the charge animation. And also a quick jab, with the trade-off being it uses up a huge chunk of stamina. The reason why I mentioned planks with nails being so important is because melee weapons have durability, and once they break, you can't use them again until you repair them at a workbench. And the board with nails has the durability of a YouTuber in a social situation. So by the time you kill 2 to 3 lesser enemies, the thing will break. Thankfully, the workbench has another trick up its sleeve: weapon upgrades. You can upgrade most melee weapons in the game, with the board being able to get durability, damage output, and stamina drain upgrades. The problem is, once you upgrade it one time, you'll be locked out of any further upgrades until you upgrade the workbench itself, having to upgrade it twice before applying a second weapon upgrade, and a third upgrade when you upgrade it another 2 more times, and so on. The first workbench upgrade only costs more boards and nails. Again, pretty easy to come by, but after that, you'll need a toolbox, and that's a good while away. My advice is to upgrade the damage of the board with nails, and always carry 2 in case you're deep into exploring and one of them breaks. Now, let's say you've already got enough wood and nails to upgrade your workbench to level 2. You won't be able to add a second upgrade to your board, but now you'll have 4 more crafting options: the hotbar upgrade, inventory upgrade, bear trap, and gas bottle. The latter I talked about earlier. The hotbar and inventory upgrades are essential, mostly because in any semi-open game, I'm a kleptomaniac and try to loot every single item I can find. That's the main reason why I only got around 2 hours into Starfield, because once I became over encumbered, I finally realized how mid the game was. The hotbar upgrade will give you an additional slot in your quick selection, and the inventory upgrade will give you 2 slots in your pockets. Sounds like a no-brainer upgrading your inventory, but any item you want to use in-game will have to be in your hotbar, unless you want to rummage around in your pockets in the middle of a fight. On top of that, certain items like weapons have to be in the hotbar to even be usable. Another big thing is that on normal or hard difficulties, you don't lose items in your your hotbar when you die, meaning you can use it as storage for any valuables that you're terrified of losing. Both the inventory and the hotbar can be upgraded 3 times. You'll start off with 12 inventory, which can be upgraded to 18, and then you start off with 3 hotbar slots that can be upgraded to 6. And even with a fully upgraded capacity, you'll still be deciding what loot is more important to take with you. You can actually get around that 6 hotbar slot limit, but I'll come back to that later. Both of these use the same items to upgrade, a rope and fabric, both of which, again, as you can probably expect, are incredibly rare.
My fucking god, bro. I could go for a McChicken right now.
Being found mostly in
Get
wells
yourself some
and fabric
food.
being found on specific loot containers. This is another
That's
reason
too
why
early.
it's so important.
That is
I need to
true.
eat less, bro. I'm getting fat.
Even if the map is slightly
You're
different
only
each
one to
time,
eat
you'll be
for
able
that
to record
dopamine
placements of
fix
important
because
loots
ULTRABUS
that
is not
help you
giving
survive.
it.
Yeah, that on God, bro.
It's a direct upgrade of the chain
It's
trap.
like
It
it's like
costs an
a it's
extra
like
scrap
a it's like a
metal, but will
bait.
hold
It's
enemies
making you want
completely in place.
dopamine.
It only works
but
for
I ain't
half
getting
the
it.
time of the chain trap, but will deal heavy damage as a compensation.
I'm gonna get a huge hit of dopamine when I get into limbo, bro. I'm telling you.
It's gonna be crazy. I'm gonna see it up ahead.
Because you'd have no
It's gonna be a fucking flashbang. I can't lie. I think I'm gonna prefer Prelude over Limbo because of the fucking how bright Limbo's gonna be.
To get in because you completely forgot about the bear
Yeah,
trap. Looking around the rest of the hideout, in a drawer you can find a book talking about mushroom-related culinary.
Hopefully, lusted. Another hour will be nice.
Can someone Polish read this, please?
Violence is gonna suck.
Yeah.
This is
Oh my
actually a
god,
real
don't
book
make me
written in
think about
1928 by
At least
You can
it's the
even read it
last
online,
one.
listing what mushrooms can and can't be eaten and how to even prepare them. More on the mushrooms, you might have noticed near the generator there's a growth of pulsating mushrooms.
Enough about the mushrooms. We all know it's a mushroom. We get it.
Like the poisonous ones, they will still damage you when you step on them, but if you keep your distance, you can actually harvest them for a single odd-looking mushroom. Now this sounds weird, but this is essentially your XP because you can use them in the cooker to fill up the needle, probably by making mushroom pierogi, the Polish equivalent to magic shrooms. Mushrooms always spawn in preset locations like houses and camps, never as loot, but can also appear as clusters in mushroom fields, a minor location in the game which will be marked on your map when exploring. Now remember how bad I said the poisonous mushrooms are? Well, now you'll have to wade through a field of them because at the center are 3 of these invaluable mushrooms. It's a great way to level up early, but that being said, get ready to count the literal pixels on your screen trying to shimmy through all the white mushrooms. If you do step on one on accident, like I said earlier, don't freak out. Stand still, don't move. Maybe even open TikTok for a couple of minutes to feed your Zoomer brain and everything will be okay. That is until later areas where a man
I would kill for some TikTok right now.
out of the ground, chasing you while laughing, knowing how fucked you are, only to explode when he knows that he can't get to you. Like I said, the game is pretty unforgiving. Oh, and if that wasn't difficult enough, any mushroom you do harvest will immediately begin rotting. So you'll have to run back to the cooker to turn it into essence before it fully rots. After it rots, it can only be used in a gas bottle that I mentioned earlier. Because of this, it's probably better to wait picking them until you know you're about to head back. But let's say you harvested all the mushrooms you can find, and you did manage to fill up the needle. Before injecting yourself, as any normal person would do with an unwashed old syringe, you're presented with a skill tree of perks to pick, with each syringe being filled unlocking another tier of perks, probably an STD or 2 as well, and costing more and more essence with each level. This isn't mandatory to progress by any means, and you can complete the entire game without leveling up once. But if you choose to, each tier will give you a positive perk to choose from and a negative perk. Only in Darkwood would you willingly spend time harvesting XP just to directly downgrade your character. The first tier will give you the positive options of Eagle Eye, Moth, Navigator, and Mushroom Healing. Filling up the syringe a second time will let you pick a second perk from this tree before moving on to the next one, and also locking all the previous options out. Eagle Eye lets you see farther ahead. My brand. Now this sounds like a must, you know, to see loot and situations.
My brand.
Away, but it's only about a 15% increase, which is basically nothing. Despite knowing that, I still pick this perk for every run. Moth is an active ability, meaning you have to voluntarily activate it in the perk selection screen. All of the active perks can only be used once a day, while passive perks will last your entire playthrough. When you use Moth, any light source you're next to will buzz, giving you an incredibly slow healing boost. It seems useless, but it's a great perk when you're low on health during the night and you don't have any healing items on hand. Navigator is a mostly useless perk. As mentioned in the prologue, if you're not at a key location in the game, you won't show up on the map. Navigator, when activated, will drop a part of your body onto the map, which can be used as a marker. But surprisingly, it can also be used as bait for some enemies. The reason why it's useless is because in each region, you're usually 20 or so seconds away from a location that's marked on your map, letting you know where you are.
Now, you might find it a bit weird how the protagonist can drop...
Dude, I don't know why he does these live action bits, bro. It's weird.
Remember, near the start of the game,
It is throwing me off.
purposely wrote down in his journal that he doesn't feel the need...
Why is he... Hold on, go back. He has the fucking HUD.
This explains why, in a gameplay...
He is the what?
He has the HUD. Look at the top left. Why does he have the fucking HUD?
That. Dude, he's got absolute vodka. Dude, that's some... This is not it.
I wouldn't know. Are you down any health at all?
I'm down 10.
I'm down fucking 19, brother. No, sorry, 29.
Or even shot.
I've been lacking a wee bit.
Real gun, and you can heal with just bandages and pills over and over. Something has changed, and you're really not human anymore.
One thing that's
50 minutes. What are you at right now on your timer?
51:22.
I'm at 51. I'm 51:03 right now.
You'll find a partly digested finger, nose, or ear with the description.
You paused earlier?
Pausing my again
a very dead
cat. Yeah, I got you.
Finding a part of your body in a
The
final tier 1 positive perk is mushroom healing, which gives you the ability to restore health by eating any mushroom that you harvest. Honestly, the most useless skill because, like I said earlier, you'll want to score any mushrooms you find in the cooker to convert it into essence to level up. You could argue that late game, once you're at your max level, you could use it as a cheap health source, but they heal worse than the basic bandages in the game. If this was the Cruelty Squad video, I'd be putting them in F tier. Now, anytime you pick a perk in a tier, you'll also be forced to pick a negative perk. And I do mean forced because, believe me, I tried to back out the menu after picking a good perk and it straight up won't let you. Shadows is the only negative perk in tier.
I didn't hear. A lot of these games I haven't heard of until fucking talked about them.
Can be dangerous to me.
This one I did. I watched Markiplier play it like fucking 6 odd years ago or some shit like that.
Just spawned in a new night
Mark
event.
played Cruelty Squad, but it's
when
a very
falls,
trippy
you're forced
game.
to retreat back into your hideout.
They probably did like a one-off episode on that shit. I remember fiending for fucking Darkwood episodes from Markiplier.
It's a good game.
Between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. But during this, the clock will advance at double its speed. Probably because if the clock advanced at the same speed it did during the day, that being 1 real-life second is a minute, no one would be able to get past the first night. There are 28 unique events that can occur each night, and these all depend on which hideout you're staying at, and this doesn't even include all the normal monsters that try to break in each night. A few are beneficial, but most will make surviving even harder. But as a reward, you'll get a shiny stone. These are items that are intrinsic to the lore of understanding the Darkwood, but for now, they're an incredibly rare item that you can't craft, but can be sold to certain individuals for a hefty amount, and again, I'll talk about that later. You can even find randomly appearing glowing mushrooms that if you're brave enough, you can run outside to harvest for a unique glowing mushroom that gives you double the essence of a standard mushroom.
Yes!
You might even notice during the night that someone is watching you, usually dropping a flare in the process, but if you approach them, they'll quickly run away into the forest. They appear human, at least. Someone who's obviously lived in the forest.
Yeah, Markiplier just stayed like barricaded in his house all the time. He never went outside at all during the night.
Also, when the amazing audio of the game comes to life, doors can randomly open and your footsteps can slowly be mimicked.
That shit's scary.
Tricking you into thinking someone else is with you. Are the monsters in the room with us right now? A more obvious event might spawn a poltergeist in the room, an unkillable entity that you can't see, can't damage you, but will throw around prop objects like wardrobes and lights, purposely messing up your plans of placing objects to block entryways or lights to see enemies from afar. There's also visual events that don't damage you, but can confuse you during a fight, like how a large number of bugs might infest your hideout, or you might hear a faint heartbeat during the night. And when you investigate outside, you'll see how all the
Holy
trees
shit,
and grass
brother.
are replaced with pulsating
I think I'm gonna lose my
flesh,
mind during
hinting that
this.
The forest is more alive than it seems. Earthquakes
get
are
used to
also a
it.
common occurrence, with the shockwaves kicking up dust.
I think I need to take another dose of fucking meds today for this shit, bro.
Precious gasoline to keep running. Remember that negative perk you were forced
Double
to pick
up.
earlier? Now, randomly at night, shadows will invade the
OD.
hideout, killing all light sources except a single random lamp that you'll have to hug to avoid taking damage, drastically reducing your
Dude, that was
options
the
for fighting
shortest
back.
55
It'll
minutes
also
of my
instantly
life.
extinguish any torches you've crafted. I like how this is the first negative perk in the game, since that effectively baits every new player into picking it, forcing a trial by fire if you're lucky enough to get it early on, and basically teaching you that you should always try and stay near the light. Also, I found this out. Apparently, if you never leveled up the entire game and you never pick the shadows perk, it'll still be applied later on in the game anyway. The protagonist will also make a note of the encounter in his journal, accompanied with a vague drawing. It was a rotten, strange night. Shadowy silhouettes emerged from the corners of my hideout. I thought my eyes were playing
55
tricks on me in
minutes.
the dark,
Please tell
but
me an
I'm
hour
certain I've
I will
seen
get to the
something.
fucking
If they
thing,
come
bro.
back, I should keep
It'll
close to
probably
the
be
light.
like an hour and 1 minute or something.
There's also a unique night event to this specific hideout.
How many layers
There's a
are there?
bed in the hideout that can't be moved or searched, and on a random night,
No,
you'll
there's
see a man
7.
sat on
You
the
lied to
bed.
me. Oh no, there is 8
And
because prelude.
saying,
Prelude. You're right. You're
"We need to move
right.
on."
So it should be
He'll
roughly
sit
an
there
hour
the entire
each.
night until dawn arrives, or if you hit him. Which, if you do, will make him disappear, and you'll end up taking damage. Look, I promise, this entire
My
game
forearm
isn't
is gonna
all
be
in the
crazy
head.
at the
Please
end of this,
just
bro.
Stick with me here.
We're almost there, Nathan.
If you somehow manage to survive the night, you'll notice how the hideout is covered in grey roots and growths wherever you're not looking, and you'll have a new buff called Time Freeze. This is one of the very few forgiving elements the devs added. Essentially, the in-game timer won't activate until you leave the hideout, giving you time to organize your inventory and board up any barricades that were destroyed. But on top of that, there's someone here to greet you next to the cooker. He has a backpack and a hood, but interacting with him, you realize what he truly is.
A furry.
No.
Even from afar, I can smell your putrid stench. Be glad I
Is
don't
he
have an appetite
inflated?
for carcasses. Meat.
The figure hides its face.
Who the fuck is this guy? Who's his voice? Yeah, I don't know why. Hold on, I'm gonna use a little bit of my time to pause.
If you help me attend to a certain matter. What do you say, comrade?
As he leans towards me, I hear him giggling under his hood.
I knew it would interest you. Before we make a deal, you need to prove that you can do the job.
I'm gonna check
I've got
the
no time for
description to see who
weaklings.
this guy
Meat.
is.
You follow? Show me what you're made
His
of.
voice
Get
is
through the
not
silent
the
forest.
dog at
You think
all.
it's so easy? If I were you, I would prepare myself well before saying.
I'm not reading
When you
all
get
those
there,
credit,
you will
those
find
fucking
me in
credits, bro.
This spot.
Oh my, is
Remember,
there like
The wolf
shit
grabs
ton?
my map and
Yeah, if
scribbles
you open
something
the
on it.
description, there's a
likes of
fuck
you
ton.
always
I didn't see like a this is
This
Wolfman,
the
this is
Wolfman,
whatever.
And to be fair, it does look like someone's furry self-insert into the game.
Is that your fucking persona? That's cringe.
You're cringe!
But somehow completely makes sense as to why a literal furry would exist in Darkwood. He wears a long coat with a single bullet hole while carrying an assault rifle on his back, an incredibly rare weapon in the woods. It's obvious he knows that you've lost your key and he wants to help you get it back, but only if he gets something in return. You have two options here. Try to progress to the next area, the Silent Forest, and meet him at his camp to progress the story. Or if you really, really hate furries, which I hope is most of you, you can go outside the hideout.
What do you mean you hope it's most of you, Pyro? What are you talking about, Pyro?
For early backers.
He's trying to make us forget.
By the way, take out the explosive barrel inside, single shot pistol, place the barrel next to him, and then blow him up. To which he'll probably still kill you anyway, because he has insane health. But if you do manage to kill him, you're still allowed to progress the story as normal. You probably just have no idea where to go now.
What the heck is this?
If you don't want to kill him, that locker does still have some really good early items, like nails and boards and items to make a single inventory or hotbar upgrade. There's even a knife in there, which as a British man, I can always appreciate. If you hear the Wolfman out, which to be fair, he doesn't give you much of a choice not to, you'll be presented with three options, which many other characters you meet also share: to show him an item, to trade, or gossip. Gossip is usually just lore dumping, like a character giving context to the woods or talking about themselves. The Wolfman on the first encounter will only give you 3 pieces of incredibly basic advice.
I wouldn't recommend wandering around these woods at night. It would mean certain
That
death
is not
for
a
you,
wolf
Meat.
voice, bro.
Dude,
Better
it's
hide out
so
that hideout
off.
of yours before dark and pray for morning
Whoa.
light.
Like no,
I am a wolf.
no
Don't get
fucking
too far
offense
from
to the
here,
guy,
unless you
but
got
like
bored of your lives
Pyro
of life.
is not a good
Only a
fucking
few
role
returned from the
caster.
dense woods, and those who made it back
I guess
were not
not.
happy to share their stories. I'd avoid getting into trouble if I were you, Meat. Or at least
Sounds
until
like
you get a
fucking
decent
IGP.
weapon.
You can also show him some key items
know who that
we
is?
found. So far, most players will only have the
You know who
raw
IGP
things
is?
they
The
found in
name.
the hideout.
What's that you got?
It's like he
The
did a
wolf
bunch of like
snatches the photograph
Subnautica
from my
videos.
hand and studies it carefully. Finally, he snorts.
I'm at
his
it,
thick
Howard.
yellow spit
Where the
landing
fuck
on the
is it?
photo.
This road doesn't exist anymore. Overgrown with trees, like all the other ones.
Well, yeah, where the fuck
throws
is
the
my
photo
limbo,
to the
bro?
ground.
Come on.
Better forget about the road
I wanna be
home,
flashbang.
Meat. Around here, all roads lead to nowhere.
And the plastic chick on the body of the man that attacked you in the prologue.
Beautiful item. Perfect for a church fair.
On a rare occasion, during one of the nights, you might actually hear a knocking on the door. Answering the door, you'll see an invitation left for you on the floor, inviting you to a celebration and giving you a randomly generated code to get in. If you've already had this event happen, you can show this invitation to the Wolfman.
Excellent, Meat. An invitation to a wedding party.
The wolf snorts with laughter, his putrid saliva landing on my face.
It's an invitation to that house in the edge of the dry meadow. The music there has been playing non-stop since I remember. Day and night. A never-ending wedding.
The wolf throws the invitation back at me. It's wet with spit.
Have fun, Meat. Just
Put
remember
it
to
in his
hide that
fucking
disaster
mouth.
of a face, or it's no dancing for you.
His last words are a
I'm
clear
hungry.
indicator that the protagonist's disfigured face isn't just what he perceives, it's how others see him as well. There's also one more thing the Wolfman offers. As you might imagine, there are no Zabka stores in the forest, even despite their aggressive expansion, which
fuck
I'm
is
sure
a
has no
Zabka?
problem crossing the boundaries of time by now. So instead, if,
Have
like
you
me,
heard
you
of
need
a
to buy 3
Zabka?
boxes of LaCroix...
No, I have not.
Why is that in the script, you dickhead? I don't
It's
fucking buy
American.
LaCroix, you fucking dickhead. So instead, if you need to buy 3 boxes of sparkling water, you're gonna have to trade. Any real-world money is long useless in the forest. The only way to trade
I
is something
found
akin
it.
to basic bartering. Every trader has a reputation value, which works as the game's currency, with it going up if you do something they'd respect you for, like,
Oh
for
my
example,
goodness.
surviving a night or just giving them stuff, which is why
I've made it to
sparkling,
Limbo!
but with extra
If there's
steps.
a well, I have to go
Items
check
you
it
have
out.
vary in how valuable they are. Like how I mentioned
Oh,
earlier,
I'm
the
in
shiny
limbo,
stones
brother.
are useless to you, but valuable to traders.
Oh,
Oh, the
Rap
wells
666.
don't do
It's a
anything.
reputation to start with, so
No
it's a great way
Did we
to
ju-
access some of their inventory when you
Did we
first
just
meet them.
hit Limbo at the
Most
same
items
time?
can be traded, but
Yeah,
depending
but
on
I
who you're
gotta
talking
go
to,
check
they might
something
not
out.
be interested in certain
The well
items,
has nothing.
Like how the
Keep going.
Wolfman has no interest in wood and scrap metal. You can never go into negative reputation with the trader. If you make an offer which puts you in the
I'm pretty
red,
sure
they'll
every
just flat
time
out
there's something you
refuse
can
the
pick up,
entire
it
deal.
says, what's that on the
Use
side of the
them as
road?
a great way to stock
Gotcha.
up on items that you might not be able to easily find yourself. Like how the Wolfman
And they're
will
usually
always
like
sell a
halfway through
toolbox
the
that you
layers.
need to upgrade your hideout's workbench to get access to better equipment. And also, all that food I mentioned earlier, you can sell it to the Wolfman here to fetch a good amount of reputation, which you can use to buy a
So
random
much
gun
more
component
pleasant.
you probably won't even be able to craft with until about 10 hours later. Each trader will sell the exact same stock every single day, but every one of them has a unique variety of stock. Most of them you won't even be able to afford until after the first couple of nights. Reputation does stack though, so if you give away half your inventory to a trader, they'll still keep that reputation earned for when the next time you trade with them. But it's also important to keep in mind that all traders are incredibly stingy. Anything you buy from a trader is worth double what you actually get for selling it to them. One item that's always a must.
Wow, like
in
in every
traders
game
early
with
on is
selling
the
and buying?
watch. The icon looking like a Casio
Sometimes even more.
F91W, which was actually made in the late
Terraria,
80s. Having
nudge,
this
nudge.
anywhere in your inventory will show you the time of day at the top right of the screen, which is a lifesaver in planning your day ahead and
Like 10
not having to
silver
rely
for
on the
a
sun setting to let you know
sunflower, and
it's
you
time
can
to
sell
go
it
back
for
home.
a solid,
After
like,
talking to the
5
Wolfman, the
copper.
protagonist makes another entry into his journal, accompanied with a sketch of the Wolfman.
My mind must be going. If I'm not delusional, the man whom I met had the head of a wolf. He told me...
I recognize
to
this
get the key
background
back.
music. I don't know what
I
it's
just need
from.
to get through to the other side of the forest.
Well, I
I am to
listen.
meet him in the part of the silent forest. I should explore the surroundings before venturing forth. I do not wish to act too hastily.
The dry meadow
So
is the
faint.
first biome you'll always spawn in no matter which way the map is generated. It's covered in grassland and is the most forgiving biome. That being said, it's still incredibly difficult, especially for new players. The Wolfman also has a camp set up here as well, and you can meet him there to trade.
I hope the Subway
If you
Surfer
wish to
video
spend
is
some more
very
quality
entertaining.
time basking
Yeah.
in the striking,
I wonder what the
natural
score is
beauty
right
of my
now.
features before you head off to the Silent Forest. you
Or I
will
wonder
find
how
me
many
in my
runs
camp
they've
in the dry
ended,
meadow.
or maybe it's still the same run. Because I've seen.
The wolf points to a location
I
on the
mean,
map.
I'm sure
The
there's
main
an
creatures
8-hour
you face are
gameplay
dogs. They'll run
footage
around
of
and are
Subway Surfers. You can just
incredibly
download it.
Everything in my YouTube videos is ripped.
Yeah, this shit's gonna be like the largest video of all time. It's got 8 hours of Subway Surfers, fucking the Darkwood video, your footage. We're lucky. It's probably a good call that we didn't. Oh wait, there's still Family Guy moments still playing, aren't there?
Yeah, but those
Or did
don't
we
have
stop
audio.
that?
And no subtitles either.
And once you kill one, you'll always find a single piece of meat on its body. This can't be crafted into anything, and selling it to a trader, you get a measly 5 points of reputation. But it can be used to bait and distract any other dogs from attacking you, even mid-combat, as apparently they can't give up a free serving of Rottweiler and will instantly stop attacking you to take the bait. So yes, you technically can do a non-lethal dog run of the game. The only other enemy in Dry Meadow is the elk. These things are terrifying. They have a similar attack pattern of the dog, but instead of being territorial like the dogs, will instantly attack as soon as they spot you, charging straight towards you with a much larger
Why? Do they do
width
this
than
shit
the
in
dogs.
real life,
Thankfully,
bro?
The game gives you the
Yeah,
ability
deers
to
just
quickly
hate
backstep
people.
for a small stamina cost, something Dark Souls would shamelessly steal 3 years earlier. You'll always want to bait an elk into attacking, as there's a brief window to swing it.
Imagine at the end of the extreme, bro, I just realized something that could be so fucking evil. If at the end of this it's like fucking Sisyphus, I'm fucked.
To kill you. Meanwhile, you'll probably go
I don't
through
think they'd
2
do that,
boards
but
with
that'd be
nails to kill a
hilarious.
single elk, with the reward of making the forest a little bit safer and harvesting its antlers.
Oh, okay, kills is already S, so shouldn't be.
Which again can't be used for crafting, but can be sold to a trader with the same value as a shiny
By the way,
stone.
at the
But
end of
also,
the, actually, I
strangely
won't
enough, you
spoil
can
it.
actually eat
Watch the
antlers,
style
give
when
the
you get to
biggest
the
health
end, is all I'm
regen
gonna
in the
say.
entire game. Although you should always sell it. You'll need the reputation to repair all the weapons that you broke killing it. There's also passive creatures in this part of the
I
forest.
swear to God, if I get
Crows,
into
which
A
will
on
fly away
time,
you
if
get
I get
near,
an ass
usually
rank on
feasting
this
on
shit,
the
I'm gonna
corpse
fucking
that you
lose my
lost.
mind.
And rabbits, they're always fleeing.
I'm not
when you
here
get
for the
near them.
rank.
But
I'm
if
here
you're
for
able
the
to kill one,
pyro.
which is usually near impossible because you're such a fat bastard.
I don't know what the
to catch up to them. Thankfully,
S rank
rocks
time
are
is.
abundant
They
in
better
Darkwood.
have made the
They're
S rank time like
absolutely
fucking
nothing
20
for a trader,
hours,
actually
bro.
taking them away for absolutely free. And as a weapon, you'll need
6
to throw
hours,
about
10
Also,
minutes.
the road
50,000
isn't
to kill a
thinner,
squirrel.
it's just harder to see where the edges are.
Because
You can go into
rabbits
the
have
grass a
1
little bit.
HP, if you throw one at a
Oh wait,
rabbit,
no, when
you'll
you go into
actually
the
one-tap
inside
it.
part, you can
Finally,
see the
all
actual
those
edge of the
hours in
road
long dark paid off.
of Limbo.
Everybody, please.
And because the world technically functions without your input, there's actually a chance that a rabbit you're chasing might even wander into a random bear trap. The same applies to poison mushrooms, by the way, and is a very viable strat for both catching rabbits and disarming shrooms in dodgy placements.
Lamau!
Looting a rabbit instead of having meat like a dog will have odd meat, which you can actually cook in the oven for more essence to level up, if you can score it before it rots, of course. Odd meat can also be eaten, which gives you a stamina buff, but also an armor buff, which halves any damage you take for just under 2 minutes. But again, it's always best to cook this stuff.
Someone cooked here.
Also, the meat actually decays into rotten mushrooms for some reason. I guess the forest is big on plant-based alternatives. You'll also see creatures that resemble humans. Sometimes you'll see them praying to a destroyed shrine, most likely Christian. Poland's current Christian population is 98.5% after all.
Europe.
These kinds of roadside shrines are actually very common in Poland, especially near small villages, where the locals are usually very religious. You can also find a couple of these creatures at specific markings in the dry meadows. They'll flee as soon as they see you, but the markings they left behind are incredibly strange. Lines
How have I
and
already been in
circles
limbo
drawn with
for 10
sticks,
minutes?
But if you
This
hang
is
around
absurd.
long enough, you'll start to see visions. Firstly, the key that you lost to the doctor, but also a bunker door with the same number printed on it. Opening your map, you'll always have the location of a huge X. Going towards it, you'll see a ruined house with bear traps covering most of the entryways. Clearly, someone was trying to defend this, much like the hideout. Searching the wardrobe, you'll be able to find a pack of cigarettes, some gasoline, and matchsticks. I've already talked about the importance of gasoline, but it's a great combination with matchsticks.
Father, I crave petroleum.
Dragging the wardrobe out the way, you'll see a trapdoor, which will take you into an old tunnel network. Thankfully, when you're anywhere interior in the Darkwood, time will actually freeze until you're outside again. This area is incredibly dark, so you'll need a light source unless you want to hump the walls for the entire game. Going deeper into the tunnels, you can see that there's something above watching you, and up ahead is a bizarre growth, almost like a gaping mouth pulsating.
You got fired, so you drowned your sorrows in booze.
The protagonist won't comment on this, but searching the growth, you'll find some more odd meat that you can cook. You can also find a motorcycle magazine, with the description being from this year, showing a 1975 issue of Chesapeake Motor, a real Polish motor magazine with a Fiat 126 on the cover.
Did they finish PT ever? I remember seeing a fucking demo for it like 12 years ago.
Covered with growths and vines.
Kojima.
Locked. It's
I
my
don't
only
know
way
if he
out.
quit or got fired.
I won't be able to open it without my key. You're then given the option to look at the handle.
Hideo
The
Kojima?
hatch handle is covered in a thick layer of
something
dust.
like that.
It hasn't been opened for at least
Or,
2 weeks.
well, no, Hideo Kojima is Metal Gear Solid. I don't know if it's a different Kojima.
Sounds familiar.
Is it?
It seems to be coming through the keyhole.
Oh,
Someone is calling me. Finally, you can look
if
through the
you
keyhole.
on TikTok,
to show the keyhole
a fucking
with a faint
Kojima
light emanating
like
from the other
reposts
side.
all fucking things mentioning
every
Metal Gear. Yeah, dude, I follow him. I see so many fucking Metal Gear posts with him reposting. It's insane.
I love watching TikToks where it's like me waiting for the inevitable.
Fucking Kojima repost, yeah.
And it's just like normal Metal Gear gameplay.
Also, there's like things on Instagram Reels you can post like GIFs and stuff in the comments, right? And fucking when I've seen so many different videos of like people that has nothing to do with Metal Gear Solid, but they use Invisible by Duran Duran as the fucking sound, and all the comments are just gifs of fucking Snake or Big Boss.
The thief who took my key apparently doesn't know how to
The
find
song
the
is like interlinked with that.
I, on the other hand, have no
They
idea
never
how to find the
fucking.
thief.
I don't know
Not so
what
good.
is the like patient zero for that, because it's
it's
not in any of the games.
You can find
It
various
just fits it
locations,
so
like a
well.
former hideout
I
that's been
guess,
totally
but like,
consumed by the forest, with only small parts of
fucking,
it now
I don't know
accessible.
what
There's
was
a generator
patient
here
zero,
with
like
barely
fucking
any
ground
fuel
zero
left.
for that
Turning
shit.
it on, you can see the corpses infused with the tree, writhing in pain before the power dies out. As unforgiving as the forest is, at least
I do
you
wonder.
escape this fate. But in true Darkwood fashion, when you go to leave, the game will spawn
But
a
we'll
dog
probably
to attack
never
you.
know.
Again, Darkwood
I'm
moment.
sure
Going
Know Your
towards one of
Meme
the choke points
has
on the
that.
map, you can see a burned house, though you're unable to open the door because it's made of metal. Wooden doors can be destroyed.
Who the
with
fuck
enough
is
force,
who the
but
fuck
metal
started
doors
that
usually
site, and who the
implemented
fuck
to
is
stop the
funding that
player
site
from
to keep it
progressing
up,
too
bro?
early until they have the
Who's
right
paying
key,
for that
code,
domain
or
name?
Open it from the other side as a shortcut. But what's interesting
A
is you hear
trooper.
shouting from the other side of the door, an evacuation
They're
order.
wasting all his money.
Fucking
on
wasting
that
his
shit.
money, bro.
No, please.
Get the fuck out!
Maybe you're not completely.
That sounded like. That's what I was gonna say. Was that fucking
I think that was
Meat
Meat
Canyon?
Canyon.
Exploring further, you can find broken tractors, heavily overgrown.
That might have
with
been Meat
valuable
Canyon.
loot
Like,
like
Hold on,
is
I'm
that
gonna
the
check the
Hunter?
description, see if.
a battery.
Yeah, I'm gonna
It's
check
not
the
used in
description
crafting,
real
and
quick,
it
see
can't
if
be sold to
he's
traders,
in
but
that.
you might
The
want to
Hunter
keep hold of something
handgun?
uncommon in the forest. You can find collapsed trees. These can't be harvested for wood, but
Let's
strangely
see.
enough, have bite marks all over them, with the corpse of one of the humanoid creatures underneath it, almost like it was eating it before it
He could have
collapsed.
also
Yeah, he doesn't have
Crop
any of the
fields
voice
which
actors in
act
his
as
fucking
mini
credits.
mazes to navigate through.
Pyro,
Usually only having
you
a
don't
couple
credit
of
your
ways in
people?
or out, but your
He
reward
has
for
all the
reaching
credits
center
for
is
animations.
easily worth it, with an untouched crate having great
Dude,
early
how
game
crazy
loot,
would
like a
that be if
lantern
we
that
just
you probably
heard
can't craft
we
yet.
heard
Just
get
don't
the
do what
fuck
I
out and we're
did
like,
and get stuck in one when
that's
the sun is
me.
setting.
Yeah, I think that was Meat Canyon.
More on the lantern, it's a great early game
I've been
way
watching
to have a
too much
reliable light source.
Creepcast.
You can only explore during the day, but you'll quickly notice with how numerous the trees are, the forest is incredibly dark. Increased by the common rain that hits the forest, it's really hard to see a few feet in front of you. As long as you have the lantern in your hotbar, it'll emit a glow all around you, giving you a bit more visibility. And unlike other light sources, lets you use another weapon without losing the light source, just as long as it's always kept in your hotbar. It'll last around 20
Is
minutes.
the
real
popping
time, which
the
is
video,
pretty
or is
loud
my
compared to
headset
other
going
light
out?
sources. If you explore enough, you might even
I
stumble
think your
onto the
headset's
Wolfman's camp
freaking
in the
out.
dry meadow that I mentioned earlier. He marked his
the
location.
what
with
in the
other
video
camp
you
on your
said?
map, but you
I
can
hear
meet
like
him here
popping.
and trade in the day in case you want to drop off any loot. With a dark
It could be your
lingering theme
headset.
kicking in
Try
whenever you
leaving
approach
and
him.
rejoining the stream.
Now, let's say you did.
You're not here right now?
And you met the Wolfman
No, I
at his
don't hear the
camp
popping.
before the first night arrived. You'd go through the exact same dialogue and
Say
nothing
something?
would change. Except
Hello?
when you went through the first night again.
That's the
in the morning,
stream.
you
That's
wouldn't be
Discord.
greeted by the Wolfman,
I know,
but
I was saying
instead,
restart
the
the
man who
stream.
saved
Like,
you
exit and
after
rejoin the
doctor,
stream.
The trader. A man roughly my size is
Hold on.
standing before me. I can barely make out his disturbingly familiar
Oh, is it
features
me
through
too?
the
Am I
matte
popping?
visor of his helmet. The massive helmet
No,
is
you're
covered with an
fine.
old sack and seems to be
Gotcha.
an integral
Can you
part of
restart?
the
Can you restart
unnaturally
stream?
pale body.
Yeah,
I
I'll fix
remember him. He's the one who rescued me from the doctor's house. The man reaches out to me with his black hand. It's covered in charcoal. There's something written on his worn woolen glove. We need to stick together, brother. His lips are moving, but all sounds are drowned inside the helmet. He shrugs, then takes the huge sack off his back and drops it on the ground, revealing its contents. Only known as the trader, he's one of the most important characters of the story, despite the fact that he never says a single word to the protagonist apart from the scribblings on his arm. You can tell by his introduction text he has much more selfless intentions than the Wolfman. His mask makes anything he says to be inaudible, but compromised with writing messages on his arm with charcoal. You can't gossip with the trader, but you can show him one specific item. The picture of the road home. He wipes his left glove on his pants, takes out the charcoal from his pocket and starts scribbling. When he finishes, he lifts his dirty hand. All roads lead deeper into the woods, clearly warning you of what's next to come, that you'll have to crawl through hell to escape the woods. This is someone with experience, someone who's survived here for a while. As kind as the trader seems, he's not running a charity. You'll still need to give him items to earn reputation to gain access to his stock, most likely so he himself can survive the woods at night. The trader will greet you every single morning after you met the Wolfman, either by surviving the first night or by finding the Wolfman first before the first night comes, with the added bonus of earning 100 reputation from him for every night you successfully survive, even giving you unique dialogue for doing so. As I approach him, the man drops a sack from his bag to the floor with a visible relief. I notice a smile on his face through the matte visor of his helmet. The man nods in greeting. Keep in mind, the Wolfman never gives you reputation for surviving the night. However, if you die during the night and spawn at the next day, you won't earn any reputation from him and get a different greeting. The man takes a step in my direction and pats me on the shoulder.
He's obviously someone that cares deeply about your safety, but unfortunately, by giving free handouts, you're not going to learn how to survive the forest. If you're both planning to survive the forest, the first thing you need to learn is selflessness won't get anyone anywhere.
Much like the Wolfman, the trader's inventory will be restocked with the same
The live
items
action
every
that's
day. He has a
throwing
much
me
larger
off.
inventory than the Wolfman, but
I don't know why it just keeps randomly coming in with live action, bro. Does he just have, imagine like 16 hours of live action footage that just got edited out?
I've mentioned how great the lantern is as a light source.
Well, like
but
the HUD too.
Is a personal favorite.
It's
The HUD's
pretty
absurd.
expensive at 200 rep, but
HUD
after
is
the watch,
absolutely
it's a must.
insane, I
It'll
can't
shine
lie.
a bright cone wherever the protagonist is looking, which can help with dimly lit areas, but also has the hidden bonus of revealing more shiny stones that you can find in the world. Most of these you'll actually walk over and not even notice, but the refracted light of the flashlight will give it a unique glint, so you can pick them up.
I do wonder how much footage there
The main
is of
downside
like
is
live
they run out of
action.
energy very quickly and have to be refilled with 9-volt
Yo, are you
batteries,
getting tired?
which can be bought from either
I'll be
the
yawning a
Wolfman or
lot.
the trader, or you can find them in the world.
I saw
from
you were
random
fucking up at
corpses. The
3
thing is,
a.m.,
9
bro.
volts can be pretty expensive to buy and
yeah.
pretty rare to find.
I
I
had
say
a
this as I'm sitting
3-hour
on
alarm
29 volts while recording this. Another downside is you can't use weapons when holding the
3-hour what
flashlight,
now?
meaning it leaves you
Alarm.
open to attack if you don't have a secondary light source on you. The trader will also sell you
Did you
basic
sleep?
items like
Like,
nails, boards,
when did you
gasoline,
sleep?
but, you know, you're like
At
30
3
minutes
a.m.
into the video. You know how all
That's
that works
rough,
by now.
brother.
They'll also sell you more advanced but very expensive
for the
consumables
week.
like the pills.
Pills here.
One will increase your endurance so you can quickly explore before the stamina drain kicks in. Now, to be fair, this is pretty useless for how expensive it is. And also, don't tell anyone that I told you this, but if you run on the beaten paths around the dry meadow, it'll actually half your stamina drain. And these paths will usually lead you to major points of interest like other
Dude, I
houses
wish
and
I
key
knew that.
locations.
That's
But if you find
crazy.
some, you can sell them for a whole 30 rep. He also has healing pills. These are actually great if you're about to die. But honestly, with the panic that comes with the game, by the time you realize you need to heal, you're probably already dead. But they do have the added bonus of being quick to use, instantly removing
Me
any
playing
poison that
Calamity?
you might be getting from walking on shrooms. But again, like the endurance pills, it's better to
Me and
sell them
Hollow
when
actually
you find
first
them. He can also
tried
sell you
fucking,
wire, which can be used to make
we
lockpicks.
first tried Yaren, Exomex, and Calamitous.
as there are many
that's
chests
crazy.
randomly located
Dog
around
took
the
us
map
like
that are
fucking
locked, and you need a
150
lockpick
tries or
to
some
pry
shit.
them
Probably
open.
not
It's
that
always
much,
good
but
to
it
keep
took
a
us
set
a
of
lot of
lockpicks on
tries.
you because the chests always have mid to
Fuck
high
dog.
range loot. He can even
Fuck
sell you
Calamity, bro.
items to use in the cooker, like the glowing
It's still
mushrooms
yet
you
to
can only
ever
find
mod
yourself during
Terraria.
random night events. Further proof that
You
he's
missed
so
the
adjusted
Prime.
to life here, the trader is able to actually scout
Prime
at
was
night.
pre 1.4.
Both him and the Wolfman
It's
can
fucking
sell
doing
you
the
a
thing
red
again.
chicken egg, seemingly corrupted by the
I'm
forest.
just
It
my
glows a
frames are
bright red
tanking.
color.
For some reason. Oh, there they
And
go.
can be used in the cooker.
Stream is
Both
fucking doing
traders
the
give
thing
you
again.
a daily
Oh,
resource
never mind,
of
it's back.
XP if you have the reputation to trade.
I think it's your
Moving on to
computer
the more
doing
advanced
something.
items, the trader
Because you
also
said when your
sells
frames were
components
tanking,
to
it was
craft
doing the thing.
guns, which is something you won't be lucky enough to experience until the mid to late game. He'll sell weapon
I mean, it's
parts,
fine
bolt
now.
handles, handgun frames,
It's 'cause
long
I
barrels,
paused.
tubular magazines, shotgun shells, small
That's
caliber
not good.
magazines, and medium caliber bullets. All of these look incredibly tempting to buy, but keep in mind they're only as useful as your workbench is. So if you don't have it upgraded, you can't make any of these weapons. But let's say you grease the game and you got a toolbox from the Wolfman. You can now make the single shot pistol.
You are now
Molotov,
ahead of
and
me, I
lantern.
bet.
Now the single shot pistol
What's
is
your
a complete
timer at?
scam. It's the first firearm you'll be able to
1:19:04.
craft, which will trick you
I'm
into
just
thinking
hitting
you just unlocked
1:18
easy
right
mode,
now.
despite the fact that it costs
You have a
2
minute
rare
before
scrap
I'm
metal
up to.
and the even more rare or expensive metal pipe. The problem is it's not a single shot pistol, but a single use pistol. You might be tricked into thinking that you can buy bullets from the trader and this is the ammo to reload the pistol, but nope. You stupid. Once you fire it, it'll break and can't be repaired. This is a last resort weapon that you should only use when you're facing an enemy that you know is going to kill you at close range. Also, when taking aim, like all firearms, it actually takes a few seconds for the protagonist to adjust his sights to narrow the cone of vision, which in turn will narrow your vision of anything coming at your peripherals. But let's say you somehow got another toolbox.
Another one.
And now your workbench is level 4. You can make the shovel, homemade shotgun, and pistol, and this is where the game really changes.
The shovel is a direct upgrade from the plank with nails and is a must. It has more durability, does more damage, and has a lot more reach. How does he do it again? It's like, literally does it like this.
And yes, this is yet another game where the shovel becomes your main combat workhorse. No game dev can resist the sweet pull of the shovel. The problem is, it's incredibly hard to get in the early game without being a sweat. The shovel blade can be bought from traders for 450 reputation, which, to say the least, is very expensive. It's actually the highest price on any base trader item in the entire game. Other crazy important items like fabric used for inventory upgrades also cost this amount, meaning you have to actively make a choice between getting an important upgrade or a new weapon, versus selling it to buy stuff that you really need at the moment. To make the shovel, you'll also need tape. Now, good luck finding that because it is incredibly rare loot, but the traders do sell it for about 40 rep. Now my bank account hurts. But the hardest item to get hold of at the minute is the staff to put the shovel together. You usually won't find this until the next biome where enemies start to attack you with sticks, the same guys in the dry meadow that would always run away from you. Now, remember how I said how useless the single shot pistol is? It is, but if you're able to get hold of one, find someone
Why do you
with a
put his
large
hair
stick
on
in
the
meadows and
emoji?
creep up on them, and then one tap them with the pistol.
You see that?
I feel like this editing in this video is going to be very...
Once you make the shovel, it is
Yeah, it's a 6-hour video, bro, or an 8-hour video. I can't imagine it's going to be
one tap early enemies. It
super
functions the
coherent.
same as the board with nails, having 2 attacks, a charge and a jab. But the charge swing has a much larger radius than the board with nails, meaning you won't even have to go into an enemy's range to hit them with it. And because the workbench is level 4, you're able to give it 2 upgrades out of the possible 4. Either less stamina consumption, more damage, more durability, or much more durability. The latter costing a whole new shovel head to upgrade, but it's totally worth it. My pick is to save for another shovel head to get that 70% more durability as opposed to 30% with just the metal pipe, and to also pick more damage, which will sharpen the head of the shovel with stones to give it more of an edge. Finally, stones do have a use apart from throwing them at rabbits. Also, the durability upgrades do stack, so if you value saving resources on fixing rather than damage, that's always an option. There's also another early game secret, which I'm only telling you about. Remember that bunker early on that we needed the key for? If you enter the bunker for the very first time with the shovel before the cave-in, you can dig a certain spot that gets blocked off after the chase sequence. It'll waste the shovel's durability, but it will reveal
Dude,
a corpse
the
holding some
dopamine
amazing
fix
loot,
from
like
whatever
a
I
long barrel
DoorDash
and a
is gonna be
tubular magazine.
absurd.
Take that, trader. I'll keep my reputation.
What time?
Thank you very much. The only
So the
problem is with
dopamine
much more
fix, I'm
advanced
gonna gonna get when I
You'll need much
DoorDash
more
is gonna
advanced
be
resources to
absurd.
maintain it. You'll still need wooden
Well,
planks like maintaining
have you not eaten
wood
breakfast?
nails, but
I'm
now the
losing
nails
my
have been
mind.
replaced with scrap metal.
Did you not eat breakfast?
I had a
Found by
banana.
trading your own reputation or disarming a finite
I had
amount
a bowl
bear
of
traps in
Frosted
the world.
Flakes,
Even
so
with the
not
massively
far off from
upgraded
what you
durability,
guys.
I actually
you always
have
to keep a
some
high
sausage
stock of
flakes,
scrap
bro.
metal to be able to repair it. Next on the workbench is the homemade shotgun and pistol. The homemade shotgun is the cheaper alternative, not requiring advanced weapon parts, but just 4 scrap metal and 2 metal pipes. That being said, the pipes are still incredibly rare loot and expensive, like I said earlier. But if you manage to make one, you'll have the first firearm that is useless after firing a shot. Oh, for fuck's sake. But don't worry, guys. The devs were actually lying here. The homemade shotgun can actually fire a whole 2 shots before turning into dust in your hands. Does that make it worth it? No. It'll definitely kill anything chasing you, and if you panic and miss a shot, you can rely on the second barrel to finish the job. But even then, it's always better to save your ammo for better shotguns later, and scrap metal to repair the shovel and pipes to upgrade it, because you can't upgrade firearms in this game, only melee weapons. The final unlock on this tier of workbench is the pistol. Now, this isn't easy to make. Even if you use the shovel exploit to get some expensive weapon parts for free, you'll still need that handgun frame, which is pretty expensive. Wrap it all up together with some duct tape, and finally, you have the first firearm in the game that won't actually break after being barely used. And in typical Darkwood fashion, the fully crafted pistol is actually worth less than the individual parts to make it. I hate this game. Thankfully, the good news, the pistol never breaks. Its durability being replaced with an ammo counter. It slowly degrades the more shots you fire and holds 8 rounds a magazine. It uses small caliber magazines that you can find sometimes in the world, with the Trader and Wolfman always having a single clip that you can buy at the start of each day. It also has the lowest damage output of any firearm in the game, but with the guarantee that it'll never break. That being said, much like Cry of Fear, when you reload the gun before using all the bullets, you'll dump the mag on the floor, wasting any spare bullets you have. So you'll always have to make the active choice of wasting a few precious bullets so you can guarantee you'll have a full magazine for the next fight.
Through and through, Darkwood will always be a melee focus game. If anything, it's a little bit similar to another game I covered years ago, Condemned Criminal Origins. In that game, you would get ammo, but it would always be incredibly scarce, only holding a certain amount of bullets in each clip. You need to always treat firearms like they're invaluable,
that is how
because if you go
clips
around
work.
spraying and praying, you're going to run out incredibly quickly. The Virgin Pistol Abuser and the Chad Shovel User.
You might have also noticed that the trader is selling the parts to make an axe, the same one the doctor used in the prologue. This would seem like the best thing to do, but is a giant scam, because you actually won't be able to make the axe at the workbench until much, much later into the game. And I do mean much later. So hold off on buying it for now. You might remember earlier I mentioned how you can get a letter delivered to you as an invitation to a celebration. You can reach the location where it takes place anytime, but the door will always be locked with a code that's randomly generated on the letter. This is totally optional and it isn't needed to progress the story. You can completely ignore it, but the side content is some of the best of what Darkwood has to offer. After accepting the invitation and going inside, you'll see a lone woman in a bride outfit dancing. One of the first passive humans we've seen apart from the trader and the wolfman. There's no way to talk to her though, so I interacted with a woman the only way I know how.
Alright, I'll be honest, you're kind of pissing me off with you dancing a little bit. Okay, that was kind of funny.
Going inside, you can see what's left of a wedding, with candles on tables, and another bride quickly running away from you. Probably unrelated to what I did 5 seconds ago. After vaulting over a broken window, you can get into the main room, barely lit with flickering lights. You can hear a banging noise. Investigating, you can see a man slamming his head repeatedly on the table.
We've been waiting for you.
Behind the man is
more
brides dancing around you, asking to dance.
The voice
you can choose to
casting.
kill or
Bring
ignore.
What the fuck was that read,
It
bro?
doesn't change anything, because when you
bet
return into the main
fucking
room, the man is
Meat
gone, and you
Canyon.
can see
Have
a
him
lamp
read
quickly
everything.
move, letting you know that there's someone behind the door.
What is this read?
For you. Dance with me.
I feel that Darkwood is designed in such a way that once you take damage, unless you know how to quickly counter or run away, panic sets in with purposely violent screen shakes and red filters until you're pretty much dead anyway.
Yeah, body. You joke. By the body blocked by the fucking lamp, by the way. By the lamp. Prop blocked.
That's why the opening text on the loading screen tells you to be patient. Like the trader said when you showed him the road home, all roads lead deeper into the woods. But you're allowed to spend as much time as you want in the dry meadow before progressing. You might even notice some different night events for staying here so long. Like how a creature you've never seen before will spawn near the hideout at night, but when you go up to it, it'll scream and disappear, only to leave behind an object called... Huh? This can be cooked in the oven for essence, but more importantly, in the game's files, it's called piskel, which is Polish for chick. If you manage to fill up the needle a second time, you'll have one of the first dream sequences in the game. The heavy psychoactive substances you've been injecting into your arms to make yourself stronger will translate into your dreams. Mostly because anything you find that can be cooked has now been tainted with the forest, or is a direct creation from it. So these dreams are almost like the forest is trying to communicate with you. In the first one, you'll wake up with a military flashlight, an incredibly powerful flashlight that even the trader doesn't have access to. You'll run through the underground tunnels again towards the same locked bunker door, but this is different. I can hear a faint voice throughout the howling wind. It sounds familiar. It seems to be coming through the keyhole. Someone is calling me. Looking through the keyhole, instead of a faint light, it's completely blocked by some kind of growth that beckons you forward. The door will then swing open, with the environment changing into a vast swamp area, a massive change from the dry meadow. Your only guide here are shiny stones that refract off the military flashlight. You can loot each one individually, like that James Woods bit in Family Guy.
Ooh, shiny stone. Ooh, shiny stone. Ooh, shiny stone.
Or you can keep pressing forward. Eventually, you'll come across what looks like an indoor lamp. Switching it on will replace the swamp with seemingly hundreds of human bodies. Walking over the bodies, the lamp will begin to glow, and returning back to it, you'll see a giant fetus.
Halfway through limbo.
Will transport you back into the swamp with another trail to follow, which leads
I'm gonna
you
order
to
food
a bed,
once
giving
I
you
get
the
out of
prompt to
limbo.
lie down. If you do, the dream will end, but now you'll have a shiny stone in your pocket. So maybe through your connection to the forest, the dreams do have some kind of interaction in the real world. If you go to investigate the bunker door after this dream, it'll still be locked though. You still need the key from the doctor. Dreams are numerous throughout the game, either through leveling up or story related. And they usually have a win and a fail state. If you do everything you're meant to in the dream, you'll be rewarded with something like loot or an option being given to you that was previously locked. Failing or dying in a dream won't kill you in the real world, but you'll miss out on lots of side content. Like how in the first dream, if you deviate from the path or take too long, you'll be chased by floor gore until it kills you. Waking up and you'll have no shiny stone to trade. At this point, you're probably settled in the dry meadow, and you really can stay here for as long as you want. The nights won't increase in difficulty, but the game will slowly push you towards moving on to the next area. Firstly, if you've cleaned out an entire biome of its loot, they'll never respawn, apart from animals that only drop meat, which is worth next to nothing to a trader. By staying in the dry meadows, you're actually starting to eat into your resources, whether that's boarding up windows, repairing weapons, or buying items from a trader to restock. So eventually you'll be forced to move on to get access to the next biome's loot pool. The only real regenerating resource is the 100 rep you get from a trader, but it's not really enough to work with. On top of that, the hideouts in advanced areas actually offer you more reputation with the trader for surviving them, meaning you'll get access to more of their stock before owing them something. The main reason why you might want to stay is to grind out cookable items to level up your skills. But like the trader's reputation, the oven actually scales depending on what area you're in. The next biome over, where the Wolfman wanted to meet you, has a hideout with an efficiency 4 times higher than the Dry Meadows oven. So eventually you'll want to get going to the next area, even though, like the trader said, all roads just lead deeper into the woods. Once you're ready to get going, you'll see 2 choke points on your map to get out of the dry meadow. The first, like I mentioned before, is blocked by an iron door, but trying the other one, you'll come across a huge thicket of dense trees. Moving past them, you'll come to a house infested with large bugs. If you're quick enough, you can kill some of them and loot their shells, which will be important later. There's also an infestation of worms in the house, a writhing fleshy mass that will hurt you once you touch it. You can take the damage, but you also won't be able to sprint through them, and you should save as much health as you can. The only similar thing I can compare it to is in System Shock 2, another great game that I will do a video on at some point, I promise. You can go into one of the bathrooms and find this pile of worms. It literally is just a GIF, but standing on them will actually damage you. To get rid of the worms, you'll need fire. You can whack them with a torch, leave a trail of gasoline with a match, or throw a Molotov to burn them all. Past the worms is another iron door with a code, but next to it is a strange growth. Something is floating inside. The skin looks to be quite thin. Maybe I could puncture it or pierce it with something. The loot inside the growth is an embryo. There's only a few of these placed across the whole game in scripted locations, but they have a lot of uses. They can be sold to a trader, cooked in an oven for a huge chunk of XP, but most importantly, if you're playing on hard mode, where you have a finite number of lives, you can eat the embryo to give you an extra life, an extra try to survive the forest. Exploring the rest of the house, you're attacked in the dark by one of the first human enemies, wielding a huge stick. They're called savages. They can't be reasoned with and will keep attacking you until you put them down, not saying anything apart from the occasional grunt or shout. But by game ending one, you can loot its staff,
Nathan?
which you can use to finish the shovel. If
Have
again
you
you weren't
found your
able to catch
second,
any running away in the dry meadow.
item?
No, I've not
Inside
found
a
the second
container
dude.
next to the savage, you'll be able to find a note to the door.
Oh, no,
The
if I
code is
missed it.
3333. It can't get any easier.
I don't think
Remember,
so.
I'm not opening that door after dark anymore. I went to get some gasoline from the pig shed. I'll be back after dark.
After using the code, obviously left for someone else, you can get access to the Silent Forest. But before you can do that, there's the corpse of a man you can search, giving you some shotgun shells and a map, which shows you the location of the hideout in the area, but also another location. But then you quickly realize the man's actually not dead, but sleeping, and despite that, he'll still talk to you.
Hey there, friend. In the last hideouts.
What the fuck are
Look
these
for an
reviews, bro?
exit beneath the floor.
We just need Hunter for everything.
For now, it sounds like nonsense, but it will make sense much later.
Isn't that Skyrim?
The first thing you want to do is set up base
What?
at the Silent Forest hideout. Once you reach it, you'll notice the layout is very different. Instead of a couple of rooms, it's a much larger building having a total of 7 rooms, which gives you more options, but also more ways for enemies to get inside and reach you. The building is in a much worse state than the Dry Meadow hideout, having huge parts of the wall blown out that can't be repaired. You'll need to manually switch on the oven here to start pumping gas around the house and get that added night protection. And you can only have one switched on at any time. So for now, the Dry Meadow hideout has gone dark. The Silent Forest hideout and all future hideouts function mostly the same, having a cooker, generator, and wood chipper. One problem you might find is dragging all the loot you've found between the 2 hideouts. This can waste an entire day or even more if you've hoarded everything you found, having to drag it back and forth because of your small inventory. But thankfully, the devs did think ahead with this. Investigating the workbench, you might notice that it will be the same level to the previous workbench you upgraded. This thankfully applies to all future hideouts. Inside it, you'll find a single item, a bell, a rusty bike bell. Someone has attached a note to it. Opening the note is a small message that reads like an advertisement. Ringing the bell, you'll get the notification that something is happening, and eventually a new character will spawn outside the hideout, a man on a bike.
Hey there, boss man. I'll be honest here, boss, I'm real thirsty, you see. If you could share a refreshing beverage with a weird traveller, I'd make it worth your while, boss. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. When life's a bitch, booze is a must.
He doesn't act like a trader. The only option you can do is show him an item. Like most characters, you can show him a picture of the road home.
Beautiful road, Mr. Boss Man. Long and straight. You'll find only twisted paths in these parts, mister.
The man waves his hands sloppily, almost losing his balance.
Let me tell you something, mister. Good liquor straightens out all the bars. Every single one of them.
The other item you can show him is a bottle of alcohol if you have any.
Ah, no, good vintage. A bottle a day keeps the monsters away. To your health, boss. If you want, boss, I can bring you junk from the other hideout.
This option trades the bottle of alcohol, and in return, he'll travel to any previous hideout and bring all the items you've stored in your workbench. If you choose not to, you can just shake your head and he takes the booze anyway.
Have it your way, boss man. Thanks for the booze. If you can't leave the woods, drink up all the booze.
You might want to kill him for this, but believe me, it is not worth it because he has no loot and now you've lost the only way to quickly move your gear from each hideout. After he takes off and a couple of in-game hours pass, you'll have a package delivered in front of your workbench. So now you can board up any windows you need, set your traps, refuel your generator and wood chipper. Basically doing the exact same thing all over again. Hooray. You know what, to be fair, with every video essay I do, Vars's words just become more and more accurate.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is? Insanity.
The Silent Forest is everything you've already learned from the Dry Meadow, but more difficult. The trees are more numerous, making navigation harder. There are new locations, along with making already existing locations more difficult. Mushroom fields will now be in most biomes, giving you access to cookable mushrooms. But now mushroom men have a chance of sprouting from the ground and start chasing you, making navigation incredibly difficult. This is also the first biome where you'll start to see bug nests. There's only one, but in the middle is another coveted embryo to give you an extra life on hard mode. Corpses were dotted around the Dry Meadow, and they were a pretty reliable way to get loot with minimal risk. But now going ahead, some of these corpses, as soon as you interact with them, will explode, poisoning you. The only telltale sign that a corpse is tainted is every 10 seconds or so, it'll slightly shift around and will usually have unusual growths around it. The best thing to do with these bodies is to ignore them entirely or throw rocks at them, so you don't forget about them and run over them later.
Let's just go back to him.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
And for some reason, shooting them does absolutely nothing.
This is what you get for fucking camping. What? Dragon? What?
And a travel
I will waste a bullet on you happily. I give up, bro.
This is where the enemies also become much more vicious.
You're not you when you're hungry.
The Rottweilers of the Dry Meadows have been mostly replaced with huge dogs, mutated by the plague, so now they have much more health and deal more damage. They attack in mostly the same way, and if you kill one, instead of dropping normal meat, they'll drop odd meat that you can cook. Further proof how the forest changes whatever stays there too long. The second are the savages. We've already experienced one attacking us in the gateway between biomes, but now they'll work in groups. They seem to be humans so affected by the forest that they've been reduced to a tribal nature, covering themselves in mud and twigs, resembling a Wendigo from the Great Plains folklore. No, not Wendigoon. This isn't an iceberg video. First type will attack you with just his fists. Not too much of a problem because your melee weapon usually has more reach. But again, they'll always work in groups.
What's your timer at?
Next is the same kind of savage
40.
that attacked us in the house. They have huge staffs that have
Just hit
insane
100
range.
minutes.
They'll swap between a long slam of the staff,
Let's
which
go.
leaves them open for attacks, but also a swinging motion like you with the shovel. They can also randomly follow up their swing with another swing, so you should never get too greedy with these guys and only get close when you know they're on cooldown. Also, these guys will always drop their stick on death. So while it was kind of rare to find one in the Dry Meadow, starting from the Silent Forest, you'll basically be drowning in them.
The final savage will throw rocks at you. Pretend that was a rock. And even though this doesn't do a lot of damage, they'll purposely be placed at the back of a group to basically poke you from a distance and just be an overall nuisance.
And unlike most stealth games where rocks are used to distract enemies while you sneak past, these are exclusively used to poke you from a distance. The rocks themselves don't do a lot of damage, but they'll usually do it to suppress you, as the stones can interrupt your charged attacks while their friends move in to deal the actual damage. They should be your priority because they have the least amount of health and usually die in 1 to 2 swings. All of this, combined with the low visibility during the night, they make a formidable pack that you'll need to prepare for, either by setting up traps or camping open windows, because it takes them the same time to vault through one. Like most wildlife in Darkwood, they act as a group, friendly to each other but will be hostile to others and vice versa. So occasionally you'll see them get into fights with dogs, usually losing, apart from this one clip I found of a single savage somehow downing an entire elk. That being said, they can still accidentally attack each other, like this one time they threw a rock at their mate.
Of course.
Oh, he hit his mate. That's hilarious.
To compensate the harder nights against the packs of savages is this hideout. Surviving a night in the Silent Forest now grants you 150 trader rep, letting you buy more useful items to help defend yourself for the next night. Also, interacting with the trader the first time after you make it to this hideout, he'll try to communicate with you more. The man stands before me, motionless. I can only see my own faint reflection in the semi-transparent visor of his helmet. Suddenly, he starts to move quicker, as if looking for something in his pockets. He takes out a piece of charcoal and starts writing on his palm. There's no way out of here, brother. He shows me what is written, then wipes it with his sleeve and continues scribbling. We're stuck with each other. After making sure I've read the second sentence, the man takes out a full tank of gasoline from his sack. He places it on the floor next to me. He's warning you that there's no way out, but we know for sure that the bunker door is an exit. All we need is to get that key. What most players will likely do by now is try to reach the Wolfman's second camp he marked for you near the beginning of the game. Before you talk to him, you might see 2 crates behind him, locked with a code. This code is randomly generated and can't be found anywhere in the game. So if you want to open them, you either have to brute force the combination or worm your way into the game files to find it. Inside the first one, you can find some ammo for all kinds of weapons. Pretty useful if you already have a firearm. Meanwhile, inside the second one, you find the average American's weapon locker, complete with parts for melee weapons, 2 shotguns, an assault rifle, and 2 guns that you cannot otherwise obtain in-game, the submachine gun and the pellet gun. The submachine gun is pretty strong, having decent damage and rate of fire, being especially good at dispatching large numbers of low health enemies, but still holding its own against higher health targets. It uses light mags similar to the pistol, though here 1 light mag is worth 20 bullets instead of the measly 8. And the pellet gun is absolutely worthless. Really, I have nothing to say here. Just sell it back to the Wolfman immediately. I'm really not surprised it got turned into cut content. Apparently, these used to be in the game's early builds, but got replaced by the single-shot pistol. Despite that, I was actually able to find BB gun ammo despite not having any use. Again, Darkwood moment. Opening these crates will easily break the game's flow, so on a first playthrough, you should probably just leave them. But again, like I said, you basically have to run like a brute force to be able to even open these. Once you finally interact with the Wolfman, he'll be glad to see that you've made it, but again, never drops his condescending tone.
I'll be damned. I barely believe my beautiful eyes. You made it. I need to admit,
you're
not
a
quite
wolf,
a resourceful piece of meat.
The wolf
sounds like a car salesman.
Sharp teeth.
Time to get to the specifics. Follow the path located in the edge of the silent forest. You'll get to a village where you'll find a hag who reeks of chickens. Talk to her. Maybe you'll learn something interesting.
Did he not like rasp up his voice at all?
Conversation in his journal.
But be on your guard, comrade. Don't let her deceive
like,
you.
go take a fucking smoke break before this or some
shit.
shit.
Bitch is keeping something that does not belong to her behind the locked door in her house. Something I'm after. Bring me the key to that door, and I will tell you where to find the thing you lost. Is it fair, comrade? A key for a key? Good. Now take off. Get to work.
The wolf has asked me to bring him the key to the locked room.
But he does start calling him comrade instead of me.
In exchange for this favor, he will help me retrieve my key. A key for a key. Seems quite fair. I shall find the hag in the village in the edge of the silent forest.
The Wolfman wants you to reach another part of the map.
Like censoring that part?
Isn't marked in the 3 regions.
Is he saying it's unique per playthrough? Is that what it is?
Sleeping man's body.
I think so.
Heading to the area, you'll see it's a scrapyard that's been converted into a home for someone. This place looks like a scrap metal warehouse. The walls are covered with fungus and spider webs. It's very stuffy in here. I smell rosin. Rosin is a type of resin.
Are the collectibles in the short version too?
It's used as varnishing, sealing waxes, and glues.
Are the collectibles like
an
item whenever you're doing the short version of the game?
Inside one of the containers, you can find a postcard with the portrait of a man.
The collectibles are like passengers. If you look to your right now, you can see the pump.
Yeah, I'm saying like, are they available in the
in the short version? Yes.
1961 is the date where he performed his first piloted space flight. He was the first man to go into space.
I'll be going to that baboon skeleton.
This was during routine training where the aircraft ran out of fuel and crashed.
Did you find him already?
Yeah, did you not?
No, not yet. Did it come up saying there's something on the side of the road?
There's a tractor inside one of the warehouses, which is usually a good source of loot,
I said
but it's
I
been
found it.
mostly
Did you not hear
clean.
me?
This was once a tractor. Now it's a hollow, rusty body. All of its useful mechanical parts have been scavenged. Thankfully, they had no interest in the gasoline in the tractor, which you can lose.
I'm gonna rewatch through this part of the video and
gasoline fills the air.
Notice that I just didn't say a word when I found it. Found a travel companion.
I'll waste a bullet on you happily.
Of a rocket ship and various vehicle parts. Lastly, inside the house is a metal door, which is locked. But you trying the handle gets the attention of whoever's inside.
Who's there? I'm not coming out until that beast lurking in my garage is gone.
What the voice is talking about is a lone dog lurking around the scrapyard. So sadly, the vegan run of the game ends here.
No!
Killing the dog, the door will be unlocked, and you can meet a new character called Pietrek.
Oops, I didn't hear you come in.
The boy's eyes wandering around the room.
I found this wiggly metal thing yesterday. It was laying there in the grass. I don't like grass. It's so slippery and it tickles your feet. Rather than grass, I would prefer these metal wigglies. Yes, I would wrap myself in them like in a spacesuit.
The metal antennas in his wiry hat suddenly start vibrating.
Do you have any metal wigglies?
Pietrek, which is basically Polish for Peter, is an eccentric builder. Like most of the inhabitants of Darkwood, he's abnormal, but you pretty much have to be to survive here. His obsession with technology is apparent with his metal hat and half a dozen wristwatches on his hand. You can start off by showing him various items, but his brain is so scrambled he doesn't really make much sense of them. You can show him a photo of the road home, which he also agrees, like the trader, isn't the way out.
You won't be able to make it home via this road. You should build a rocket.
You can even show him the postcard with the space pilot, which you took from him, but he'll have no idea and just think it's another copy.
Oh, I have one too. It's such a beautiful photograph.
You can show him the crude picture of the blueprints he obviously drew himself.
These are the blueprints for my space rocket. Almost ready. I broke down a whole tractor to build it, but I'm missing several parts. Several very important parts. For example, a shiny little mirror and this rectangular box with wires. And...
The boy suddenly becomes lost in thought.
If only I had more tractors, I would definitely go into space.
You can also show him the chick that you got from killing the man attacking you in the prologue.
I had one just like this. I melted it into a perfect little ball shaped like the moon. I melt everything plastic into moons.
Pietrek suddenly becomes excited.
And have you seen my vehicle? It's ready. Well, almost ready. Just a couple of parts missing. I will need to find them, and I will have to repair the casing. The one from the spring that fell off recently. When I was entering the cockpit, I hit my head and...
I don't know what he was thinking with the wolf, man. It's
fell
so
off.
upsets
You
me.
fell off. I thought I was flying, but it was just that the lights turned off.
You can also gossip with Pietrek, where his obsession with space is even more obvious.
I haven't slept a wink today. The whole night I thought about that large metal cover from the tractor. It's such a beautiful cover. Ideal cover, no doubts about that. I mean, almost, because I would need to bend it a bit with a screwdriver and it would shield me. From the space dust, that is.
Pietrek suddenly becomes sad.
Space dust. Space dust is everywhere. I like to watch the stars at night. Sometimes you can see these bright, blinking spots. Those are spaceships and rockets, obviously. The sky is awfully boring during the day. No stars, no ships, no rockets, nothing. Only these white smoke trails. I saw one yesterday, over there, far above the treetops. Dad used to say they were planes, but such long planes, it would be crazy to fly them.
This interaction will lead the protagonist into making another entry in his journal. Now I've heard everything. I've met a boy named Pietrek. He told me he's building a rocket, but he's missing some parts. From what I've understood, he's constructing a rocket from parts of a broken tractor. It's absurd, but I think I may help him. Now, while looting around Darkwood, you might have noticed that some cars and tractors have various parts in them that have no value and they can't be used in crafting. Well, Pietrek, no association to Pietre in the Yellow Killing Show.
It's just gas. You go to sleep.
Wants you to bring them to him to complete his rocket ship. There are 6 possible items you can bring to him to help him, the most common one being a large battery.
A hybrid rocket engine. Wow, this will fit perfectly in my rocket. Have you seen it? Have you seen my rocket? It's almost as pretty as Gagarin's. Well, almost. I just need to find some parts and it will be completely ready. Would you like to bring them to me? The other parts? I would then fly to space and to the moon and to Mars and Jupiter and to the sun. I mean, I would land at night.
The boy suddenly looks into my eyes.
Look for old tractors. You'll find the missing pieces for my rocket in them.
A fan belt, which he calls
hold door frame stabilizer.
A tractor tire.
Space rocket chassis.
An old exhaust pipe.
Carbon dioxide exhaust system.
A rear view mirror.
Advanced information display.
And a steering wheel.
Trajectory guidance system.
Each of these are useless items, but when you give them to him, you'll actually get 100 rep, which is an amazing way to get access to his inventory for basically no cost. He doesn't have any different stock to the trader and the Wolfman apart from a map of the old woods, which you will mark 2 locations in the final biome of the map, which can be really useful later on as it tells you exactly where the hideout is along with another key location. After bringing him 4 of these 6 items, he'll tell you that he has enough to build his rocket ship.
Yay! Finally, I have everything I need. Go on your way now. Go now, please. I need to install these parts in my beautiful rocket. And then, whee! Off I go! I will wave to you when I'm on my way to where no man has been before.
After which he'll give you 2 weapon parts which are incredibly valuable, but more importantly the welder, which so far is the only way to upgrade your workbench to the next tier, after which you'll need pliers which you can't find until much later. So you're essentially locked onto this tier for the foreseeable future. It's not all bad though. Level 5 of the workbench gives you access to 3 new items. Firstly, the light armor. Despite it being called light armor, it's some of the only protection you'll find across the whole game. It can't be found or bought, but now it can be crafted with common rags and bug shells, which is why I said earlier it's important to kill any bugs that you see.
Work at home in your community.
Honestly, overall though, it's not that great. It reduces any damage you take by around 20%, which is pretty
I think I
negligible.
skipped the skull guy because I have not seen him
After
yet.
around 6 to 7 hits, and it can't be repaired. Also, worst of all, you actually have to have it equipped in your hotbar to be of any use, which could mean swapping out something much more important like a healing item or light source. Next up is the sickle. I'll be honest, I never really used this weapon. It has quicker attacks than most melee weapons and can do this cool double hit, which looks like a Dark Souls weapon stance. You also backstep when you perform any quick attack, gaining distance from your target. The reason why I think it's useless, in my opinion, is because you've already learnt the ropes of enemy combat, that being to wait for them to attack and then hit them back. But the sickle changes that, as it actually can't interrupt enemy attacks. Also, on top of that, it can't be upgraded, only repaired. So it's not a great weapon to invest into. The best use for it is to break down doors because it probably has the lowest durability cost in the whole game. But then again, you probably have the shovel by now, which can 2-tap most wooden doors.
Say hello to my little friend!
If it was throwable like the knife, it'd have more use, but yeah, it's pretty mid. The last weapon on this tree is the most important. The single-shot shotgun. Like the pistol, it is incredibly expensive to make, with more precious weapon parts and a long barrel. But if you've been watching this video like a guide, you probably have both of those by now. The weapon parts from Pietrek and the long barrel from the bunker tunnels. Add some duct tape and now you have a reliable shotgun you can take with you for the rest of the game. And, like the pistol, will never break. Like the name implies, you can only fire it once before having to reload, but the reliability of the gun is absolutely worth it. Being able to one-tap most enemies up close.
Dude, you're not even coming close to me here.
The only problem is now finding a reliable amount of shotgun ammo, with traders usually only sparing a single shell each day. You can find it as loot, but again, like a lot of things, it's incredibly rare, usually inside homes or locked crates. Definitely save all the ammo you can going forward because the game will only get harder from here. Now, this sounds like a great way to end Pietrek's story. You gave the delusional Polish man a bunch of random tractor parts, and now he thinks he's going into space. Well, there is another outcome to this quest. If you talk to Pietrek and then shown any of the items to the Wolfman, he has another idea.
You've gathered some junk to show me. You excel yourself, meat. You're not telling me you're gathering junk for that nutcase. What's his name? Pufter Pietrek? Oh, meat. You must have a lot of free time on your hands if you're keeping yourself occupied with such nonsense.
The wolf suddenly stops, remains silent for a moment, and his eyes open up in a split second.
My dog is whining at me.
I have this abso-fucking-lutely brilliant idea. Give me that piece of junk for a moment.
Here, you're given the option to agree to give him it or reject him. If you shake your head, you'll back out the dialogue and you'll still be able to help Pietrek.
But meat, there's no one better at tinkering with junk like that in the whole wide woods. I just wanted to take a peek before you deliver it to Pufter.
But if you nod your head, the quest will be permanently changed. The wolf turns his back to me and starts tinkering with the part from Pietrek.
Right.
After a moment, he hands it back to me.
Now, it looks like it should. Thanks to my DIY abilities,
What?
I managed to increase
What's
the
your
kick
health
on this
at?
baby by
70.
200%.
You're doing that better
Want
than
us to
me.
help his
I
neighbor,
dropped down
right?
to 62.
Me, run to Poofter and give it to
Damn,
him.
bro.
Just don't forget to wave him goodbye. before
Lock
you
in.
You can then give Pietrek the rigged vehicle part, to which you'll be thankful for not noticing it's been tampered with. The quest
took
will
like a
play out
nap
the same
halfway
with him
through.
leaving, but will have a very different conclusion when you next see him.
I know it's easy to compare everything to Dark Souls. I'm pretty sure I do it 5 times a video, but quests here really do function in a similar way.
It's not always apparent that there are different outcomes to finding a solution, and the most part, all you can do is say yes or no to conversations. And sometimes the results aren't actually what you're expecting, either being given a huge reward or nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Most importantly, pretty much any single action you do will autosave the game, so there's no way to save scum. If you've made a choice, you regret it because there's only one save file for each playthrough. We'll come back to Pietrek and his rocket later, because for now, he's been removed from the story. Exploring more of the Silent Forest, you might come across various tank wreckages. These are Soviet T-26 light tanks, which were used in the Second World War, but now they're broken down and not of use to anyone, usually being protected by savages. Despite that, there can be great loot for ammo and anything else the military here left behind. One corpse next to a tank will even have a single-shot pistol, meaning whoever was here was also known to improvise with homemade weapons. You can also find a layer of savages, with more ritual shapes being drawn into the dirt and shoot out trees that they've probably been eating. You can find the graves of savages here, with the protagonist saying upon examination, a body of some savage lies in this hole. You can find a cross in the layer, a crucifix of Jesus covered in mud and twigs, if anything more resembling one of the totems from the Blair Witch franchise. Savages in this cave will be passive and run away from the protagonist, apart from one, covering himself in dirt. He'll pay no attention to you, too occupied with burying himself alive. You can kill him, but there's no reward as he doesn't drop any loot. Funnily enough, the devs refer to the savages in the game files as rednecks. Venturing further, you might stumble upon a giant hole. It has no purpose apart from being a location on the map you can use to navigate, but it also reveals what's really under the surface of the forest. A massive underground network of roots. Assuming these roots are also spread everywhere under the forest, they can explain its rapid expansion and why you can't just cut trees down. The problem obviously lies much deeper. One of the final locations you can visit is a small cottage, usually nestled on one of the borders of the Silent Forest. It's been partially absorbed by the forest, but you can still navigate through a tunnel formed out of tree roots. You'll notice a door ajar, and going inside to loot, you'll actually be attacked by one of the few humans left in Darkwood.
Fucking thief! Get off my property!
This is one of the more morally grey moments in the game, because from this man's perspective, he's had an intruder break into his house and steal his property. He's really just defending his land, much like how you do every night when people try to break into your house. Thankfully, I know exactly how the stand your ground law works.
You're gonna stop chasing me? Alright, I'm gone. I'm off your property now. Surely leave it. Stop! 360. Unlucky.
If you loot the rest of his house, you'll find a key on a corpse which you can use to unlock a crate back at your hideout, giving you access to some decent loot. Going back onto the Wolfman's advice and going into the village, you'll find the entrance at one of the borders of the Silent Forest, where the grass is slowly replaced with a concrete road, almost resembling the photo of the road home. Trees have been knocked down, and upon examining one of the last few standing, you can see a gutted pig tied to the tree. The village has a few different features to the rest of the game. There's no map to navigate, and time freeze is in effect until you go back to the Silent Forest, so you're free to explore here with no worries about the night calling. The first thing that will probably grab your attention is a shrine at the entrance to the village. Investigating it, you'll see a shiny stone has been pressed into the mud-covered head. This was originally a statue of Saint Mary, Mother of Jesus, but it's been covered in mud and twigs, much like what the tribals have done to themselves. You have the option to leave it or to carefully remove the stone, giving you another shiny stone for trading. If you head to the right, you'll come to a heavily barricaded house with a door that's locked on the other side. It's impossible to enter without removing whatever's blocking the entrance from the inside, so you'll have to leave it for now. Going left, you'll see a crop field, and going inside, you can see for the first time someone who isn't a trader who's not actually aggressive to the player. Despite that, they're still pretty standoffish.
Who are you? Get away from me.
You'll even get the message. The villagers turn their heads away from me. I don't think I'm welcome here. This is one of the last holdouts in the woods. A few dozen or so villagers that haven't fully succumbed to the plague. They're acting territorial because that's really the only way to survive in the woods. They won't trust any random that shows up to not steal their crop when they turn around. Most of the villagers are still incredibly traumatized, despite still holding onto a safe haven. Like how if you cross a wooden bridge, you'll come to a house that's been completely destroyed with only the bare foundations left, with a single woman inside, sat in the chair, motionless. The woman stares at the ground with a dead look. Searching a chest next to her, you can find a small plastic doll that's been heavily burned, missing an eye. Only when you go to leave does she say a single thing to the protagonist. Kill the pig. Meanwhile, other people in the village seem to be thriving, probably because they've disconnected entirely just to cope. Like this woman repeatedly washing her clothes in the dirty river.
Our woods are so beautiful this time of year.
You'll see more desperate villagers banging on the door of people's homes, demanding food because...
Was that fucking Germa?
Where's my meat?
Oh, go back. Was that fucking Germa?
More desperate clothes in the dirty river.
Our woods are so beautiful this time of year.
You'll see more.
That was fucking Germa!
The door of people's homes, demanding.
That was 100% Germa.
Where's my meat?
Maybe we're just freaking out,
get
dude. I don't know.
No, I swear to God, that was his fucking mic, bro. That was Germa.
Dude, this video is just full of
You hear
random,
me? Give me the
fucking
fucking
famous people.
It is.
You can also get the first mention.
That was
That's what he does for his videos.
Germa. And that was also 100%
If he ever tries to come back,
Hunter earlier.
fucking quack
That's
doctor.
crazy.
Searching the bonfire, you'll find a burned doctor's bag. So it's apparent that he was a doctor from this village before cutting loose and isolating
Dude, where
himself
is
deep in the
fucking
woods.
Lust?
You can go
Oh my
inside the house
God.
Where the woman was demanding
what?
a ration of meat, but
I'm at 2 hours and 3 minutes and I haven't found
This
Lust
seems
yet.
to be the mayor's house of the village.
What now? Get the fuck away from my home! There is
That was Swagger. That's Swagger Soul.
Starving. She gives no pigs.
What the fuck?
There's a visible basement opening, and even though it's locked, you can hear what's most likely Antec down in the basement. Many of the villagers are sat on their own, talking complete nonsense.
I hear you. I see you between the trees.
More south of the village,
Was that
there's a
you?
huge silo that's locked.
Talking?
You can pick
No.
the lock or smash down the door.
Oh,
with
that
your
sounded like
tools,
you were in the
shovels,
fucking
you
video,
see
bro.
coal,
Yeah,
ash, and
actually-
there's even some brick ovens used to
Here's
bake
me.
bread.
Oh
After
my
breaking
God,
down another
okay.
door, there's a room full of a
Lust
dozen
is
or
very
so human
nice.
bodies. Almost like the bread ovens have been doubled up as a crematorium. Even more worrying, breaking down a door connected to the bodies will get you into someone's house. This man doesn't push you away like the other villagers and doesn't even mind that you've broken into his home. The house is clean and well organized, a first for any interior in this game.
Who the hell are you?
And then when you go to take any of his property, he responds with,
Help yourself, whatever you fancy. But don't tell anyone about it.
Inside his cupboards are unique items, jars filled with an unknown minced meat and a singular bone. Going to a wardrobe and picking the lock, you can find some normal loot, but also another story item, a meat grinder.
If I chop you up in a meat grinder...
There's a theory
That
that
was
this
definitely
villager,
wrong, man.
especially with how he wants to maintain his secrecy with you, has probably turned to cannibalism, using recently deceased bodies and cooking them in the bread oven to use as food as the village is currently going through a famine. Although this might not be true because the bone you find in the cupboard
Alright,
is
I'm
also the
ordering
same
food.
bone you can find on a cow's carcass as the doctor in the prologue.
Stop
But
the
it's
car all
still
the way.
horrifying to think of the possibility that these people have had to turn to cannibalism just to survive in the forest. You can even consume the jar of meat if you want to, which gives you a huge health regen boost. But would you really want to take that chance of potentially throwing away what's left of your humanity? You know, after you gunned down the guy that was just simply protecting his home 5 minutes ago? A lot of the village
I
homes are
found
boarded up,
Lust.
blocked with wardrobes and
Yeah, I
various
definitely missed the
furniture,
fucking
but if you push
guy.
past, you can get inside to loot them. But
Depressing.
inside, you'll see incredibly sick villagers, sounding more like the monsters that you'd hear in the forest at night.
What do I
others
get?
mumbling about trees.
Trees. Trees humming. Beautifully.
One of them curled up in the corner shaking, seemingly with an open top on his head. Nearby is a note left by the doctor.
Solution for removing intestinal parasites. Pour the petroleum over the nuts. Add propolis. Put away for a couple of days. Drink 1 tablespoonful per day.
You can tell it's a note from him because apart from the instructions, this is the exact same notepad you picked up as the doctor in the prologue. Obviously, it's done this person no good. The doctor, and probably no one here, actually understands how the plague works, why it only targets specific people or progresses faster in some people than others. Another person can be found bedbound inside their home.
He said it needs to be done. It will help, he said. I don't understand.
Next to them is another useless instruction from the doctor.
Burn a mix of herbs in the oven. Lovage, chamomile, nettle. Keep the patient warm. Twice a day, 1 tablespoon of sauerkraut juice by the mouth.
Now, it's pretty obvious the doctor had no idea how to treat the plague, so he came up with random remedies, hoping to either distract the villagers, put them into such a comatose state that they didn't even know they were dying, or just complete placebo effects. It's really obvious he was only doing this to delay the village turning against him for not finding a cure.
In the back of the same house, you can find a charred corpse bound to a chain in the back room. Maybe one of the villagers took the instructions of staying warm too literally. They could have also been burning herbs in the oven and accidentally cooked themselves alive. Originally, I tried to not attack any of the villagers because I thought, like any other open world game, they would all turn hostile on me and I'd be beaten to death, or it would lock me out of a huge chunk of the game. But for the most part, any villager that you bludgeon or gun down, the rest really don't seem to care. Probably because they just see it as one less mouth to feed. The final house you can explore is home to a dozen or so chickens, and also home to the chicken lady, the only NPC in the entire village that you can actually properly converse with. The old lady squints at me, her eyes full of suspicion. She hugs her chickens possessively.
Better keep them hands off me, hens! You bloody scoundrel!
The old lady puts one of the hens to her ear, mumbling under her breath.
Some
After a
Taco
moment,
Bell.
she calms down.
I've seen me share of
Taco Bell, brother?
Dude, I'm a veggie. Not a lot of good options.
Lord be my witness.
You're a veggie, bro?
You didn't know?
I didn't.
She's someone who's seen conflicts and the death and destruction they bring with them in person. She still managed to survive. Remember, Poland's regions were basically one huge battleground during both of the world wars, and there's a good chance that the
Friend
chicken
told me to
ladies
try
opted
it
to
about
avoid through
3
both
years
of them,
ago,
but even
and
that
I
hasn't
just didn't
prepared
stop.
her or anyone for this plague spreading through the forest. This is the woman the Wolfman told you not to trust. But then again, can you really trust the Wolfman? Alright, let me rephrase that. If you weren't a disgusting degenerate fairy, would you still believe him? Funnily enough, the chicken lady also has unique dialogue if instead of using the door, you jump through an open window, which you're probably accustomed to in the forest. The chicken lady isn't a trader, but has some of the most detailed dialogue out of all the NPCs in Darkwood, giving more context to the village while also being a main player in the quest to get out of the forest. Like most characters, you can show her the road home.
Oh, I remember this place, I do. It's been 6 years since I've been there last. This road used to lead to the other village. You could also take it to get to the city. Not that far from here. You won't get there now. These devilish trees have overgrown everything.
This is the most descriptive response we've had for the photo yet. But even she says that the road is overgrown and it's of no use to anyone. So that also means the trader was right with all the roads leading deeper into the woods. Another
Why'd you
really
keep bringing up
important
that one
item to show her
fucking
is
line,
the
bro?
plastic chick you picked up in the prologue, which she has a very unique reaction to.
Hell's bells! Where did you get it? Where did you find it?
The old lady seems disturbed. The hens fall silent. I can feel the tension in the air.
Holy mother! It's Yannick's little hen! A gift from me! My little brother! A couple of days ago, he got mad. I told him, stay. You're not one of the brainy fellas. You know nothing. But he wouldn't listen, and off he went to that other fella. Here, take this. He went to see this fella. See him? He never came back.
The lady shoves a crumpled photo in my hand. The woman trembles violently. The hen on her shoulder struggles to maintain balance.
You're all I have. My little sisters.
Yannick isn't a name we've heard before, but if he was given a plastic hen by the chicken lady as a gift, we can presume that the man we beat to death while defending ourselves in the intro was Yannick, with her even saying that he wasn't the smartest, like how you couldn't reason with him in the prologue. Saying that he went off with the other fella, and investigating the crumpled photo she's talking about, we can see a group of people.
Food has
The damage
been ordered.
to the photo makes most of the people unrecognizable, apart from the man sat on the bed smoking a cigarette, the doctor.
The old lady who lives with chickens told me the plastic chick belongs to her brother, who went missing a few days ago. She gave me a photo of the person she saw him last with. It's the local doctor. I recognize the fucker.
You can also show this photo to Pietrek before completing his quest with him.
Beautiful.
No.
But I don't see Gagarin in it. I have never seen a photo without Gagarin in it before. Gagarin was this astronaut, a man who flew to the stars. I'll reach the stars too. One day.
Gagarin, the astronaut I mentioned earlier, he was obsessed over. It's of little help, but showing it's the Wolfman, he recognizes him instantly.
Well, well. I know this quack, a non-entity, a third-rate witch doctor. Useless fucking clunker, but he still managed to screw you over with that key, eh, comrade?
This at least
There's not a lot of scenery unless
lying about knowing you've lost your key and knows who's taken it. For a
Minos in the
doctor who's failed
background.
his entire village, though, it's not like anyone on the outside managed to create a cure for the Darkwood plague either. So it's more like he was put into an unwinnable situation rather than failing on his own ability. He's still incredibly resourceful. I think it's genius how the game briefly gives you control of the character you're unknowingly going to be chasing for most of the game. Apart from the items, you can also gossip with the chicken lady.
Poor Hanuska has lost her mind. Her fella knocked her up with this abomination. Even the mongrels tucked their tails and yelped when they saw it, I tell you. They burned her fella with a shack and took the horror somewhere. Everyone got the jitters. Little wonder.
The old lady smiles kindly, baring her 3 yellow teeth.
It was a long time ago, but you remember it still, my little hen, don't you?
The chicken lady is probably talking about the lone woman we saw sat in the only burned house in the village, losing her family and home because she gave birth to a monster. Probably because the villagers thought that she was cursed or something. In the center of the village is a well that's been boarded over. You can repair the well and rappel down with a chain. This is the only use for the chain in the entire game. Pietrek and Wolfman will sell it to you, but you can also get one by pulling it off a burnt body near the doctor's note earlier. Once inside the well, you'll quickly realize it's a sprawling network of tunnels with loads of mushrooms to harvest for the cooker.
Yeah, nice big Genopolis.
Except you'll quickly realize that you're not alone. There's something
My dog's
else
being
down
fucking
here.
stupid right now.
What's going on?
He
wants something.
Running off.
I don't know what.
If you
He
manage
won't
to
leave me
kill it,
alone.
You'll see it's a small human body that's been split in half, with its upper half transformed into a huge jaw. Looting its body, you'll find a small doll. The same doll you found in the chest of the burned house, although this one is undamaged. This is Hanuska's child. The creature that was so monstrous, the villagers cast it down into the well and erased where it came from. So nothing like it could ever be created again. It obviously hasn't done much good though, because some of the villagers we've seen on the surface are already starting to transform into the same creatures. You might remember upon leaving the area with Hanuska, she'll quietly mumble to kill the pig. The chicken lady gives a bit more context to what that is.
Thank the Lord for our sow. Poor thing seems sickly, but she has more life in her than the lot of us, if you ask me. Only thanks to her, we got something to put in the pot these days.
If you travel back into the Silent Forest, you might stumble upon a pig shed. Actually, it'd be kind of surprising if you didn't, considering it's probably the largest location in the Silent Forest.
Looks like no one else will enlighten you. Listen,
What?
the inhabitants of our lovely village hold many
Considering it's probably the largest location in the Silent Forest.
Looks like no one else will enlighten you. Listen, the inhabitants of our lovely village hold many secrets, treasures they do not wish to share with anyone. Those selfish, deceitful wretches. They think they're superior because they have human gobs. They treat us like lepers, but you know what? Fuck them. We're buddies, aren't we? And them? They deserve to be punished, meat.
The wolf moves closer to me.
Hear that squealing? It's one of their secrets.
The wolf grins, listening to the distant sound with great relish.
Find that pig shed, meat.
Down.
Make that squealing stop, and the treasure will be yours.
It's a heavily guarded and fortified location, only having a couple of ways inside. But when you do enter it, unlike the village, you'll be instantly attacked by villagers trying to defend whatever's inside.
Who in the flying fuck goes there?
I'll rip your head
That's
off.
me, Canyon.
Again, the villagers obviously don't trust you. But earlier in the village, you couldn't really do much harm to them, apart from straight up murdering them all, obviously. But here, the stakes are higher than 2 or 3 people being clubbed to death. Some of them will drop a pitchfork when killed, a weapon that has much more reach than the shovel but less damage, having a jabbing attack that can actually get stuck in walls if you're not careful, forcing you to pull it out. You can repair it and upgrade it much like the shovel, but honestly, like the sickle, I never really used it.
Going deeper into the barn, you'll see a dozen pigs, obviously the main food source for the villagers, hence why they were so aggressive when an outsider came near. Real food is scarce in the woods. Most animals and plants have been mutated beyond all recognition. Inside, you can find a Polish communist flyer
Can't
showing
tell
a
if I'm
woman taking care of
approaching
some
my
pigs.
Who knows?
With the caption, improve the prosperity of villages for the prosperity of cities. The pigs here were obviously used as food for the cities before the woods cut them off from civilization. Another villager tending to the pigs will spot you and say,
"Get out of here, you fucking freak! I warned you!"
The last
That's
villager defending
so
the food will
wild to
shout
hear.
at you.
Don't come any closer!
After dealing with them, you can find what the villagers are protecting. A gigantic pig called the sow.
My God.
You can see it's been heavily mutated by the plague, growing to an enormous size with legs branching off into sharp spikes, which it will use to attack you if you get too close. This is what the village has been using to feed off, with the sow producing pigs that the villagers would eat. It explains why so many of the villagers are becoming visibly infected, eating tainted meat being produced by the sow, with harvested meat in containers being the same essence that you can use in the cooker, and pigs eating other corpses. You might remember the mayor of the village saying the sow isn't giving birth to any new pigs, and that's why the village is starving. If you go around the side of the barn near the pig shed, you'll see a cut cable, and investigating the lever next to it, you can see the villagers are using some sort of short burst of electricity to stun the sow and harvest and feed it without killing it. If you go back to the village and kill Hanuska, on her corpse you'll find a knife and a cable. She was the one who cut the cables, probably to get back at the village for throwing away her child and killing her husband. She did it while a pig farmer was tending to the sow. When the electrical charge stopped, there was nothing to stop it from killing him. If you manage to get past the sow, which is incredibly hard without wearing light armor and heal spamming, you can quickly loot the corpse next to it and get a note left by the pig farmer.
It's time for my piggies to go to bed, the great big mother piggy has said. So I will count them first to see if all my piggies come back to me. 1 little piggy, 2 little piggies, 3 little piggies.
You'll also notice the letter has 2 numbers on the edge of the paper. You can find the other half by going back into the village and searching near the mayor's house.
What a joyous day! We shall meet again today! I hope she'll enjoy what I've prepared for her. She hasn't had much of an appetite lately, but it's okay. We have our ways around that, don't we? She must eat rich meals. I've dug out something delicious for her today. My queen. Only I can be close to her. No one else. No one.
Nice mic peeking.
No one else will get close to you anymore.
Peek video.
You need to eat everything I've brought you today. If you're mannerly,
Am I taking more damage off the side of the map? I feel like I just lost so much health by going out barely.
Bro, don't go out the side. Just fucking pay attention. Because once you die, you're at the restart.
Feed the sow, which might be the reason why the meat it produces is tainted, as most of the corpses in the forest end up infected, even if they died from natural causes.
Why'd you give me this fucking thing? I thought it was airsoft.
It might also hint that the farmer himself was going insane, calling a mutated pig his queen. Similarly, how Discord admins call men their kittens.
Hug you while rubbing you against my huge, sweaty moves.
With the complete code, you can now use it to open a crate in the barn, which will give you a picture of the farmer before his demise with the sow. But if you killed Hanuska or bought a cable from Pietrek, you can repair the cable to the village. You won't get a reward for it, but the chicken lady will comment on it.
People say some fella fixed that machine in our piggery, changed them cables or some such. Maybe he's the same fella that cut it. His conscience surely got to him. It won't bring our sow's guardian to life. He was the only one daft enough not to get the jitters when feeding our sow. But Lord only knows. Wait till they get hungry, and 10 fellas will come to take his place. The machine is working. So we just need a new volunteer.
By fixing the cable, we might have just given the village a chance to survive. Whether that's saving them or just prolonging the inevitable is a whole different matter. The Wolfman will also catch wind that you fixed the cable and comment on it.
I've heard someone took pity on the poor villagers and fixed the cables in the pig shed. Some good soul. An angel of sorts. Probably crawled out of the ground. People like that haven't been seen in these parts for a long time.
The wolf pierces me with his look and grins. A string of saliva lands on his hole-riddled jacket.
Dear meat.
The wolf puts his paw on me. I feel his claws puncturing my skin.
If the cables are fixed, then be so kind as to move your fucking ass and finish the job. You just need to tweak the machine a little bit in order to silence the unbearable whining of that pathetic sow. You can do that much, can't you?
Going back to the fuse box after fixing the wiring, the description has changed. Various cables protrude from the contraption. Some of them run through the door to the outside. There is a lever and a red button on the panel. The motion range of the lever is limited by a provisionally attached plate. A note is glued to the casing. Reading the note, it gives instructions to any villagers in the area.
Set the voltage using the level. The lock is set to a voltage that paralyzes the sow for a moment, around 15 seconds. Procedure. The lever operator positions it in the middle. The feeder gives it a sound signal. The operator then pushes the button, and the feeder feeds the sow. Repeat until the feeding is complete. Remember, the sow is our common good. Do not remove the lock.
Without the functioning cable to stun the sow, the villagers were unable to feed it, so that's why she was starving and not outputting any more offspring.
No one could have starved.
You can stun the sow with the intended voltage, which will do pretty much nothing. But you're also given the option to break open the lock on the lever, giving you the ability to hit the max voltage. Hitting it, you can hear the sow wailing in pain as smoke rises above the barn. This is the most effective and easiest way to kill it. You can do it through normal means, but ammo is expensive and does very little damage to the sow, while Molotov cocktails also barely tickle it. Returning to the Wolfman, he's incredibly happy to hear the sow is dead.
Bravo, meat. No more squeals.
Suddenly, the wolf slaps me on the cheek.
I can fucking hear the pitiful sobs of old wretches and the pleas of peasants begging their beloved forest to bring back the sow's life. Poor fuckers have no idea I'll be the only one to hear their cries.
The wolf bursts into laughter.
This is music to my ears, meat. Their lamentations make me calm. Finally, I'll be able to sleep soundly. I'll bet they'll attempt to break through the wall of trees. Ugh, what a shame I can't breathe in their desperation up close. Meat, just one more thing. Say hello for me when you're in the village. Send them my greetings.
The wolf checks his pocket, his paw trembling with excitement. He takes out some item and throws it on the ground.
Here.
He'll then reward you with a single hotbar upgrade, a very small benefit to how much you fucked yourself for the rest of the game. Although, this is the only way to get more than 6 hotbar slots. So it's up to you if condemning a whole village to starvation is worth it to get a 7th inventory slot. You know what, actually? Don't answer that question. Killing the sow was never needed to progress the main story. You might have thought it'd help because of how non-linear the quests are in this game, but it was only to make the Wolfman happy. And with the sow dead, the game will change drastically. Upon returning to your hideout, you'll see a bloody circle of pig heads on the floor, kindly letting you know that the villagers know where your base is. When you next return to the village, you'll see the corpse of the sow, with villagers praying for it to come back to life to feed them. The villagers are in an even worse state than when you first saw them. Villagers know that without the sow, there is no other steady food supply apart from a few potatoes or resorting to cannibalism.
We're never going to make it. These woods have no end.
They'll definitely all starve and die. Investigating a newly open path, you can see one villager trying his hardest to make some kind of dent in the woods, chipping away at trees with his axe.
Oh.
My hands are killing me.
I'm not as familiar with some of you are.
It's your turn now.
He's made some progress.
I'm not 100%
but the
on that
network
one.
of trees probably stretches on for miles, and any progress he's made will quickly grow back. Killing him, you can loot an axe head, which you can use later. Before leaving the village, you'll get someone calling out to you.
Hey, you! The village leader wants to have a word with you. He's waiting inside.
You're now finally granted access into the mayor's house. It's empty, but you can investigate the cellar. This place is cold and smells of raw meat. Eventually, you'll see the town's leader through a small crack in the wall.
Come here for a second.
It's him! He's the one who killed our sow!
Unleash Antic!
Antek is the same person hinted at earlier as being unleashed on the villagers that were asking for more rations of pig meat. It's a monster similar to the child in the well, but an adult version and hooked up to a long chain. It shows the hypocrisy of the village, how they'd cast an infected child into a well, but weaponized an even more dangerous adult plague carrier to use as an enforcer, despite it having no capacity to be reasoned with. After you dispatch it, the other villagers will attack you. That is, if you didn't get a cheap hit in the crack in the wall beforehand. You can get some rare loot like a welder and chain. You can still speak to the chicken lady, apparently unaware of what you've done, but just grieving for the sow.
Someone killed our wonderful pig, the only sow in the village. What now? Where are we gonna get the meat? I won't let them butcher me, hens. Even if they come for me, I won't let them.
Because this is totally optional, you make the active choice to make the game harder for yourself and doom the entire village. You could see it as quickly putting an end to their prolonged suffering, as them eating the meat would surely have slowly infected them all anyway. But was it really your decision to make? On top of that, only some of the villagers seem to be affected by the plague, so there was a chance that if you didn't kill the sow, they might have had a chance at surviving. This choice weirdly mirrors the first choice in the game, whether you should have put the dog out of its suffering or leave it to maybe recover. Back then, the choice to end its torture was a fairly murky one, and now you've done it to a whole village full of people, and these guys won't go out as quick as a single hit with an axe. Back in the pig shed near the fuse box, to stun or kill the sow, you can find a broken mirror on the floor. This is the only time we see him up close in-game, barely visible through the broken glass, wearing a straw hat, scarf covering most of his face, but what skin you can see is grey in color. You've been heavily affected by the plague, either through exposure from injecting essence to level up or staying in the forest too long. There's only one line of dialogue. You are one ugly bastard. I guess you got what you deserved. This line lines up with how earlier on the Wolfman called you repulsive and how the villagers look away at you, calling you a freak when they see you. The animation shows the protagonist clutching his hands, disgusted with his appearance. There aren't any more lines of dialogue. At least the musician had the idea to cover up his face so no one could see it. Oh, wait, no, I haven't talked about him yet. Pretend you didn't hear that. I don't know why, but this interaction reminded me, if anything, of Disco Elysium. In that game, there's a mirror in the starting area, which lets you look at yourself and actually gives your character a portrait to replace the blank slate you start off with. You can even change your expression if you pass a very difficult skill check.
It's too late. Like an image on film.
Just like in Darkwood, this mirror causes self-reflection in the protagonist, although that entire game is about realizing who you are, so it isn't really surprising. But let's rewind a bit and say you didn't kill the sow yet or even talk to the chicken lady, because again, there is so much more side content in this game which can be incredibly easy to miss if you're only focusing on the main story. If you've been scavenging the Silent Forest for supplies, you might have got enough essence to level up your skill tree again. The next tier will give you access to a range of new perks. Acid Blood, Third Eye, Runner, and the negative perks, Poison Vulnerability, and Fearful. Like I said earlier, each tier you can choose 2 positive perks, but you're forced to pick a single negative perk. After that, the entire tier is locked out, and you move on to the next one. Firstly, the positives. Acid Blood, which sounds amazing, is honestly god-awful. It turns your blood acidic, like an alien xenomorph. So whenever you take damage, you'll drop a small pool of blood that'll actually damage enemies that touch it. Now, enemies do take some damage, but it is incredibly small. And also, the acid pool will vanish after a couple of seconds. It never stun locks enemies either, and with blocking not being a feature in Darkwood, it's pretty hard to hold enemies in place to get them to sustain enough damage for it to be worthwhile. Also, keep in mind you'll have to take damage to spill any blood in the first place. So if an enemy's that close, any acid blood will be pointless because they'll probably already be getting another hit in and finish you off before the blood can do some real damage. Next up is Third Eye, an active ability that for 60 seconds you'll be able to see everything around you, removing the narrow vision cone that you're used to. This reveals everything, both loot and enemies sneaking up on you. If not for the limited time of 60 seconds, this would be completely game-breaking. It's amazing how easy Darkwood is when you actually have the hindsight of being able to see everything around you. Usually when you take damage, your character will get knocked around, in turn messing up your vision. And if you try to run away, you'll only have the audio cues of where the enemy is, unless you want to risk some of your momentum to get a proper look. Third Eye removes all of that and is a great way to survive parts of the night where you'll have to camp multiple corners but don't want to keep switching between them. Runner is the final positive perk, another active one giving you unlimited sprint for 20 seconds. It sounds like a short time, and it really is, but it can get you out of really bad situations, like making it back to the hideout before nightfall or cutting loose from an enemy that you just can't beat and you've wasted all your stamina trying to kill. Anytime you open up the menu to use an active skill, the game will also slow down, giving you the time to activate the skill and get out without getting stun locked mid-menu. So those are the good ones. Now for the bad ones. Poison Vulnerability is pretty bad, which means it's good because because it's bad, because it's a negative perk, I think. It'll change the protagonist's body so he'll be more susceptible to any poison damage. So what would have been an inconvenience, stepping on a mushroom, could now end up killing you.
Okay, I'm losing health very quickly. No, it was a bit! Please don't die for
You already played this clip, Pyro.
And it will make the rest of the game harder because as
you progress to
new areas, these mushrooms only become more numerous. Thankfully, like I said earlier, you can make antidotes or take pills to counteract that. Fearful is somehow even worse. It'll make the protagonist more anxious. Whenever you take damage, your cone of vision will become incredibly narrow for a few seconds, which can be a complete run killer, especially if you're trying to keep tabs on multiple enemies. You can counteract this with Third Eye, but that can only be used once a day, while Fearful will kick in whenever you take damage. Injecting enough essence, you'll probably pass out and have another dream. This one's very different, as you're somewhere far, far away from the forest. You'll wake up in an apartment playing the same calming music you hear whenever you survive a night at the hideout. There'll be a woman next to you telling you to turn off the light so she can get more sleep. From here, you can explore the rest of the apartment. Going into the living room, you can turn on a black and white TV set.
Yay! Stars are falling from the sky. They twinkle first, and then they fall straight into your paws. But Floppy Bear, these are not stars. It's snow. What are you talking about? These are surely stars. I can see.
You can walk around the rest of the house to see it's just a normal Polish apartment with a kitchen, cooker, and bathroom. This kind of living space would probably cost around $2 million in today's housing market. You can search the cupboards for normal household items you can never find in-game, like detergent, spray cans, scissors, and even fresh pears. Surprisingly missing is the bottle of spirit that's at least 70% alcohol, which is pretty much present in every single Polish household. I guess that stash is just hidden away pretty well. Looking outside, you can see sidewalks and other apartments. It's amazing how something so normal seems so alien in this game. Eventually, though, the facade will stop. The music ends and all the lights in the apartment go out with a knocking on the door. When you go to answer, you'll see the man who's knocking is you, the protagonist, before waking up again in the hideout. There's also a secret ending to this dream. If you answer the door but never look at the protagonist, you can shimmy past him and walk down the corridor, opening another apartment door and walk down a corridor filled with chairs and valuable shiny stones. Reaching the end, you'll see another TV set.
You shouldn't be here.
The dream will end and you'll wake up again in the hideout. Teddy Drop Ear was a Polish stop-motion children's animated show which ran from 1975 to 1987. And as we know from examining various magazines in the real world, the current year is 1987. By now, you might feel ready enough to explore the rest of the map and head towards the third and final area, the Old Woods. You can access the Old Woods as soon as you reach the Silent Forest. There's no quest or items you need to get to the next area. The devs knew you'd try this, so placed its most common enemy on the bridge waiting for you. This is the Chomper. You've seen them before, either chasing you in the underground, the wedding, or in the well. The Silent Woods are the Chomper's hunting grounds. Unlike most other enemies, they won't wait for you to leave, but will instead attack you on sight. They're humans that have been infected with the plague so severely, their entire upper torso has been transformed into a giant jaw filled with teeth. An obvious reference to the 1982 film The Thing. It actually came out a couple of years before the game is set. That film featured a scene where one of the characters' heads split in half to form a jaw, similar to what you see here. Some of them will start out sleeping, waking up if you get too close, but the majority of them will be roaming around this biome. They have nearly as much health as you do, and their rapid attacks can easily kill any player. The main reason they're so terrifying is because they still show some level of intelligence, being the only enemy so far to dodge away from your attacks the same way you do. So baiting them into attacking and hitting them like you deal damage to pretty much every other monster in the woods might not work here. You can always rely on guns, but again, these are rare and ammo is expensive. If you kill one with a melee weapon, instead of dying, it'll split in half with its torso dragging itself towards you. They drop odd meat when killed, which you can use again in the cooker, but resource-wise, it's usually best to avoid them entirely. Thankfully though, because they're carnivores, you can actually bait them with meat to distract them. If you really want to go into the Old Woods, the first priority should be to get to the biome's first hideout and set up a base there. This location is even larger than the Silent Forest hideout and is vastly different from any previous ones. Instead of being a cottage or a large house, this is a sprawling complex and is the most difficult place place to survive out of all 3 regions. This is probably where the majority of the military was organized before being separated. You can even find a letter of desertion in one of the drawers inside. You can also find a gentleman's magazine, again with the current year's issue. The devs really want you to know what year this game takes place in. Despite this probably being a military outpost, it's been picked clean with no firearms or ammo left over unless you get lucky searching a container. The base itself is in a really bad state, with even more cracked walls giving invaders an easy way in, and very few walls to actually barricade.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said that you can just get there.
Welter repair, workbench, and generator. Though it seems like there used to be 2 of them powering the hideout, one being completely destroyed by the time you arrive. Turning it on, you'll notice the lights are actually fixed to the walls, so you can't move any of them around, apart from a single lamp. Because you're deeper in the woods, the nights are much harder to survive. I mentioned earlier the trader giving you more reputation for each hideout you stay at. The old woods give you 200 reputation at night, double the first hideout, and for a good reason. From the infected dogs, savages, and chompers trying to break in most nights, which can easily sandwich you if you aren't careful. As soon as you step outside the base at night, you'll lose night protection, so the unkillable floor gore will start chasing you, while the other 2 hideouts gave you at least the option to stay within the grass gardens. In this hideout, you'll be forced inside all night, giving you less options to escape a bad situation. Even the corridors you'll be fighting in are now much more narrow, barely letting you move around and making dodging enemies near impossible. Also now, there's even more night events. Black fog can form on top of you, which will drain your health and give you a gas debuff for inhaling dangerous essence. A red orb can spawn inside your base, warping around your hideout, illuminating the area much like a flare, which seems to be a benefit, giving you more vision. You'll chase it, thinking it's something beneficial, like how mushroom growths would work at night, but looking directly at the source, you'll be given the pain debuff, damaging you whenever you maintain eye contact, with the icon being a melted face. You'll also encounter a brand new enemy, one that you could have seen back in the Silent Forest, although it's much more common here. You'll hear a large number of crows overhead, and after that, nothing, until you hear slow, heavy footsteps closing in on you. They look like large humanoid birds with a bone head. They won't damage you, but looking at them, they'll begin to scream. And if you don't look away, or if they're able to touch you, or if you're stupid enough to attack or shoot one, it'll spread its wings, emit a scream so loud it'll kill all the power in your hideout for a short while. They'll die on the spot, vaporizing into ash, but from the body will crawl out 5 offspring, speeding on the floor towards you. They're not too hard to deal with on their own, but in the old woods, you'll never be attacked by just one enemy at a time, making this the perfect opportunity for other enemies to get the drop on you. This is the Banshee, and is one of the reasons why surviving a night at the Old Woods is so difficult. You can never kill a Banshee without spawning its offspring. If you set up any preventatives like fire or bear traps, it'll simply glide over them. If you're forced to piss off a Banshee, you can quickly throw a Molotov onto its body, hoping it kills the offspring before they can attack you. The Banshee and its babies never have any loot on them, another indicator that you should always stay away from them unless you have to engage. I've seen people on the wiki say the best course of action is just to look away and stare at a wall, hoping the Banshee will leave them alone. Yeah, try and apply that same logic to the rabid dogs and chompers that are trying to break in as well. Interestingly, the Banshee can't actually break barricades by itself, meaning if you bunker yourself in one of the rooms, the Banshee won't actually be able to get in. Although again, the Banshee will probably never attack alone, and all the other night creatures have no issue breaking through wooden boards. All of this might make you want to go back to the Silent Forest for the nights instead, which, to be fair, is a viable option. That is, if you want to spend half the day walking to where you need to go. At least the Old Woods hideout compensates with the oven being much more efficient than the previous one, letting you inject even more Polish crack for less mushrooms. If you manage to survive the night and get a hefty reputation boost from the trader, you might want to stock up on some ammo and go exploring the area. The plentiful chompers aside, there are some unique locations here not found anywhere else. But first, give me that bug nest. I need an extra life. Talking to the trader after your first night here will have some unique dialogue. Visibly struggling, a man drops the sack from his back and bends in half, as if out of breath. He shakes the dust off his clothes, then rolls up the sleeve of his seemingly too small jacket. I see some words written on his forearm. The forest wants to devour you. You're heading straight into its jaws. He's again warning you against progressing through the woods.
Stop right there!
But you can't stay in the forest forever. You have to get out. You can see that the Old Woods are suffering much more infection than the previous areas, coming across roots of trees looking sickly with mushrooms growing on them. There's also the remains of a previous hideout, completely covered in grey growths. Even having an oven, workbench, table saw for wood. None of these can be used, but strangely enough, resembles the very first hideout we had back in the dry meadow. There's also a road which has been overgrown by trees, but was at one point used as a checkpoint to get people in and out, probably set up by the military before the plague became so rampant. Railway tracks dot these parts of the woods, as it was probably used for shipping supplies from the village into the cities, but the tracks have been so deformed by the woods they're of no use to anyone. Not surprising considering one of the events when surviving the night, a huge earthquake shakes the entire forest. Following the rail lines, you might come across a toppled train car. There could be some useful supplies in here, but the door is locked and we need a code to get inside. This part of the woods looks like it was always rural, even before the pandemic, with you being able to stumble upon a hunter's house. In its terrible state, like most homes in the game, it is heavily guarded by plague-infected dogs and chompers, both of which won't attack each other, almost as if anything suffering with the plague has an implicit understanding of who to attack. If you manage to clear out the numerous enemies here, it is a great place to find ammunition for your shotgun and pistol.
No, that's a lot of ammunition.
You can see whoever lived here loved hunting, with seemingly dozens of bear traps scattered all across the house and a huge pile of snare traps.
Yeah, when I love hunting, I set up active bear traps around my house.
Like a photo the hunter had taken of a dog feasting
Don't
on
tell
a
my
corpse.
neighbors
With how
or
sparse
anything.
the trees are here, this was probably in the early days before the infection first hit the area. You can also find an empty trophy rack, the head removed with only the wood being left, with some grey hairs still stuck onto the wood. This has to be some pretty huge game, like an elk or wolf. Lastly, you can find a corpse covered in roots in the house. Searching the body, you can find a
Foreshadowing.
simple silver wedding ring. This has no significance and can be sold to any trader for some extra reputation. One of the last places you can find, which was marked on your map already if you bought the map from Pietrek in the Silent Forest, is a huge church. The front of the church is collapsed, but going inside, you'd see what would normally hold a congregation. Behind the altar is a door leading to a cellar that's locked with a code. To learn the code, you'll need to collect more items from the oven to level up your character. If you find enough mushrooms, odd meat from infected dogs and chompers, or buy cookables from traders like the delicious red egg, you'll be able to get into tier 3 of the skill tree, which will give you 3 positive perks and 2 negative perks. Careful Step is a passive perk that grants you a single instance to ignore the effects of a trap for each day. This includes bear traps, poisonous mushrooms, or infected bodies that you interact with. I feel this perk is mostly useless because by now you'll be aware of the hazards that the Darkwood has and you'll be able to avoid them as best as you can.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. You nearly had me. You nearly had me there. You nearly had me there. You thought I was going to interact with you, eh? You thought... Oh, I can disarm?
That being said, the old woods do have some pretty crafty bear traps that are purposely hidden among the grass. Appetite is the next one. Much like the savages of the woods, you'll grow a taste for wood and eating it will heal you. Now this sounds great, but unfortunately it's mostly useless because it provides one of the worst healing factors in the entire game. And even if you're in an excess of wood, you'll always want some to use for barricades or to fix your trusty shovel. I tried eating some to save myself from dying and believe me, it does not work.
Wood. I ate the wood, please! Please, I ate the fucking wood! I ate the wood.
Collect the wood.
I ate the wood. Please, oh my god, it's gonna be so close, it's so close. Please. Fuck's sake! Yeah, and then it disappears as soon as I die. Yeah, okay.
Funnily enough, this skill is actually a reference to what some of the Polish did in World War II. When food was so scarce, they actually had to marinate wood and eat it. The only worthwhile perk on this tree is Scream, giving the protagonist once a day the ability to emit such a terrifying shout, it'll scare away most enemies around him. Now, this is great if you're being attacked by enemies from different angles. Your Scream will make them flee away from your line of sight, but they'll still be hostile if they see you again afterwards. This is the single best get out of jail card in the entire game. The only enemy it won't scare off is the Banshee, because of course it doesn't. Fuck you, Banshee. The 2 negative perks are either Weak Lungs or Weakness. These are both horrendous. You'll notice with each tier, as the skills get better, the negative perks also become more effective at hindering your playthrough. Firstly, Weak Lungs. Do not ever pick this skill because you are screwing yourself for the rest of the game. Because of it, you'll be watching that stamina bar 90% of the time, because if it empties completely, you'll have to wait double the time until it begins to regenerate. That doesn't sound too bad, but like I said, you'll be anxiously watching the bar to make sure you've set your limit. And while you do, you'll probably end up walking into bear traps, exploding corpses, or enemies. You're essentially capping off your stamina meter because you know that you're never able to fully empty it, because if you do, you'll be punished for it.
Oh, fuck.
Personally, it's something I'd prefer to not be fixating over. The other negative skill is weakness. This is also stamina related. By injecting the essence, the protagonist will become frailer, so when his stamina is low, he'll deal less damage in combat. This will only kick in when you drop below the last pip of stamina, so it isn't anywhere near as bad as weak lungs. Both of these, though, are horrendous perks. But this is definitely the lesser of two evils, mostly because you'll be primarily using it to charge up attacks to time hits on enemies that will use up very little stamina, not the quick jabs that use up massive stamina and are kind of unreliable anyway. And if you're in a situation where you had to run away and had to hit another enemy when you're out of stamina, you're probably dead anyway. After filling up the syringe with essence and picking whatever perks you choose,
Nathan?
you'll fall into a deep sleep, further infusing yourself
I'm going to
in the
lose
forest
my
you're
mind.
trying so hard to escape.
Why?
It's taking so long.
No, we've got this, brother.
You find yourself deep in the woods. Running through, the protagonist will say, "The smell
I
of
caught
grass and
myself
trees.
staring at the
The earth
clock.
bends under my footsteps. The sky swells pleasantly."
Yeah, no, that's
After
not a
some
good
time,
idea.
you'll come across an open
Did you
grave,
get the
giving you
third?
option to lie
Did you
inside
get
it.
No,
the
I didn't see him.
It doesn't seem too comfortable. I'm not sure. If you hesitate, a voice will call
The
out
bridge
to
is
you.
like broken on the side of the road.
I
at
wasn't
some point.
expecting this. You look.
I've been mainly
Quiet.
watching the video and petting my dog.
Come, lie with me. Feel the soil.
I'm afraid if I
Trees
take
hum
my eyes off the road
so
again, I'm gonna like
calmly.
fall asleep and not
You sing
drive.
so beautifully.
You're putting this shit on hard mode, bro. You got like what, 3 hours of sleep?
Oh my god,
Clouds will
dude.
fly by, distracting you, and when you look back, the talking
I made
corpse
sure to
will
go to bed early,
disappear.
bro.
I got
After a
home
few
at like
moments, a
midnight
jumper
and I just
coated in ash will
could not
attack you.
sleep.
Next to the grave is a shovel that was used to dig it. Here, you're given two options: to lie in the grave and accept the dream, or to defy it and kill the chomper attacking you while it keeps mocking you.
Can you hear it? Can you hear their song?
Your life literally is as valuable as a summer
If you're killed by the chomper, you'll wake up as if nothing happened. But if you manage to kill the chomper, the dream will end. And when you wake up, you'll have a shovel blade in your inventory, crucial to upgrading the shovel that you already have. If you choose to lie in the grave, you'll wake up with an insect in your inventory, a cockroach that you can cook in the oven for essence. Injecting even more of the forest into your arm, you'll have another dream where you wake up in front of the church. Moving past the destroyed bell, you'll encounter a man telling you to stand in line. As you approach the altar, you can see what he meant, as a line of people appear behind you, shouting at you for skipping the queue.
Fucking get alive, fat fuck!
It looks like they're all lined up to go into the trapdoor behind the altar, which seems to be covered in some sort of shadow and is locked with a code. There's an open room next to it with a broken wall that you can go through. Here, you can find a talking corpse.
You have no voice, nor free will, but do not fret. You are in good hands. I see it in his eyes when he looks down upon me.
It mentions a he, possibly implying that there is a god of this forest somewhere, the driving force behind the forest's expansion. Examining the corpse gives you the description: a completely ordinary dead man with a smile on his face. There's no joke to be made here, but honestly, there's so many talking corpses in this game, we should basically be accustomed to this by now. To actually progress the dream, you have to take the lockpick from the chest near the trapdoor and open the room opposite to the one that leads outside. There's a wardrobe with an axe and an item called the strange box, though you'll definitely be focusing more on the axe, as once you loot both items, a black chomper will spawn in the main hall and start chasing you down. It keeps repeating the lines:
a red seesaw,
A white dress.
a black box for my girls.
A red seesaw. A white dress. A black box for my girls.
Here, you're given a choice on what to do. You can either avoid the chomper, break open one of the windows, yoink a lockpick from a corpse, and open the church gate, or you can try to fight. Dying to the chomper has the exact same result if you ran away. So realistically, you want to take the chance. Killing the Chomper, you can find a medallion on its corpse. It depicts a distorted photo of two young girls with the trapdoor code scratched into the bottom of the picture. Going back to the main area and opening the trapdoor ends the dream. Now, this dream has a big influence on the real world once you wake up. Whatever ending you got, you wake up with the strange box in your inventory. If you ran away, upon waking up, you'll see the Wolfman standing next to you.
Meat, what's with the big eyes? Scared? Bad dream?
You can trade with him normally, but you can now also show him the strange box.
Oh, it's one of these. An interesting find, Meat. Guess now you want to know what's inside, eh? Somewhere in the part of the old woods lies a place where you'll find a key to this box. Well, Meat, I would be careful if I were you. Trust me, you don't want to open it by yourself. Bring me the key and don't try to be a wise guy. You won't know what to do with it.
But if you fought the Chomper and opened the trapdoor, his dialogue changes just so slightly.
You look tired, Meat. Busy night?
And when you show him the box, he says this.
And this? What is this junk? And what am I supposed to do with it? Bite it until it opens? Your brain must be rotting if you think I'll break my fangs for this shit. But you still want to know what's inside, right? Somewhere in the part of the old woods lies a place where you'll find the key to this box. But I doubt you'll be able to sort it out. Come to me. Maybe I'll even give you something for this junk.
If you died or ran away from the dream, the Wolfman considers you a coward, talking down to you.
I have a wise guy.
But if you chose to fight your way out, he treats you with a little bit more respect. Just to get angry
what a
at you
great
immediately
animation.
after. Probably because you now seem like more of a threat, cutting your own path into the forest instead of assimilating into it. But this isn't all that changes inside the forest. If you come back to the church after running away in the dream, you'll meet a madman. Maybe even the same one who told you to stand in line back in the dream. He keeps repeating phrases similar to what the Black Chomper was saying in that dream, talking about giving candles and flowers to his little girls. When you approach him, he'll instead tell you to go below the floor where you belong. He'll also tell you the combination for the trapdoor so you can go inside. And if you kill him, he'll drop the medallion, the exact same one that you would get if you killed the Chomper in that dream, although the faces aren't distorted anymore. If you ended the dream by killing the Chomper and going into the trapdoor, you'll find a corpse cut in half in the middle of the church, also containing the medallion with the code to open the basement, with the madman now absent. Naturally now, you probably want to go into the basement, but please, for your own sake, do not go down there unprepared. There's a reason why the dream ended as soon as you went into the basement, and how the dream ended has easily the biggest divider in what comes next. If you kill the Black Chomper, the basement is now filled with huge dogs, an enemy that you should be used to killing by now, except now there's an entire pack trying to kill you at once in an incredibly closed space. By the way, that's the good outcome. If you died or ran away in the dream, the dogs are replaced with red chompers, which, as you probably know now, are extremely dangerous. And like I said earlier, the basement is incredibly cramped. The cellar itself looks like it was used as a hiding space for survivors, with corpses lying in makeshift beds everywhere. This is probably what everyone was lining up to do during the dream. They were trying to get into the basement to use it as a safe house. Although clearly this didn't stall the infection for too long, as inside there isn't a single survivor. And if you didn't open the trapdoor in the dream, the corpses are now being converted into red chompers. They start out dormant, similar to that one you saw on the bridge and even in the village, but if you attack them or invade their personal space, they'll start to aggro. Also, there's a single functioning radio down here. Do not touch the radio. I'm being serious. Do not do it. That is unless you kill the Black Chomper, because when you touch the radio, you'll actually spawn a dog that has something very important in its inventory. That being the twisted key. And if you go back and show it to the Wolfman, this happens.
Give it to me.
The wolf snatches the box and key from my hands.
With things like that, you need to be careful, Meat. This may be a trap.
Muttering under his breath, he attempts to open the box. After a while, the lid gently slides open and the wolf peeks inside carefully, squinting his eyes. He also looks at the contents in silence, then lifts his gaze at me.
Is this a fucking joke? Are you some sort of fucking clown or something?
The wolf takes out a few crumpled pieces of paper from the box and throws them in my face. As they fall to the ground, I notice a shiny stone among them.
Some fucking scribbles. I'm warning you, Meat. Do not dare waste my time again.
This gives you another valuable shiny stone, along with a child's drawings. By now, you've probably noticed that the entire quest line, if you can call it that, surrounding the church is focused mostly around a family, with both the Black Chomper and the Madman mentioning gifts to give to his little girls, presumably the daughters in the locket. The details were mostly fuzzy up to now, but the child drawing basically explains everything. The first drawing depicts the entire family back at their house. This includes the father, 2 little girls, and a dog. It looks like this picture is supposed to be from a time before the forest expanded into the area, with it just being a nice, happy family scene. How wholesome. Although the next drawing might already start some alarms in your head, as it shows the family dog eating a red mushroom. Considering we've been using mushrooms like these as a way to attune ourselves to the forest, you can probably guess what that might do to a dog. The dog is already dead by the next drawing, with it being drawn 6 feet under. Its name is also given here, Burek, which is a pretty common pet name in Poland, and also a Albanian pastry. I'm not really sure about the law implications of this one. Besides dying, the dog does actually contribute a bit more to the story, as in the same drawing we see the father bleeding from an open wound, probably due to the dog biting him. This could also point that the dog didn't die from the infection, but rather was put down after attacking its owner, the aggression being reminiscent of the dogs we've been fighting throughout the game. The next drawing shows the father dismantling the doghouse, presumably to build the red seesaw the girls are playing on. This, of course, calls back to the dialogue from the Black Chomper in the church dream, where it talks about giving a red seesaw to its girls. But if you've been paying attention while scavenging through the dry meadow, you might remember the burnt house's location, which features both a red seesaw and
how long
do
you think this will take to upload?
You can also find the white dress the Black Chomper talks about in a safe hidden under the furniture, pretty much confirming that this is where the family lived. The house is even filled with hostile dogs, probably referencing how the whole thing started with a dog. But just in case you weren't all that convinced yet, the next drawing literally shows the house being burnt down and the family running away. It's followed by a picture of the line of people we saw in the church dream, featuring a figure who we might know as someone dressed in a medical coat, as well as a boy holding a violin, who might be referencing a character I'm gonna mention soon. This drawing explains the connection the family had with the church and why both the twisted key and the strange box could be found here. They tried to hide in the basement to wait out the plague ravaging above, again like so many others here. Unfortunately, as we know, hiding in the basement really didn't help. The last drawing shows 2 children hugging each other with corpses lying behind them, probably in the process of turning into red chompers that we encounter in the game.
I need to pause for like 15 minutes. I gotta go do something that I forgot I needed to do.
I'm sure if he was, he would have been marked instead of just blending into the wall of
this video is gonna take so long to upload.
That could explain this. Back at the burnt house,
can we pause right now, real quick?
Presumably from the father.
I know they're there. I can hear them laughing. They're behind the wall of trees. I can't get through by myself. The trees go back too fast.
This suggests that he might have left his daughters in the basement to keep them safe and gone back to his house. He probably knew he was infected from the dog bite by now, so in a way he was protecting them from himself. After returning back home, he clearly wanted to go back and find them, but I doubt that was his own choice. He's hearing voices in this note, so it's more than likely he was starting to go insane from the plague. I think it's safe to say that the madman we find in the church is the father, considering we can find the medallion on his body and he's very clearly infected, as when you kill the Black Chomper in the dream, the corpse you find in the church much later looks like a mutated Chomper. This entire plotline is completely depressing, but it's a good study of how the plague actually affected normal people living in the region. Even though the story is told through a couple of lines of dialogue and crude drawings, it does a really good job at communicating how horrible being here was. This kind of storytelling really makes Darkwood special. It feels very human, despite the eldritch horrors we've seen all over the forest. Look, I get it, okay, like so many horror games, you pick up the audio log and it goes, the monsters are coming, and it cuts to static. But this is a completely optional plot line that we really didn't even have to interact with, and it's communicated in a much more organic way. Interestingly enough, the child's drawings used to be accessible in a completely different way in previous versions of the game. Back at the church outside the dream, you could find a burnt piece of paper with a Bible passage inside.
The Bible?
The passage in question was Psalm 91.
The Bible!
26. And while it might sound weird to get so specific, this was actually quite important. At the top of the piece of paper, you can see a mirrored website address. darkwoodgame.com/Burek. Going to the website, you can see a code lock similar to the ones you could find in the game on various storage containers and doors. Now, if you
ARG
input the
now?
numbers of the Bible passage 9136, you're shown the same pictures we've been going through. This is a pretty good puzzle with a nice lore reward, but I can totally see why the drawings were changed to be entirely accessible in-game. It definitely grounds the story better instead of, you know, needing a Bible scholar to solve an ARG. Coming back to the church itself, in the same room where you got the strange box in the dream, you can find the electronic game. Upon inspecting it, you can see a game console with two characters resembling wolves. This item seems to be based on a Russian-made single game console, where one of the games apparently involved a wolf stealing eggs while trying to not drop what he's already collected. So technically, this game has still more games than the PS5, by the way. Another Slavic game where you can find the exact same handheld is in Herat, which is like this really cool original Doom boomer shooter. In that, you can also find a handheld game, but in Herat, you can actually play it. It's an unlicensed clone of Egg, which was a title in Nintendo's Game & Watch line.
Have you seen this? He's got sunglasses on.
The wolf in both iterations wasn't actually in Game & Watch, but was based on a Soviet-Russian cartoon called Just You Wait. The cartoon itself was about a wolf trying to eat a rabbit, so basically Tom and Jerry, but for gopniks. The handheld game is another item you can show the Wolfman, which prompts this pretty funny dialogue.
What the fuck is this? Do you think this is funny? Are you mocking me? Do I look like a joke to you?
Daddy, chill.
You're given a choice to either shake your head or nod. Shaking your head has him get angry at you, and he tells you to never mock him again, while nodding reveals a more humorous side.
You're a brave piece of meat. And what's more important, one with a sense of humor. Where did you find this one? An electronic game, eh? About a wolf stealing chicken eggs? Good one. I have a soft spot for games. How about you? I can give you something in exchange, meat. What would you say to a surprise, eh?
If you nod now, he'll take the console off you, but in return, you get a fully functioning pistol, which, to be fair, is a pretty good trade. You can also show the game to Piotrek and get a free 100 rep with him if you agree that the wolf will go to space when he collects all the chicken eggs and give him the game. But honestly, the pistol itself is already worth twice that much rep, not even counting the cost of items normally needed to craft it. Now, all what I've been talking about so far is side content. Yes, I know I spent this time on words, and I haven't even really progressed the main story. Anyway, let's take a step back and return to when we first met the chicken lady. After exiting dialogue with her, she'll notice that somebody's watching you both.
Holy mother! This creep again! May the devil take him and his blasted violin!
The old lady turns red and starts to scream.
Devil, fuck your mother! Get away from me house!
Leaving the chicken lady's house, you can see someone hide underneath a tractor before pulling a violin towards them. Talking to them introduces you to another major NPC, the musician.
It's not my fault. I know it doesn't sound too great, my violin. It's a bit broken. I won't play anymore. Sorry. Sir, have you been in that hut? The chicken lady's hut? You're not afraid of her? You're brave. And have you seen her? The pretty lady. She's the most beautiful lady in the world. I watched her through the cracks in the window. She changes when I watch her. Gets more beautiful.
What do you want,
play for
Jackson?
her. I
No,
want
leave me
her to
alone.
be happy because
Your
she
dog is
doesn't
being
seem
mean.
to be. The chicken lady locked her in that room. She keeps her there. She envies her. She won't allow anyone to see her, even me. She knows very well that during the last Kupala night, I fished out that pretty lady's wrath from the river. Yes, sir, the chicken lady knows what it means. Oh yes, I will become the pretty lady's husband. We will walk hand in hand. Sir, I will play for her. Mister, sir? I tried to release her, but the chicken lady, she chased me off. She always does. I also looked for the second key at Mr. Jan's, but now he's disappeared. I don't know how to get into his house.
Kapala Night, or Not Kapali, being a major folk holiday with Eastern Slavs. Basically their equivalent of Swedish Midsummer.
Midsummer Sweden lunch.
At this point, you can totally ignore his ramblings and walk away.
Mister? Sir?
A skinny little hand emerges from beneath the tractor and grabs me by the ankle.
Please don't go, Mr. Sir. You're my only hope. Please don't be afraid of Chicken Lady.
He seems desperate for you to help him, but you can leave and never interact with him again.
I understand. I'm sorry.
Dull thuds can be heard from under the tractor, as if someone was bashing their head against the ground.
Stupid, stupid, stupid. Now I will never find this key. Well, maybe near the well. Near the well where I saw Mr. Jan. Mr. Jan will have the key.
Him mentioning a key, the same key you've been looking for, might pique your interest. So you can talk to him again and agree to hear him out.
So kind. So very kind. You are just like him, my daddy. But my papa has changed, mister. Just like my mommy.
Hey.
They will not listen to me. They won't hear how sad I am, sir. Oh, but am I not boring you, sir? Please don't go. Please hear me out. Don't go.
Nervous grunting can be heard from underneath the tractor.
Perhaps you could help me?
This is where the game diverges into two paths, because both the musician and the wolfman wants what's behind the chicken lady's door. Investigating the door, you can hear raspy breathing, but not much else. Only called the pretty lady by the musician. The boy just wants to play music for her, but the wolfman's intentions are much less obvious.
Gotta turn you up again.
Both of them want you to find a key to a locked door and bring it to them so they can get to whatever's inside. Lastly, he'll mark on your map where he resides.
200%.
Please find the key, good sir, to the pretty lady's
What'd you say, though?
room. The
Nothing to shine now.
lady has it. Well, Mr. Jan also has it. I saw him recently near the well. He used to play with me. We threw rocks into the well and looked into our reflections while making silly faces. Daddy used to say not to do it, else my face will stay that way. Now the water in the well is always hazy. It shows these weird images. The well is here in the village. Maybe you will find him there? He used to hang around it often. He stared into the well as if looking for something or someone. I must hide now. Hide from the chicken lady. I will go to that place where they used to keep all the grain. In the part of the silent forest. Will you bring me the key if you find it? I promise to repay you somehow. Me and the pretty lady.
With all this said, however, the wolfman knows exactly what you want, a key for a key, but the musician is just promising a general reward. So you'll have to weigh up which character you want to give the key to, and that is if you can even find it. The musician has a camp, much like the wolfman. In the silent forest, there's a collapsed silo which will have a bambino gramophone hooked up to some speakers, playing Mozart Piano Concerto No. 19 in F major on repeat. Here, you can speak to the musician. He's not a trader, but now you can see his entire body. A frail child, heavily affected by the plague. His skin hardened like tree bark, with his mouth twitching and drool falling from his mouth. Here, you can show him some items you've collected, like the picture of the road home.
Mommy once told me about this road. She said people used to travel it. They would leave their houses and walk it during the night. I was scared of this story. I was afraid Mommy would go out too and leave me behind.
You can also show him the picture of the doctor, who he instantly recognizes.
This is our doctor, yes? He is just as brave and good as you are. He helped me. He is helping all of us. He gave me this beautiful mask so I could be healed of my afflictions. Maybe you could have one too. Maybe the doctor would make a mask like this for you? I could ask him about it.
Further going to show the doctor had no idea how to combat the plague by making masks to hide people's afflictions, but also saying he could ask the doctor despite him leaving the village, and this hints that he does actually still have contact with him, so giving him the key might actually prove useful after all. He'll also comment on the sow in the pig shed that the villagers have been feeding off.
Have you heard about the sow? The villagers keep this sow in the nearby pig shed. They call it the mother of all pigs. They say it's beautiful, but I've never seen it. They don't allow me near her. They chase me off. They always chase me off.
The little musician drops his gaze.
Maybe you would be able to see her, mister? If you manage to get inside, maybe you could take a wee piece of meat for me? I've never eaten pig, and I've heard it's very tasty. Would you take some for me?
If you killed the sow, like I mentioned earlier, sadly, he'll be able to relate to it from appearance.
I saw the villagers dragging a cart with a dead sow, the one they called the mother of all pigs. It wasn't as beautiful as they said. Nowhere near the pretty lady.
The boy drops his gaze.
And that piggy, it was a bit similar to me.
The boy sniffles and rubs
What's your
his
timer,
nose
sir?
with his deformed hand.
305 or 306 now.
Have been crying after her a lot. I saw them trying
What's
to
yours?
cut through the wall.
I'm about to hit 3 hours, and I'm
Do you think it's
pulling into
Mister, Mommy
fucking
told me once that the woods are
what's it called?
ending.
Heresy or anything? Gluttony?
To get the key, you'll need to go
Gluttony, I think? Sorry, gluttony.
Killed Hanuska's child.
Do you see
To
it?
the end, you can climb
No,
the
it
rope
stops
to
at
get inside
violence.
Another house in the village. This is
It stops
the only
after
way
violence.
inside, as the front door is
Gotcha.
heavily barricaded. Searching the house, you can find numerous chicken eggs, a collection of plastic chickens, and a dog tag.
But have you
dated to
reached the next zone?
1918, with the surname
Yeah.
Mikulski. This could be
I'm still
Yannick's
driving
house,
him lost.
indicated by what was said by the musician upon turning him
You've
down.
been keeping
After
up on your
searching the
speed?
wardrobe, you can find a key
have.
covered in chicken feces. The key, both the musician and the wolfman want to open the back room in the chicken lady's house. Now, if your curiosity is piqued enough, you can actually open
Well,
the
I
door
haven't
yourself
stopped
and see
for
what's
the
inside.
dudes.
You'll find some pretty
Yeah. Oh,
exceptional
there it
looks,
is.
like a military flashlight.
I didn't
It's
see
a
it.
upgrade to the normal flashlight, having around 50% more brightness, but the trade-off being it burns through batteries twice as fast. Still though, it's an amazing piece of kit.
Comrade!
But more importantly, you'll see something under a bed sheet, writhing around in pain.
Where's the
Searching
edges
it,
of
you
the
can look
road
at
on
fabric
this?
for yourself for crafting, which
Stay in the
reveals
middle.
the monstrous person the chicken lady was trying to hide. This is the pretty lady the musician was referring to, a bloated, mutated woman with hands and legs bound and tied. How anyone could find this woman pretty is clearly the result of huffing Soviet-grade paint. There's also a silver wedding ring you can find in the bedding next to her. With the key in hand, you have the option to give it to either the wolfman or the musician. You can only give the key to one of them, as they'll take it off you and use it to visit the pretty lady. This is also where the game majorly diverges into two different paths. The wolfman's is the most straightforward. He'll give you the location of the...
Well, like curiosity get the better of you.
The wolf's pupils
The
widen with
bile inside of gluttony will in fact insta kill you.
Time for your reward.
You touched
Find
it?
That quack thief here.
I did not now. I did a while ago when I did like the short version.
This information will be of any use to you, meaty. What the fuck are you looking at? I promised that I'd tell you where to find him, and I did. Did I tell you you'll be able to get there? That's something else, isn't it?
The wolf bursts out with laughter.
Now get out of my sight, meat. I have important business to attend to. If you're interested in continuing our wonderful relationship, look for me in the edge of the old woods. I predict a tasty future together.
The wolf sinks his hands into the deep pockets of his coat.
Here, deliver this to that insane old bitch as a way of saying thank you for her beautiful sister.
The wolf throws the head of a chicken under my feet. As I lift my gaze, I realize that the wolf is gone. You can take the chicken head to the chicken lady and show it to her, and this does absolutely nothing except terrify her.
Jesus almighty, my little darling, what have they done to you? This is a bad sign, mister. A bad sign. What will happen now?
The Wolfman is using you as a messenger to let her know that her sister isn't safe anymore. One thing you'll notice, when you side with the Wolfman in a lot of quests, you'll actually be completing the game a lot more quicker, except with the instance of killing the Sow. But in that situation, you did have the choice to just leave the Sow completely alone.
Because there's no karma system or warning message saying, uh-oh, you did a bad thing. Or Kenny will remember this.
What's your name, sir? My name's Deez. Deez what, sir? Deez.
It's really up to you to side with someone so malicious to escape the woods faster, because the Wolfman has no intention to leave. Why would he? He's using you as a tool to spread misery onto others. You can even kill the chicken lady outright, which gets you no extra reward apart from the Wolfman's satisfaction.
You've killed her? You've killed the hag that reeked of chickens? My dearest meat. Finally, I will be able to wolf down as much poultry as I wish.
If you gave him the key, he'll tell you where to find the doctor's house, and adds that if you want to continue your wonderful relationship, you can find him in the old woods. If you go looking for him in the edge of the map he specified, you'll eventually stumble upon an old barn filled with dogs. Making your way through the pack, you'll find the wolf, covered in blood and smelling absolutely foul. Interacting with him now has him act like the average furry convention attendee.
If you see him, shoot him in public.
With him jumping up at you and licking your face.
Comrade!
The greeting sounds like an angry growl. The wolf makes a quick leap, bouncing against me with his swollen belly. That's giving me like my response video flashbacks. Oh, Jesus.
Well, to be honest, I'd
God.
pick you up, hug you while...
He puts his paws on my shoulders. He ostentatiously licks my face.
What a gift have you given me?
I notice fresh bloodstains on his fur and feel streaks of his saliva dripping onto my coat. He leans towards me, as if he wanted to say something to my ear. You can now either push him away or do nothing. If you're a normal person and don't want to have your personal space invaded by, you know, an anthropomorphic wolf covered in blood, you would probably push him away. The wolf takes 2 steps back. I can only see a row of filthy, sharp teeth underneath his hood.
Well, look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
He's apparently addressing the stuffed human corpses sitting by the walls.
This carcass thinks he's better than you. This rotten pile of meat must be delusional.
The wolf turns towards me, adjusting his coat.
Are you pretending to be human, or are you just cracking jokes? I'll help you recover your stupid key. I'll take you back to the doctor's house. I'm sure you'll find some clues on how to reach his current hideout while there. You two will have a little chat, you'll get back what you've lost, and then nothing will keep you from getting the fuck out of my part of the woods. Do you hear me, meat? You will pack your bags, dive into that stinking hole of yours, and dis-a-fucking-peer. And? Are we going, comrade?
This option has Wolfman reward you with a hunting rifle, a pretty decent long-range gun you won't be able to obtain otherwise for quite some time. However, as we already know in Darkwood, the reasonable choices always make the game harder on you. Choosing to do nothing instead will have him do this. The wolf squeezes my arms and starts licking my face. Once from the left side, once from the right side.
Comrade meat.
His breath stinks of rot.
What would I ever do without you? You're not such a worthless piece of carcass as you look. Thanks to you, I feel fulfilled. I got my girl, my sweet little lady back. Hard to believe the same blood flows through the veins of the bitch who reeks of chickens.
Suddenly, the wolf sends me back with a powerful push and reaches into his coat pocket. Some object hits the floor.
Here, no need to thank me. Now, since that part of the deal is behind us, I'll help you recover your stupid key. I will take you back to the doctor's house. I'm sure you'll find some clues on how to reach his current hideout while there.
This does tie into the Wolfman's instructions, apart from the dev just trolling you. It's pretty obvious that the Wolfman wants complete and total dominance over you.
It's been a while since we've seen live action.
By his rules, he basically ends up treating
Kinda has.
you like a pet.
Whatever happened to that interview, bro?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We saw like 2 scenes from it.
Some independence, and you're not entirely.
This shit was atrociously short.
Entirely.
But if we choose to push the wolf away, you get nothing. One single dialogue option just fucked you over from getting a gun worth 400 rep, which is, as we know, a certified Darkwood moment. Also, how the fuck did he keep a hunting rifle in his pocket? But on the other hand, what's wrong with following him? Granted, basically every quest he sent us on was to spread misery onto anyone still alive in the forest, but he has rewarded us every time. Submitting to him did make the journey out the woods easier, and in the end, is that all that really matters. It might be demeaning to become his servant, but dignity doesn't really matter when you're a half corpse stuck inside a forest intent on killing everything inside. Before you even find the Wolfman in the previous room, you can see the pretty lady, now a half-eaten corpse. This was the Wolfman's end goal, and seemingly something he was obsessing about for a long time, evidenced by how happy he is, saying he's finally fulfilled. We're not sure where this obsession comes from, but unfortunately, it looks like we won't be getting any answers anytime soon, as this is pretty much your last interaction with him. The Wolfman will also give you the option of taking you to the doctor's house. Pretty useful, since walking there can easily take multiple in-game hours depending on how lucky you are with the random placement. If you choose not to go with the wolf and instead leave his barn yourself, you can go to the other side where you came from and find a wooden door. You can't open it without a key, but it's wooden, meaning your shovel can make quick work of it. Turns out you could have just done that from the beginning instead of fighting your way through the XL Bully Rescue Shelter.
Fuck you, Pyro!
And finally, after that, you can go to the doctor's house. The first thing you'll notice when you arrive is the area seems to have been flooded somewhat, with only the road in the middle being dry ground. Thankfully, the time here is frozen, much like back in the village. Fun fact, going into this area can actually cause the in-game timer to have an aneurysm and set the time back to some random value. Apparently, the time it resets to is depending on what time it is when you first visited the area. You can even exploit this for infinite days if that time happens to be early morning. Surely you wouldn't do that, would you? You're not a cheater. Following the road, you'll first encounter a collapsed shack. It looks like half of it has seemingly fell off a cliff, one that was probably created by the forest's roots expanding on the ground. Inside, you can find a locked wooden door. Again, easy work for your shovel. There's a corpse inside the room holding an axe and an odd stone. Now, you might remember how I called the axe craft a scam? Well, I'll let you in on just a little secret. You won't actually be able to craft it for quite some time, even after visiting the doctor's house. And most playthroughs will end up taking you here anyway, so you can get a free axe instead of wasting 450 rep on a trade and waiting 20 hours. Again, absolutely peak game design. There's also the odd stone worth 60 rep, not to be confused with the shiny stone we've been seeing everywhere.
It looks like a plate of oatmeal.
In the current version, it has absolutely no use. It's just a barter item. However, in old alpha versions, this item was actually used to make potions, items you could use to permanently increase either your health or your stamina. Now, this would have made the game easier, which I'm sure the devs would not have wanted, so I'm not surprised at all that they were removed from the game, especially considering how important the health and stamina bottlenecks are for gameplay, instead being replaced with the essence abilities, which not only force you to pick a negative perk, but also give you more interesting options than just a stat boost.
What happened to the potions to be able to craft?
Oh, there it is.
They were a thing, I think, in the early alpha versions, right? Random world where you started at the center and you could use those potions to level up your health and stamina. They were removed in favor of skills that improve those stats, but I don't remember why. Just because
I'm going piss.
Issues?
I think the map constructions changed to biomes, and we figure out that it will be better to also place the items that are making that are like developing your character also. It's gonna be better.
Yeah, because the essence is like the main leveling up system now, so I guess that just kind of became outdated.
Yeah.
Moving on, you can find a fortified building with even a trap set up in the only entryway. When you go inside, you can see it's actually something like a field hospital, probably set up by the doctor trying to find a cure for the plague. Most beds are either empty or have a corpse on them.
Hey everyone.
Some of the corpses even missing body parts, although one patient, if you want to call him that, seems to still be alive.
Where's the doctor? Where? Daddy went out and left. Angry and hungry he was. I'm hungry too. Can't move. Head is exploding. And if I move, I'll burst myself.
But just because he survived the doctor's experiments doesn't mean he isn't completely insane. He still mumbles to himself and jitters around frequently. He's probably undergoing the same mutation that happened to people that we saw in the church basement or even back in the village. To back this up, he also mentions that his head feels like it's bursting, which is exactly what happens when a human finally turns into a red chomper. Their head splits open. You have the option to kill him here, and if anything, unlike the dog at the beginning of the game, this really is a mercy kill. If you don't, he'll probably turn into a red chomper. There's no reward, he doesn't come back later, there's no secret Easter egg item, but yeah, you're just putting someone out of their misery.
He even calls out to you to do it when you're going back the other way, possibly still lucid enough to know what's coming. He also tells you to take his broken house. On his corpse, you can find the rusty key, so if you didn't break down the door in the collapsed shack earlier, now you can open it normally. The last building is the doctor's actual house. Looking similar to how it was in the prologue. You can open the chest outside just to find that it's actually a freezer full of ice and body parts. Probably parts the doctor was experimenting on. And in case you were wondering, yes, you can eat the ice, and it even gives you a small endurance boost. And no, you can't eat the body parts. Darkwood can stand for a lot of things, but cannibalism is not one of them. Well, at least not yet, anyway. Before you enter the house, the interior outside your field of vision looks exactly like it did back in the
I found a guy in this lair.
Remembers it looking like that. But when you enter the house and actually get to gaze on it properly, you'll see it's been even more ravaged. The surgical table is flipped, the cages are knocked over, and even the carpet is a complete mess.
Peed on my fucking rug.
There's also
Is it like a
of
red body?
growths. Clearly, the building has been abandoned for quite some time now.
It's a Gmod error.
You could back in the prologue. Even the hatch in the interrogation room has new items. There's even another odd stone in the same place that we got the table leg from.
I got it at like 10 minutes into this lair.
Looks like a savage lying on the table. It has an inscription
It's
on
on the left.
12th of June 1985, meaning it must have been taken around 2 years before the protagonist was stranded here. In the side room, you can also find a moonshine distillery. This is probably why there's so much alcohol to be found around Darkwood. We know that the doctor ran away from the village, but who's to say that, you know, he hasn't been brewing his own alcohol to sell with traders just to get by, using the money made from it as fuel for his generators. In the room where Yannick was locked in the prologue, you can find a dead body, with the protagonist even remarking that he remembers him upon inspection. The main importance of this house is the hatch located in the main room. You couldn't see it before because the carpet was covering it. Now it's rolled up as if someone has accessed it recently. By the way, in case you're wondering, you can't actually interact with the rug on repeat playthroughs because that would break the entire pacing of this game and you'd basically be skipping 90% of chapter 1. But when you interact with it now, you'll realize it's code locked.
We're still in chapter 1.
Thinking I have helped or hindered.
How much time is left? Oh, I mean, I guess like there's another at least 5 hours on this video.
A fucking code.
Take a guess.
Well, thankfully, you can actually find the code by following.
I'm saying 5 hours. I was gonna say 5 hours 16.
On the vertices.
4
Some numbers
hours
can actually be seen when not looking
minutes.
at them, and your character probably remembers them from before. But now they're covered with sludge or debris. The last number is covered by a cabinet, but once you move it, you can finally.
That's roughly how much time we have left in ULTRABUS.
Find a toy resembling a small rocket. Your first instinct might be to take it to Pietrek, but you actually can't do anything with it currently. Despite its value of 150, no trader will actually buy it from you.
Mate, can I borrow your pen?
I've looked everywhere and this item really has no use. It's like the BB gun pellets. I feel it's something that was meant to be in the game and had a use and the devs just couldn't find a use for it. Or maybe it's just flavor text. The next two items are pretty self-explanatory. One of them is a note with a code to a train cart door written on it. The other one is a map that marks the train wreck location if you haven't discovered it yet. You can probably already guess what's inside, but for now, let's get back to the musician's path. Now, if you ignore the Wolfman entirely, you can actually give the key to the musician.
Yes, you're amazing, mister, sir. Thank you.
The boy shuffles his legs. He's visibly excited.
I found the
also
guy.
Seems uncomfortable.
Sir,
let's
now
go.
I have the key, but don't have the courage. She's too beautiful. My pretty lady. Just look at this violin, mister. She will laugh at me, and it is her I always play for.
One of the strings securing his mask falls off, together with his ear. The boy reattaches it as if nothing happened.
But maybe my mom has this beautiful violin. I would ask her to borrow it to me, but she's too angry with me. Could you please convince her to borrow it to me? I'll give you a card with drawings for her to apologize. When she gets it, she will surely stop being angry and she will borrow us the violin. It's behind the cupboard. My mommy always hides it there. Please, mister, bring me this violin. You're not afraid of anything. Anyway, there's nothing to be scared of. You will find my parents' house in the part of the old woods. If you come back with my mom's violin, I will try to get you an appointment with the doctor, because you look pretty sickly. I will be waiting for you near the old church in the part of old woods.
Now, unlike the Wolfman, the musician won't directly tell you where the doctor is. Instead, he'll just reward you with a chestnut doll that's entirely pointless. You can't trade it, it doesn't do anything. I guess it just looks kind of cute. To get the doctor's location, you'll have to do a second request for him, which is to travel to his parents' house and retrieve a violin.
Marked as creepy house on the map, you'll see it's a badly damaged house like most other places in Darkwood. But inside, you'll find a half-dead man. Pale, withered skin, hollow eyes, teeth black as night. He looks dead alright, but he's still moving. Anything he says to the player is incredibly hard to understand. Inside one of the chests, you can find a chestnut man, similar to the doll he gave you, so this is definitely his house. Inside the bathroom, you can find a woman sat in a tub, half dead, just like the man. She's been lying in this water for quite a while. The protagonist will also remark that the floor around the wardrobe is heavily scratched. Someone must have moved it frequently. Now, I know this is a little bit obvious, kind of like getting a hint come up on the top left of the screen, but, you know, some people need a bit of guidance in these games.
Oh, fuck you. Dude, fuck this. Are you shitting me?
Dragging it across, you'll see an opening with the violin. Taking it, you'll hear something from the woman sat in the tub.
Period.
Ignoring
you're gonna need a voice for that one.
Believe the musician's parents will turn into chompers.
That was V1 from his favorite game.
Now, you could argue that their infection accelerated due to aggression, because from their perspective, someone really has just broken into their house and stolen their valuables. But regardless of that, escaping, you return to the musician.
Gee, you did it? This is my mom's violin. So beautiful. Was she happy about the drawing? Is she feeling well?
The kid stares at the violin with bated breath.
Now I can play my pretty lady a visit. I will play her a serenade. Will you visit me at my parents' house, mister? If they borrowed you the violin, they surely aren't angry with me anymore. Ah, I almost forgot. We have an appointment with the doctor. He was happy to learn about a new patient. I told him about you. He's inside the train wreck in the edge of the old woods.
Now, this should be a good ending for him. I mean, you know, we helped him get his violin, but the next day, if you do visit his house, you'll see his body being mauled at by his parents, probably still fueled by the blind rage of you robbing their house.
Stay out of my territory.
After finishing off the parents, you can take the violin.
Would
off
you
his
not
body,
have just
although
killed
it's
the
useless
parents
as
the
it can't be
previous
sold.
night?
You can probably use
Yeah,
it
didn't
as
he?
the first of many reminders that
I'm
everyone you
wondering.
encounter ends up worse. But if you take the musician's advice, you can actually leave the picture he gave you with his mum, which will thankfully stop them turning when you take the violin, probably distracted by one of the last happy memories they had of their child. But again, if you return the next day, they would have already succumbed to the plague and, as chompers, again eaten their son.
Here's a protein tip. Eat your fresh board.
The drawing the musician gives you is a song piece with a character made out of leaves. It was probably just enough of a reminder to pacify them, but not actually reverse the infection. The only outcome to save the musician is if you kill the parents at their house before bringing the violin. If you return to the house the next day, you'll see him standing outside with graves that he's dug for his parents, unable to understand that you saved his life.
Why did you kill them?
The boy silently stares at the ground beneath his feet. He clutches the violin in his hands.
Please go away.
For this path, this is the last time you'll ever see the musician. Ironically, him mourning his parents or being killed by them is a much better outcome to what happens if you don't help him, but I'll get into that later. Now, on top of the two choices to give the key to the Wolfman or the musician to get to the doctor, there's also the third outcome. Now, if you go back to the village, you can actually kill the pretty lady. But if you do this, this locks you out of either of the paths, making you have to pick up the pieces for yourself.
Why did you kill them?
The boy silently stares at the ground beneath his feet. He clutches the violin in his hands.
Please go away.
When you kill her, you can loot the bloodstained shawl from her body and show it to the Wolfman, who also isn't very pleased.
What's this? We had a deal, comrade. You were supposed to bring me the key, not use it and try to fuck about with something that doesn't belong to you. I should kill you, you know? Blood for blood. But you caught me on a good day, meat. You can still make up for it. Kill the hag who reeks of chickens too, and the reward will be yours.
He'll want you to kill the chicken lady in return for the doctor's location, but before you do, if you're feeling extra evil, you can actually show her the bloodstained shawl.
Oh, lordy, lordy.
The lady crosses herself 3 times.
My sisters, where did you find it? It's all that godless quack's fault. Devil brought him. All he did was prescribe this and that. Scribble this no-good drivel. To hell with them papers.
This is confirmation the pretty lady was actually the chicken lady's sister. She throws a crumpled piece of paper at you, and it's another note from the doctor.
Remove growths with a sterilized, washed-in spirits knife. Drink plenty of water. Do not, under any circumstances, untie the legs or hands. In case of emergency, the path to my home is in the edge of the old woods.
This is the only way to progress the story if you killed the pretty lady instead of giving either the Wolfman or the musician the key. If you instead killed the chicken lady as well, returning to the Wolfman, he won't reward you with anything, but at least now you have the option to trade with him again.
The old hag is dead. You've been a good dog. What's that, boy? You want a reward? Better fuck off as quick as you can.
Interestingly, if you aren't completely honest with the Wolfman and don't show him the bloodstained shawl before killing the chicken lady, he'll get even more mad and flip you off.
What have you done? We had a deal, meat. You were supposed to bring me the key, not use it and try to fuck about with something that doesn't belong to you. Fuck off. This instant, or I swear you'll regret it.
The murder path has you follow the same steps as the Wolfman, except with the added benefit of both major characters now completely despising you instead of just one. Finally, you arrive at the train wreck, but depending on your choices, this sequence will play out very differently. If you went down the musician's path to set up an appointment, the car door will already be unlocked. Going inside, the door will be immediately locked behind you, and the room will be flooded with gas.
Nice sound effect
You'll eventually
usage.
Come, and when you wake up,
Right.
the doctor is there to greet you, with both
Was that
of
a
you
fart?
being in the exact same place you were in the prologue. The doctor doesn't try to hide his amusement.
The boy accidentally set you up.
What the
doctor
fuck
doesn't
happened
try
to the
hide his
mic?
amusement.
My mic?
You'd like to make
No, the doctor has like a
you just in time.
super high quality mic.
You won't be able to.
He's been having that.
His face suddenly
I
stiffens.
don't remember it.
I've waited for you, you rotten dog. You're a rare breed here. Your kind visits us whenever you please. You hide behind the trees and watch us from a distance and then disappear.
I can feel the doctor's cold hand grab me by the jaw, twisting my inert head so it can look me straight into my eyes.
Luckily for me, something went wrong. Your companions have left you, and you couldn't handle the woods. I'm not wrong, am I? You had your taste of local life, eh? Did you enjoy it? Do you want more?
He takes a full syringe out of his pocket.
I'll show you more.
Now, apart from the trader, we haven't met a single friendly character in the entire game. Well, one that isn't completely insane. But the way the doctor talks to us, it does hint that we were with another group of people, but we got stranded and isolated from them. And also the fact that when we reach one of the hideouts, we treat it like it's our base. It really does show that we're some kind of authority figure, maybe even military.
The game resumes with us now playing as the Doctor again. With the protagonist knocked out on the ground, obviously this is another dream sequence because the Doctor injected us with something to make us more compliant in telling us where the bunker is. Keep in mind, he has the key already. He only needs to know where the bunker is to use it.
Where's the door?
Running through the train car, you'll see moments of the Doctor's life before he fled the village. Visions of the plague spreading across villages, even one of the first cases of a woman in bed in agony.
She was feeling well this morning.
In another room, you'll see the same woman slowly transforming into the pretty lady, with the locals having no idea how to treat her.
Fetch the doctor. My brews are not working.
We're still playing as the protagonist, sedated, but due to whatever we were jabbed with and also the seemingly mystical properties of the forest, we're seeing the doctor's trauma through our own eyes, even when he had to cut his losses and escape the village.
Where the hell do you think you're going? You haven't done anything for her yet.
You can interact with the doctor's medical bag, which gives you the last treatment that he gave for the pretty lady.
I tied up her hands and legs and gave her a sedative so that she doesn't hurt anymore. That's all I can do for her.
Now, it's obvious the doctor wasn't a hack or lazy, he just had no idea how to treat the plague, so he'd prescribe people bizarre concoctions in order to usually either put them to sleep or as a placebo while he was working on something that might actually be a treatment. Obviously that never happened, and he realized that his head was on the chopping block because the village blamed him, so he slipped out.
You fucking charlatan, you're completely useless.
The pretty lady might have even been patient zero for the village, but you'll quickly see other villagers become infected, begging the doctor for help while he tries to leave.
It hurts. Help. Do something.
Save us.
Doctor, I beg you.
Eventually, the doctor will find the protagonist again, focusing his attention on dulling out his trauma to perform his interrogation. I feel as if my head is about to explode under the pressure of the train car's walls.
Hello, can you hear me? I know you can hear me, motherfucker.
I barely recognized the doctor's blurry image in the dark.
You wish this would end, right? You'd like to get out of here. Maybe now you'll understand how it feels to be locked away, surrounded by deformed, rotting bodies, among the cries of those pathetic villagers. How was I supposed to help them? How? First, they begged for help. Now I have to fucking hide from them.
The doctor falls silent. It feels like whole hours are passing by.
Can you hear it?
You can honk the horn?
They're talking to me. My girl is talking to me.
Lol.
She's calling me. I know she's waiting for me. I must go back to her. She's so close.
I'll be right back.
His voice
like
breaks
30
down.
seconds.
I want to go back home.
Much like the protagonist, the doctor is having hallucinations. You might remember in the first hideout, the man sat on the bed wanting to go home to escape the nightmare.
I'm back.
Why?
The pain becomes unbearable.
Show me where to find the exit from this accursed place.
His silhouette slowly blurs away.
Show me where. Where is it? Where?
We're placed into another dream sequence, this time playing as the protagonist again. The outcome of this dream, though, has huge implications for the rest of the game. And if you don't like the outcome, get ready to edit your save file, because like I said earlier, this game auto-saves more than Dark Souls. You'll be out of your own body as you still see the doctor interrogating your unconscious body.
Where is the exit? Where is it?
The doctor will eventually turn into a chomper and start chasing you alongside other chompers. I like to imagine right now that you're running through the protagonist's mind, with the areas slowly changing into hideouts that you've been camping in throughout the game. If the chompers manage to catch up to you and kill you, the dream ends with you mumbling the location of the bunker to the doctor.
308 Negra Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I barely have the strength to open my eyes. I see a blurred silhouette standing above me.
You can be proud of yourself, little rat. You've just done your first good deed, completely unintentionally.
I'm completely paralyzed. I can only follow the doctor exiting the train car with my weary gaze. Only after he disappears behind the trees, I realize I revealed the location to the underground entrance to him. This time, the poison is too strong. I'm losing consciousness. When you come to, the doctor is gone, and now he knows the location of the bunker. Heading to the bunker yourself, you'll see the door has been left open, with him leaving signs on the floor to let villagers know that there is a way out of the forest. As much as he was a bastard to you, and he really was, he's trying to show at least one act of kindness to the village that he tried to help. Complete side note, but if that happens, he'll even take the items you can normally find at the underground entrance, specifically the cigarettes. Very in character, considering his dialogue box always features him holding a smoke in his hand. If you somehow manage to survive the dream and by sheer willpower overcome the doctor's drugs, which gets you an achievement, by the way, if that's motivation, you'll wake up mid-interrogation, which really surprises the doctor.
What? That's impossible. Don't come near me.
The doctor will run away in sheer panic that someone could overcome such a high sedative, eventually falling over and crawling to the end of the train car. But now the roles are reversed. He's the one who's trapped. The doctor is lying under the train car's wall. His face is covered in sweat. The stench of alcohol fills the air. He covers his face with his hands.
I beg you, this key is my only chance.
I see the panic in his eyes.
Help me escape this place or kill me.
Now, you're given two options. The first is to kill the doctor for all the pain he's put you through. You saw from his perspective that he genuinely wasn't an evil person. He just had no idea how to help a dying village, and he had to escape before he was killed. But despite that, he did still put you through an immense amount of agony, and for that, he does deserve to die.
But it doesn't matter. You need that key.
Please, no.
You gun him down or bludgeon him to death and finally get the Bunker 21 key. To signify how important it is, it's worth a whopping 1500 rep. Or, on the other hand, you could show some compassion and, despite everything he's done to you, tell him the location of the underground entrance. Just keep in mind when you tried to help the musician and how that ended. I take out the map and show the doctor the location of the abandoned house with the hidden underground entrance. The doctor stares at the map for a while without lifting his gaze to meet mine. The same map you've spent hours marking various locations all across the game. The wolf camps, the bug nests, logging areas, mushroom fields, broken tractors, burned houses, hideouts. Realizing after all you've been through, you've chose to spare his life, and he really
Have you been recording the video? Or are you just gonna download it? Because whenever we pause, that might be an issue.
Probably realizing that in most
What do you
other
pause?
cases, the protagonist
Whenever we've been pausing?
I will wait for
I haven't been pausing the video. I mean, I paused the video with the thing.
It looks like we're turning.
I know, but are you recording the video too?
If you instead went to the doctor's house and got the code to the cart, you can completely avoid the dream sequence and ambush him, skipping
I have in like the
directly
top
to
left
this
corner,
conversation.
tiny.
What are you doing here? Don't come near me.
He'll now be in the exact same position as if you beat him in the dream you were put in if you sided with the musician.
Now, you might notice by taking the musician path, or the quote-unquote good boy path in the game, you actively make the game harder for yourself. It takes longer to complete the game, and the Wolfman paths, they're a lot more direct, they're a lot more quicker. You have to go through insane leaps and bounds just to keep the pretty lady alive, but you could deliver her straight to the Wolfman, who eats her, and that's it. It's all said and done. But if you go down the musician's path, which does take longer, because not only do you need to get the pretty lady, you also need to bring back his violin, the Wolfman is going to be pissed at you for the rest of the game. So you're being punished for not taking a more selfish path.
You're now given the same choices with the musician. Either kill him or show him the entrance to the bunker. Now, despite what I'm hinting at, saying that good choices punish you, if you show the doctor the bunker location, he really does cooperate with you. There's no huge betrayal for, taking a good choice. He really does just come along with you and even unlocks the door for you. Again, he's really not a monster. He's just out for his own survival, just like you. And now at least you have someone keeping you company. Maybe he can even help you along the way. But before you leave, you probably should prepare for the journey. Like the doctor says, returning here will be impossible. But surely that won't matter, right? I mean, Bunker 21 is the exit. Like, that's near the end of the game. Yep, 21 that's got this far in the video, just have a look at the little red bar that YouTube has. Yep, we're not done. Also, looking through the train car now, you can find a torn photo of a woman holding a child. Considering where we find it, it's probably related related to the doctor somehow. It might even be his family. But this is the point of no return. The doctor wasn't lying. Once you go past the bunker, there is no coming back. So it's best to gather all your important resources, which is punishing for players that have spent time gathering everything they need to fortify and secure hideouts, especially because of how limited your inventory space is compared to the workbench stockpile. My personal suggestion, bring any guns and ammo with you. And don't forget crafting materials, because it is so easy to make the mistake of not bringing the basics. And if you don't have any space for healing items, unlucky. It might also be worth staying one more night at the dry meadow to buy some more ammo from the trader. If you do so, he'll have one more message for you. The man grabs my arm and pulls me closer. A strong smell of mushrooms assails my nostrils. The old sack covering his body slides down, revealing his chest covered in horrid growths. It is fused with a porous helmet pulsating to the rhythm of his breath. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Without loosening his grip, the man raises his left arm, bringing his forearm to my face. It's pale as paper and reads, "Do not open the door. Let's stick together."
However much the trader has helped us, to stay is a death sentence, and all the effort for getting this key would have gone completely to waste.
Finally, you arrive at the bunker door. If you gave the doctor the location, he'll be there waiting for you, still clutching onto a cigarette.
Are we going?
Immediately as you go through the door, the walls start trembling. Another earthquake. The doctor doesn't wait for you and runs ahead, almost consumed with the obsession of trying to escape the woods. As you go along, the tunnel becomes more and more overgrown. Clearly the forest has even reached here, trying to keep everyone inside. All along the corridor, you can find giant roots, with your character commenting that this white sludge is draining from them and being pushed out along the main tunnel by an invisible force. The tunnel eventually ends with it being collapsed. The protagonist comments that this is a fresh fall. It's possible that it was caused by the earthquake way back when you first went underground, as the more recent ones didn't really feel strong enough to collapse an entire portion of a reinforced corridor.
I've managed to walk a few good kilometers through the underground tunnels, but further passage is blocked by growing roots. Despite this, I feel that I'm closer to my destination.
There's also another corridor splitting off, but the way is locked with armored doors and you don't have the key. The doctor, if he's still with you, will also comment something.
I think someone's still moving there, under the rubble.
Upon interacting with the rubble, you get this weird cross and the following interaction. The tunnel has collapsed recently. The reinforced steel protruding from the debris has not been covered with rust yet. When I gaze into the tunnel, I notice a silhouette of a man on the ground. Suddenly, the man snaps to life as if woken from a deep slumber.
Who goes there?
I hear a faint, unnaturally distorted male voice.
Are you one of them?
The man attempts to get up, but fails. I can see him desperately flailing his limbs around. It's as if his back has been glued to the ground.
No, please.
As I approach him, he shuffles his legs nervously, as if trying to retreat into the collapsed tunnel.
I didn't do anything. I beg you. I just wanted to pass, to get back to my family. The tree has blocked the only way out, the only path home. A huge talking tree. I begged it to let me pass, but it wouldn't listen. I could not understand what it was saying to me, so we came here.
The man props himself up on his elbows. With a huge effort, he tries to straighten his body, but something is firmly holding him down by the back and neck.
I can't get up.
The man drops onto the rubble and goes silent. He clenches his fists.
My head hurts.
The man places his hand on his forehead and feels a strange dent above his left brow. He freezes.
What is this?
He carefully inserts his index finger into the hole. His eyelid twitches.
Am I stoned?
I hear a sound as if an eggshell cracking. The forehead bends under his hand. The stranger pushes another finger into the hole. A thick goo spews from the wound. I can hear his skull cracking.
My little stone.
The man slowly removes his finger from the hole in his head. A colorless ooze is dripping from them. He's holding something, a round object.
That's why.
He swings his left hand and throws the object at me. A small, irregular ball bounces off my arm and lands at my feet.
This is what put me to sleep.
His head lifelessly drops to the concrete floor of the destroyed tunnel and goes still. You pick up the bullets the man just pulled out. Both it and the cross are soft. I could understand the wooden cross since wood can rot into mush, but a fragmented bullet? Something isn't right here, but we don't have anything else to go on at the moment. The man also mentioned something about a tree blocking the road home, which the protagonist takes note of in his journal.
While in the underground passage, I met a peculiar man. He acted strangely, blabbering about a talking tree which emerged on a path to some house in the village. I need to investigate it.
It seems like this part of the tunnel did lead outside, but we can't use it now that it's collapsed. Also worth noting, if you spared the doctor, he'll actually run away when you end the conversation with the man, probably thinking that he can do better on his own rather than relying on you, which to be fair is his loss. I've got a pistol, a shotgun, a lot of Molotovs, some explosives, and he probably has a pack of cigarettes. Although that being said, it would be a cool concept if you were surviving the night with the doctor, you know, like both of you teaming up to fight against the enemies that attack, but I just don't think the game was designed around that. Suddenly, I hear the bang of the metal floor, followed by a sound of scraping footsteps. It's the doctor. Your character even makes a note of it in his journal, writing how the doctor would have just been dead weight.
The doctor has escaped. So be it. It would only be a hindrance anyway.
There's a corpse right by the door, holding a torch, rotten mushrooms, and a rusted iron cowbell. The cowbell doesn't have any inscriptions or anything, so there's not really any information to go on. But my game theory is it belonged to a door guard that had been using it to signal people in the main tunnel to open the door, as this area was clearly some kind of importance to an outsider group. Or it could just be an SCP-513 reference. Actually, yeah, scratch that. It's literally the SCP. As you follow the doctor's footsteps, it looks like this corridor is less of a tunnel and more of a cave, with its walls being irregular and made out of roots, even having people embedded in them who try to speak to you as you move past them.
I just wanted to pass.
That's albino, bro.
Return to my family.
This entire area is flooded with deep water.
Albino, that guy was just talking.
Considerably.
Oh.
You can sprint, but it barely makes you any faster.
I'm very locked in on looking at my
Trust me,
screens, and I'm way too tired.
Want to save your stamina for water. As you first start seeing splashes and shadows of things below the surface.
Almost halfway there.
Through the cave, you can find locked crates, but unless you brought lockpicks with you, you won't actually be able to loot them. The loot inside is pretty standard: pills, maybe even a lamp or bug shells. Finally, you'll reach a narrow passageway where the thing lurking in the water reveals itself. It looks like some kind of mutated alligator or crocodile, though neither, surprisingly, are native to Poland. So it's fair to assume that it's another mutation caused by the forest. It starts approaching you, but instead of attacking, it repeats the same phrases the people in the walls did.
I just wanted to pass.
Before slinking back into the water. Afterwards, you come into a chamber with the corridor blocked with some sort of growth. These are part of a new game mechanic and serve as a sort of basic puzzle. Having the large eye on the ground in your line of sight will cause it to retract and close, also retracting the growth blocking the way, allowing you to progress. But that means once you go past the growth, you won't be able to make eye contact with the initial one, so after this, you really can't go back. In the next room, you can find a body with a shiny stone tied to a wooden cross. It looks very similar to the weird cross from earlier, though the weird cross seemed like a distorted version of this one. Examining the body gives you this: a dried body of some man, only skin and bones, covered in roots. They are surprisingly well preserved. There's a small hole in his forehead. I'd say he's been lying here for more than 2 years.
Now, if the body's been lying there for around 2 years, that means there was a restriction set in this area around the same time. And also keep in mind the bullet hole in his head. There was someone that had a bullet hole in their head much earlier.
This is the end of the tunnel. There's stairs leading to the surface and just maybe an exit outside the woods. Now, you should know by now, and by checking the length of this video, nothing is ever that simple in the forest. You come out inside another building, and this area is the swamp.
This was actually foreshadowed by one of the first dreams in the game. When you opened the bunker door in said dream, you saw a half-flooded area with a path of shiny stones, which shows that these dreams aren't really dreams. Some of them are actually premonitions.
So it's clear that you're not out of the woods yet. Frankly, this place seems even more diseased than the old woods were. The entire area around you is flooded, with only some strips of dry land in between the deep water. You'll quickly realize the building you woke up in is yet another hideout, complete with an oven, workbench, and even a compressor, something we haven't seen in previous hideouts or at all in the game. Apparently, it's used to fill oxygen tanks. But not only do you not have any on you, apart from some rusted ones lying next to the generator, the machine itself is also broken, so I guess you won't be able to pretend you're playing Iron Lung for a little while still.
Beautifully.
Also, one thing to mention here, if you thought you were smart and you took the bike bell thinking you could get the drunk guy to bring all your stuff with you, you've actually just tricked yourself out of an entire inventory slot. I mean, honestly, like, what did you expect? The poor guy to like trawl through the mud and water to get here? Look, I'm sure you were giving him pure moonshine, but there is not enough moonshine to cover that much of the forest. And on top of that as well, the hatch you came through actually sealed itself behind you.
I finally got out of the tunnels. The hatch sealed itself shut behind me. I am now at the swamp, in an abandoned hideout.
In the room right next to where you wake up, you're introduced to a new mechanic. The black substance, or black shell as the note next to it calls it, is covering a crate that you probably want to open, especially if you brought no crafting supplies with you from chapter 1. But to burn it away, you'll need a light source. That note I mentioned earlier points to it in case you can't figure it out. I can only decipher individual words: shell, black goo, light. This can be a lantern or flashlight, and since you're usually carrying around one of those anyway, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for now. Unless you're like me and throw an entire Molotov cocktail at the crate. You know, because Molotov is fire, fire is light, fire should be a light source, but it actually doesn't do anything. This mechanic also spices up the game in ways that I'll talk about later. Compared to the hideouts that you're used to by now, this one is huge. It's split off across 3 major buildings, all of them comparable to sizes in the Dry Meadow hideout. It also looks way more worn down, even more than the Old Woods hideout, with walls missing parts basically everywhere, entire collapsed sections, and one of the buildings even seems to have been burnt down, leaving only the front wall and wood saw outside intact. It's ruined so badly, the piping from your oven doesn't even reach out there, so you can't use it as a shelter during the night. But all that being said, still the most desirable property in Birmingham. £10,000 a month, take it or leave it. Another difference is that you can once again touch a little bit of grass without immediately getting floor gored, as the oven's range seems to extend a little bit further than in the Old Woods. You can even see the gas tubes spreading out onto the grass between the buildings, and believe me, those small paths will be your bread and butter at nighttime, especially since you get some gas tanks and explosive barrels already set up to help with the defense. Most likely left over from whoever was stationed here before. Now on top of that as well, there's also the usual stuff you can find in most buildings in this game. Movable lamps as well as fixed ones, wardrobes with basic supplies, even a stash beneath one. But this one has some shotgun shells, pills, and a note with a photo of signs.
This note was probably wrote by the outsiders, and they were probably trying to make sense of all the notes and scribblings the savages have been leaving around Darkwood. There are even some photos showing possible intersection points, but they were never really solved, with the only addition being scribblings of a madman.
Though we know that there has to be something more to them, as the first time we encountered them in the Dry Meadow, they caused us to have vivid hallucinations. Maybe this is a way of communication between the savages and the forest itself that we just can't understand. Like how the native Polish language is completely incomprehensible to anyone without unmedicated schizophrenia. I'm not joking, like I've been trying to pronounce Polish stuff in this video, I just can't do it. Why do they have like the letter C and Z in like every word? If you choose the musician path and fail the train wreck dream sequence, you can also find some tobacco inside a bag on the bed, as well as an extinguished campfire with a book inside it. It looks like the same book you could find in the doctor's house back in the prologue. Despite it being heavily burnt, you can still make out some words. Like how at the top of each page it says Wiedza lekarska, meaning medical knowledge in Polish. Collecting this book will also mark the cottage near the junkyard on your map. But there's one more place in your hideout affected by the path you take back in chapter 1. In the same building as your workbench, you can find a metal door. In most playthroughs, this door stays closed pretty much forever, as there's no special key or code to open it. However, if you took the Wolfman path and on top of that killed the Sow, this door will open one night, revealing someone we've met earlier sat down in the corner. Something is lurking in the shadows.
I'm sorry?
From beneath the mask, you can hear a horribly distorted, resounding voice of a child.
Very sorry. I didn't know you were living here.
The figure tries to turn its head, but its enormous neck makes this task impossible to complete.
I didn't want to disturb you, mister. I just wanted to hide. I don't know this part of the woods. Everything here is different. And the wee hut here seemed so cozy and safe. Please let me stay. Please, don't chase me off. I've got nowhere to go. The villagers don't allow me to live in the camp. I promise I won't play anymore. I'll be quiet. You can cover me with something if you don't want to look at me. Please, just let me stay.
He appears to be heavily mutated, much more than before. He looks like he's struggling to stay alive, constantly shivering and breathing heavily. He hasn't gone feral like the Chompers, but it's obvious that the forest has heavily mutated him. Gossiping with him reveals why he's here.
Someone killed our village, so the mother of all pigs. The villagers cried after her a lot. They said there must be food on the other side. They cut through the trees with their axes. They barely managed to. The trees kept growing back. I followed them, but they didn't let me stay in their camp.
The boy adjusts the cracked mask with his overgrown hand.
I wanted to go back home, but a huge hole appeared where the passage used to be. When the ground shakes, holes like these sometimes appear. The villagers say it's the wood being angry. I've run to the swamps, and that's how I found your home. It's a very beautiful house, much more beautiful than the villagers' camp. They sleep on rocks. I think it's some kind of an old quarry. This camp can be found in the edge of the swamp.
Now this is a really, really bad thing, because the only reason they're ever in the quarry in Chapter 2 is if you wiped out their only food source in Chapter 1, so they're coming here with a vengeance. Now honestly, it's pretty impressive that they managed to cut their way out of the village, especially in that huge dense thicket of trees. If you remember all the way back in Chapter 1, they were, stretching on for kilometers trying to get through, and basically everything would just grow back.
He'll also talk a bit about himself.
Recently, I've grown quite a bit. My mom always used to say that I need to be big and strong to help out in the field.
The boy tries to hug his frail knees with his disproportionately massive torso.
But I don't want to be big anymore. It's very hard being big. You need to be so strong to even walk. Now my violin is too small for me.
This references his current extremely mutated state. I think this is something that we kind of knew was going to happen, but seeing him deteriorate like this in front of us is just depressing. This is why I said earlier the outcome of him burying his parents or being killed by them, it really was a mercy, because he'd still be able to go to the village and at least live off the meat from the sow. He might still end up like this, but he wouldn't be on his own. Again, this seems like another outcome from you trying to cut corners to beat the game faster. When you come back to see him the next day, you'll find that the room he's staying in actually damages you for staying inside. Now, there's not really any law reason behind this. If anything, it's probably to prevent people from locking themselves behind a metal door and cheesing every single night. Because much like you, enemies can't break through metal doors. Although that would be a terrifying thought. After a few days, when you talk to him, he'll offer you a gift.
I have something for you, mister.
The boy picks an enormous rat corpse from the ground and dangles it by its tail.
Huge one, isn't it? I call it this night for you. I saw it sneaking by the wall. I played dead, the best way I can play dead, and it's this mouse, I mean. She jumped on my head. It started nibbling on my finger. I quickly clasped my hand and bit through its neck. I always do that. That's when they stop running.
Corners of the boy's mouth turn up in a grotesque smile, exposing rows of overgrown teeth which even his mask couldn't hide.
Mice. Mice are good. Better than bark and these funny black bugs. Here, taste it. You'll like it.
You can either accept this generous offering, which makes the musician happy.
When I catch more, I'll give them to you.
And he does actually do that, talking to him again a couple days later, and he'll give you another rat.
I have a delicious wee mouse for you. I caught it this night. Here you go.
This rat is actually pretty useful as well. You can eat it to recover some HP, or cook it in the stove for more essence, which goes to show that even the rats are heavily infected. Alternatively, you could lose out on it and refuse his gift, which just, makes him a little bit sad. you asshole. The boy quickly glances at the rat's blood-soaked corpse and freezes.
But they are so tasty. I thought you liked them. I'm sorry.
The boy drops the rat to the floor, then hugs his knees and falls silent. I feel the way the dialogue is wrote here, you are purposely made to feel like a piece of shit for refusing a bloodied rat corpse. One day you can also find him playing with a ping pong ball. The musician hums and bounces a small ping pong ball against the wall. He probably found it amongst the junk. Suddenly, he notices me.
Oh, it's you.
The ball bounces off his deformed hand and lands between my feet. You can either give the ball back or take it for yourself, but come on. You're a monster, but you're not that much of a monster, surely. If you aren't a horrible piece of shit, you'll be rewarded with yet another rat. How generous. After a few more days, he'll mention being hungry. The boy leans over the violin lying next to his overgrown left hand. He plucks one of the strings with his right hand, clumsily trying to keep the rhythm.
I'm sorry
4 hours.
But do you maybe have something to eat?
The boy stops strumming. He carefully sets the violin down between his knees
Nathan,
and
have you
holds the
reached-
neck in his hand.
I'm a wee bit hungry, and if you had something,
green.
anything.
You can now show him some food items.
I'm muted. No, I have not.
Eggs.
I have not
Or
reached
also
greed
things
yet.
that you've been using
Watch
to
out
dose
towards the
yourself with
end of
essence, such as odd meats
the
or
layer before that.
mushrooms,
There's a
giving you
random
pretty much
spot in the
anything
middle of the
edible,
road that
he'll
makes
say
you
this.
take damage. It scared the shit out of me.
Me when I lie.
Kind, but I don't have anything. Nothing I can give you.
The boy leans over his left side and reaches for something with his right hand. I hear the sound of torn fabric. He passes me a piece of rope, which was part of his tattered clothing.
It's a kind of rope. You can do a lot of things with a rope. You can do a knot, tie it, or hang your laundry on it.
He gives you a rope in case you still needed to craft any inventory upgrades that you missed. What happens with the musician next is entirely depending on what food you gave him. If it was regular human food, he'll stay in the room and continue to keep you company throughout Chapter 2. However, if you gave him any food that was affected by the forest, which is most things, you'll come back the next day and find him transformed even worse. At this point, he looks like something I'd commission. Being so fat, he actually pushes out of the room. He's clearly mutated even further. The essence from the food accelerating the process at a breakneck pace. You can't interact with him anymore, and once he's in this state, after one more day, he'll disappear
No, he
entirely.
just calls
It's unknown
himself
what
out like
happens to him
that.
then. We can't find a bloated corpse outside the hideout or anywhere. He's gone. The room still damages you after he leaves, in case you were wondering. No exploiting the game for you, maggot. Maggot! Another interesting thing is that if you killed the Sow, but also killed all the villagers that were cutting down the trees, the musician won't actually appear in Chapter 2. Most likely because the villagers weren't able to find a way out of the forest, because, you know, you killed them all. It's really impressive how the devs thought of pretty much every individual outcome. Exploring the hideout further, one of the paths between the buildings lies a corpse holding a knife, some flares, and a note. The map is outdated. It must have been prepared around 2 years ago. The woods have changed considerably since then. Moreover, it's so ragged it's barely readable. However, I think I can make out the position of the cottage near the junkyard and the village with that tree. Also important to mention is the map is about as old as the corpse we found right before the tunnel exit, possibly meaning that this entire area got restricted and evacuated around that time. The actual note reads this.
Day 1, 13:15 hours. The compressor is broken. So is the lock on the trap door leading to the underground. Had to use a blowtorch. Fucking moisture. Day 2, 1200 hours. We took 45 photos of the tree from the observation point in the vicinity of 3C. It grew twice its size in a month. Really quick, even for the local standards. Day 2, 1520 hours. I'm slowly running out of oxygen. I've sent 2 men to search the nearby junkyard. Maybe we won't have to go back for spare parts for the compressor. Watch out for the cottage near the junkyard. Someone could be living there. Day 2, 1812 hours. At least 10 locals lurking between the trees. How do they know about us? We won't be able to gather our equipment in time. The risk of getting detected is too high. Need to evac.
This note basically lays out the
What
progression.
the fuck was that pause?
In Darkwood, the game is actually going easy on you and telling you straight up on what to do. It explains why the village was marked with a tree, as this tree is clearly more special than the others, growing at a way faster rate. They also don't outright call it a tree, rather putting it in quotation marks, which could be a reference to what the man in the tunnel said about the talking tree, blocking the path and not letting him pass. There's even an explanation for why we can't reopen the hatch and go back to the dry meadow. Apparently moisture damage is still the biggest structural hazard, even in a plague-infested forest. Also, another big thing in that note actually mentions locals lurking between the trees, that being the reason for the evacuation. But one thing you'll quickly learn about the swamp is that you will rarely be dealing with any regular savages anymore, though they do appear here and there, along with, you know, huge dogs.
I have had it with these motherfuckers.
Dogs. You'll mostly be dealing with things much more dangerous than a rabid human. After spending the first day gathering your bearings in the new hideout, you'll probably end up having to survive the night without doing too much exploring. The nights in the swamp are much more dynamic, with night events being much more common. The game even giving you the shadows trait, even if you never injected the essence dose, just to make sure, you know, you're not missing out on all the fun. Apart from the night events you might be used to by now, there actually are a couple specific to this hideout. At some point during the night, your lights may short out completely, aside from one singular lamp. After which, the unused radio in the oven room will actually start speaking to you. At first, the words it repeats are garbled, but soon you'll be able to make out what it's trying to say. Inspecting the radio after the event will have the protagonist say this. It's covered in a thick layer of dust. It looks like no one's used it for a long time, but it smells of warm plastic and burnt wires. The enemy attacks here are also much more frequent. Like I said before, the enemies in the swamp are much more tricky than the ones you've been dealing with. Not only will you be dealing with the forest's much more mutated creations, but the enemies can now spawn covered with black substance, which makes them completely invulnerable to damage until you burn them off with light. This might not seem like much of a big deal, but it can take ages for the substance to burn away, even with the military flashlight, exposing you to attacks that you can't even stun or respond to. That is, unless you're a true lantern-pilled Chad, as for some reason the humble lantern can actually burn away substance almost immediately. On top of
Have you made it to greed yet?
Be pulled out, and it covers a 360-degree.
Have you made it to greed yet?
Anything, these combat encounters
but I
remind
see
me of
the
game I played years ago called The Thing, which is
the sandcastles aren't collectibles.
Not the shitty sequel. Although in that game it worked in the reverse. You'd actually use ballistic weapons to lower an enemy's health and then have to finish them off with fire. Where here you're doing the opposite. You're using fire to actually break away their shield and then being able to do damage to them. I mean, I could have just said this is Alan Wake because it basically is Alan Wake, but nope, fuck you. I wanted to use the niche game. There are some
halfway done.
The hideout offers, though. Like I mentioned, the entire safe area is actually much bigger, letting you dodge and avoid.
This was a very bad idea.
You might have also
It's
noticed
so
the
draining.
growth in the middle of one
It was
of
the
the
worst
paths,
idea I've
looking
ever
at it will
had.
trigger
It's
a
such
red
a waste
light,
of
almost
time.
looking like a flare just outside the main complex. This can really
Yeah, but then we'll never have to ever do it again.
Ever.
before they start breaking
In fact, I'm
down.
deleting
even though they're gonna add layers.
Camp in the corner
I
the whole
don't
time.
care. They'll probably add 2
I don't
extra
care.
hours.
I don't care either.
For surviving the night. I'm gonna die on this hill. I really think the old woods was the worst hideout to survive in because there were so many corridors and it was incredibly cramped. But here, having a bit of breathing room to dodge with these square spaces, it makes combat much easier. Once you survive the night, you'll be able to meet your new daily traders, the 3. They completely replace the trader, appearing each morning during the time stop and giving you 250 rep for surviving a night. Just like the trader, the 3 will never talk to you outright, instead using body language to communicate. The 3 visitors stare at me in silence, as if waiting for my move. I can only hear the heavy breathing of the tallest figure, holding a giant bag. As the tallest figure opens the bag, the room is filled with an intense smell of mushrooms. Apparently, they wish to give me something. They offer a huge stock of items. Once again, of course, including that delicious red egg.
Can I offer you a nice egg in this trying time?
Honestly, by now, you probably don't have any use for essence items, as you probably would have maxed out your dosage even before entering the swamp. But if somehow you still need to cook, the oven in the swamp is even more efficient, meaning you'll probably get to max level with just a few mushrooms. On the topic of cooking, there's still a couple more perks you can get with the next dose. The negative perks you can choose to handicap yourself with this time are weak regeneration and shaky hands. Weak regeneration is not the worst, and all it really does is slow down the rate at which items heal you, but it doesn't change the duration of the healing effect, meaning you're getting half the total healing. This sounds really bad on paper until you realize that most healing items in the game restore much more health than your health bar has. Like the slowest and cheapest form of healing, the bandage heals 170 HP in total, with your standard health sitting at 100 HP. With the perk, it's still healing
Does
at
the sand
85
hurt
HP,
you?
which should almost
Yeah,
always be enough.
that's the end
To
of
be
the
fair,
road.
using a pill
Edge of the road
still
even.
fully almost heal you
I'm talking
in
about
3
like
seconds.
walking on it.
If you pick this perk, all you really need to
You
do
got out and
is
started
get
walking
a
on
little
it?
bit more slower.
I was
Slower
thinking
than you've
about
already
it, but
been
then I was
playing
like, I'm
so
pretty
again.
low, I'll
The
probably
shaky hands,
die.
meanwhile,
Why would you do that?
absolutely sucks.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
No, I mean, but why would you?
Immensely, making it so
Why
you
would
can't really
you
shoot anything
want
over 5
to?
meters without wasting half a mag. So what
Does it
positive
look
perks
very
do you
nice?
get if the negative perks are so bad? Well,
You're
actually,
losing your
well,
fucking mind, bro.
pretty decent. Adrenaline
Dude, I'm
is
so
very
tired.
situational,
I'm
doubling your
energy.
melee damage output when you're very low on health. Risking dying to one shot by having so much damage, you
But at least the
also
rogue's
risking one shot
definition is
everything else.
very
It
clear in here.
incentivizes risk reward, so like a glass cannon build in Dark Souls, but it's not really something you should play around with unless you're confident in that kind of build. Another positive perk is Vitality. This one is a straight up stat buff, giving you a little bit more
Or
health.
go get some
to
coffee or something? You got 4 more hours, brother.
Health, and that's about
I
it.
do have a
It doesn't
monster.
seem that great, but it's just a very consistently
Start
decent
chugging.
perk. The last positive perk is Chameleon, which once per day lets you become invisible as long as you stand still. It lets you avoid an encounter if you're unprepared for one, especially at night, because you can pop it and then just tab out, watch your favourite React Andy stream on the other monitor as the game basically plays itself. I didn't really get too much use out of it myself, but it could definitely be a lifesaver.
Where did you get the idea for like the essence abilities? Because that's probably like the closest thing to an actual like leveling system in the game.
We always like the idea that we have skills that have to be offset with some negative skills, and we did that with leveling, where you have those mutations. At first, it was like this
Fucking,
mechanics, like for the shadows.
interview.
One, there were much.
We got the interview again.
Skills.
Fucking hour-long things between each interview segment.
So
And each interview segment's like 30 fucking seconds.
Skills, but then we have to cut them by a long lot.
Also, they're kind of weird because when
Dude.
we had this roguelike approach, we didn't care that they will
What?
play the game so much.
I forgot.
We
Hold
thought
on.
about, okay, this gameplay gonna
You
forgot what you were gonna-
shorter
Yeah,
period
I
of
got-
time.
I was
and
gonna
then
say it,
we will
and then you
make
took me, and then I
another
forgot.
build, and
Give me
you
a
will
second.
not
I'll remember.
choose the same silly skill. That's why they are like maybe a little bit weird sometimes.
You know the game called The Game, where you like...
the ability to
Yeah, the game that I... Oh, that game? You mean Welcome to the Game?
Yeah, welcome to the game.
You can't show them any items or
Now I know
gossip,
how they
they'll
feel.
just stand there and stare
People
at
play
you
that
unless you
shit.
trade with them. But
Sitting there
this
for
is the only thing that
hours.
happens
Yeah,
after
doing
not
jack shit, and then like fucking slipping up once and dying instantly.
Yeah.
No.
You're always on edge.
Have you seen that video of like the dev being a piece of shit?
What doesn't surprise me? He's made the fucking the game.
Like what the dev was doing. You know how like some like you know the game Cluster Truck?
Overwhelmed him and
Is that a yes or a no?
I do know it, yeah.
You know how like the devs like interact with like Twitch streamers and stuff?
Maybe the murder was personal, but the biggest
So with them, the Twitch streamers, it's through Twitch integration, and the Twitch streamers opt into it. With Welcome to the Game too, the devs just put it into the fucking game. You couldn't just opt into it. So there's a clip of a dev of the main guy fucking with somebody speedrunning the game or something like that. I don't remember. And it's because the guy streaming called him an asshole. and he started just making manually every single game he played. He was making it unplayable.
Even the bookmarks are there, except all the pages
like
are
making it hard, too hard to beat.
And the new traders to the swamp biome,
I didn't know they had the ability to do that.
The trader is found
They
dead,
do
if
they put in like a backdoor. Basically, what they did is they made it so that the game had to ping a server to start playing. Every instance needs to ping the server,
and then wake up with them,
and then they can manually go in through that server and like change the game files.
There's no indication.
Like or change how the game works per person.
Knew that the other party existed.
A theory I find more likely is that tragically the protagonist is the one.
Are they
that killed
just
the trader.
ruining his runs?
Yeah, basically.
We know from before that he frequently hallucinates and dreams, you know, affecting things in the real world. It could also be the devs wanting to leave this more ambiguous instead of, you know, feeding.
So you said the sandcastles aren't interactable.
No, the interactable is you'll see it. It's a new offshoot off to the right.
Progress, we've proven him wrong, but at the same time, he never told us there's no.
I haven't seen it yet, but I know what it is because I did the short version.
Lead deeper into the forest, which could be implying you need to go deeper to get out, which is exactly what we're doing. And who knows? Maybe this slight nudge towards freedom, it could have driven the protagonist to kill him in an essence-fueled rage. Also, the trader's head is cleanly decapitated. It wasn't messy, and the rest of his body is been completely left alone, making it pretty unlikely to have been done by any kind of wild animal or, you know, whatever forest creatures inhabit the swamp.
God left me unfinished!
By looking at the map, it is absolutely enormous, but the first thing you probably should do is head off for the village like the note suggests. Even though the map is randomly generated, the village will usually spawn somewhere close to your hideout, making it your natural first destination. In contrast to the village back in the Silent Forest, this one isn't a separate zone with time stopped. But you probably wish
it's not like out on the sand, is it?
Here because this place is massive.
What?
And can easily take you multiple in-game days.
There's like a platform that you walk out on. Oh shit, yeah, there's a jump scare and I forgot about that fucking jump scare. That scared the shit out of me.
See something crawling out.
Where's the jump scare?
Something's gonna splat on your windshield.
To the next swamp exclusive enemy, unless you've already met them at night, of course. This is the human spider, presented as a weird combination of body parts walking on multiple limbs. It has a regular swipe attack, but also one of the few ranged enemies in the game, being able to throw its spare appendages to damage you, sometimes even throwing entire torsos instead. When that happens, you better focus on killing that torso quickly, as it's about to replicate into another spider. This happens so fast that you can actually easily be overrun if you're not paying attention. Another important thing to mention is that spiders actually move much faster when outside your cone of vision. Together with the ability to duplicate means that they should be a priority target in pretty much every single combat scenario. Aside from scripted encounters, they can be found pretty much anywhere in the swamp, just roaming around, basically filling a similar role to the rock savages, although scaled up in difficulty to make the region feel so much more hostile. I mean, to be fair, what do you think is more scary? A man throwing rocks at you? Or a man throwing his arm at you? I've just reminded myself of Medieval now on the PS1. God, that was such a good game. After dealing with the spider, you can proceed to the village, taking the path opposite to the pile of bodies. Here, you'll come across yet another village shrine. But if you let the doctor follow you into the swamp, he'll also be here, allowing for a semi-warm reunion.
You again. What do you want from me? Want to put me in front of a firing squad for desertion?
The doctor snorts ironically, hiding his irritation.
I'm not going anywhere with you. I'm too close. I can hear her, just as if she was standing beside me. My little...
With shaking hands, he reaches for the cigarette butt between his yellow teeth.
I'm sure someone is waiting for you too.
He spits out the rest of the tobacco. He won't appear here if you failed the train wreck dream, as in that scenario, you're still enemies. You can also show him the photo of the road home.
Why are you showing this to me? You better tell me how to get there.
Now, this line did leave me with a bit of whiplash because we have been showing the photo of the road home to every character and probably not realizing that they also would probably like to go home, to leave the Darkwood. It really does come across that unintentionally we're kind of rubbing everyone's noses in it. I mean, for example, with the Doctor, if he knew where the road home was, we never would have interacted with him. Most of the events in this game never would have even happened. He would have just ran off.
You can talk to him further as well to hear some more exposition.
I used to come here to treat people. I pulled out kids' milk teeth, delivered babies, and then came the diseases I'd never even heard of. I was the only doctor in the area. You cut us off from the outside world. First you, then the woods. No help from anyone. Last time I came here was 3 or 4 years ago. Then the trees blocked the path.
This is one of the villages the Doctor used to work in, probably why he even made us stop here in the first place. This dialogue also confirms that the entire area was quarantined when the plague started.
I think it's implied that the protagonist is like military and military like cut these people off from leaving for like experiments or some shit. That's what I'm getting from it.
The disease is out there, so it doesn't even matter.
Well, no, they're not on the outside yet. They're still surrounded by trees. They haven't left it.
He's been infected.
The doctor?
Talking to him.
Oh well, yeah.
We'll have him explain his game theory to you.
So I'm thinking it's spread out, and then they send in people to go, like
walking through the tunnels.
Go maybe find a cure or something from inside.
You and your kind.
It was
something like that.
Actually put it in the intro of the video. The Doctor takes a step
But I think they're more trying to just
as if he was
contain it,
afraid of
maybe.
me. At the same time, a sinister smile appears on his face.
You don't belong to this land. You weren't here when the forest was born. You're a splinter, a foreign body, a vagabond. And then, the forest and everything else here? These are the antibodies. Even the morons from the village. Raging white blood cells and an infected bloodstream. That's the reason you hide from us.
The Doctor is visibly pleased with himself and his theory. His hands are no longer trembling. He produces a hand-rolled cigarette and lights it.
Logical, isn't it?
Now, it is pretty logical what he's saying, but in reality, the plague infected
I've yet to be
Poland
jump
first.
scared.
So if anything, we're the immune system. So it's pretty obvious the Doctor has been
It's a little bit into
brainwashed by
greed.
Darkwood's colonizer program.
This dialogue, along with the one that mentioned the quarantine, also confirms that at least the Doctor thinks we're part of this outside organization coming in and out of the woods. I mean, it does make sense. We did have the Bunker 21 key after all, and we knew where the underground entrance was. None of the natives seem to have one or even know about the tunnels, so it's only logical that they're exclusive to these outsiders. We finally have at least some solid clue about our backstory, but still definitely nowhere near the full picture. Apart from yapping, the Doctor will actually let you trade. Yeah, remember how I told you letting him live is going to actually benefit you more than just lore? For the low price of absolutely nothing, he will give you 100 rep to trade with him, possibly a reward for taking him with you. He only has 3 items in his stock though: an embryo, weapon parts, and another random crafting ingredient, like tape, a bolt handle, or a long barrel. Each one of these costs 100 rep, effectively meaning that you can get one of them for free. But the thing is, you can only get one because he won't accept anything to trade with you. So once you pick an item, you'll actually be locked out of picking the other 2. The Doctor obviously not wanting any of the various tools of survival that he would have cherished in chapter 1. Out of all the items, you'll probably want the embryo. The weapon parts are incredibly valuable for crafting or being sold, but embryos have that unique property on hard mode of giving you an extra life. So like I said much earlier, if you were to die and it be a game over, instead you just respawn, dropping your equipment exactly like normal difficulty. On top of that as well, they can also be cooked for a huge chunk of essence and sold to traders, although less than the weapon parts. After speaking to him once, the Doctor will leave the village the next day, presumably to wander the swamp in search for his daughter, who's apparently been calling to him. He's mentioned her before when you tried to talk to him in the train wreck, and unfortunately, it's probably a sign of the insanity that the forest drives everyone mad, and it's setting in. In the same clearing as the Doctor is the village shrine that I mentioned before. Once again, it looks like a standard Catholic shrine of St. Mary holding baby Jesus.
You can zoom in, by the way.
But this one's been defaced by something trying to eat at it, as there's bite marks.
I've been doing it a lot.
This is probably the work of the local savages, as even back in chapter 1, you could find them eating away at tree trunks. This being a holy figure really doesn't seem to bother them. Further along the path, you can find a backpack containing some expensive fabric and a map, which marks
the monster is working
location.
wonders,
this place
dude.
is very important for getting around the swamp, and I'll get to why later. Following the path deeper into the village, you'll first stumble upon some houses with barricaded windows. One of them has a chest with some random items inside, but the other one is much more interesting. Instead of breaching in, you can instead go around and through a destroyed part of the house. As you approach the wooden door to enter the barricaded room, you'll hear a voice calling from inside.
I took a solid 60 damage in that last layer, and I've yet to take anything.
Going inside, you'll realize
Yeah, no, I'm fucking. I've taken 1 damage this layer. I've been fucking trying to lock in, bro. I'm already at 36.
Me when I lie.
Getting getting close to the
15.
bedroom will
15. Oh my god, yeah, locked the fuck in, brother.
Dude, I haven't taken any damage this layer. That last layer is horrible. I could not tell the edge of the road.
I didn't take any damage in the middle of the road. I don't know what happened here.
Back outside, you might start to hear growling in the distance.
I didn't take much damage when he was in the middle of the road, but it scared the fuck out of me.
Red chomper, but
I thought I was fucked because I was already at like 20 at that point. I was like,
chomper wanders around the area instead of, you know, just standing there waiting for a shovel indentation in its head. And once again, the black substance that I mentioned earlier gives it some initial invincibility, so it's allowed to get some cheap hits. After dealing with the chomper, you'll pass some burnt houses with a generator stood up against a wall. Activating it causes the light fixtures
I want all the roads to stay like
only
this.
for it to die around 2 seconds later. There's nothing of note.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the road size doesn't change, just the visual.
I know, but like
mentally
that
approaching the
makes me
doghouse
change
will
the size
spawn
of
a
the
huge
road.
dog inside and have it lunge.
Well, did you not see the middle lines in the middle of Gluttony?
Especially with how equipped you
No.
are by now. Again,
There were like teeth in the middle of the road.
Stuff from chapter 1. God,
I was not locked in, dude. I was like
now,
half
thankfully,
asleep.
unlike the well in the chapter 1 village, you can't actually descend into this one, so you're not going to be fighting any, you know, mutated children. There's also a locked house here, which you can either waste a lockpick on or open in the more unconventional axe way. The word zlodzieje, or thieves, is written all over the floor, and there's a bunch of good loot in the wardrobe right next to the entrance. On top of that, there's a shelf containing the photo of 3 boys, again with the word thieves scratched over it.
Oh,
Going
3
back
boys?
outside,
I bet
the
it's
footpath you
the
followed is pretty much
trader dudes
non-existent
from
now.
earlier.
Instead,
Probably.
replaced by roots and trees growing out of the ground. To get deeper into the village, you're going to have to breach through buildings and try to get around all the blockades that the forest has put up. Walking through the gap between the roots, you can gain access to 2 more buildings. The closer one has a really important item for progression hidden on a dead body. The pliers. With this, you can finally upgrade your workbench. That's right, you can now make the axe, the same one the doctor used in the prologue. It's incredibly expensive to make because of the axe blade. That is, unless you killed the sow in the village, and then you could just steal it from this guy who's trying to chop down a tree. Or again, like I said earlier, you could have just taken the doctor's axe if you explored his house in chapter 1. But it really does beg the question, why is a blade and a stick locked behind more upgrades than a gun?
Now, the axe is the
Actually, so true.
and strongest melee weapon in the entire game.
Notice how he doesn't have any gun. Oh, no, look at this motherfucker. This dumb motherfucker. Look at this.
No
He
way.
put the axe in the fucking UI. What a goober, bro.
Hugely different attack pattern. With the shovel, you do a
I
wide
bet you
swing.
did with the shovel
With
too.
the axe, it is a single
Yeah.
downward shot that does a lot more damage.
That's so
but
corny,
the
bro.
cost of having
I
to be
can't
a
lie.
lot more precise. I'll be honest,
Oh,
I
yeah.
played through like 80% of the game with the shovel, and it was doing me fine. So I kind of just dropped the axe and stayed with the shovel anyway.
Oh, he didn't take it out of his inventory when he dropped it.
Crafting recipe
Oh.
is
That's
the
a match.
exploding barrel, the same one you'd find in the very
Fine.
first hideout in the locked chest. These are pretty good to actually have set up at your hideout at critical choke points, as you can trade 1 piece of scrap metal and a bit of gasoline
1 piece?
plus a single bullet to activate the barrel to dispatch an entire group of enemies. Even better, if you throw a piece of meat, you can actually
Go on,
bait enemies
please.
towards it. And remember, this hideout is huge, meaning that you can bait even
Go
more
on,
enemies
this is
into barrels
real.
to save ammo and health. If placed properly, the barrels can be an amazing panic button when you're getting overrun. This isn't the Cruelty Squad video, and I'm not making another tier list, but these would probably go in S tier. Aside from the pliers, there's a wardrobe next to a window for you to loot. Approaching it will have the protagonist look out the window. I can see the crown of a huge tree through the small window under the ceiling. Inside the wardrobe is some more fabric to sell, but also a lottery ticket, which, if anything, reminds me of that guy in Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, you know that guy who goes like, "Who won the lottery? I did." This ticket is supposed to be a setup for a puzzle to unlock the crate in the next room. Except, like, I'll be honest, look, I've spent like way too long sucking this game off, but this puzzle, if you want to even call it that, is really unintuitive, and it's just kind of bullshit if you're playing the game without any kind of wiki open. It's actually so bad that someone actually put a note on the wiki itself saying, "Unrecommended to solve the puzzle yourself." Now, there's a lot of numbers selected on the ticket, so it's not like you just take a quick glance and you get the code. Nope, instead you have to check only the single numbered columns and only use the selected numbers from those, giving you 2531. Thing is, it sounds simple, right? But there's basically no indication on how this is supposed to be solved. Maybe aside from the fact that there's like 5 single numbered columns and only 4 are used. People stumbling on this, they're gonna think that they're gonna need another lottery ticket. Now, despite the puzzle being really mid, the reward is actually worth it. Inside the crate, you can find 8 shotgun shells, 2 long barrels, both worth 225 rep, and a metal pipe. The game is basically screaming at you to make the double-barreled shotgun here, though for that you'll you'll still need another workbench upgrade. Going through the window, you'll find some campfires. One of them still lit. It looks like there might actually be some human presence here after all. Inside a small blockaded room in the next building is seemingly the
have you not been jump scared yet?
in the entire village.
No, but it didn't scare me.
Entering dialogue, you can see that he's an
but it happened?
man in a
Yeah,
makeshift
the little
wooden
blood
wheelchair.
splatter.
His clothes
I thought
are
it would be like
incredibly overgrown
on my
with branches
screen.
and roots, but
No,
despite
it's a
looking
little
similar to
startle.
Savage, he's completely coherent.
Wait. Bloody hell! You're alive!
The old man extends his hand, blindly trying to reach me.
It didn't help that I had the game basically muted.
You cannot be. Hmm? All
Yeah, I do
the
too.
lads are dead. It's only me. Me and...
He finally finds my arm and grabs it. For a moment, he clutches my hand in silence. Then I hear him mumbling under his breath.
I don't have anything, mate. Only this chair. Bloody hell.
His gaze stops somewhere under the leaky barn ceiling.
What?
The old man suddenly jumps up.
What are you saying?
I feel his long fingernails digging into my hand.
The tree. Ain't no fucking tree, that. Well, it looks like a tree, yeah. But those faces, well, I know 'em, buggers. Every single one of them. So close and so fake. They're not real. They're not. From time to time, I thank God I went blind. I don't have to look at them.
The old man lets go of my hand to lean against the broken back of the chair. He sighs with relief.
It disgusts me. It fucking disgusts me, this buggery. This fucking scum. All the time I have to listen to his pathetic blabber. Complaining all the time as if I was supposed to believe it's human. That it's me. Zocker. Yeah, right.
He suddenly reaches towards me with both hands, almost falling out from the chair. He grabs onto my sleeve and I feel all of his weight on me.
You lad, you've got your hands and legs. Ooh, strong arms, I beg you. Get rid of that filth from our village. Can't bear another day of that abomination wailing and sobbing. I want to die in peace. Fucking hell. I want to die in peace.
Oh, fuck. Stream's doing that weird thing again. Hold on.
I've had a lot of time to think.
What's up?
For fuck's sake.
Stream's doing that weird buzzing.
Are milky white. I can feel him climbing my coat.
You need to find the basement. Jassie's basement. Yeah, I remember it. It's right next to the tree. The tree is too large, so if you can't reach it from the top,
At 20 minutes in, I found the greed,
when there,
the greed passenger.
you'll find the tree's roots. The bloody thing must have roots. That's where they are. Destroy them. Pull them, drag them, twist the fuck out of them. Oh, you'll find a way, eh? I know you will.
The old man slides down my coat, straight into his destroyed wheelchair. For a moment, he searches for his stone, which he uses to prop himself up against the muddy floor of the barn.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is the last survivor of the village, and you're probably wondering, where is everyone else? Well, if you go past him, you will see a monstrous tree that grows so high it is actually almost touching the top-down camera we've been using the entirety of the game. And this tree is blocking the final exit to basically finish the game. It's the final last roadblock.
The tree itself is an amalgamation of dozens of people from the village, even including some of the livestock like cows. When examining the tree, the protagonist will remark that the tree is gigantic. Its bark stays in constant motion. It swells up and collapses into itself.
But
as if
the
breathing,
things on
I
the
see
right,
human
right? The
silhouettes
passenger?
growing out of the tree trunk. They're also moving as if gesturing in slow motion.
I'm
Dozens
locked
of
in.
mouths repeat their lines simultaneously, creating a uniform, noisy murmur. Much like the other character art, this is animated, and seeing all the people trapped inside the tree, opening and closing their mouths, it's terrifying. Between the bows, I catch a man's gaze. It's fixed on me. His body, similarly to the other beings, seems to form an integral part of the tree. His limbs are gnarled, and his face is grotesquely deformed. He's the only one to acknowledge my presence. His hand slowly raises, pointing to something on the horizon. Above the roofs of the destroyed village, the man's lips are moving, but the ghastly murmur of the other voices drowns out his words. You're now given various options. You can kick the tree, hoping the voices will go silent. I kick the tree trunk with all my strength, breaking a branch sticking out from between the roots.
It hurts.
I hear a silent voice coming from beneath my feet. It's the face of a man who has grown into the roots. He's completely covered in bark. His lips barely stick above the mud, and his raised arms resemble branches. One of them is broken in the elbow. The stump bleeds a white, gooey substance. Instead of seeping down, it slowly flows upward, forming a new arm.
Now, the funny thing is about Darkwood, with how unforgiving the entire game is, most people I've seen play through this game, either streaming or Let's Plays, they purposely chose to not pick this option, thinking it would punish them, maybe it would kill them, and because obviously the game auto-saves like every 5 seconds or after every stray cough the character does, they would probably think that they're going to be locked out of actual content or punished for it. But in reality, all it does is just show that the tree is completely unkillable. Also keep in mind, when you pick this option, the white substance that oozes out of it is the exact same white substance we saw when crossing Bunker 21.
You can throw Molotovs and line up as many explosive barrels as you want, but you'll never be able to damage the tree. But now you're given another option to try to climb the tree, which, from looking at what it's done to the rest of the village, probably isn't a good idea, but nevertheless, you can still try. The bark is slimy and soft. Its creases move away from my shoes and hands. I feel the arms that protrude from the roots tugging at my clothes. I'm not sure if they want to drag me down or pull me closer. I barely break free from their grasp. Climbing up is out of the question. The final option is to try to focus on the lips of the only person in the tree that was making any kind of eye contact with us. Even though the figure speaks sluggishly, it's too high for me to read its lips properly. I think one of the words is radio. There's nothing else to do with the tree here, but exiting and re-entering dialogue will give some different text about various people stuck inside the tree. I notice a little smiling face of a girl gazing at me from behind a cluster of sleeping heads, oblivious to the chaos around her. She studies me with curiosity. Just next to her, a massive man calmly hums some melody. The lullaby drowns in the overwhelming noise surrounding the tree. It seems that amongst all the chaos, people have made their peace with the tree. Examining a second time, you'll see an argument break out.
I knocked your head off. You see this shit?
I am barely able to make out any conversations and squabbles from the horrible noise of the tree bough.
You took everything from us.
The shouts come from an old man. Only the tip of his head and one of his arms stick out from between the tightly crowded bodies.
You stole it. Thieves! May the dogs piss in your face!
Right next to him, a woman's head, wobbling from side to side, repeats.
We were hungry. We were hungry.
Another figure hiding its face under an enormous root lets out a chilling shriek.
Quiet. Fucking quiet. Leave us in peace. Shut up!
He is interrupted by a man next to him, his intestines hanging out from his stomach.
It was our common good. It was meant for all of us. You stole it.
However, all of this is optional. You don't actually have to go to the tree and, get all immersed in the story or how horrific everything is. You really can just remove the barricade, probably the only thing keeping the cripple alive, and just straight up leave. He'll call you out though, but, we're out on our own survival, not to keep talking to trees until curfew. Although, if you do that and play like a complete bastard, you'll be immediately punished. Because as soon as you go outside and turn to leave, the mushrooms right in front of you will rise up and become mushroom men. Now, I mentioned these guys back in chapter 1, but before they could only spawn in specific mushroom fields that got marked on your map. But now in the swamp, they can randomly pop up from pretty much any mushroom patch. They're basically a walking explosive barrel. Now, these guys are pretty reasonable to deal with in a 1v1 scenario because all they really do is chase you while laughing like a madman until they get too close and explode. Or if they run out of time and they blow up anyway. Even if they manage to close the gap, the explosion does actually take a while, so you can usually get away.
Oh, it's V1
before they even get close.
It's
if you manage to get
V2
caught in the
rather.
blast, though, their damage is insane. They're not really a threat on their own, but more if they gang up on you with other actual enemies. More on that, actually. The mushroom men can actually be blocked by other enemies, and they will damage them. So funnily enough, you can actually bait them into clearing whatever's chasing you if you actually want to keep your ammo. One more important landmark in the village is a house that basically serves as your shortcut to get in and out of the village. You couldn't enter it before because rubble was blocking one of the metal doors, but coming from this side you can clear it and open the way. But if you chose to stick around, the area around the tree can actually be pretty rewarding. There's a small shack with a metal door right next to it, and going inside you can find a hatch, likely one of the entrances to the basement that the cripple mentioned. Unfortunately though, the hatch seems to be inaccessible. That or it's like a Skyrim master lockpick. The hatch leading to the basement is blocked from the inside. The marks on it suggest someone tried to break it open. There's also a broken shovel shovel lying right next to the hatch, probably used to try and breach it. You can pick up the shovel blade, which is pretty useful actually if you haven't upgraded your shovel yet, or if you just want to sell it for the rep. Next to it, there's a wardrobe with, you know, your typical loot, but also a fat notebook almost completely filled with notes. It's an inventory of the entire village, and the notes suddenly end on August 1983.
1983, August 21st. Shozak is dead. We're down to 26. Minus 6 potatoes, minus half a loaf of bread, minus 2 liters of gasoline, plus 1 potato. Shozak's.
Now this shows some pretty important things about the village. First of all, there were 27 people that lived here, including someone called Jozek. Their food situation was really scarce. They were rationing out potatoes and even at one point picked up a stray dog.
Not a thought behind those ears. Not a fucking thought.
Probably the same huge dog that we found inside the house. So that goes to show that even though most of the village was turned into a giant monstrosity of a tree, they never actually chose to eat the dog.
You can also show this food inventory to the cripple.
All sorts of things used to happen in our village. Sometimes a mug got punched for some silly thing.
A faint smile appears on the man's face.
But we always stick together when the time came. We had to. Until the hunger came. As the hunger divided us, I sometimes hear the echoes of those times in the trees' moans. That fucking monstrosity won't let me forget.
On the other side from the blocked hatch, you find a house with a trapdoor that actually works. Going inside, you'll see how deep the roots have really penetrated into the earth here. Moving through the tunnel, you can stumble onto a corridor splitting off from the main path. It leads to a small room with a glare inside. Glares are sources of red light that will actually damage you if you stare at them. Not to be confused with the growth that creates a red light. Now, encountering these things in the swamp can actually be pretty scary because they do a lot of damage and they can be very, visually distracting. But for them to do damage, you need to make eye contact, so if you just basically moonwalk towards them, it's not really too much of a problem. There's also a corpse in the corner, holding a small magazine and a pistol. I don't think I really have to explain what this indicates, but going back to the main tunnel, the walls will start talking to you.
Who's there? What do you want? Leave.
There's an entrance in the water here. Approaching it, the protagonist will say that my feet are slowly sinking in the soft, quaggy floor. Quaggy is a word, by the way. I had to Google it before reading this. Apparently, Polish people know more about English than the English person. I can barely move, as if something was holding me by my ankles. You can try to swim through the hole, but it's no use. The water is dark and cloudy. The corridor seems very long. I'll probably run out of oxygen. I won't be able to swim through the passage without an oxygen tank. Talking to the old man, he was right about the tree. You might remember he mentioned finding a basement next to the talking tree that has a weak spot. There is a trapdoor, but without an oxygen tank, you'll drown trying to make it to the other side. Remember, there is a compressor back at the hideout, but it needs parts to be fixed, and also you don't have an oxygen canister. Thankfully, the cripple, he has a solution.
The basement is Nico? Today. Am I right? Dogs
Rare Nico review.
Hello. Coach, bro.
He turns around.
What's up,
looking for something.
I'm trying. I'm chilling, but I'm trying to keep Fish from fucking losing his mind.
The ultimate ultra gaming experience.
Elephants of fucking plonkers.
4.5 hours into ULTRABUS.
Yeah, we have these elephants.
And nothing to show for it yet.
They live here in the
What's up, Paulo?
Their hut is in the thicket, in the flooded forest.
Paulo, I would love to hold on.
Trapped us here. They keep to themselves. They don't fancy us. Bloody elephants.
Yeah, I'll stream so you guys can see the gameplay you're missing out on.
Yeah.
And
the peak
missing
out.
out.
Flooded, you could use an oxygen tank, eh?
I have to use one of my screens for the stream, and then the other one for ULTRABUS.
Is your best means of escaping. I mean,
oh yeah, no, I don't. That's not for you to see. It's for them to see. You're seeing the exact same shit I'm seeing, Fish. I know you're a-okay on the visuals.
Hollow says in chat.
You can also show the cripple.
Yeah, Hollow has only said hi so far.
Upon seeing the photo, the cripple cringes with disgust.
We're having a blast. So much fun.
Sons of a thief.
Is the car only viewed to the fucking right?
Yes.
Always.
That's what they do to make it so you have to pay attention to the game and not just click the forward button.
One day, father got into his
and then if you go on the sides, you lose health. I'm at 36. Fish, what are you at? 16, you said?
Went with a group of people to rob us of our food.
Oh my god, brother.
They broke into the basement.
Lock in.
And if you die,
Cripple goes silent.
We go all the way back to the beginning.
Out of the village.
All the way
What
back.
happened to them after that?
Fish needs to lock the fuck in.
Dude, I lost all of my health in that last layer. I've only lost like 10 in this
He gives
one.
me back the photo.
10?
Still hear the cries of
You have 6?
all the bloody time.
Fish.
Wandering the wasteland.
Do not throw fish. I did not.
I forgot
I did not sit through 4.5 hours of nothing for you to throw.
I forgot to pause my game
The
before I
old
looked
man
at
grabs the
Discord.
photograph,
I veered
feels
off.
it, and then takes out a small
Brother.
from his pocket and
you
puts
hate
it to
to
his
see
eye.
it. Me when I lie.
I'm not doing this shit again if you throw, bro.
No, I'm not.
This is not happening.
Loads of bollocks. The road to madness
The
is what
monster
it
is working wonders,
This sounds
though.
very disheartening, considering the man is
Yeah,
basically
guess
the
this
person
motherfucker got
closest to where
3
the
hours
devil
of
might
sleep
be,
last
and
night.
yet he doesn't believe
Oh,
it
nice.
himself. You can also
I was like, I'm gonna go to bed early. I'm gonna get up early so I can be ready for when Fish is ready to do this with me. And this motherfucker went to bed at 3 a.m.
Dude, I got home at midnight and just could not sleep.
And those wankers
It's probably hot as
built my
fuck in
house
that
with
bus, bro.
pigs. But it was years after the war.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to Wrath after this, so it'll cool off.
Oh my god, wait, we'll be in the best layer ever?
Yeah, I think it's like the, you know, like the aquariums that you walk through. I think it's like that.
Dude, that'll make me so happy.
The cripple is a war
gotta
veteran.
lock
And then we're gonna go to Heresy.
The time frame.
That's my motivation.
It's insane to
is
imagine
fish.
surviving one
There's
of the
Wrath.
bloodiest conflicts in
Fish.
human history just to be left to
Is there
rot
fish in
a
Wrath?
consuming forest.
Yeah.
This dialogue also
Besides
confirms
Leviathan?
that the various
No, like, there's
burnt
actual
houses we
fish.
found
Yeah,
in
there's
the
fish.
chapters were burned by an outside group, possibly the one we're associated with to fight this spread
In
of infection.
the
There's
first
also one
level,
more exposition on
in
what
that big
happens to
room,
the
there's
village.
fish swimming
Used to be
around.
different
That big
here.
main room.
First the woods changed.
And then the little trains with the
Trees started
snipers.
sprouting up everywhere. We were cut off, then the water flooded our fields. People went
It's so
crazy
funny
over
seeing
it.
fucking 275 minutes S rank.
Once again, he brings up the village's hunger for the cause of why it died out.
Oh
you
my
might wonder
God.
how he managed to survive.
If I
We gotta get
go down
CXN to
the
start
eight-
running this level.
Next to him, you can actually find a couple of
Oh,
fish.
for real?
Considering how much water
World
there is,
record,
it's
10
not
hours.
surprising that there'd be fish around.
World record's like
Yeah.
14 minutes somehow.
Wait, you can fucking fish? How the did I not know
I bet
that?
they,
How many hours have I put in this game? I have 90
I bet they
hours
waited
on
till they
Darkwood,
rendered
and I
in
did
the
not even know
last,
you can catch fish until now. Thankfully,
No,
I
if you go past, you can't go there's a invisible wall. Basically how this world works is that the bus stays still, but whenever you press the buttons, the world moves.
I'm saying that
The fish
they
themselves aren't
they
really
waited
anything
till they
special.
were
You can
close
eat them
enough
for an
to
endurance
it,
boost or cook
and
them in
then
the oven
like
for
slam
essence.
swords
But
to the
again,
end.
it's still a really nice touch.
I know, but there's an
This
invisible
game
wall in
can
front of the
run out
bus. You
10,
can't go
but it's
past
gotta
it.
Go straight to a 10 simply because
Go
you can
get
catch
past
fish.
it.
Yeah, I know, but not that much. Like,
To give you a quest
I'd
to
say
fix
like
his wheelchair, so you know he could
like
move around
10
with some
yards,
dignity. The
tops.
village itself,
Locked
though,
in.
isn't in the game any longer, and you can't find the wheels anywhere. But the dialogue,
shit
surprisingly, is still there when you
straight.
try to gossip with him.
If you come across some wheels, 2 little wheels so that I can fix my chair, maybe you will benefit from it as well.
Apart from cut content, he's also got more to say about the tree.
Years ago,
What's
when
with the pumpkin?
ice were good, people used to pass through it. They would
Isn't
leave
it?
their huts and go there where that
Happens
damn
with
tree
me in that
grows. They would often leave at night so that no one could see them. They went into the deep, dark woods, never came back. Some of them
How
would
much do you
say
think
they're
this is
going
gonna
home,
take
but
up storage
most
on
of them
my
were silent.
drive, Nathan?
I don't know. Considering you're recording the Darkwood, the game, and you're gonna have to download 8 hours of Subway Surfers. I don't know. Yeah, like 15 minutes into the video, there's gonna be Subway Surfers.
For the rest of the
No one has managed to pass
Yeah,
through
and then like also Family Guy clips. Holy
That's
shit!
like
Yeah, that too.
20, 25 minutes in.
like us.
This is huge, as it's basically
The Subway
confirmation
Surfers, I'll
that
just grab
behind
like
the
a
tree really is the
2-minute
road
clip
home.
and then
So
loop it.
maybe
2-minute
it's
clip? No,
Christmas
there's
whilst
fucking
rewarding
there are like
outdoors
8-hour fucking Subway Surfer things.
But
I know there are.
almost 8 hours worth of Subway.
Into the village. There's another room with campfires.
Yeah, for the fans, for the people that are watching the whole thing.
You think people are gonna say?
Dude, you know, it'd be awesome if we had a fucking, if somebody recorded them reacting to us reacting to Darkwood playing the fucking ULTRABUS.
This at a wall playing ULTRABUS.
die immediately.
No,
There's
while
no
playing
items
Subway
here. The
Surfer
only thing
would
of
be
note, aside
huge.
from the carving,
Yeah, no
is
dying in
the
Subway Surfers for 8 straight fucking hours. Oh!
window. I originally found it a bit stupid. You know, you can't destroy a barricade because it's made of wood.
The sad
not
thing is,
metal,
I know
but,
this
you know,
will get
let's just
views
say
because
it's
reaction
special,
fucking videos get views no matter what.
dark
It's
wood.
stupid.
But you
Whoa,
can
what the
bypass
fuck
the
just
barricade by,
happened?
you know, walking around.
Pyro trying to be
Unfortunately,
scary.
The only interesting reward you'll get is a map pointing to
I didn't
a burnt
see, I
cottage
just the
location,
audio.
which
They had Germa
you
voice a
actually
character in
won't be
this
able to
fucking
access for quite a while. I
Dude,
know
they've
it's
video.
a lot, but this
Germa,
village acts as a
Meat
I've heard,
Canyon,
yeah, I
Swagger
thought I
Bowl.
think I heard Vine Sauce.
campfires in the next house over, you can find a destroyed painting. It looks like another defaced
Meat
religious
Canyon's
object
definitely the
following
most
trend with
no,
destroyed
Swagger
shrines
Souls was
and
pretty
many
obvious
crosses.
too.
This painting actually
Who?
exists in the real
Swagger
world.
Souls
It's
has a
called
very
the
Oh, Swagger's. I thought you said like Survivor's Hole. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Black Madonna of
I know Swagger Souls was there
pretty
too.
common to
Dude,
find
he's
it
made
in
so many
Christian
jokes
Polish
about his
homes, so
inflation
no
fetish,
surprise
it's
to see one
hilarious.
here. It's probably
He does in every video.
Is trying to make an idol of whatever they're worshipping. There's a couple more houses around, but they're mostly
There's a
just here to
part
loot.
with,
And
like,
with
a
couple of
giant,
enemies
like,
sprinkled around,
dead
so you don't really
corpse, and he goes,
forget
"This
that,
looks
you know,
like
you're
something
playing
I
a survival
finished."
horror game and not a visual novel. The only other interesting
shit's
place
great.
left is a house with a floral doormat, but it's locked behind a metal door that you don't have the key for. Leaving the village, you can see that as small as that marking was on your map, the area to explore was huge. Chapter 2's swamp biome is around the same size as the entirety
When
of
Nico
Chapter
joins,
1's
you should
three
add like the
areas
fucking
combined,
sound effect
and
that's
it's also dotted
like
with
people.
various new
What's it?
locations.
Like the
Now,
fucking like in a sitcom where like the popular guy walks in, everyone starts clapping.
Stop
Whoop!
So that obviously slows your movement and
Oh,
drains
hey,
your stamina
Nico.
incredibly quickly. That's bad, and you'll want to avoid
Like
the
fucking
water.
studio
That's why the devs
canned
put
laughter.
high-end loot like mushrooms
From
in locked
straight from
chests
Friends,
right
or
in the
like
middle of them.
Seinfeld.
Thankfully, you can never drown in this water because it's
Like
waist
low
high.
bit
But if you
clapping.
venture too deep, you might encounter this chapter's new enemy, the Swamper. You might remember first seeing
Yo,
him in
that's
the
my
tunnels
favorite
between
Pokemon.
chapters. Now,
The
why is it
Swamper?
called the Swamper? Probably because
Yeah.
it lives in
Dude,
a
what a
swamp.
creative fucking name.
The one thing about this game, as amazing as the
He's
enemy
made that
design is,
Shrek joke
the
twice
names
now.
aren't very unique. The
Dude, it's
Swampers
8
are
hours
humans who have been
long.
mutated, but living in the water for so long has
That-
made them
the
look
last time he
almost
made
like
the joke was
crocodiles.
probably, like,
They're a
3
nightmare to
hours
fight in the
ago.
water because they'll pounce at you and also hide, making them impossible.
No,
to
it was
hit.
during this
Thankfully, they do
spot
give
because it's the
themselves
swamp
away
part.
with ripples
Oh,
on the
you're
surface,
right.
So when you see one,
Not
you know,
like
to either
them.
steer clear or bait them.
It's
onto
been
land
roughly an hour, a little bit under an hour per layer.
Did you not heal?
No.
If you touch it, will lock you in place to
I'm
give
on
you some
edge.
incredibly cheap hits.
How
This
what are
works
you
in a
on
very
right now?
Similar way to the chain trap that you might have used
Huh?
back
What-
in earlier
what-
hideouts.
what
Another enemy
health?
new to this biome
I
is
was
the
6.
centipede, mostly
6,
living
dude.
underground but appearing from holes.
I can
that
probably
build around
take
the map.
one off
It looks
road.
more human than the swamp.
Dude, you gotta lock the fuck
I
in.
am locked in
One of
now.
the
It's a mix
parasites
of
infected
everything,
this
but
human has
the
entirely
caffeine is
replaced
helping.
its
If I didn't
head.
have this
It has a
monster, I'd already
pincer
died.
attack, which can quickly stun lock you, charge towards you with 2 pincers coming out of its chest, and it
Did
can
you ever
be
get that
launched
Taco
on the
Bell?
ground and
Fuck.
quickly catch up
Yeah,
to
I did.
players
It's
trying to
kick ass.
escape. If you try to deal with it at range, it'll counter that by burrowing underground and popping up elsewhere, usually behind you. And after you kill it, notice how I said
The
kill it in
monster
quotation
designs
marks.
in this game
That's
are
because the
awesome.
parasite will detach itself from the body, quickly retreating underground, leaving the human body behind. Thankfully, to compensate with enemies being much harder, this chapter is also much more lenient with giving you ammo for firearms. So it's basically the opposite of chapter 1.
I'm gonna have
with
to
you
play
now
this
using
game.
guns as a primary and melee
Yeah, I'm
as your backup.
uninstalling
Obviously,
Ultrakill
you'll
after
still
this one.
run out of ammo pretty quickly.
We're
even
playing
if you bought
Darkwood.
your
We're becoming
stockpile from
Darkwood
chapter 1.
speedrunners.
So really, it's always best to avoid these encounters altogether. There are loads
I was
of
saying we gotta get CXN to run this,
if you want
Nico.
to stock up on supplies to
Yeah,
help you
for
survive
sure.
the nights. Savages,
You'll
like I
find some
said,
fucking
are much
Run
more
Ultrabus?
harmless,
Yeah.
probably because
Yeah,
they're
bro.
basically
You
prey
would
here
subjugate
compared to the
someone to
more
this?
vicious wildlife, but also because the
Yeah.
swamp doesn't really have any regular animals.
He'd
like
find some
rabbits or
fucking
elk
clip
that
to get it in like
eat,
3.5
causing A lot
seconds.
of them to probably die from starvation. I guess they went off eating
I don't
the
know
trees.
how.
That being
There's no
said, you can
guns.
find one last camp which is marked by a huge
Dude,
bonfire.
if you
Loot to be found on the
actually, if you
bonfire,
slam
but
storage
carefully
up,
shimmy into
you
the middle
can
of it,
get access to your
because
gun. If, like at the beginning, the drop, you could get access to your guns up there.
the worst. You
Dude,
can also find
what?
a welder here, which
But if you fall back down, you lose
because
access
the
again.
workbench is already so leveled up, but you can sell it for a little bit of influence. There's also a lot of ruins around the swamp, you know, as would be expected for an abandoned wasteland. These can sometimes have strong enemies like chompers or even a banshee in one case. There's even a house with 6, I repeat, 6 sleeping chompers inside and a huge dog because, of course, this is the one house where you really don't want to
Nico, you should order me a pizza.
I should order you a pizza.
Yeah.
Oh, give me one
There's a
too.
ton of valuable items like fabric,
Okay, so give me about $300.
$300 for 2 pizzas? What the fuck?
The house for the Banshee has
It's a
another
tip.
set of pliers.
For what?
For my
I give you a
incredible
tip.
service.
Get better prices.
More weapons. Firstly, the double barrel.
You're a
You know what
fraud.
I'm hearing,
Functionally,
Nathan?
it's exactly the same.
I'm hearing
Single
Nico's
shot
a
shotgun,
fraud.
2 shots.
I don't think Nico loves us.
On God, bro. No love for the homies.
That's what I'm hearing.
Also, a double-barreled shotgun in a
What if I was gonna
game
give you, like-
that is really cool. Thankfully, I do want to confirm as well that the
What happened?
double-barreled shotgun has a really satisfying noise
What if
when you
it's like
fire it,
a-
because a lot of games
A
they
gold
just
bar
don't
pizza.
seem to
You
make
can just
shotguns
resell
sound
it.
I could not eat that shit, bro.
I didn't say eat it. I said resell
Well, I'm
it.
hungry, bro. The fuck?
Oh.
And, of course, the hunting rifle, which I mentioned way back at the end of the Wolf.
What if I gave you an inedible pizza? Thanks. Fuck you.
Solid gold? Sell
Yeah,
it, bro.
put that gold. Yeah, put gold on top of the pizza. Even if you took the gold off, it'd be inedible because you get fucking gold poisoning.
Sell it.
For what? Who's gonna buy a gold pizza?
It's made of gold. I don't give a
Who's gonna
fuck.
buy it, bro?
Gold.
Gold's gonna buy it? John Gold? Yeah.
Also, as well, so many encounters in Darkwood are at incredibly long ranges. So if you see an enemy at the corner of your screen that you could probably take out
I
only
took a
with the
tick of
hunting rifle,
damage.
you might as well just ignore them anyway and save the ammo.
Bro, you don't got enough fucking health to be doing that.
I veered far to the
You
left.
probably don't want to sell it. And if you're wondering, yes, you can technically do a 360 no scope because the hunting
Just sit on the
rifle
median.
has no scope.
I wish it was that simple.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
It really is.
Some more small locations you can stumble upon are various
I'm taking like
marked
power
sites
naps
drawn by
between every
savages.
cycle.
Unlike the dry
Not
metal
me doing
markings,
that.
I go as far left as
Brother.
I can, and then
Brother.
Someone has
You
placed some
cannot,
white
brother.
mushrooms around the body. The two
Do
large
not
ones
make
have been
this
carefully
fucking
inserted
5
into
hours
the
in
dead
vain,
man's eye
brother.
sockets.
Dude, I
Hundreds
would
of dead
cry.
insects
I'd
lie
be in
scattered around the
shambles.
body, but they didn't
Bro, you're the one at 5 HP.
Someone
Lock the fuck in.
A giant dead centipede has been placed on the dead man's face, along his nose. The body is completely overgrown with roots. A dead lizard protrudes from the corpse's mouth.
Nathan's gonna like supremely throw the game somehow.
Can be found in the throat. These descriptions might sound
I was saying, what if like these guys are like evil as fucking put like Sisyphus at the end of this?
What the fuck did Linguini
Dude, I'd be happy. At least I'd get my HP back. Like, fuck.
His mouth is the swamper. There's even a pile of butchered dead bodies that you can find representing the human spider. And since we know the markings come from savages, it seems like they're worshipping these abominations, if not indirectly creating them.
I'm on the fucking verge of tears at 5%
You can
health.
also step into one of these markings just like back in the dry meadows, and again you'll start hallucinating. Though now you won't see the bunker door, instead some sort of structure made of metal beams. We're not sure yet what this might be referencing, but if we're hallucinating, then it's probably going to be important. Aside from cool lore locations, most of these smaller locations are generally just out to get you. Some places will feature dense clusters of trees, you know, reminding you that you're still in a forest, if you didn't know that already. If you explore these clusters, you'll probably find some items, as well as some red chompers. Or even worse, chain traps lying between the trees, and you're most likely going to miss them. Another location you can find is the holes, which should already be marked on your map when you found them in the village. The
So it
holes
says there's
will be
10
very
objects.
far
What
away
are the
from your
last
hideout,
two?
but
Or
they're
have they not been
definitely worth
released
the
because of the
trick.
last two
Approaching
layers
them for
aren't
the
out?
first time,
That's
you'll
the last
see
two layers.
Doctor digging in the ground, looking much more rugged, with sticks
10
and
hour
rods
long
now
Ultra
glued
Bus?
to his head, and his hand twitching wildly.
What happened?
But still
So does
holding
it get
that
to be 10
cigarette.
hours long after?
Yeah, no, we're not running it again, so we won't fucking know.
Yeah, I'm never,
The
ever
digs
touching
through the
this
mud.
shit
I think he's
again,
looking for
dude.
something.
Deep underground, there's a
Unless
current
Pyro
How long is
releases a
normal
10-hour
desert
video.
bus?
electricity.
He starts flailing his arms wildly, throwing
How long
pieces
is
of
normal
mud
Ultra Bus? Like
everywhere around
16
him.
minutes.
It flows
No,
underground
desert
from
bus.
tree to tree,
The doctor
I think it's
suddenly
the same length.
freezes, staring at me with his
Like
arms
16
midair.
minutes.
and it powers.
Desert bus is not
It connects
15
it
minutes.
all. If I had a light bulb, if I just
know.
screwed it into one of these
Isn't it part
branches,
of
it
the
would
game?
light up. I bet it fucking
I don't
would.
know.
He bends over a small hole in
Fucking
the
Nico,
mud
can
and
you
continues digging.
look that up real
Yeah.
quick?
This
I
is
got
what
you.
you're hiding. Maybe
8
this
hour.
is the way.
He's
8 hours?
obsessed with this newfound theory.
The
We can't
original
really confirm
desert
it
bus?
ourselves because, you know, we never get a
Also,
light
but the
bulb.
original desert bus, you have to go the speed limit too.
But I don't think
Oh
that's
my
So this is
the
easier
way
than
it's
desert
to
bus.
prove that, unfortunately, he's going insane, just like the rest of the locals.
You can still trade with them here to get some items for free, and also gossip with Poland's most sane
And there's
resident.
no
haven't
scenery
slept a
change, I
wink
bet.
in many days. I don't
Yeah, I
think
know.
this is good for me.
It just looks like what we're looking at right now.
Can you hear it? A heavenly voice.
The doctor stares right into my eyes.
I'd rather
Mud
die.
drips from his face. He hasn't blinked in over a minute.
No, you don't.
I need a scenery change, bro. This shit's hurting my eyes.
We're almost there, and it'll be the best.
Voice.
Imagine Deep Blue kicks in when you reach it. Oh.
It won't.
Tiny bit. She must know I'm heading.
Pulling that shit up on Spotify.
Everything I can. I don't eat.
Deep Blue 1 hour loop.
I search under every rock, under every fucking bush. She must understand.
Full sanity increase.
Some little time off.
You can't, brother. You're watching Darkwood.
We're watching.
Oh, look at it. Also, look at the cornball that is Pyrocynical, bro. He's got the fucking UI and shit. Like whenever he picks up things around him, it appears in the UI. Fucking corny.
Certain basic requirements like lack of sleep isn't
He's
a good
wearing
thing, but
that
for the most
outfit.
part, he just
It's
really isn't the same
ridiculous.
person anymore.
The doctor is lost in his thoughts. A cigarette sticks out of his mud-covered mouth. Using what remains of his shoe, he draws lines on the ground. They seem to intersect in completely random places.
I'm waiting.
The doctor's not looking good.
He doesn't stop drawing. He moves away a bit and makes a wide arc with his heel. The
He was
doctor
literally like
flicks
the
his
most
cigarette
human
into the
person
dust,
we've
stomps
seen in
on it,
a while.
and then drags
Right
it along
now
the
he's like,
ground, creating the last
what are
straight
they
line.
called this?
You. Fuck. Drawing was never my forte.
He's now drawing intersecting circles on the ground, just like the savages did. It might be obvious to say now, but the doctor is slowly turning into a savage, even going so far as to glue sticks onto his head, like the antlers that many of them use. It's not surprising. I mean, he was already desperate before coming to the swamp, and since the forest clearly has much more influence here, he simply couldn't resist its pull. But that being said, you can still gossip with him one more time.
Can you hear the trees sing? They're calling us. They're showing us the way. They're showing us the way at the same blocking it. I can't understand it.
He kicks a stone.
Are they trying to tell us something? Are they trying to put us to a test? I don't know. Maybe they're lost too and don't know what to do.
He shakes his head, dispirited, and goes silent. After a long pause, he turns towards me. His glasses are so dirty, I can barely see the eyes hiding underneath.
I see you haven't regained your speech. You need to find another doctor.
He still remembers who he was, but now his mind is more occupied listening to the trees than healing anyone. There's no way to help him snap out of it, so we're stuck watching someone we got to know, fairly well, to the point that we basically saw life through his eyes now devolve into a raving madman. The line he says, though, talking about speech, is actually really interesting, because if you've paid close attention to the dialogue throughout the game, we actually haven't spoke to a single person. We've kind of just heard them ramble, and maybe we'll get the option to nod or shake our head, but that's pretty much it. Any dialogue we get from the actual protagonist is either thoughts in his own head with dialogue at the bottom of the screen or journal entries. We actually haven't said a proper word the entire game. After you finish with the doctor, you can actually check the location out. Walking into the house, you might be confused why I said the place is so critical for progression. I mean, there's barely anything here, just some holes in the ground. But there's apparently someone sitting in one of them with what the protagonist describes as a mud-encrusted man with a long beard. We can't talk to him or interact in any way, but he'll always be there.
Clearly my stream isn't more interesting than
The real importance of
Fish's.
this place lies in the
Whoever
large
fucking-
hole. You can actually
I
enter
clicked on it
it,
for a
which spits
second.
you back out in your hideout, as well as permanently opening
Nah,
up an
dude.
entrance that you
ULTRABUS?
can come and go
Peak.
whenever you want. This is
So
the
peak.
means of fast travel in Chapter 2, similar to how
You
can
are about
fast
to have a
travel from
change
the
of
village
scenery,
back to
which
your
is
hideout
huge.
in Chapter 1. And this fast
Roughly
travel is really
about
neat.
to.
10 minutes,
Like,
yeah.
fucking
Times
13
the
minutes.
swamp is enormous. Once you come back through the hole to explore the rest of the building, you'll
She'll
see
launch
a
Whisker Brain.
large
Honestly, I feel like
creature
for me the first hour was the worst.
The thing
You think so?
responsible for digging
It's been the
holes.
opposite
He
for
seems
me. Every
territorial,
hour is
even
just
straight
getting
up
longer
screaming
and
at you.
longer.
But despite that, he won't actually ever attack you. Probably for the best, because he just seems like a centipede on steroids. Aside from the little guy, you can find a crate here with yet another set of pliers. So now you can finally upgrade your workbench to the final level. Now, you're probably thinking, what kind of game-breaking weapon am I going to get now? I've spent all this time collecting toolboxes.
Bro, get off my
weapons,
screen playing a good game. Fuck
What
you,
is
bro.
the game going
That's
to
what I'm
reward me
saying.
with?
I'm taunting you.
Apparently not much. Well, firstly, you get the pump action shot.
What am I talking about? Good game. Like we didn't get stuff locked in a 2-hour run.
I was pissed.
I was pissed too, bro.
I played Cherry last night. Dude, she's pretty funny.
Farts as well.
the little like insect thing on Starstorm.
Back in chapter 1
Yeah.
or 3, and it only costs 50 rep. You know, instead of
I gotta get all the artifacts so I can do an all artifact run.
I mean, it's pretty good. 8
I should do the
rounds
same
is
thing.
insane, but the thing is, ammo is
All artifacts is actually gonna be way easier with fucking Rebirth now.
to fill up the entire magazine.
Because
Now,
basically the goal of all artifacts
to
is
find
basically
that oxygen tank. Following
get
Cripple's advice,
ceremonial
we go to the
dagger,
elephant's cottage, which he of course
and then
shown us the way to. If you somehow managed to
do
forget about
better,
it completely,
basically.
the protagonist even made a journal. and
Get
made
ceremonial
a
dagger and avoid
Old man
gas and
advised me
wisp,
to find the
basically.
elephants and obtain an oxygen tank from them. It will help me pass the flooded
300
cellar corridor.
minutes,
Supposedly
dude.
they live in the part of the swamp. Arriving there, you'll have your third encounter with the doctor. He now looks like a full-blown savage, with the top of his head caked in mud and
I'm like
twigs
10 minutes
placed
behind
on
you
his
then.
forehead looking like antlers. If last time he was already gone beyond saving,
somehow ahead
now
of
he's
me.
pretty much devoid of all humanity.
'Cause I haven't been
Only a
stopping
blank shell
for
of
the
human
dudes.
that
Yeah.
he once was. The doctor turns his mud-covered head towards the sun and freezes. He then spreads his arms along his sides. A chunk of mud falls down from his exposed tongue. He chews it slowly and swallows with satisfaction. You can gossip with him as well just to find out how bad he's really gotten. The doctor puts the muddy hand into his mouth, grimaces, and pulls out a yellow tooth. He puts it into the pocket of his torn trousers. The tooth falls through a hole. He does not notice this. The doctor begins staring at a nearby tree trunk, paying no attention to the blood flowing between his lips. The doctor glances at me, his head tilts sideways, lost in thought. After a moment, he extends his hand towards me, as if wanting to grab me by the throat, but stops halfway. He freezes. Slowly, he bends down and grabs a thick branch from the ground. He starts biting the bark off it. He swallows the bark with effort, but also great satisfaction. He places the stick among the other ones sticking out of his mud-covered head. This might point to the doctor still retaining at least some information before his transformation.
Hey Luis, eres the tutorial on how to become savage from the hide in Darkwood.
Stopping himself from attacking us supposedly because he remembers that we did spare his life. But apart from that, he really is just a regular savage now, eating bark off random branches. Despite all this, he does make one coherent sentence. The doctor approaches me. I can feel him embracing me. I hear his hoarse breath and smell his odor. I hear his whisper.
Soon. Very soon. Not long from now.
He clearly has some sort of end
Gotta go
goal.
beat the game
so
on
far, it's
engineer
been going
now.
back to his family, but we have no indication that he's any closer
Yeah,
to
just
escaping
put
the forest
command
than
on
we
and
are.
play
now
Monsoon.
He's fully succumbed to the plague. It's more likely he's talking about something else entirely. This is the last time we see him. After this, he disappears.
And remember not to
completely
choose
with his
card
fate
because
left uncertain.
multi-shops don't
Although
exist
it's
in
most
Command.
likely he transforms into a savage completely. It's also worth mentioning that the places we meet him
I'll choose
aren't
it as a
actually
power move.
static, but rather they depend
What?
on which major
I'll choose it as a
locations the
power
player
move.
visits first. So you could meet him in totally different locations, or maybe never even meet him at all. Going through to
I'm about to
the
get
elephant's
one.
house,
This is my
the
first
thing
item.
You'll notice is how many bear traps
You
there
are
on the lawn. Seriously,
throwing,
put
brother.
shitloads in or something. There should not be this many bear traps. I don't even think you can get this many if you harvested every bit of scrap in the entire game. The cottage is surrounded.
Are you doing
by
it
a
modded or
barricade made out of
vanilla?
Old furniture
I'm doing it
and
with the
rusty
mods.
barbed wire, probably stolen from some fence.
Get that fucking
Nobody
electric
here has
thing again, bro. That shit was
obviously
broken.
considered first. But can you really
Oh,
blame
yeah.
them? I mean, the swamp biome is pretty hard to survive in. I don't even think it's an overreaction to place around 300 bear traps at your house. There's also some
Can I get
growth around the
polyloop?
perimeter to help you see. Since walking through the grass,
Polyloop.
will probably
I mean,
I can get lights.
take boomerang.
Reaching the entrance, you'll
Yeah.
realize that once you're inside, you can't actually enter any of the rooms yet, and someone behind the metal door will call out to you.
Someone is behind the door. Can you hear it?
I don't know if you want to take Polyloot though.
What are you looking for?
I didn't.
You're not from this goddamn.
'Cause of
village,
the
are you?
uke proc.
You're a good man. Fix our generator, and I'll open the door.
It costs 10 metal scrap to do so, which is pretty expensive. But ironically, if you actually go around and scrap pretty much all the bear traps, you'll have more than enough. So by fixing their generator, you're taking out all their outside defenses. But thankfully, they don't really seem to notice or mind. I've got a bit of a game theory that when the devs created this house to show that the people inside were very defensive, they set up bear traps everywhere. But then later, they probably put in the quest to fix the generator with said scrap metal, you know, just so you don't get a bunch of stuff for free. Again, these devs, like, they don't
I've
wanna get
made
away
it to
from
Wrath.
Believe me. Before entering, you can also see that there's flowers spread around near the entrance to the cottage, with the protagonist commenting that an intense smell of flowers fills the air. Once the
Oh no, it's not an aquarium thing. I'm wrong. It's a dock.
Walking in, you'll see that it's actually a group of people, a parent
My
and
bad.
some kids. These are the elephants.
No fish. No fish. Zero fish.
The air hoses looking like elephant trunks. They're also dressed
Should've
in
kept
full
lying to him
hazmat
so you'd
suits,
have some
emphasizing
motivation.
How focused they are on protecting themselves from the forest, not even letting
I mean,
the air
I like looking at this much better than fucking Greed. That's for damn sure.
unaffected by the plague. The air
Who's
is
doesn't hurt your fucking
a
eyes?
sweet odor of rot.
Who are you?
The woman is wearing a heavy, ruined coat. Her voice is suppressed by the cracked gas mask she's wearing.
Can't you speak? Did someone take away your voice?
Two children hide behind the woman. The younger one eyes me nervously, cowering in fear. The older one just stands there, motionless.
You're not from around here. I would have recognized you. We may keep to ourselves, but I know everyone here. I would never forget your mug.
The younger child pierces me with its eyes. The steamed visor of his gas mask betrays his rapid breath.
Your gob looks like that because of this fiendish air. Do you know? I bet you can't speak because you didn't keep your mouth shut walking through the woods. The trees and plains were simply beautiful here. The bushes bloom gorgeously at this time of year. But don't let the
Lighthouse spotted.
deceive you. The devil lurks between the trees, and he gets through your mouth and nose.
The older child's
Man, I
grasp
wanna
on his
test if the
mother's hand
water's
tightens.
skippable
He does
on it.
not lift his gaze from one of the hut's walls.
Unless is it like a dome?
Stand there? I know you
No.
want something.
I lied.
Demon. You are not getting anything from us. I don't
He's
trust you.
fibbing, bro. He's lying to you.
Do you hear me? I don't trust anyone who
No
brings
fish for the
filthy
fish.
air.
The woman stares at me intensely through the cracked mask.
Did you take my Martin? Was it you who kidnapped him? Talk! No. That can't
I hate
be.
Wisp.
The woman stares at the floor. Her greasy
What?
hair drops down on her mask.
It's
Will
impossible.
Wisp or
The
Wisps?
child who went
Wisp.
out and never came back.
The item?
How is
Yeah, no, not the item. Fuck.
Well, then fucking answer the question when I asked it.
I did. I said the Wisp.
I said, will the Wisp or Wisp the enemy? And you said Wisp.
Yeah, it's like the same thing.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking which fucking one.
Dead flies stuck to her coat.
You want my trust? Bring my Martin back. The stupid Martin. Find him and bring him home. There's a key to his room. He was spending a lot of time there recently. Maybe you'll be able to find something there that will lead you to him.
Now, with all this talk of the devil, it's pretty obvious that she's someone who's fiercely religious.
Look at this
She's
cornball
incredibly
fucking
common in
the
rural
UI,
parts of
bro.
Poland. You can even gossip with her
I'm not
about
trying to
this.
pick up a
Apart from
bottle
these
of
two here,
alcohol.
and my
Choose in his
there was one more
inventory.
boy of mine, my precious darling, a blessed child.
The woman rests her hands on the oxygen tank of the children standing beside
Can
her.
the turret shoot at anything other than the bombs?
For this, we are
Apparently
forever
they
grateful
can't.
to him. For the clean air, for the oxygen tanks, for those beautiful masks, and the book in which the devil has revealed his true image, along with his evil plan. My son took it away from the trees with his own hands and brought it here to us.
She also mentions one of her kids that isn't in the cottage who is supposedly providing her with clean air. Now, this could be interpreted in a lot of ways. She could be talking about another compressor, the same one that we have back at the base that needs repairing. But the way she talks in such a heavy religious tone, she could genuinely be talking about like the second coming of Jesus or something. Or on top of that as well, she could slowly be succumbing to the insanity, which usually happens if you've been in the forest too long. So even though these characters are covered in gas masks and they're trying to keep the plague at bay, it's obviously still not working.
Coming back to the dialogue, you can show the mother the photo of the road home.
I remember this road. The wood devoured it about 3 years ago. It used to lead to our village. I walked it to school. The road home. My road home.
Just more confirmation that we're on the right track to finally getting out of the woods. You can gossip with them some more to hear one of the children start saying a rhyme. The youngest child, hidden behind the woman's back until now, finally finds the courage to make a small step towards me.
One little bear ate a bowl of soup.
A faint voice can be heard.
Then another bear came and...
Quiet!
The woman smacks the boy on the back of the head. The punch is so hard the hood of his rubber cloak lands on the mask's visor.
No. Not in front of this stranger.
For some reason, the mother thinks this nursery rhyme is important enough to stop her child from telling us, even using, traditional Polish parenting techniques to shut it up. This could mean that it might contain some sort of message that the mother doesn't want us to figure out, but there's no indication of what it could be without hearing the full rhyme. The mother can also talk to you about the savages visiting her home, which is probably the same reason for the barricade and the multitude of bear traps.
You're just like these lunatics who roam around the woods, searching for God knows what. There used to be more of them. Yes, most of them starved to death. I remember when they appeared not far from here. Must have been around 2 years ago? Around 24 of them. They were led by these 3 weirdos dressed in old rags. They set up camp in the marsh. There, between the trees. They watched our house, stared right into my windows. The oddities. I thought they wanted to kidnap my children, or harm them in some way. But when the night fell, I lost sight of them. There was no one there in the morning.
3 weirdos dressed in rags does sound familiar. You could even show her the photo of the 3 boys. The woman takes the photo and freezes.
No, I don't know who that is.
Unfortunately, she doesn't recognize them. There's also some conditional dialogue here. If you chose to give the key to the musician, but failed the train wreck dream, she'll talk about the doctor.
I remember when loitering around here. He used to be a doctor. He would come to the village to treat people. Now he looks like an unholy pig, face smothered in shit, dressed in rags. The devilish disease finally gets to everyone. You better watch out, or you'll lose your mind too. He left towards the part of the swamp.
It looks like the doctor is turning into a savage whether you took him along with you or told him the bunker location.
Dude, I
by
love
failing the
bungus.
dream. The mother will also point out as where you can find him, but that's something I'll get to later. You can also get some more gossip about another character.
Something exploded in the part of the swamp. Made the ground tremble. Devil knows what it was. I see you're curious. Investigate it. If you have a death wish, I think it happened in the junkyard.
We haven't yet seen an enemy able to cause an explosion this loud, and we haven't seen any evidence of the forest, spontaneously combusting. So maybe there's someone sane enough to be able to craft explosives in the
You think
junkyard.
Fish will make it to the Rattler?
I think he'll make it to the very end.
There anyway, since we do need parts for the compressor, like the
Maybe lock the
back of
fucking-
hideout suggested. But this, if anything, just makes things more interesting.
Dude, you might
We
already
have
be
the
dead.
cottage near the junkyard marked on our map from the
What
notes
are you
back
talking
in the
about?
hideout. But if we didn't find it,
No,
at least
he's
the
lying
mother
now.
points us in the general direction of where the junkyard could be.
Now, first of all, we have to gain the mother's trust. And the only way we can do that is by finding her child, Marcinek.
You can first visit his room using the key that she gave you. Inside, you'll find some of his drawings depicting mushrooms, as well as people with mushrooms on their heads instead of hair. I'm pretty sure, if anything, my stream chat would make me believe that this is a reference to my haircut. There's a pile of clothes you can search with a single odd-looking mushroom inside. I think there might be some emphasis on the kid going somewhere related to mushrooms. I don't know. Maybe the devs are just trying to point us somewhere. Lastly, there's a doormat in the corner, which the kid apparently used as a bed. Once you fold it, you can find a map underneath, which the protagonist will talk about in his journal. I found a primitive map in the Mast family's cottage. One of the kids must have drawn it. It's very inaccurate, almost scrawled. Looks like the kid wanted to indicate some place using it. I've circled the area where that place should be on my map. It's too primitive to make out exactly where the place is marked. But now you can at least narrow down your search to an area that you can use on your map.
Lighthouse
The logical
spotted.
step now would be to go searching through the circled area. Though if you explored the swamp a bit more beforehand, you might actually connect the dots to where Marcinek might
Wait,
be.
did Maurice
Confirm
turn
now
around?
It fits neatly in the circle.
Yeah, he did.
When the fuck did that happen?
With all the mentions
I
of
don't know.
mushrooms, this is definitely what the clues have been referring to. This area is filled with poisonous mushrooms. Walking through it safely is incredibly hard, especially as well when you could just have a mushroom man pop up and force you to try and dodge and weave in between what are pretty much landmines. There is
What was that
something
in
you can do to
my
mitigate
left
this,
ear,
but
bro?
it will require finding and visiting a different place entirely. The Great Lake. It's less of a lake and more an area that's been flooded harder than the rest of the swamp. Place should be on my
Never
map.
mind.
It's too primitive to make out exactly where the place is marked.
Why
Now
did it-
you can at least narrow down your search to
Why
an
did it get
area that
rewinded?
you can use
What
on your map.
happened?
The logical step now would be to go searching through the circled area.
Did the video
Though
rewind?
if you explored the swamp
Yeah,
a bit more
because of an
beforehand,
ad.
you might actually connect the
I don't
dots
get
to
it.
where
What's up? What do you
Marcinek
mean?
might be. Confirm now, it fits neatly in the circle.
Well, YouTube doesn't fucking care,
The
clearly.
mushroom glade. With all the mentions
Oh,
of
wait.
mushrooms, this is definitely what
No,
the
never mind,
clues
this
have
isn't
been
a
referring
rewind.
to. This
Question mark.
area is filled with poisonous mushrooms.
No, we're good, we're good.
Walking through it safely
Is it like
is
a fake
incredibly
ad?
hard, especially as well when you could
I-
use a
I-
mushroom
an
man
ad
to
popped
force
up.
you to try and dodge and weave in between what are pretty much landmines. There is something you can do to mitigate this, but it will require finding and visiting a different place entirely. The Great Lake.
No, it did rewind. What the
Of a
fuck?
lake and more an area
Okay,
that's
we're
been
update.
flooded
We're
harder
caught
than the
up
rest
now,
of the
but why the
swamp,
fuck did it
covered with deep
rewind?
water apart from some small patches of dry land. and a single bigger island in the center. It even has its own weather system, being showered in a continuous
I'm writing
rainstorm
complaint
which
to
clouds the
YouTube. I got
sun,
an ad.
only lighting up the
YouTube
surroundings
Premium.
with the occasional lightning strike. A light
And it
source is
rewinded the
pretty much
video.
necessary here, otherwise your line of sight is
Ruining
limited
my
to a
immersion.
pathetically small circle.
Unusable website.
Although that being said, using a flashlight might be a bad idea because the lake is also full of sleeping red chompers covered in black substance. Shining a flashlight on them does
I can
wake
get a
them up,
lamp.
while
What the
using
fuck does the lamp
lantern
do?
thankfully doesn't.
Well, I get the
Once
charge
again,
proof. I
I
should probably
have
get
no
charge
idea
proof.
why, but the lantern is just so good, even late game. The chompers can also be woken up with any noise.
Oh, you got the lamp last run.
So both of these are basically off
What does it
limits.
do?
You can, however, use
You-
melee weapons with no
Okay, I probably
issue.
just look at the
So a
logbook,
good
huh?
strat is to
Yeah,
surprisingly
probably.
approach this like a stealth game, slowly walking up to the
Every
chompers,
5
taking
primary
the
uses
substance
fire
off the
haunted
lantern,
project. It's just
and
a better
stonewalking them
shuriken.
with the axe before they can react. Doing this, you can pretty much easily clear the lake, but this place is so huge, it's probably the largest area in the entire game and covered in deep water. Using this method is safe, but it will probably take you multiple days to clear it all out. So you can also try and run straight through, and surprisingly, this strat isn't even half bad, as the chompers, thankfully, are slower than you while in water. And the thing we're looking for here is located on the island in the middle of the lake, so there's no need to actually completely explore the place after. The first thing you see when entering the island is multiple sleeping chompers.
3 more hours,
holding
fish.
some sort of snout.
You got this.
You're doing greatness.
Into the ground and end the storm, letting you see and hear normally. Unfortunately, this will also wake up all the
Watch us not get the ass. Well, I was saying earlier, fucking, if we get an ass rank on this, I'm gonna kill myself.
To get around and explore. The main
No
island
P
is a
rank on
building with some
ULTRABUS.
high-valuable parts like ammo
I used to have a
and
P rank. I don't know what the fuck happened to
came
it.
here for
I ate it.
The challenge is the extreme mode.
Dude, I'm throwing. I was on the sand map and I forgot that I haven't playing engineer, so I can actually get the band.
I mean, if
Already
you
left,
open
though.
an exploded infected corpse, you'll
Throw
take
artist.
the
You can get them on all characters,
but it's so
dumbnuts.
minute,
Yeah, but it's a
you
pain in the
basically have to do
ass.
it multiple
It's
times
not
before you
really.
even need to heal
I
anyway.
cannot move
Walking on
pots.
mushrooms and opening
You
corpses
surely
doesn't even
can.
decrease the
I said
durability,
I can't.
but stepping on the
That's
worms
really
is
not that hard.
something to keep in mind
Well, I'm a
because
nep.
these can never be repaired.
On God.
Exploring the glade becomes trivial as most of the danger comes from the mushroom patches. Like most locations in the swamp, this area is huge, although mostly empty. Most of the glade is just gigantic mushroom growths acting like trees that block your way. Even the protagonist commenting, an intense sweet smell of mushrooms fills the air. Even the ground is a darker grey, rather than the green grass we've been walking on throughout the swamp. There's actually so many mushroom
Summering's
spores in
kinda
the air
silly.
that you might even experience hallucinations while walking
Goofy even.
around, seeing figures of villagers passing by just to disappear. There's not much to see in the glade. There's a puzzle building you can solve for some pretty good loot, as well as a group of grey figures, frozen in place, which
got
you can
6
examine.
bungai.
Doing so gives you rough scraps of conversation, not even properly synchronized between the figures. It doesn't even seem like they're talking to you, it's more like they're puppets, each repeating their part of the conversation, even talking to each other. The first group talks about some people breaking in and locking
Discord keeps
themselves
putting
in a
me in
basement.
fucking RTC connecting land.
Themselves in the basement to get food? Yes, fuckers. It is our common good.
This is probably referring to what happened in the swamp village, where the thief led a group of people to rob the village's food stores, thinking he had children and were written off to starve. These figures seem to somehow be related to the villagers, but clearly they aren't actually human. More like crude imprints of people that
I'm
died
stupid!
out long ago. They're just echoes now.
What?
The second group...
I lost 3 health.
Incident.
3 health.
They talk about the outsiders.
3
Although this
health?
Lost 3.
conversation is
No, I
so
lost
organized,
3
it's
health.
hard
I'm
to
still at
even
33.
properly align their
I
dialogue.
was like, holy fuck, man.
I saw them.
What
with
did you
guns.
do?
You didn't see shit. No one from the village.
The
goes
biggest
there.
throw of
You
the
were
century.
not from the village. Where were they from? Since the relocation, no one from the outside was here. That is what I said.
This further shows that this military group had a presence in the region at some point, sending expeditions here, but unfortunately this dialogue doesn't point to
Can
where
you
it might
just
be.
drive
The
off
main
the
thing to
road?
find here will usually be in the middle of the glade. There's a shrine
I
here,
wouldn't
like
try
the
it,
one
Fish.
from the swamp
No, I'm
village,
not
although
going
not
to.
chopped
I
up
think
by
I would die
savages this
before I
time,
even
but
made
rather
it without
overgrown with
my
mushrooms.
outfit.
Behind you, you can find a house with a destroyed doormat next to the front door. You probably don't want to enter through the door though, as the floor beyond is booby-trapped with enough poisonous mushrooms to overdose the
Wrong joke.
entire
This road
savage
seems so
population
much
of the
bigger.
forest
I must be,
instantly.
like,
Even if you have the
losing it.
boots, the explosive damage alone can force you to waste a pill or bandage. Besides, there's a large window in one of the side walls that you can actually use without having your lower body blown off. This house is overgrown, much like the rest of the glade. Everything inside the cottage is covered with mushrooms. The floor, even though it looks like it's made of wood, bends under my feet. A white, colorless goo seeps from the ceiling and walls. There's another mention of that white substance again, but the kid we're looking for is nowhere to be seen. In the last room, there's a shelf with some random loot, as well as a key. There's also a container, but it's code locked, so we can't open it for now. But in the corner, next to a metal door, we can find the mushroom granny, seemingly the only inhabitant of the house. The elephant mother mentioned Marcinek going to his granny, so she might know where he is. An old woman sits in a weathered rocking chair. Her sleep is deep and peaceful. A handful of ripe mushrooms grows out from beneath her thick hair. Just like the house we find her in, she's covered in mushrooms. When we find her, she's asleep, meaning we can pick some of the mushrooms from her head, which...
Sleep smoking is devious, I can't lie.
The floor of the hut is soft as a sponge.
Look, she's fucking, she got a ciggy in her mouth while sleeping.
It's too deep for it to hear anything. I reach out for the most prominent mushroom and delicately pull its stem. It easily detaches from the old lady's pale head. You can go even further and take another one. The urge is strong. I reach for another, bigger mushroom. It looks so tasty. It resists a bit when I try to pull it out, but I finally managed to do it. And if you're feeling extra brave, you can take another one.
goat.
Now I reach for an exceptionally shapely specimen, growing from the very top of her skull, but it resists firmly. Despite the sudden jerk, the old lady is still asleep. You can put some more force into it if you really, really want that mushroom. The mushroom shows resistance, but after a moment I pull it out, together with a piece of the woman's skull. Her head drops to her chest, and the slimy contents of her skull start to ooze through the opening. At this point, the only next step you can take is to eat the old lady. I slowly bite into the woman's body. Her nose is soft and juicy. I don't feel a single cartilage or bone, only the delicious, sweet taste of delicate mushrooms. A white goo seeps from her body and flows down my coat. I cannot contain myself. I must eat her whole.
What?
So, yes, if you're wondering, you can just eat the entire person whole that you just met.
Now, this is very
okay, good live action segment, Pyro. Thank you.
Mushrooms the entire game, but still, only the most deranged of devs could put in an option like this. And I mean, you know, they're Polish, so it all checks out. It's funny as well because another game that I covered, Cruelty Squad, did actually have a feature where you could cannibalize people. But the
just
dev,
killed me.
Ville, was actually so surprised that people would take that option, and you could only get that option if you played terribly at the game to the point you were on the lowest difficulty. But here, you're just given the option outright.
Who on the team had an obsession with cannibalism? Because that is a very common theme throughout the game.
I wouldn't say common. I recollect that there's this mushroom granny, which who you can eat. Yeah. But she's not a human being. She's a mushroom, right? So there's no cannibalism here.
That sounds like a bit of a cope, to be fair. It's like, she's made out of mushrooms, it's fine.
There's also the jars with human meat in the village.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I don't recall...
That's fair. I feel like I'm in like an O.J. Simpson case. Like, that's fair. I mean, maybe I killed her.
But I will say Arthur. He's not here, so whatever.
He's the one who's upset with cannibalism.
Yes.
Also, if you're wondering, you can stop trying to vor her at any point and go back to a more humane approach by, you know, just waking her up instead. The old lady slowly opens her eyes. For a moment, she stares into space with an absent gaze. Finally, she becomes aware of my presence.
Wait, you're not.
Her empty eyes now take on a more questioning expression.
I didn't expect any guests.
She throws a nervous look at the door on her right, then gazes around the mushroom-infested house. She relaxes a bit.
I suppose you won't tell me what you want, and you want something, since you're standing here in front of me, right?
You can either do nothing or point your finger at the metal door, though whichever option you choose, the granny will still dismiss you.
You could eat the old lady.
To my chamber. There's nothing that would
While
interest
she's
you
awake.
there.
The old lady puffs
Pretty funny.
Come back when you remember what it is you want from me.
To get her to even talk to you, you'll have to tell her what you want, except you can't talk. But thankfully, you can show her items. Like all the characters before, you can show her the photo of the road. The old lady examines the photo. Her thoughts wander far away.
I remember cars driving along this road, and then they closed it. They set up a fence and a gate. Both the fence and the gate got devoured by the woods eventually. I think that's how it was.
Once again, talking about how the area was quarantined, closed off from the world before the forest could even encircle it completely, all just to prevent it from spreading. You can also show her the photo of the three boys. The woman takes the photo into her hands.
Lovely boys. All they have left is their father.
She must have seen them before, but there's not much confirmation here that she was related to them more than just knowing their family. To get the mushroom granny to understand what you mean, you'll have to show her the drawings from what you got in the kids' room back in the swamp cottage. Unless, like me, you forgot to do that. Then you'll have to trek all the way there and back again, wasting an entire day just to fetch a piece of paper. You can show her the drawings now, but what happens next depends entirely on the choices you made back in Chapter 1. Again, like I've said so many times, choices you make earlier on in the game will have huge consequences later on. You might remember talking to the musician in your hideout, and him talking about the villagers coming down to the swamp as a last resort after you killed the sow, their only food source. This affects the granny, since, as you might already know, if you cannibalized her earlier, she's made out of tasty mushrooms, and now a horde of starved villagers is camping out nearby.
Yes. You're his father? Or brother? He came here a few days ago. He was very nervous.
That's what I say.
He hid in the corner and stayed
That is
there
what
for
you
what
say.
must have been.
Have you seen The Secret yet?
He relaxed in the end. I think
No,
he likes
I haven't. I'm only 12, like,
he's
fucking
around
20 minutes
too.
in.
He enjoys drawing, although his drawings are not very childlike.
The woman casts a nervous look at the small window overgrown with mushrooms.
This forest is not a place for children, nor old people. It's a place for the likes
I
of
didn't
you.
realize her
I
eyes
saw
were
some
open now.
villagers through the window yesterday.
I'm even gonna order me some food. Nico, can you drive while I'm getting food?
The woman raises her
Yeah, I
hand
got you.
with great effort,
Thanks, brother.
pointing to an
Hold the wheel.
unspecified place with her trembling finger.
Maybe I can finally catch
They were
up with them.
hiding, but I have a keen eye. Despite my years, I saw their hungry, hollow eyes.
I want to go see what's in the ocean though, so I might veer off to the right.
They want to devour me.
Actual thrower.
And my house.
How's that
At first,
throwing?
I thought you were one of them.
Just
You
is.
seem like you can control
Simply put.
your, appetite.
I simply
Get rid
just
of
can't
these
agree.
hungry madmen.
The old woman
I'll
lowers
simply
her
kill you,
voice
bro.
to a silent murmur.
That's not very nice.
Do a good deed.
I'll knock you
son,
unconscious with
and
bricks.
get rid of
Put
them.
berries in
I
your
don't know
inventory.
where they live, but you're young.
I'm not an art
strong.
thing.
You will manage.
I deadass
Sure,
think you are.
Find some clues near my house. Make them go away.
How do you know that,
The
Nico?
child will be safe. I will let him return home.
I feel like it's kind of common
So
sense.
now we've got confirmation that Marcinek is in fact here. The only problem now is we need to deal with all the hungry villagers.
His
Going
fire
outside
went
the
out.
house, you can go around looking for the clues that she mentioned. There's a lot of footprints around, but those alone won't be enough to track them all the way back to their camp, as unfortunately they usually end up with dead ends in these swamps' deep water instead. But by following the footsteps, you can find some items that can point you in their direction. There's a pack of cigarettes inside a bag, and you can even find a corpse of one of the villagers. Your character even comments that he looks very skinny, showing how starved they must be. You can find a bloodstained rock on the corpse, no doubt the murder weapon. You can show both of these items to the granny.
Oh shit!
It's a
The
stone.
ramblings of
You
a
can
madman.
probably find some good ones here because of the quarry nearby.
What are you
but the
two
wolves have
fucking
surely
whining at?
devoured it by now. It was in the part of the swamp. And why are you showing me this? A torn, empty pack of cigarettes? Bring me a fresh one next time.
The woman examines the drawing on the packaging.
Is it our quarry? Ah, yes. It's the one located in the part of the swamp.
God damn it.
Both items will point you towards the quarry, which
I
was
opened
also
this chest
mentioned by
to
the
try and get a
musician
green
when you
that I was
talked to
going to
him
turn
about
to a
the
sale
village.
star, and then I
This
got a
is where
legendary
the
anyways.
villagers have set up camp, and if you want to complete the granny's quest, you'll have to find and take care of the rest of the villagers. As you can expect, the quarry is built into a rock wall.
lock
There's
in.
less trees here. Instead, your way will most often be blocked by stone walls and
lost another
columns.
percent.
There's some campfires, wood piles, and
Bruh.
sacks of rocks on the way into the main area. This is a great way to get small rocks
4%
because even though they're basically
going.
worthless, you might need them for upgrades
Can't be
to a
doing
shovel
this,
axe.
fish.
And surprisingly, small stones are very rare in Chapter 2.
You even got health
Nathan
illusion.
back
The
here?
area will have the villagers immediately tell you to
no.
get out.
I've been muted! Oh, brother.
The way forward
You're
is full of
fucking
traps.
throwing.
The villagers probably knew you were in the area. And
How
tried to
long have I
protect
been
themselves.
muted, bro?
There's also a gutted pig
3
right at the
hours.
entrance.
You haven't heard a
Reminiscent of
peep
the
from me,
gutted
dog.
pig
3 hours? Yeah, you're fucking hilarious.
all the way back in Chapter 1. Moving between the rocks, you can also
Am I
listen in
lying?
on some of the villagers'
Yes.
conversations.
Divine retribution.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I got one-shotted by a wisp that I was... Okay.
I'm one shot.
Just as we managed to break through.
One shot?
It's blocked.
Oh, one shot.
Yo, it's Vinny. Hold on.
That
shit was Vinny, bro.
Stuzzy told me that they found
Nico, one
something in
shot?
the woods.
It's
Said
me.
it would keep everyone.
Holy
It's
fuck.
Miko one shot. Lol, get it?
Nico
That
one
fucker
chisel
will
mizzle.
pay. I'm telling ya.
Approaching them, they'll instantly attack you. But to be fair,
I want that
you
blood
are
stain
here
to
kill
go
them,
away.
and
It's
you are
starting
the
to
only
bug
reason
me.
they're even here because you killed their main food source. So it's not really an unreasonable reaction.
should just
One
be
more
able to
thing you
turn
might
on my
find while
windshield
exploring the
wipers for, like,
area
half
is
a
that the
second.
villagers still have potatoes.
It's raining. It should just go away.
Meaning they do have
The
at
rain's
least
going
some
Oh god.
rationing
Let me.
system
What the
going on.
no
Probably
windshield
the only
wiper
reason that
button?
they managed to
Actual
survive so long and
fraudulent
make it
windshield
here.
wipers.
But living off potatoes alone is impossible.
Oh,
So
God.
it's really not surprising the villagers have turned
I don't
to
want to play
cannibalism.
engineer.
Before heading into the main
Fucking
area, you can take a small
peak
detour
engineer
to see
gaming.
the
Fucking
forest
standing
the
still,
villages
doing
have carved out to
nothing.
get here. And just like the musician said before, there's now a
Dude, I'm
gigantic
pissed I died
hole separating
instantly.
swamp
That
from the
gun.
silent forest, making
Did
it
you
impossible to
die?
pass and
Yes,
for
dude. I was
you
going to
go
go grab
back.
the legendary
There's also
chest
an
in Abyssal
unfortunate
Depths.
villager still
I walked in there
trapped
for
on the
2
other side,
seconds, and
shouting at
a
you.
fucking
Who are you?
blazing imp pulled up behind me and one-shotted me.
He's trying to alert the
I didn't
others
even get
to
time to
your presence,
react.
but no one's there to
Actual
hear it.
throw artist.
Hey, he's here!
If you want, you can put him out of his misery.
Help!
I mean,
Oh, that's
he's doomed to
irritating.
die on that small patch of land anyway, as the forest has already grown way back.
The special rider should be a fish. It has
Oh,
to be.
I'm stupid.
When
I just lost fucking 8 health.
Oh my god.
It's like 7.
By a couple of logs.
This is like
Once
the
you enter
easiest
camp,
road
you'll
yet.
see that some villagers are lying down.
Brother, all of them are easy. The exact same fucking roads.
Somehow there was a reliable food source.
You're at 5 health. You can't be fucking speaking, brother.
The more
I got-
healthy villagers are gathered around campfires.
I got
and
an
once they spot you, they'll
excuse
grab their
though.
pitchforks and try to.
Yeah, that you locked the fuck out,
If you
bro.
want the villagers
Yeah,
to leave the mushroom
I lucked
granny
out.
alone,
You
you'll have to
threw
kill
by getting
all the
3 hours of
healthy ones in the
sleep.
camp. The sick ones
Bro was
will
on the
definitely
side of the
die
road for
if you
3 hours.
can't really endanger the granny. Alternatively, you can go back
Whenever
to the
Nathan
entrance,
went to get
and
food
if
like
you look at
3
these
hours
logs
ago,
holding up this
and he was
boulder,
gone.
I didn't go get food 3 hours ago. I went to go get mail,
You
bro.
went to go do
tumbling
something
down,
for like
blocking
15
the entrance
minutes.
to the
like an hour
quarry
and a half.
and sealing off the villagers in a stone tomb.
Yeah, with the
forever.
game still running.
Oh yeah, for
You might
sure.
also want to make sure that you run outside the quarry before the boulder drops. This is something even your character will comment about when he's breaking the supports. The boulder might fall down any minute now.
We
I
do
must
a
be careful not to
marking
trap
that
myself in the
song.
quarry. However, if you manage to somehow avoid every single attempt the devs made to, you know, warn you to
What the fuck is this editing? What the
knock out
fuck?
platform. I mean, look at this. Even if you knock it, it actually takes a couple of seconds to fall. But yeah, if you're on the other side, then congratulations. You have now just soft locked yourself. There's no way to get out legitimately because you can't turn the gun on yourself like in DayZ. So you'll have to reload a save and lose a bit of progress. Thankfully, I think the devs did accommodate people that were this stupid to ignore all the warnings because even though the game auto-saves every 5 seconds, it doesn't actually...
Where does this
save
editing
knock
style
out
come from? What the fuck?
That is, unless you're on the hardest difficulty, then you're probably going to have to save scum. Even though the boulder is much easier and it feels cleaner because you technically don't get any blood on your hands, it feels much worse than just killing them outright. Death by starvation is incredibly painful, not to mention leaving them with the infected villagers which are slowly transforming into red chompers.
Have you seen the item?
The villagers will die either way.
No, but
honestly,
it's just gonna be a dock offshoot on the right.
Because if you don't, they'll slowly starve to death, turning against each other,
It better be a
and then
fish.
fade away into nothing. But incredibly
It's not.
slowly.
Starts with an F
Coming
though.
back to the granny, she'll have the reward waiting. The old lady smiles, revealing her white, toothless gums.
Fishing
She
rod.
leans in her armchair and grabs
I'm
me
not
by
gonna
my
give you any
hand
more
heartily.
hints.
I feel a white goo
think I
seeping
got
from
it.
her hand, smelling of mushrooms.
You're a good man, Sonny.
The woman produces a small key from under her skirt. Oh god, I want that, bro. What the hell?
Here, take
Fungus.
the boy to his family. He will probably be safer there. And come back tomorrow. I'll give you a beautiful
Wow.
gift for the trouble.
She'll now give you a key to the next room. Talking to her later, she'll even give you a gift.
Hello.
I barely see her smile through the cigarette smoke.
I made this for you. Here you go.
The woman grabs a thick woolen sweater from behind the chair
Got the
and gives
wrong
it to me.
fucking legendary.
Winter is coming. May it serve you well.
The reward you get is the sweater, which is the single best piece of armor in the game, mostly because the only other armor you get is the light armor. Just don't ask how this thing can block entire chomper attacks. It doesn't make sense, but I don't care.
Its description states it prevents bleeding, and although that status effect isn't actually in the game, apparently remnants of it can still be found in the game files, so it could have just been a mechanic at some point in development. The sweater is slightly better at blocking damage than the light armor, but once it wears down, it's impossible to repair or to get another. Still, it's a nice reward to get on top of the key that you actually, need to progress the game. The key she pulled from under her skirt. Jesus Christ. But completing the quest isn't the only way to get the key. You could just eat her yourself, like you could when she was sleeping earlier. Although doing it now will make an already fucked up concept even more disgusting. I lean towards the old lady. The sweet fragrance of mushrooms overwhelms me. I have to eat her.
What are you doing? Leave me be. Go away.
I bite into her body. The mushroom juice squirts onto my face and clothes. I feel the woman's feeble hands trying to push me away, but they're too weak, and my hunger is too great. She kicks about only slightly when I bite into her face. I swallow one chunk of her sweet body after another, unable to stop myself from devouring her whole. In fact, the protagonist's
censoring, or is he trying to shittily edit like bite marks?
I think it's censoring. Basically, every time you make a choice in a conversation, you've been changed by the forest so much that you can barely stop yourself from cannibalizing someone just to sate your hunger for essence. Either eating the granny or just shoveling her to death, you'll be able to loot her corpse. And for the key that lets you progress like you normally would. Surprisingly, there is actually another option. If you wait a few days, you can just tell her that you took care of the villagers, even if you didn't. This, by the way, makes you an irredeemable liar and permanently sets you on the high chaos path. She'll still give you the key, like if you did her quest, but lying didn't solve the villager problem. So when you come back the next day, you'll find her and even parts of her house eaten by the hunger-crazed villagers, also making it impossible to get your hands on the sweater, which was, to be fair, kind of mid anyway. So all that entire quest, all the outcomes, just to get a single key. Or, to be fair, you could have just exterminated the entire Silent Forest village along with the sow, since in that case, no one would then be able to show up in the quarry and threaten the granny. This skips the quest completely and has her just give you the key outright, although, unfortunately, no sweater. The old lady takes the drawing, squinting her eyes. A wide, toothless smile appears on her face.
That's why you came here?
The woman looks at the leaky ceiling of the mushroom-infested house, then squints her eyes.
I thought you're like this wolf.
The end of her cigarette lights up and a puff of blue smoke comes out of her nose.
From that children's tale, the one who wanted to eat the granny.
She opens her eyes and glances at the locked chamber room.
A few days ago, a child appeared here. A boy. He thinks I'm his
boy.
Granny.
The old lady stops for a second, trying to remember something.
Grandma? He was very nervous. Kept repeating a rhyme over and over again. He hid in the corner and sat there for what must have been the whole day. I think he relaxed in the end.
I'm super
he seems
locked
to
in.
like it here. He draws. I think he likes to draw, but his drawings are not very childlike.
The old lady smiles again.
I really like having him around. His parents are still alive, right? Are you his father? Brother? He's in the other room. Here's the key. I will let him go if he wishes to go with you.
I do like the fake out when she mentions the wolf, like she's about to tell us more about the wolfman. The devs even made it so the next bit of dialogue actually takes a second to appear to, keep you in suspense. It's basically taking advantage of the player looking for a connection to everything, and I love that. Whichever path you took, you'll now be able to meet the boy, Marcinek. Now, you could have a nice conversation with him and bring him back to his mother, or you could do what I did and shoot him in the head immediately.
I didn't know you could kill the kid. I didn't know.
Apart from the voices in my head telling me that he was some kind of spy, I genuinely had no idea that shooting a child in the head would actually kill them. Mostly because I've only played Bethesda games where the kids are completely immune to any kind of damage.
Needless to say, if you do this, you are completely and utterly fucked. There is another oxygen tank you can get apart from completing the main quest and, taking the kid to the elephant family, which is what you're meant to do. But that also requires talking to Marcinek, which is kind of hard to do when his skull has an additional hole inside it. The only way to progress now is just to kill the rest of the elephants. Which turns out you could have just done from the beginning and skipped their entire quest line. That's one thing I love about this game. No matter what choice you take, there's still always another way to complete a quest. That is, unless you lock yourself in the quarry. Idiot. For now, let's just assume you didn't exercise your Second Amendment right the second you spotted the kid. When you come in, you can first find some of his drawings on the floor depicting the elephants and some sort of monster looking into the house. Possibly a manifestation of the things his mother had warned him so much about. Approaching him,
This Sommering actually do a shit ton of damage.
The boy is standing under a wall overgrown with enormous mushrooms. He's visibly scared. His lush mop of hair veils a restless, wide-open pair of eyes. The kid is whispering, as if reciting something under his breath. The boy cowers and presses his back against the soft wall, which starts to ooze a white goo. You can kneel and extend your arm towards the boy. The boy is terrified. Slowly, he slumps down from the wall to the ground, curling into a ball. The murmur turns into a loud recitation.
One little bear ate a bowl of soup. Then another bear came and there were two. 4 little bears made a sudden pow. Along came the fifth and took a little bow.
Now you can put him on your back and carry him to the elephants. When I take the boy into my arms, he starts screaming, reciting the rhyme over and over.
One little bear ate a bowl of soup. Then another bear came and there were two. 4 little bears made a sudden pow. Along came the fifth and I took a little bow.
This is going to be a long journey. Important thing to mention here, if you killed the mushroom granny to get the key instead of completing the quest, you'll get a bit more dialogue as you leave. As we pass the remains of the old lady, the boy stops reciting. I feel his hands tightly clutching my coat.
Granny?
As I cross the cottage's threshold, I can hear him sobbing quietly.
You brought back my child.
The woman leans towards the boy.
Marchit, where have you been?
The boy stares at the ground in silence.
Come here.
Marcinek walks towards the woman, nervously plucking at his old, torn sweater.
Look at you. Where's your mask? And the gas tank from his gracious brother? His love protects us. It fills our lungs with clean air. And this is how you thank him, young man? Your childish behavior has made him very, very angry. Now we all have to apologize to him for your stupidity.
The two kids standing behind the mother flinch. The woman grabs the boy's hand and disappears in the hallway. After a while, she comes back with an oxygen tank.
Take it. It's a tank for you. It will protect you from this devilish air, the devil's breath, and other evils lurking in this foul place. It's the only thing I have, and the only thing I can give you.
The tank is a little rusty, but it seems intact. On the side, I can see some unintelligible scribblings. The valve opens with little resistance, but I don't hear a hiss of air. It's empty.
Do not open the valve without need. You will only waste the clean air.
She pushes my hand away from the valve and closes it hastily.
May it serve you well.
You finally get the oxygen tank you need. Funnily enough, even though the mother claims the tank is full, telling you not to waste any clean air inside, the tank is actually completely empty. Your character even comments on it mid-conversation. This could mean that the elephants are actually breathing in the same air as everyone else, meaning they're just as infected as everyone in the swamp, despite the gas masks and protective gear. Once you bring the kid back, he'll be locked in his room for the rest of the game, probably as punishment for disobeying his mother. I mean, it doesn't matter for us though, we've still got the oxygen tank, and with that, we're one step closer to escaping the forest. The other oxygen tank I mentioned earlier can be obtained by solving a riddle for a code. The riddle in question being the rhyme that Marcinek constantly repeats, with the protagonist even making a note in his journal about it in case she forgot it.
The boy kept reciting this rhyme. 1 little bear ate a bowl of soup. Then another bear came and there were 2. 4 little bears made a sudden pow. Along came the 5th and took a little bow.
You might remember this back from the elephant's dialogue, as the mother kept one of her children from repeating this rhyme to us. The fact that she reacted so strongly to a stranger possibly hearing is clue enough that it might be important. And now we finally have the entire phrase. If you look at the completed rhyme, you'll notice it actually has a sequence of 4 numbers, corresponding to how many bears there are. 1, 2, 4, 5. This clearly makes a code, but where's it used? While looking around the area, you might spot a trail of flowers coming out of the cottage. The same flowers you could see spilling out next to the entrance. Following them will lead you to a small shed. Approaching it, you can find a rusted barrow. There are some blurred traces inside the barrow. Looks like recently dried blood. Next to the barrow is what looks like a freshly dug grave. This actually isn't the only one in the swamp, as you can find similar ones all across the map. You can even use the shovel to dig them up, which will usually get you some random loot. This grave is different from the ones you'll find outside though, as looking through it you can find a body holding an underground key.
I haven't either.
Bunker 21. Whoever died here must have also been a member of your organization. If they had that key, maybe you even knew them before you were stranded here. Unfortunately, the key is basically useless now. We can't go back to the dry meadow anymore. Even the description says so. Key to tunnel 21. Another one. I don't think it's going to be of any use.
I got the keys now.
Besides, we're so close to leaving the forest, if we really chose to go back now, we'd basically be undoing all the progress we've made so far.
Whoever dug this grave probably used the barrow to transport the body. So despite the obvious connection to the elephants, it could have been anyone, and there's nothing else pointing to them being murderers. Seeing as the bloodstains on the barrow are recent, the person buried here could have came here with you. The time frame fits, and we haven't seen any other outsiders coming in after us. Looks like we were the only ones to make it after all. Going into the shed, your character will comment about the flowers. The floor is covered with flowers of various colors. Some are fresh, the rest must have been lying here for some time. They're clearly important to the elephants, but there's not a lot of indication as to why. One thing the usage of flowers and gas masks reminded me of was the plague doctor masks in real life, which were worn during the Black Plague epidemic. Its beak-like design was actually made to hold herbs like lavender and flowers to be put in to filter out the bad air, known as miasma. The belief at the time was that diseases, including the plague, were caused by breathing in miasma emanating from the bodies of the infected. The herbs were supposed to counter the bad air, and while the filter didn't actually do anything to stop the spread of the plague, the suit itself did provide pretty decent protection from the easiest forms of transmission, coughed up bodily fluids and infected fleas. The elephants are pretty clearly inspired by the plague doctor aesthetic, with the huge gas masks that earned them the nickname and their obsession with bad air, causing infection, and now even the flowers used in stuffing in the plague masks being everywhere. There's a shelf here, but nothing of note inside, just random loot. The more interesting bits are actually inside the next room, locked behind a metal door that you need the code for. Using the code from Master Next Rhyme will actually unlock the door when you enter, but the first thing the protagonist notices is an awful smell. The air is dreadfully rancid and stuffy. The heavy, sweet smell of the flower mixes with the stench of
You hate to
rot.
see it.
Next to the entrance, there's a crate, and believe me, it makes solving that riddle very, very worth it. Inside, you can find some extremely precious loot, like a bolt handle, long barrel, and a tubular magazine, as well as 2 weapon parts. This is well
fraudulent,
over 1,000
Nico.
rep in total, and it's insane loot for a single
Actually,
container
so
to have.
fraudulent.
There's also one more item here, a map pointing to a location called the radio tower. Going further inside the shed, you'll find a book on the table telling you more about the tower. The pages are glued together, creating a rotting chunk of paper. On the bottom of the note, it reads, Radio Tower, door 21, 12 p.m. Kowalczyk, Trzeszkowski, Stelmaschuk, Zelinsky. At the top, I can only make out the words, Devil Horns, Augur. This causes your character to make a note of it in his journal.
I found an old journal in the elephant's cottage. Looks like it was written by one of ours. One of the notes mentions a radio tower and some downward passage. Might be worth investigating. According to the notes, the radio tower is located in the edge of the swamp. Now this is huge because it does 100% confirm that we're part of an outsider group, and there's also another way to get past the tree without having to destroy it. Although at this point it really is just easier to destroy the tree because we're doing the cripple a favor, and also there are other areas we can get access to with the repaired oxygen tank.
On the other side of the room from the old journal, you can find the source of the rancid smell. There's a corpse lying in a bathtub, with oxygen tanks all around, as well as flies circling above. A decaying corpse, probably of a young boy. Looting the corpse, you can get an oxygen tank. This is basically the game's failsafe in case you glitched out and lost it, or, you know, killed the kid before talking to his mother, like, some people. This body probably belongs to the elephant's 4th child, the one that the mother basically revered as a god for providing them with clean air. He's been dead for a while though, locked in a shed to rot. The flowers spread around everywhere were probably brought here to fight the smell, and it looks like the elephants only really came here to refill empty oxygen tanks. It's really nice to know that in Poland, they use dead children's rotting corpses as air compressors. Although they probably don't breathe that air, you can't actually fill an oxygen tank with just free-flowing gas. Even if it comes from a decaying corpse, the pressure just won't allow you to suck enough air out to breathe. That's why we need a functional compressor to fill and use ours. The more likely theory is that the air tanks aren't actually used properly by the elephants, as plugging in a tank with uncompressed air into a sealed gas mask would probably just cause you to choke and suffocate. Notice how that would only happen in a sealed gas mask. Most likely their equipment is actually compromised and worn down by constant use in the forest. But the elephants believe that this works, and there's no option to confront them about that. But in reality, there isn't actually anything protecting them from the forest's air anymore. If anything, they're just as vulnerable as us, if not more so, after being exposed to the aforementioned corpse. I like how the more I go on about this plot
What's your
point, the
timer?
less and less chance this video has
45.
of actually gaining any monetization at all. Back at the Mushroom Glade in Granny's house, you could find a key called the key on a key ring with the description. A
probably
colorless
like
key.
2
It
or
feels
3 minutes
soft to
behind
touch.
you at
There's a
actual
drawing of 3
progression.
flowers etched on the key ring. The
I
flower
don't know how that's
etchings are
possible
actually
if
something
you're
you
doing
might
full
link to
speed.
one of the houses in the swamp village. There's a house right behind the shrine which
I don't
features
know.
a doormat with a flower
Question.
pattern. There's a metal door inside though, preventing you from entering unless you have this key. Opening the metal door, your character will comment about the inside. Roots entwine the cottage's interior all the way up to the ceiling. In the first room, you can also find a bed. You can already notice a striking resemblance to Mushroom Granny's cottage. The room layout is exactly the same. The bed is in the same position as well. If you weren't convinced yet though, the next room contains the obvious giveaway. A fallen over rocking chair, looking just like the one we found the Mushroom Granny in. It's pretty much confirmed that this used to be her house, but why did she move to the glade instead? And why is the house there such a close copy of this one, aside from, you know, all the mushrooms? There's some more loot to find here, though somewhat hidden. If you remember the layout of the house from the glade, there was a stash in the place where the table is in the house. And sure enough, after you move the table, you can find and open the container. Thankfully, this one isn't actually code locked. Now inside, there's some decent loot, like a lantern and a shiny stone, but what's important are a bunch of paintings. They're all dated, with the oldest one being from 1972 and the latest 1979. It looks like Granny used to be an avid painter in the past. Looking through the paintings, most of them are just paintings of flowers.
Have you
with nothing
spotted
of
it?
note, except for 2.
Mm-mm.
One painting called Light from 1975, depicting what looks like a comet or a meteor, and her last painting from 79, which looks like another painting of flowers but unfinished and uncolored. Alternatively, it could be depicting the white mushrooms that we find growing everywhere, but those don't grow nearly as high as the painting would suggest, so I kind of doubt it. That painting of a comet definitely stands out more, being unrelated to any flora unlike all of her other paintings. Another reason why this painting is so special is if you take the date from it, 1975, and use it as a code, you can actually open the container in the Mushroom Glade house. Although despite that, the only items you'll find inside are mushrooms, which, I mean, to be fair, is pretty fitting, seeing as the house just looks like an entire mushroom-fied version of the one in the village. But this pretty much ties both locations together even more, you know, in case you weren't sure about the connection yet. But unfortunately, as of yet, we're still not really sure what the painting is meant to represent. Next to the rocking chair, there's also a shelf you can loot. Inside, you can find a photo of a family depicting an older woman, probably the granny without the mushrooms, alongside a younger woman and a child. There's also a date in the corner, 1970. This photo is very, very important, as you can show it to pretty much all the characters connected in the village. First off, you can show it to the granny.
My child, she went into the woods and never came back. I look for her.
I'm gonna hop out for a little bit. See y'all later.
How they used
Alright,
to.
see ya.
You can also show this photo to the cripple. The cripple pulls the photo closer to his face.
Poor woman.
He points to the old woman in the photograph.
She was left alone when her daughter lost it entirely and ran off into the woods with her kids. The old lady was devastated. I don't know what became of her. The lads would say that even with her legs not working properly, she crawled into the woods looking for her daughter. Yeah, that was around the time when our fields were getting flooded. Even a healthy, strong lad would have a hell of a task getting through all the water. Not to mention an old woman who could barely move.
This is really weird. The granny just said that she would have gone after her daughter if she could, implying that in the end she decided against it. But the cripple is talking about it like it's already happened. There's no way she could have survived a trip like this, and yet we find her very, very far away from the village in a weird, squishy house. Again, we're one step closer to understanding everything, but nothing is actually concrete yet. There's one more person you can show this photo to, the elephant mother.
That was a long time ago. A long, long time ago.
The woman silently hands me back the photo. This confirms that she was in fact the young woman in the picture. Going off of the dialogue as well as previous gossip, we can actually build a pretty decent history of this family. Going back to what the cripple said when shown the photo of the 3 boys, we know the entire family was made out of the parents, 7 kids, and we also now know of the grandmother. At some point though, after the plague enveloped pretty much the entire region, the village starts to run out of food, and this is when the starvation begins. The mother takes the 4 youngest kids and runs away to live in the swamp cottage, isolating herself from the world as much as possible, going so far as to even wear a gas mask and even set up huge barricades just to separate her children from the dangers of the forest. The grandmother tries to follow her, but whatever happens causes her to show up in the Mushroom Glade as a mushroom-human hybrid, missing some of her latest memories. The father and the remaining children go on to live in a house where we see the photo of the 3 boys. After a while, the father starts to believe that his family had been written off to die by the village, and the rations they were getting just weren't enough for them to survive on, as they were so low that even the kids were getting sick. He, alongside a few others, tried to steal the food by breaking into the village's basement. Because of this, the 3 boys are thrown out of the village like the cripple mentions, and they're said to be roaming the woods with the savages. The father dies, either killed by the villagers for stealing precious food or starving to death alongside the rest of the village. After which, all their voices are incorporated into the talking tree.
Give us your lighter. Fuck off, man.
With the cripple now being the only
Was
survivor.
that Max
So
Mopo?
the 3 children that were thrown out of the village ended up roaming with the savages. This is actually something the elephant mother
That'd be
said
crazy.
in previous dialogue.
You're just like these lunatics who roam around the woods, searching for God knows what. There used to be more of them. Guess most of them starved to death. I remember when they appeared not far from here. Must have been around 2 years ago? Around 24 of them. They were led by these 3 weirdos dressed in old rags. They set up camp in the marsh. There, between the trees.
Whoa.
They watched our house, stared right into my windows. The oddities. I thought they wanted to kidnap my children, or harm them in some way. But when the night fell, I lost sight of them. There was no one there in the morning.
The 3 weirdos dressed in
Why'd she
rags
say that
are most
twice?
definitely
That's what
her
I'm
lost
wondering.
kids who tried to visit their mother. She doesn't recognize them here or in the photo of the 3 boys, but this is probably either her repressing her memory or slowly going insane by being exposed to the forest. We've seen evidence of her madness in the religious beliefs, in the gas masks, in the air provided by a dead child, and although we have no way to actually
That's
tell
wild.
exactly when it
Your
started, even
blood
her initial
supply
departure
is
from the
coming
village could
from
have been
your
caused by
own
her
dead
slowly going
child's
insane
body.
or just desperate.
Now,
Wow,
it's pretty
that's
obvious what
insane.
I'm going to say here. The 3 boys that left the village are the same 3 people that trade with you at the beginning of every single day.
I think they're hater
It's
kids.
a little bit on the nose, but now we do have definitive confirmation of it.
The 3 even have the characteristic look of branches and ad hoc clothes we're used to seeing from the savages. Although these guys are a little bit more dignified, you know, they're not covering themselves in mud naked yet. There's even some more proof coming from the gossip dialogue courtesy of the cripple.
No one lives around here anymore. Everyone is dead. Only sometimes.
The man lowers his voice.
Sometimes I hear footsteps. They wake me up at night. The sound of bare feet against the floor. Bells sort of come out of nowhere. They move towards the trees, then come back. They pass me and fall silent. They're like a nightmare. A bloody nightmare.
Bare feet are a pretty big characteristic of the savages. Meanwhile, the bell sounds are most likely referring to the bell that one of the 3 carries around their neck. Whenever they're nearby, you can actually hear this bell as part of the ambience. There's the question of why they could be visiting the village, but I think I've got a pretty reasonable explanation for it. Remember how I said that the thief, their father, is part of the chorus of the talking tree?
I'm a thief, I'm not a grave robber.
Even the cripple outright says it.
I can still hear the cries of that thief. All the bloody time.
Well, I think it's not too much of a stretch to say that the 3 came here to see him. Even in this form, it at least still reminds them of the father who tried so hard to keep them alive. Again, the game is dropping so many hints about the true intentions of the forest and what happened to the people here, but we still don't quite yet have a complete picture. But I do like how if you take the time, the game actually really does flesh out all the characters you come across.
So now we have the oxygen canisters. Unfortunately, we can't just, you know, open them up and leave them to be filled with oxygen. It needs to be compressed air. So although we have one piece of the puzzle, we still need to fix the air compressor. So all we can do now is go back to the hideout, tuck ourselves in, survive another night, and then go out exploring.
Or at least some of you can, because Darkwood isn't yet done punishing you for pretty much every single choice you've made. After a few days in the swamp, even if you haven't been progressing the main quest, coming back to your hideout, you can find a note inside your workbench. But even worse, half of your inventory will now be missing.
Where's half my shit gone?
You've just been robbed. It's funny how many times throughout the game we've broken into abandoned houses, or sometimes houses with people even inside, and just robbed them blind. But now we've been robbed by none other than the Wolfman.
You've tricked me, meat. You've ignored my request, and this action has its price. If you want to recover your things, come to the old sawmill. It can be found in the edge of the swamp. Don't think you can do whatever the fuck you like. It's my fucking forest.
Once again, you're being punished for trying to take the moral path of not helping the homicidal furry intent on spreading misery to pretty much every single person in the forest. This encounter won't happen if you sided with him in Chapter 1, which is the easier thing to do, or if you killed him. But most players playing this for the first time probably won't do that, because time and time again, it's been proven that people will always choose the good path in video games, unless they're, you know, purposely trying to do like a renegade or a negative karma run. And also, most players probably wouldn't have predicted that he would have came back anyway. That is, unless you cheated and read the wiki, which is an act so despicable, I can't stand for it. The Wolfman will take a lot of your items. This can be crafting materials, ammo, even entire weapons. And it really can shake the game up, because if you're prepared now in the late game, this could almost put you back to square one.
Now, fortunately, he only takes items from his workbench, so anything you've kept on your person or, you know, left around the base, maybe not in the workbench, will be left intact. But if you do want to get anything back you've left in the workbench, you're going to have to go to the sawmill, which he has graciously left you an invitation for.
The sawmill itself is a huge structure, but it only has one entrance, right next to the train tracks, where carts would bring in wood into the sawmill. There's a couple of log piles here in case you still need boards or nails, but walking inside the sawmill, you can see the old machinery now covered in pulsating roots. In the corner is a metal door leading further inside. In playthroughs where the Wolfman doesn't show up for you in the swamp, there's pretty much nothing here to see.
Stream's crackling again.
Though, the door is open. And
let me see if I can.
The next room looks like a connector.
Stream is crackling.
And the next hall. And there's a corpse here you can examine. A human corpse. Looks stuffed. Someone has hung a wooden board from its neck. It reads, assistant. The corpse has no items on it, but it has a huge inventory, which will be pretty important soon. Going through the hall, the lights will flicker on as you enter. The ambience here has a heavy breathing in the background. Possibly even the wheezing of the Wolfman hidden somewhere inside. There's also a couple of speakers hooked up to both sides of the room, through one of which a voice starts talking to you.
Meat! Your lack of respect is appalling. Ignoring my request has a price. Know my generosity, you stray. I will let you take back everything you've taken without permission. All you need to do is give me some quality entertainment. Before that happens, however, you'll need to hand all your belongings to my assistant. I don't want you to spoil the fun with your cheap tricks.
You'll now have to go back to the body in the previous room and leave all of your weapons and gear. Fun fact though, there actually used to be a glitch that would let you bypass this by dropping your items on the floor in the main room. So if you left one completely pointless item on the corpse and then pick everything back up in the main room, you'd actually be able to go through with this sequence, making this fight pathetically easy. Unfortunately though, while I was recording, this glitch has actually been patched, meaning you'll be forced to actually get good at the game instead. Once you come back into the room after dropping off all your items, the Wolfman will talk to you some more.
Excellent! Now, pick up the gift I left for you.
The gift being a table leg, which was the same weapon we used in the prologue, a knife, and 2 whole healing pills.
The deal is as follows. You will now provide me with some quality entertainment by fighting my brothers. And in turn, I will entertain you by playing on this violin I found recently. Let's begin.
The speakers start relaying Wolfman's attempts at playing the violin, and the first enemies start spawning in. 2 huge dogs. Enemies that, to be fair, we've definitely got used to fighting by now. Even facing them with such little equipment really isn't too bad. The main compromise you'll have to make is getting closer to enemies, because the table leg's reach is much shorter than the shovel or fire axe we've been using by now. I assume the Wolfman would have thrown more aggressive wildlife at you, like chompers or human spiders, but he probably can't tame them like he does the dogs. After killing the dogs, the real fight begins. The Wolfman barges into the room, screaming,
"Ignore me, meat. Time to die."
He immediately begins firing at you. This is the only time in the entire game that a firearm is actually used against you, and you do not want to stand in that bullet spray. Fortunately, the Wolfman has no concept of ammo conservation, so if you step behind one of the pillars, he'll keep trying to wallbang you like it's a match in CSGO. Once he runs out of his magazine, he'll drop his gun and instead attack you by lunging at you with his claws. His greatest tool against you is the pure fear factor of having this gigantic creature leaping at you while you're still trying to charge up and attack. The Wolfman works like a giant dog, but has a much shorter delay between attacks. On top of that as well, the lights will constantly flicker, so you can't really see him winding up a lunge. He can also follow up with a double punch, which can be deadly, as it can pretty much stun lock you from attacking for a good while. Despite all of this, the Wolfman still can't compare to the strength of a Polish table leg. This fight overall is actually pretty fair, but because of the frantic atmosphere this game creates, it's very easy to panic and get greedy with hits.
Who's that good boy?
Who's a good boy?
I think that's one of the scariest things about this fight, because if you fuck up, if you die, that's it. Like there's no save scumming, there's no way to go back. Instead, you'll die, and if you come back,
I've seen it before.
A note from the Wolfman basically telling you that he's just gonna keep all the items that he stole from you.
Fuck off.
But don't worry, he at least left you with a gift. There's a key attached to the note, which you can use to open a side room. Inside, there's a gramophone on the ground, as well as a violin, both items that used to belong to the musician. To be fair, to even get the Wolfman to follow you here, he most likely followed the musician's path. And in that case, he's probably dead anyway. So at least the Wolfman didn't kill him, probably just robbed his corpse. Now, the gift I mentioned, the protagonist will be reluctant to open it, but once you do, it's piece of shit. Wolfman basically shat in a box and gave it to you. But if you're good at video games, you might actually knock the Wolfman down. He'll be unable to move now, as you can even take his assault rifle, but he's still alive, so you'll have to finish him off. But even when he's about to die, he'll still keep up that tough guy facade.
You hit like a woman.
After which, he promptly dies. You can loot his corpse to get the sawmill key, as well as the wedding ring. Although, this one isn't real. It's a colorless imitation.
Now, if you can remember all the way back in chapter 1, that's where you can find the real rings. One in the hunter's cabin and one in the pretty lady's room. So there is a lore theory that the Wolfman and the pretty lady were actually related, hence the reason why he wants to eat her.
You can now enter the back room of the sawmill. This is where the Wolfman has been living, as evidenced by a campfire stove and bloodied elk carcass. The musician's violin and gramophone are also present here. You can find all your stolen items in a crate in the corner of the room. Just make sure that you have enough space to take them all and the weapons you left before the fight. Apart from that, there's nothing more for you in the sawmill, so you can head back to your hideout. One good thing about being robbed by the Wolfman is if you manage to win the sawmill fight, you can actually get his assault rifle, a gun that you pretty much couldn't obtain legitimately until now. You might at first find it a little bit underwhelming. It's locked in a 3-round burst, with every burst summing up to about half the damage of a shotgun shot. The medium caliber magazines hold around 20 bullets, so just under 7 full bursts.
It fires $200 custom tool cartridges.
The magazines themselves are much more rare, as you actually can't buy these from any traders in the game. So trying to laser high health enemies with it pretty much comes down to you wasting an incredibly precious resource. Where the gun excels at, though, is crowd control. It's especially good against banshees, as each bullet in the burst can take out a different banshee baby, making it very ammo efficient. For me, though, it'll never replace the shotgun.
No, fuck off.
But it's still a really good gun to keep in mind if you've got some spare medium mags. I've even seen people say it functions as a direct upgrade to the pistol, fulfilling the same role the pistol does, just with higher damage and more rate of fire.
Now, after killing the Wolfman, you can take all of your items back, but we're still left with the original objective, to get the compressor. Thankfully, from the note we found, we know that there's a clue lying for us in the junkyard.
You'll even have the cottage near the junkyard marked on your map. Both of these locations are right next to each other, so you just need to explore around the cottage and find the junkyard. Although the cottage itself is definitely worth exploring. The note you found before mentioned someone could be living here, and technically it was right. Approaching the house through a corridor made out of roots, you'll first see things that look like hybrids of snails and people. They'll speak to you in a distorted chorus, trying to finish each other's sentences but failing and repeating over each other's instead.
Who are you? I'm here. Who are you? Well, yeah, got me with those sleeves.
The fentanyl got me moving like a claymation figure.
When you get to the cottage itself, you'll see a gigantic snail resting on top of its roof. As you approach, it'll retract into its shell. There's also an organic cord leading from the building that you can examine. Some kind of organic cords. They're slowly pulsating. They are surprisingly hard and durable. You can't enter the cottage itself because the snail's blocking it, but you can actually talk to the snail by breaking down a vulnerable part on its shell and going inside.
Who are you?
The snail's speech is extremely slow and slurry. He moves his jaw with great effort. It looks like it's about to fall off. His eyes sag from their sockets. They dangle from side to side, trying to keep me in their sight.
Why are you disturbing my fosterers?
His right eye raises with great effort and wobbles.
Your face! What happened to you?
The snail's jaw falls so low, it almost detaches itself from the rest of the body.
You scared me. You barely resembled a human, but nah. You should call me yourself.
Suddenly, I feel a subtle shiver beneath my feet. The snail's body livens up.
Quiet. Hear that? Do you hear that voice?
The snail tucks his head inside his shell.
She calls to me. Can you hear it?
The snail falls silent for a longer moment. The inside of the shell is almost completely silent.
She's calling me, and I'm here trapped, bound.
The snail's body suddenly leans forward. The wooden construction of the cottage creaks under his huge bulk. I barely keep my balance.
Cut me loose, please. I need to get out of here. If you will release me, I will leave. Come back tomorrow and I won't be here anymore. You can live in my home. You like it. You just need to cut me loose.
The snail falls silent. His enormous head slowly drops to the shell. Giant gleaming drops of mucus appear on his slimy skin.
You need to understand my predicament. I'm unable to do anything by myself. My legs are numb from lying here, but I can't feel my arms at all. I'll admit it. Lying in the sun gives me the strangest pleasure, but it's time for me to go. I have to.
Like the other creatures outside the cottage, the snail is more of a human-snail hybrid, similar to how the mushroom granny looked like a hybrid of a person and mushrooms. His entire body looks like a snail, but he can talk normally thanks to a human skull and jaw embedded in its face.
It makes a man hideous.
For some reason, he still complains about the protagonist being barely human, despite itself having almost no human features. He even repeats this in some of his gossip dialogue.
You're so ugly, I feel like puking. You barely resemble a human being.
If anything, this reminded me of Soma. You'd find various robots throughout the game who were convinced that they were human, and you were the weird one.
Now, this huge snail is probably what the other snails were referring to when they said to cut him loose. Much like the doctor, the snail can also hear distant calling, probably again from the forest.
In fact, if you think about it, there is a voice calling to you as well. In the Swamp Hideout night event, even the radio keeps telling you to come back to us. Even all the way back in Chapter 1, when interacting with the bunker door, you could hear a voice saying, "Come to me." These could just be hallucinations, but then why does everyone hear the same things? The snail expands on this more when you show him the photo of the road home.
Everyone is going well. It's the road home, after all.
You might remember the cripple saying that a lot of people used to travel to the road where the talking tree grows. The snail seems to confirm this, although it's unclear why the voice would be calling him to the road, which supposedly leads out of the forest. You can talk to him a bit more about his life story.
It was yesterday. Or maybe a few days ago. Maybe a year. I woke up in front of the house. I thought I was dreaming. I took a step and I fell down.
You reached the next layer?
I fell straight on the roof.
Not yet, no.
How did this happen?
Considering that snails can't physically take a step, and that he was revolted by the protagonist's barely human appearance,
Ew!
It seems that the snail thinks itself to be human. He could just be a human mutated from the infection, unknowingly fused with a snail, or maybe just another one of the forest's abominations that, fortunately for you, ended up being less violent. This is even further shown by more of his gossip dialogue.
Once there was a beautiful clearing. Now everything's covered in water, and I've lost my gumboots. Do you have any gumboots on you?
Obviously, snails can't wear gumboots due to a severe leg deficiency. You know.
Meow.
You can also show him your rubber boots if you manage to make it through the Great Lake.
Gumboots.
Two teeth pop out of the snail's disfigured open jaw, together with a thick goo, flow down near my feet.
They'll be perfect for me.
He doesn't take them from you or anything. He's just a
next layer. Let's go.
No.
Coming back to the actual game, all the snail wants.
I didn't see it. No.
Just do that, and overnight he will be on his way, and he'll never bother you again. Although at this point you've done enough errands, so why not sit back, relax, and go catch some fish instead? There's a path splitting off from this one leading to the cottage where you'll find a small pond.
We're in the home stretch.
You can grab some fish for yourself. Finally, a game with better fishing mechanics than Far Cry 5.
Far Cry 5 was very good for nailing the realism.
Jesus Christ, I'm fucking fishing!
But if you actually want to make progress with the snail, instead of immediately going out to find out how you can free him, you can examine his belly. The roof beneath the shell is completely destroyed. The snail's shell is also badly damaged. Maybe I'd be able to get inside the cottage through the skin on his belly. It seems quite frail. This is yet another quest with multiple outcomes. The selfish option would be to just cut through the snail. It's a creation of the forest anyway, it's not really human. If the snail was once human, he's obviously beyond saving. This option is also a lot quicker since you don't actually have to find out how to free him, and also wasting an entire night for the snail to move his fat ass off the roof. Although choosing this, you'll be reminded by just how much of an asshole you are by doing this to the snail.
Leave me!
I won't fit inside. I need to keep trying.
Why are you doing this?
The hole is still too small. The entire shell even shakes with every strike. Just to remind you, this is the mean person choice. You are a bad person for doing this. Although doing this won't lead you to one of the most useful pieces of loot in the area. If you instead decide to help the snail, you can follow that organic cord you could examine earlier. Eventually, you'll find a destroyed shed sitting behind the house. There's a small puzzle here to access a blocked off area. You basically have to go back to the snail, hover your mouse over him until you find that he's been holding out a
this road's
vaguely
easy to
human
follow
hand.
too.
If you interact with this, you can take the key and open the shed door. Drag the wardrobe away,
What happened?
and that's it.
I said,
Although
thank
you might
goodness
think
this
to
road's
check the
easy to
wardrobe
follow
first.
too.
Inside is a note about the junkyard. It shows you a map of the entire place, which is invaluable, but I'll explain why in a bit. There's also a small drawing of a guy in a hazmat suit on the side, possibly one of the outsiders. That, or it's an Among Us. To free the snail the humane way, all you need to do is complete the puzzle and progress to the area behind the shed. It looks like a clearing of beautiful white grass with a weird cocoon-like growth in the middle. You can break it using any weapon, thus freeing the snail. Talking to him, he'll thank you and give you his house.
I will flee again. When you return here tomorrow, I won't be here anymore. I will follow her voice. You will be able to live here. I promise.
He's now going to follow that voice, which, again, if we looked at where the doctor ended up, he's probably going to end up killing himself or going completely insane and killing multiple people, then himself.
Before even arriving at the cottage, you'll see the snail people along the path look like they've been crushed, probably by the snail trying to fit its body through the small corridor. I wish that was me. Going inside to evaluate your new property, you'll first
Pyro,
notice there's a
no.
small flickering light in the next room over. Before you can enter it though, there's a note you can pick up.
We have nothing to eat since the flood. I've caught some snails and frogs. Better this than nothing. Also, out of the crosswords that I found last year at the junkyard,
The secret
the only
in
thing that's left
this
to do
layer
is
is
keep
a
writing this
Sisyphus
journal
fight.
and listening to this strange radio.
Die!
2 days.
And you get a
Fucking
mini
crushes the
graphic
bus.
Maybe I'll find a tape recorder or something that'll let me record this weird signal. I feel like there's some meaning hidden behind it.
If anything damages me that isn't the side of the road,
whatever I can
I'm
find
gonna
in
be
the water.
upset.
I've seen some strange
I will
men
also
in the
be
trees.
upset.
They're not locals. They do not hide. They were dressed in strange clothes. I was too far to take a better look. Besides, I'm alone.
My
and there were
frame.
at least 3 of them. Maybe I'm delusional. Or maybe these old ruins.
Dude, I
are
wish I
empty.
could deal any amount of damage. This room
I found
has
a
those
blank
little
tape and
blood
a broken
pillars that
tape
can heal you.
Maybe I can fix it and do something with it.
No.
I've also found some other useful things.
Seven
I've written them
dash
all
one.
Blood
down.
pillars? What are you talking about?
I don't have the strength.
They're those
to
red
do all
pillars
of
that
it.
appear in
Is
6-1.
it possible
They're like
that the
skulls
radio
and shit.
tower emits this strange signal?
Can
It's been a
do
couple
those
of
heal
years
you?
since it's turned
Yeah, they can
over,
heal you if you damage
but
them.
no other signal reaches this place from outside. It must be that tower. I need to take a break from this radio. I hear this voice everywhere. It's
Maybe if I
strangely
crash the
familiar.
bus
I
into
can't get
them.
it out of my head.
There's another mention of that radio tower here. Looks like whoever lived here before. It might have even been the snail himself before his mutation. Whoever it was also hearing the voice and seemed to think it was connected to the radio. Throughout the game, we've seen the radio be used by whatever's behind the plague, telling us to come to it and even showing up in the prologue as the man with the radio dial for eyes. There's a reference to that thing that keeps showing up in my YouTube Shorts tab, but I don't think I want to go there.
This could also mean that the radio tower has direct correlation to whatever is infecting the entire region. Either that or it's just normal Polish radio.
There's also a mention of the 3, but that's really nothing out of the ordinary. They seem to be running the savages in this region, so it's only natural that they'd show up basically everywhere. This note also points out why all the creatures around the cottage were hybrids of snails. It seems like whoever lived here was suffering from hunger so badly that they had to turn to eating snails and grass to survive. It's possible that the forest may have got inspired by it, so to speak, just like how it got inspired by the bodies of the savages left in their marked circles. Next to the note is a crate that you can loot for some fabrics, as well as a map marking the radio tower on your map, in case you didn't get it in the elephant shed. It could be useful to visit the radio tower now, but honestly, we're so close to getting out.
I made it through the water level without taking
Going into the
damage.
side room, you'll realize the light you were seeing when you entered is
2 more
actually
layers.
radio connected to roots. A lot of rusty radio equipment is strewn on the floor, old recorders and destroyed tapes. Everything is covered in goo, dripping
I'm
from
so
the leaky ceiling.
like
There's another
upset that
mention
I
of
lost
that goo
all
again.
my
You can
health
actually
in
see what
layer
it looks
3.
like
I lost
outside
like
on the
60.
cottage's roof, although that might have been the slime coming from the
I'm a
snail.
throw
The
artist.
note said the previous inhabitant of the cottage was obsessed with the radio and what it said to him. Looking for the source of the voice drove him insane, as in the end he never managed to do it. You can just find him dead in the corner of the room, overgrown with roots and vines, just like the radio. A dry corpse overgrown with small roots. As you turn to leave, you once again start having visions, and the radio starts speaking to you.
Are you her?
It's pretty much unintelligible, but it sounds like someone asking either, are you her or are you here? Leaving the cottage, all that's left for you to do is to explore the junkyard. As I said before, it should be somewhere nearby, so it really shouldn't take too long to find it. That map you found back in the cottage will genuinely come in clutch though. The junkyard itself is pretty large. It's composed of, well, you know, piles of junk. Some of this junk you can actually dig up for loot. And this sounds great, except digging a pile takes a fat 30% durability off your shovel, and only one of these piles actually has the compressor parts that you need. If you were to dig up all the piles of junk, you'd probably waste at least a few days and a bunch of wood and scrap just to keep your shovel in maintenance. Thankfully, to mitigate this a little bit, there's actually a free shovel lying next to one of the piles. Apart from being a huge time sink, it really does put you at a disadvantage because you're basically using what probably is going to be your main melee weapon to complete a quest, leaving you open to the elements while you run back to base to go and repair it. That is, unless you want to waste a large chunk of ammo. Now, the note you found actually contains the entire map of the junkyard, with each pile marked with a letter and catalogued, telling you what's inside. So all you need to do is find the pile marked as containing an old compressor and you're set. On top of that, if you need any specific resources, the note is a really good reference point.
Oh my god.
You can find pretty much anything.
I'm starting to like fucking, it's starting to lock out, bro.
Overrun with enemies, forcing you to either waste a ton of ammo,
starting to zone out.
one by one.
If I die, there will be
One
nothing
of the
left
junk piles
of
that
my
you want to
PC.
dig up.
Just fucking atomize it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Choices,
Literally,
you can
atomize
actually
that
find
shit.
an old character here. You might remember the elephant mother talking about a loud crash she heard coming
You'll
from
hear
the
like
junkyard a while back.
a
Once
key
you reach
blast
the middle,
charging
you'll
up,
finally
and
realize
then
what it was,
nothing.
and the
The
music
stream will end.
changes to a much sadder tone. It's a crashed rocket with a steaming corpse inside of it. This is Pietrek, or at least, you know, what's left of him. Unsurprisingly,
No.
this rocket never made it to space, instead crashing into the junkyard
Oh.
and scaring all
Pietrek
the enemies
died.
away. This only happens if you agree to help him with the project and didn't agree to the Wolfman's little trolling of rigging a pipe bomb in one of the components. If you did, you won't find the rocket or Pietrek's corpse anywhere, as both have been incinerated long before getting to the swamp. It's kind of impressive that this little rocket even made it off the ground, to be honest. So much so that it's something Fallout New Vegas would shamelessly steal 4 years prior.
So what was the main inspiration behind Pietrek and his quest line?
There's this song called Piotrek by this band called Ścianka, which is a Polish band, as you might have guessed. The song is like this monologue of this kid who lives in a junkyard and he's building a rocket and he's like obsessed with space and stuff, and it's really trippy, and it's pretty much, we just took the song and placed it in the game. So yeah, that's it.
Huge inspiration. Cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool song.
You can loot both the wreckage and Pietrek's corpse, although the corpse only has some wire on him.
Wire.
It could imply that he was trying to fix whatever was wrong with the rocket.
What a clip! What a good clip! Wire.
Gold mine of useful loot. There's a welder,
Any
pliers,
opportunity
weapon parts,
to
even a
use
long
Breaking
barrel.
Bad
There's also
clips,
a big stack
any.
of scrap you can use to repair items or set up bear traps back at the hideout. Despite the junkyard being a gigantic location, that's about everything there is to find. But now, after all that, you finally have the compressor parts.
With the compressor finally fixed, we can fill up some fresh oxygen tanks and use it to access areas in the game we never could before. So again, it's basically like Doom. You just get a key card to get another key card to get another key card.
But this really isn't the time to explore. You have one last thing you
Hour
need to do to
6!
escape this horrible place.
6 HP?
Arriving back at the village, you can now enter the cellar, and once you enter the water tunnel,
Or
you're
you're
thrown
on
into
hour
another
6.
dream sequence.
Hour 6.
Yeah, we're getting there, man.
You'll wake up.
I
on the floor
literally
of the
can't
basement.
take any
it
more
looks pretty
damage.
well kept.
This
All the
is
containers are locked shut and not even flooded
nerve-wracking.
too
It's
badly.
been this
You can even
long
examine a giant
without
barrel in
any
the corner.
damage.
A huge rusty barrel. Judging by the
I'm on
smell, it
15
still
right
contains
now.
a lot of good gasoline inside. There's nothing more you can interact with. The only thing left to do is to move on through the door on the opposite
I'm
side.
on a good solid 2.
2?
2.
Brother.
I went
Except once you
through
cross
all
the corridor beyond it,
of
you end up in
fucking
a
the
room that
water
looks
one.
exactly the
What
same.
the
You
fuck,
can't go back
man?
either as the door locks itself behind you. You can only keep going deeper. As you do, the room will become more and more decrepit. Firstly, you'll see a cow carcass lying on the floor, possibly left there as part of the village's food stores. Suddenly, the light goes out, and the door
Yeah,
in
if
the
I
next
didn't drink
room
this
starts being
monster,
broken
I
down
would
by
have
someone
died
on the other
so
side.
long.
Eventually, they'll
ago,
talk to you. But there's no one on the other side. You can keep moving through the next room, and once you enter, all the crates start opening by themselves. In other words, it's a crate jump scare. Arriving in the next room, you'll see all the containers are now empty. The cow carcass looks decayed and shriveled, and there's now an opening in one of the walls of the room. It looks like someone is trying to dig a tunnel, although for now, there's barely a crack in the wall. The ambience also changes. Now you can hear banging sounds in the background, like metal striking metal. There's also an axe on the floor for you to pick up. The next room shows more progress on the dig. Most of the floor is now covered in dirt, and the tunnel is somewhat longer, with a backpack holding a torch laying at its entrance, but it's still a dead end. Moving forward, you won't actually see another copy of the room. Instead, there's a staircase, probably leading outside, although it's blocked by a barricade made out of crates and wood. A makeshift barricade blocking the entrance to the basement. Someone or something is trying to break through from the other side. Hitting it once with the axe will cause a villager to spawn behind you and shout at you.
What the hell do you think you're doing? You'll kill us all. Get back to digging.
Once the villager screams at you, you can do what he says and go back to the tunnel. Entering it now, you'll see the tunnel has extended significantly. Moving through it, you'll start to see infected bodies. Only a couple at a time at first, but as you progress, the entire room is covered with them. The corridor is seemingly never ending, so you might think to turn back and try a different exit.
You know
However,
what
once
else
you
is
turn around,
fucking
you'll
never
realize that
ending?
the only thing behind you
fucking
is
game,
a dead
bro.
end.
This
Trying to
fucking
progress
game.
now, you'll only find a wall. At this point, the floor gore spawns and engulfs your screen until you can't see anymore, waking you up from the dream. Alternatively, you could have just attacked the barricade again, causing him to scream, and then transform into a black chomper. Either killing it or dying ends the dream, with neither seemingly having any effect on the real world. Once you wake up, you're in the real basement. In contrast to the dream version, this one is completely flooded, with the neatly carved out corridors being replaced by winding tunnels overgrown with roots. There's a lot of dead ends as well as glares sprinkled around, showing how hostile this area really is. Walking into the main room, you'll see a cow carcass is now completely decayed, leaving only a skeleton. All the crates are still open, but now they're covered in roots. You can search them, but despite their gigantic inventory, they're all completely empty. There's also a backpack on the ground with a single torch inside. You can exit the room just like in the dream and arrive at the barricaded staircase. Although you can't actually break this barricade unlike the dream, its layout suggests that this is actually the second staircase we could find back up top. You can also enter a small tunnel leading off from the corridor, but there's not much to find. A dead end carved out by the roots. But there's also another tunnel.
We're almost there, brother.
Villagers locked in the basement try to dig themselves to get out. This tunnel looks different. It was carved out by people, sloppily
I am
and
done
hastily.
after this.
It's a miracle it still hasn't
I'm going back
collapsed
to
yet.
sleep.
The further part of the tunnel is blocked by rubble. Looking through a crack, I can see giant pulsating roots. Maybe I can find a way to destroy them. The corridor isn't wide enough to pass through, but you can see the beating heart of the talking tree in the next chamber. These are the tree's roots. Growing out the same tunnel, we've seen the thieves dig that was later filled with corpses. It seems the talking tree consumed them while growing, which is probably why it grew faster than the rest of the forest. These corpses are also probably the ones we see inside the tree, talking and arguing with each other. You need to ignite the roots, but because the tunnel's blocked, you can't just throw a match in. It's not going to be as easy as that Fallout 3 quest.
I need to sell you television.
Looking around for something to help, you'll stumble upon the fuel barrel that was also present in the dream. Interacting with it now instead puts you into a dialogue box. The barrel's valve is rusty, but it seems to be working. Judging by the smell, there's gasoline inside. You're then given the option to open the valve. I grab the valve and try to turn it with all my strength. It suddenly breaks. Gasoline slowly leaks out of the barrel. It slowly flows down the tunnel. You can see a small stream of gasoline leading down the tunnel. After doing so, the protagonist will comment, "The whole tunnel is flooded with gasoline. I must be careful." There's only one thing left to do now. You can use the torch you found and ignite the gasoline trail. It works. Amazingly well, in fact. The entire tree starts burning, and you can hear its screams coming from above. The fire is so intense that your entire vision is clouded by smoke and blaze. If anything, you should probably get out the basement before you suffocate. Coming out on the surface, you can see the overground part of the tree is completely alight, and the screams are even louder, almost drowning out the crackling of flames. Unfortunately, even though we've done all we can, we still can't go through yet. The huge tree will not yield to the flames so easily. It tries to smother the fire with its roots. It should all be over tomorrow. There's even a note made about it in the journal. I set the roots in the cellar on fire. The fire consumed the talking tree in its entirety. Even now, I can still hear it screaming. Seems like the cripple was right. The tree is enormous, and it will probably continue burning throughout the night. I'll return here tomorrow. Walking by the cripple, he'll call out to you.
Come here now. Come.
Although he doesn't have anything to say, but rather watch the tree burn in silence. The cripple's blind eyes stare hypnotized at the huge flame consuming the tree. It's as if the old man could see everything clearly now. The orange fire illuminates his pale, motionless face.
So at this point, it's probably best to go back to your hideout, load up on everything you've got, and get ready to leave. Because unlike Chapter 1 to Chapter 2, this will probably definitely be your final journey. So you need to stock up for it and only take the essentials.
Starting the night, you won't see any of the usual enemies. You might think you got lucky that the forest is letting you off easy, you know, after all the challenges and all the hardships you've gone through. Until, at some point during the night, the radio once again turns on. At first, it's just static, but soon, it starts speaking to you. After the last line, it breaks down completely and sets itself on fire. The blaze slowly grows, consuming the floor around the radio and eventually the entire room. But it doesn't spread any further than that. Instead, one by one, you start getting assaulted by burning creatures, looking vaguely like people, but sometimes showing the split chomper maw instead of a head. They're basically just a standard zombie, and they're easy to deal with as basically any firearm or melee one-shots them. But as the night goes on, their onslaught ramps up. Eventually, there's so many of them that you can't even reload in time to defend yourself. You'll have to try to evade them instead, which is made even harder by the crowd coming at you from every direction and body blocking you. Just before you get completely overwhelmed, you start to hear that refreshing song cue, meaning dawn is coming. You survived, just barely, and now it's time to get out. You wake up to see that even though you survived, the three aren't there to greet you this time. Obviously, they weren't too keen on you burning down the tree and probably don't want to do business with you anymore. Going through the village, you'll see that the cripple is gone and you get a new journal entry. It worked. Only ashes remain of the tree. I feel I'm approaching the end of my journey. Is it possible? Where the tree once stood is now a mess of burnt wood and roots, with a huge smoke cloud hanging above you in the air. The tree didn't quite turn to ashes, but rather collapsed. Its charred corpse leaving you a path finally leading outside the swamp. Once you step through, the music changes and you reach a clearing. There's some buildings off to the side and even a well, but there's nothing interesting to find here. It's a couple of old houses, just like the ruins before. There's a rock path in the middle of the clearing. Following it, you'll eventually find a huge asphalt road. A colorless goo seeps from the cracks of the asphalt. As expected, the forest has unfortunately consumed this road. There's roots sticking out of the asphalt, but hopefully the way is still open. Following the road, you'll see a backpack on the side as well as a road sign. The backpack actually has some torches inside, but examining the sign, your protagonist will read the writing out. The crossed out sign reads Darkwood. Oh my god, they said the name of the game! They said the name of the game! But also on top of that, that means the entire region of the game is called Darkwood. Now, I gave the devs a pass for their naming conventions before. But this game is called Darkwood because it takes place in Darkwood. I thought because the atmosphere was pretty bleak and dark and the plot has heavy focus on the trees, the wood, or because, you know, the game literally occurs 90% inside a dark forest. But apparently, no, the entire forest was just called Darkwood. More on the name, there is actually a real-life village in Poland called Czarnolas, which roughly translates into Darkwood.
So apparently there's a village called Czarnolas, which translates into Darkwood.
It's a coincidence.
We didn't know about the village before we started to make our game.
The name just kind of came up and we thought it was cool. We needed a name because we made a game called Kevin Costner's Tatanka Hunting Simulator 2013. You play as Kevin Costner and you jump from Tatanka to Tatanka, which
Bisons.
is bison, yeah.
Some game press took it, they made some articles about it, and we were already developing Darkwood, and we thought that we have to have a name so they can also like mention about our new game and our studio. So we choose Darkwood and Acid in the studio.
Yeah, not two games similar at all.
At least since the sign is crossed out, that means we're actually leaving Darkwood. If you can move past the whiplash you get from the in-game title drop, you'll see a grey body on the asphalt. It looks like it's stuck in place, similar to the villagers you could find back in the glade, but this time you can't even interact with it. Further ahead, you'll see a lone survivor. This is in fact the cripple, using the opening the tree being burnt down made to try and escape himself. But you have no option to help him, just to progress further. So yeah, good luck. Hope it goes well for you. Moving further up, we'll have the protagonist confirm what I'm sure you've been thinking ever since we stepped foot on this road. The road home. There's more frozen figures as you move forward. Regular people, but also savages. There's so many that they actually crowd the road, blocking it up and making it hard to pass through. You walk until you see a truck in the middle of the asphalt, and behind it a wall of trees. The road is blocked after all. Thankfully though, there is a side path. There's even a road sign that you can examine. 25 kilometers to the nearest town. Going down the path, you once again enter a thicket of trees, although contrary to every time you've done this before, this time it doesn't feel sinister. This time it feels like progress. Reaching the end of the path, you enter the epilogue.
Elden Ring music, you love to hear it?
Peak.
You're still in the forest, but something has changed. The dark, oppressive ambience, the thunderstorms, the violent creatures, they've all disappeared. And slowly, very, very slowly but surely, the forest is changing. This is it.
Eventually, the trees become more and more sparse, up
Can
until
someone
you find
shoot
yourself
you?
looking at a regular electrical tower out in the open. You're actually outside the woods. And when there's power, there's people. You can follow the electrical lines to find a town. Not a couple of ruined cottages barely held together, a real town made out of the PPR's finest concrete. Now, because it is Poland, there's that classic Soviet grayscale color range on pretty much everything, which in most games would be oppressive and bleak, but here it's surprisingly comforting compared to the sickly greens and browns of the swamp. There's a woman feeding the birds on a bench, and as you approach her, the birds fly away.
And they're gone. Who's going to eat the bread now?
There's even a small playground with a sandbox and a carousel, as well as a chalky outline used for hopscotch. Despite barely anyone being around, the place is still a stark contrast to the woods of the game. It feels lived in, like there are real people going about their day here. In front of the huge apartment building, there's a woman sitting on the bench, my first floor neighbor. And finally, for the first time in the game, your character actually speaks out loud. Good day.
Good day to you.
Now, the normalcy in this dialogue is astounding. It seems like a normal exchange that you get in the opening of like a Bethesda game, but the fact that we've spent like 10 to 20 hours inside the forest, hunting, surviving, trading, and then just to have this completely normal exchange, not with, you know, a furry or an insane man that wants to go to space, just someone completely normal living in an apartment block. It feels refreshing, but also incredibly strange.
Entering the building, it really looks like a standard run-of-the-mill Soviet block of flats. Upon entering, your character will say, "This is my staircase." There's also a bike in the corner with the word ass written in Polish next to it, because of course it does. You can even examine it. It's been here since I can remember. Weird that no one ever tried to steal it. There's an elevator, but unsurprisingly, it's out of order. You can also go into one of the corridors to see a man on the ground, probably passed out from one too many Polish special 95% spirits.
Boss, got any spare change?
Why
The
did I see a
inclusion
clip
of
of
the
Prey?
standard issue Polish
What?
blackout drunk man really makes you
What do
feel
you
like
mean?
you're home here. Going upstairs, you'll see a woman cleaning the floor.
Pleased to see you, Mr. Change.
Special 95%.
Prey.
Oh, what the fuck? Why Prey?
Who fucking knows, man? I saw Alex Yu in the corner of my eye. I was like, holy shit. That's a good game. That's a really good game.
It is a good game.
Spirits.
Boss, got any spare change?
The inclusion of the standard issue Polish blackout drunk man really makes you feel like you're home here. Going upstairs, you'll see a woman cleaning the floor.
Pleased to see you, mister. Haven't seen you in a while.
You can inspect the flowers next to her. They're still green, even though
Not
I
much
never
has
see
changed.
anyone
There's
tending
still
to them. Maybe they feed on
people on the
discarded
ground
cigarette
for no
butts.
reason.
Going in the corridor above,
And
you'll
old
see some
ladies
more tasteful
saying
Polish
weird things.
graffiti, and eventually you'll arrive at a door you have the key for, your own apartment. Home sweet home. After all you've gone through, all you
Nice-
do
yeah,
now
nice
is
image.
just go to your bed and rest. You can leave your coat on the wardrobe next to the
Pyrocynical
door,
room.
but the bedroom door is locked, so you'll have to find the key first. You can go into the kitchen where you can find a note on the table. I made you some soup. Heat it up. Next to the table is the stove. And it's really weird seeing this stove because there's no jars of protective substance or any pipes coming out of it. It really is just a regular oven. This is pretty much the first time in the game where we've seen a stove used for actual normal food. And mushrooms, by the way. I forgot about the mushrooms. The old trusty gas stove. There's still some soup in the pot. You can turn on the stove and cook yourself some nice traditional Polish soup. I grabbed the largest dish from the closet under the sink and pour myself a bowl. It's not much, but it's enough. I don't remember the last time I've eaten a home dinner. Upon which you'll receive a nice plate of rosol, Polish chicken soup. Now, I would like to say that when I saw this on stream, I did say some pretty horrible things about it.
Is that what Polish food looks like, bro? Damn, that's rough. You can see the grease because the bubbles on it.
What are you talking? That looks good.
Traditional Polish.
That looks
soup. That is a pot noodle. How are you saying that's a delicacy? That's a fucking pot noodle.
Yeah, and he's gonna go
with
eat
water.
beans on toast.
That's it. That is the traditional Polish delicacy right there. Oh my god, it looks so good. Look at that.
Did you see that image I sent that was like the French fries and olives that said British people would eat this and call it nuts and bolts?
I travelled over to Warsaw
No, send
and
it over.
interviewed the devs of Darkwood. I actually ended up
Put it in the
trying it,
YouTube
and I
video.
would actually like to
Yeah, hold on,
officially
let me find it.
retract my awful,
Where's my
hurtful
phone?
lies and confirm that it actually is pretty peak. I do actually kind of get the meme now about British food having absolutely no flavour and being just horrible. After obtaining the delicacy, you can interact with some more appliances around the apartment, like the bathtub.
Cheese
I'm barely
pie with
standing on my
fish
feet.
heads
I'll take
sticking
about
out of it.
Look
the
in,
washing machine. The Frania washing
look in
machine.
your DMs.
I spent 2 days in the queue to get it. You can even wash your hands in the sink. You probably should have done that before eating the soup. To get the bedroom key, you'll have to visit your living room. Inside, you'll meet the best part of the entire game and what your whole journey has been building up for. Your dog, Sure. You can even pet him. Look at that. So wholesome. Just ignore the fact that he uses the exact
Oh, the
same
fucking
model of
stream.
dogs
Tap
that
back
you
into the
used in
stream.
Chapter 1. You can examine
Tap
and
back
search
into the
TV
YouTube
that
video,
back in
brother.
The apartment dream played Teddy Drop Ear, a black and white Reuben, a real
I'll rewind a bit.
dog, Sure, eating the soup. To get the bedroom key, you'll have to visit your living room. Inside, you'll meet the best part of the entire game.
How much time we have
your
left on
whole
the video?
journey has been building up for. Your dog.
Bro, isn't this like the end of the game? How is there like an hour and a half left, bro?
The exact same model of the dogs that you
There's
beat to
probably
death
a lot
in
of
Chapter
credits
1.
at the end you
You can
gotta think
examine and
about.
search the TV that back in the apartment
Oh,
dream
shit.
played Teddy Drop Ear, a black
There's
and
the
white
next
Reuben, a real
item.
luxury. Unfortunately, it's
Oh, what
broken.
is it?
Inside, there's a
It's
flashlight
a
and a battery, but it's not like you'll need those
green.
anymore. The wardrobe next to the
It's a
TV
gear.
has some fabrics, probably just blankets to put over the sofas. Although if you try and sleep on one of them, the protagonist will refuse. I'm very tired.
Metal
I
gear.
prefer to lie down in a regular bed. One thing to actually note here, all of your inventory is now inaccessible, so if you take anything from the wardrobes, you won't actually be able to use it. This is probably to
Kept you waiting, huh?
their AK and gunning everyone down. In the corner wardrobe is the
It's a
key
Metal
you
Gear.
need to finally enter the bedroom. If there's nothing more on your mind, then finally laying down and taking your long-awaited rest. It's my bed. The white crumpled sheets look as if I've just woken up at last. I feel my sore legs
gonna
buckling
spread the
underneath me,
infection
my
to
body
what-
becoming
to the
heavy and
people.
overwhelmingly lethargic. It was a grueling journey, days of human torment. Cool side note here, the game will actually track how many nights you spent in the Darkwood, showing it as basically a stat screen on here. You can choose to go to sleep. There's no one to stop you anymore. You're home. You're safe. After all the suffering you've endured and definitely inflicted onto others, you can rest.
The clip of him shooting the child.
A
did not
sedating
get
warmth
pulled.
washes over me. A warmth of security and happiness.
It's like that Corey
The camera pans
Kenshin
out, and that's
one
it. You've
where
done it. There's some text
he
scrolling
gives
by,
the gun to
talking
that
about the
kid in that
fates of
one game and the
characters
kid
you left
shoots
behind.
himself.
But other than that, it really is the end
Oh,
of the
I know
game.
what you're talking
You
about.
escaped the forest. You didn't get the answers you wanted, but at least you're
Right,
out.
my boy
You're
Robert.
finally free.
Yes, sir.
Turns around, here's the gunshot.
Still more to be found.
He goes,
It feels
"Wait, what?"
unsatisfying leaving the forest like this. So many questions are left unanswered. I know the protagonist is tired, but why would he go straight to bed instead of, I don't know, contacting the authorities or someone to let them know what's happening? Surely there's something deeper still left inside the woods. Going back all the way to your first meeting.
Are you gonna like actually edit this? Like have fucking, or are you just gonna upload the things and every time we talk about something, put up an image?
Oxygen tank, you'll be able to
Yeah,
access these
I'm not gonna
areas.
do
Following
crazy
these
editing. It's
directions,
still gonna
you'll
be all
eventually
8
stumble
hours.
upon a water tunnel leading
Are you
to
gonna
the
cut?
wreckage of
Okay,
the
I was gonna say like you're gonna
forest
cut out like
behind
the
the
hour and a
forest
half
crashed here.
that silences that we sometimes have.
Forest's doing, or rather just an accident.
Where we're
There are
locked
roots
in.
growing all over the
No,
wreckage.
that's staying
But
in.
To be fair, they're
I'll put like
basically
I'll
every
put
single
time
environment we've been
stamps. I'll be
in.
like,
And because
we
how
don't
rapid
say
the growth is,
anything.
You really can't tell if this crash was.
Yeah, we're dead ass just watching the video here.
Inside, you can find a dead body, presumably
I'm half
belonging
asleep
to a
here.
soldier. He's holding an assault rifle and
As
a
I'm
magazine
drifting
for it.
up
Although
the
at this
road
point
in
the game,
wrath.
You probably won't get too much use out of it. You can enter the crashed helicopter.
I gotta
for a
see this
crack
clip of
inside.
how you took
Inside,
that
Oh
much
my
fucking damage,
God,
bro.
dude.
one holding some common loot, and
You-
the
you'll
other
see
holding
it
a
in that
photo.
layer.
A
It's
photo of the
bad.
doctor.
It's torn in half, but you might remember another photo that was torn in half all the way
I
back
also
in
lied to
the
you,
train
Nathan.
wreck. Back then,
What?
we assumed that
I've
it
been
was
at
the
4%
doctor's family,
health
and
or
now
less
we're probably
since that
right.
layer.
Combining the two torn photos
Have you?
together, it
Since
definitely
layer
does match.
3, I
This
have been at
helicopter
4
might
or
have even
less.
been one sent by the military.
Wow.
Killed the doctor because he was basically the only person
Dude,
in the
I was
region
half
with
asleep.
any
I'm
medical
telling you, this
expertise. Even though he
monster
didn't know
came
how
in
to treat the
clutch.
plague, he definitely would have heavily studied it, much more than any of the outsiders.
One possible
I've
theory
lost
is that because the
2%
corpse
in
is
those
holding
in
the
these
photo,
last 3
it could
layers.
be that it was
So you're at
actually
2
his
right
in the
now?
helicopter
Yeah.
that went looking for him.
Oh
Or
my
she
God,
passed the
brother.
photo onto a rescue team so they could recognize the doctor and pull
But
him
I'm
out.
more locked
Again,
in
it's
than
nothing
ever.
concrete, but it's still something to consider. Also, an important thing to mention is that the helicopter has the Air Force checkerboard.
But if I
on it,
take
meaning
another
it
bit of
belongs
damage
to
in the middle of the
Polish Air
road, I will
Force. It might seem like
cry.
a pretty insignificant detail, but this pretty much
Stay
confirms
dead
that
middle.
the outsider group
That's
we've been
all you have to
talking about
do.
all this time was actually headed by the Polish
Yeah.
government instead of being, for example, a private splinter group.
Yo! Fucking MDS
Found in the wreckage, but there's still one more water tunnel to explore, either by following the doctor's general
Yeah.
directions again,
I've got,
or
like,
by finding a map
precognition
all the way
or
back in the
something.
swamp village, you'll be able to find the burned cottage. It always spawns near the
Bro, we've been
village, so
talking
it's
about
pretty
this since
easy to
fucking
find.
hour 1.
Entering the tunnel, you'll emerge right in front of 3 crosses.
We see on the
burned
bottom left
cottage
of the
is even
video,
marked by 3
Hideo
crosses on your
Kojima
map,
has
showing
reposted.
just how characteristic they are to this location.
Well, bottom left is
Inspecting
where
them will have the
fucking...
protagonist read the inscription.
Isn't that where
An
Subway
orange,
Surfers
simple
is?
wooden cross covered
Top
in
right will be.
inscriptions. I
I'm
can
gonna
still
do
decide
No,
right.
top right, no, top
but you
right,
never
top
know
right's
hunger
fucking Family Guy.
again.
Oh, you're right.
No, wait, no, no,
Subway
top left
Surfers.
Family Guy.
Some
Subway
skeletons have been
Surfers.
I,
will be
we'll
below
have
the
to,
video.
we'll have to rearrange some stuff in editing.
The old village graveyard.
We're not
It's so
editing
washed up,
today.
it's hard to even tell
No.
anymore, apart from a couple
Yeah.
of gravestones. The
I don't
inscription on
blame
the
you.
crosses could even be hinting at the
I will
hunger
do
that
some
is filled the
editing
entire village,
tomorrow
or even
whenever I have a
created the
free
talking
time.
tree.
Exploring
Because
the
I don't work
cottage, you can
at
find
all.
2 photos. One depicting a group of people walking on a road in the middle of the village.
Oh my
while the
God.
I don't know
other
how I'm
a
having more
helicopter
fun
flying
doing
over a
this
burning
than
building.
working.
The helicopter
I don't
looks
get it.
similar to the wreckage, but there's
Honestly,
nothing
dude,
really
I'm at
confirming
like
this link.
now
Once you pick up the first
that I'm at
photo,
the
a
end
human
and I
spider
can
will
see
spawn
it in my
the entrance room and
sights,
attack you.
basically.
According to the wiki, it's supposed to talk to
I'm-
you.
I'm,
but
like,
in my
thrilled.
run, I just fed it
Dude, the
butt
fucking
shots
2
and
health
saw
you're
it.
actually
Look, I'll be
throwing.
honest, there's enough
That's
dialogue in this
insane. I
game.
cannot
Dude,
imagine.
I've been at
Enemies to
2
give me
health.
a lore dump
so
about his wife's
long.
son. But if you're interested, the dialogue that it's supposed to say goes like this.
You've torn us apart, burned our houses, locked us in here, sentenced us to in the woods.
Killing it, you can get the key to the burned cottage. Since the human spider was holding the key, it could mean that it used to be the previous inhabitant of this cottage. As human spiders look like amalgamations of dead bodies, it could be possible that the forest actually uses the corpses from the graveyard to create them. This spider specifically shows semblance of remembering its past life, talking about how it was condemned to stay in the forest. This seems to be a really common theme with characters remembering or failing to remember past
When the
parts of
fuck
their
did we
life.
get-
That,
wait.
or this is the forest fucking with us for the 20th time. It's also interesting that when speaking
when did we get back into the forest? I've been not paying attention.
I think he's doing like recaps.
The outsiders burning down houses to slow the spread of infection, so
yeah.
it does make sense. It could even mean that the
Yeah,
helicopter in
he's
one of the
just
photos
recapping
was
stuff.
responsible for setting the fire. If so, then it explains how the outsiders could burn all these buildings around the forest without exposing themselves to the infection inside. Apart from these 2 locations, there are no more underwater tunnels to visit. But there is one more important place to check out that we haven't probably had time to explore since we were trying so desperately to get out.
Is
The
it like a
radio
sewer
tower.
system?
There were a couple of mentions before, like if you
Underneath
entered Snell's
the
cottage
village?
and found the notes,
Yeah, I guess
the
it makes sense
protagonist
that
even
it's spread
mentioned it
down
might
there.
still be emitting signals in the journal.
Yeah, we were not
only
looked in,
that,
we
but the
were
old
laughing too
journal
much
from the
at
elephant's
fucking-
shed also
Yeah, I've
mentioned
dead ass
a
been not paying
possible
attention.
second exit as an alternative to burning down the talking tree. Even though we already found a way out, this
But I
might
was
at least show
interested
us
about
some
how
of
this
the
antenna
areas
worked,
surrounding
because
the
he brought it
swamp.
up
First,
way
approaching the
earlier,
radio
and then
tower,
never
you might
brought it
see
up
a
again.
slimy trail on the ground.
Did he?
It looks like this
Yeah,
is
he
where
said
the
this was
snail
another way
led
you could
to by the
escape,
voice.
but
Maybe
then
the
they
radio
never
tower
brought it
really
up
is
again.
the source. It would explain why the forest can speak to us through the radio back at the hideout, as well as the strange transmissions described in the note I mentioned earlier. Before even going into the radio tower, if
You don't
stayed
have to
around the
burn down the
swamp
tree,
for
is
a
what I think
long
he was
time,
saying.
and I mean a really long time, which from my experience took around 20 in-game days to spawn in, you can find a small campsite near the entrance. You can search the campfire to find some paper scraps, and there's a burnt map. The map is unreadable. I can see some kind of drawing in the corner. Is it a combine? No, not the Half-Life combine. A combine harvester.
Why are you doing such a long clip of the combine harvester, bro?
With great core in the
Bro's fucking, bro is fucking, like fucking putting filler in the video, bro. Like,
I watched Plastishovit Pimentic before going to sleep. Boring
It's
life
that
on
Gen
leave.
Z
In
humor,
1 week,
but it's
we'll
like
walk into the
randomly
woods. It'll be my
inserted,
6th time.
like
This time
every
we're going
30
in from the
minutes.
west. The trip will be exceptionally long. We're taking one of the longest tunnels.
still in S rank? We
almost
are.
to the last zone. Supposedly, it's starting to give under the
It's
pressure of
within
the
my
roots,
sight.
but the job is urgent, so fuck safety. I have no idea how any of this is kept under wraps. Are those poor saps unaware of the fact that we're taking trips under their feet? Maybe they like it here so much they don't really care? I wouldn't be surprised. This is the first page of your journal that the doctor ripped out when he found you and interrogated you. It's worth mentioning that this can only
Pyro,
appears
that's not what
if
that
you
note
got
said.
an
It
appointment with the
stopped at
doctor
H. Pyro, you read past what was on the note.
sequence. It's basically an
Hey,
alternate
it's
path
his
the doctor
headcanon.
takes if he travels alone instead of
Yeah, he
meeting
thinks
up
that's
with
what
you.
it said.
Reading through the journal page is a stark contrast to the notes we've been making all throughout the
Maybe
game.
they
At this
like
point,
it
the
H.
protagonist would give anything to go back to the ever so boring life on leave. It also seems like this
Oh yeah,
expedition
because the
was
doctor
deemed
did
risky
take
all
some
the
of
way
your
from the
notebook
start,
at
with
the
even
start of the game,
protagonist
so that's
acknowledging
some
that the
writing
bunker
in your
tunnel was
pages.
starting to
That's
give
so
under
weird.
the pressure of the roots. Whatever mission we had though was deemed more important, though it obviously stopped mattering after we got stranded here. Interestingly, this note also shows the outsider perspective on the people stuck living inside Darkwood. The protagonists seem to think that the people stuck here liked living in the forest, thinking that they were unaware of the outsiders walking beneath them. This comment might also be why the doctor hates the protagonist so much. After all, he's been stuck here for years trying to escape, and this random outsider he found is snarling on him and the rest of the villagers that are suffering.
It's probably in military and fucking on a need-to-know basis.
Right?
This kind of shit.
This giant fucking infection, yeah.
Yeah, and but like it's probably like there's probably not a lot of the higher ups probably weren't like, yeah, let's let them talk to the other people.
Made out of Play-Doh, so
No, it was some civilian who just got bored and hopped in.
So this is the doctor's camp.
Yeah, some fucking civvy wandering in. I mean, there's an opening, and he lives right outside of the opening, does he not?
He does.
Did we not just see that?
We know from the elephant
I don't think there's
dialogue
any
that
world.
even in this path, he's also slowly going insane. So he's probably mid-savage transformation, hence the mud.
Well, I mean, never mind. He had to burn down the tree to get there, so.
Seems to have some purpose.
So you get out, I should say.
Radio tower. It could be
Oh
the
shit! I
forest
almost
calling
veered off.
here, just like it did to the snail. Or maybe he's looking for a way out of the forest, just like the old shed journal mentioned. He's still sane enough to set up a proper camp too, even making a primitive bed. Unfortunately, though, you can't find him here. Although looking at the burnt
We gotta
map,
film
you
like
might see
a
clue as
like a
to where he might be.
synopsis of our
That combine
point of
drawing
view
is
on the
actually a
video
location you can
later.
find inside the forest.
Fuck no, bro.
Normally when you find it, you won't even
I'm fucking after this, I'm done. I'll make a thumbnail though.
I'm talking about,
I'm talking
about when we're editing. Oh, please make a thumbnail.
Yeah, I'll make a fucking shitty MS Paint thumbnail.
Remark when you get close. I can notice some kind of passage under the roots entwining the wreckage. Funnily enough, if you paid attention to the map earlier, it literally
My
had the
ideas
passage
are like
marked on it. Going through, you
V1
find
driving a
yourself in small
bus
space
and then
between
like
the trees and kept
Donkey
completely in the dark thanks to the
Donkey
leaves
Kong
blocking
sitting in
all
a
light.
chair in the
There's a
back with
ravine
one of those
separating
like
the path you
cards
came
and
from
shit.
screens
the
in
rest
front of
the
them.
space. Looking at the other side,
I'm down to
you see a
12 now.
campfire and a familiar figure.
Don't cry.
We gotta stop talking about the thumbnail. I gotta lock in.
Close.
Yeah.
I'm close? What do you mean? It's all over the screen? What the fuck? What are you talking about?
To make your way over to his side,
Keep talking, I'm
cross
close
the
type
wall
shit?
block.
What is he talking
Normally,
about?
If you manage to find your way here by complete
wants you
accident,
to
this
get
area would be
closer to
crawling
that.
with banshees. Fortunately, right now, it
Mhm.
looks like
He's
only the
close.
doctor is present, so you won't be swarmed yet. Approaching the camp, your character will identify the person on the ground. I think it's
Please.
the doctor. Getting
I got
any
like
closer will have him
20
wake up
more
from his
minutes of
stupor
this
and
layer.
immediately recognize you.
It's you.
And then I
He
get
crawls away a
flashbacks.
bit.
Wait, what? What
an
time
hour
are you?
straight.
Go away. You hear me?
6:50.
Just to grab a branch and set it on
6:50.
fire.
I'm like fucking 20 minutes behind you now. What the fuck happened?
Leave me
I don't
alone.
know.
She needs me.
He's
I
despised you
walked
even
in.
before he went insane, but now he's trying to protect the voice. So getting any closer will have him lunge at you. Despite his demented state,
What
he's
time are
actually
you
a
at?
pretty strong opponent, having much faster attacks
29:10
than a
right now.
stick savage. He's gone
What?
into an enraged frenzy, trying to kill us by any means necessary just to help that voice. Once you manage
This
to
was
hit
a
enough
colossal
targets
waste
to
of
fall
time.
down,
I do
you'll
not
let
recommend
go of
anybody
his
does this.
arm, and he'll start crawling away.
I do not
Unless
support
they have,
any of this.
unless a fucking, this is unless it's like a famous streamer who can just do this and like to make money. Don't fucking do this. Don't waste your time. Go like fucking. I should have like instead of doing this shit, I could have like fucking washed out my car. Fucking.
Dude, I could have cleaned
my room. Yeah, fucking. Do the dishes.
Given the option to leave the doctor to rot away on his own.
I could have been studying more
put him
for
out of his misery.
college stuff. Yeah. Great, but no. Pyrocynical dropped an 8-hour video on Darkwood.
How are we gonna split up the screen? As in, like, is it gonna be, is the main big video gonna be Darkwood, or is it gonna be ULTRABUS?
Okay, so I have Darkwood in the top left, taking about like a fifth of the screen.
This is where the voice was coming from.
So it's definitely still visible,
Could I have missed?
but it's pretty small.
Wait, are you like recording this in OBS
Yeah, it's
right now, like that?
It's being recorded right now.
Oh, okay. I thought. Okay.
Like whenever
I
you
gotcha.
sent me that image, I pulled it up and I full screened it in the on the video.
Oh, I thought you were just gonna put it in post.
I'm sure
No.
of it. I should have killed him when he was lying in the cart, helpless.
Funnily enough, the doctor seems to be marking his entries with titles similar.
Dude, I wish I was this awake the
his
whole
journal,
time,
showing
so I
that
could have been like
despite his
talking and
hatred for
shit.
us, the doctor
I wish you
is still
got
picking up on our
fucking.
behaviors.
I mean, like, I haven't been. I've been fairly awake. I just haven't had shit to talk about.
In some form. Only
Dude, I was so tired earlier. Now I'm like wide fucking awake.
Well, next time. Well, there's not gonna be a next time, but fucking next time, get sleep, bro.
Has much stronger
Next
here.
time,
On the bottom of the
Nathan.
Yeah, next time.
insect with a note next to it with the
I'm
doctor's
deleting
attempts at
Ultra.
identifying it as Rhyparochromus vulgaris.
I'm gonna see if this this Discord has a
no idea about the
or this level has a Discord, and I'll get us screenshots.
Is if they
Make sure to
upload,
get a
like,
screenshot of the ending screen too.
Oh my god, yeah.
Stinking hole would lead me to the exit.
Whenever the full game drops, maybe I'll do like
No.
a short version.
Oh, I'll do the short version, 100%. Yeah.
And we'll have
Okay.
like a Wendigoon video to react.
I'll do the short version to get my P rank back. Yeah, but the fucking.
Connected to the oven.
Oh my god.
Rats must have made a
This has been atrocious.
apart from the oven.
They should make it so that, like, if you have fucking,
They are using oxygen tanks.
if you have proof that you did the 8-hour version, they'll give you the 2-hour version for the last 2 layers. I'll do it if there's a 2-hour version for the last 2 layers. I will not do it for a 10-hour version.
We gotta add the fucking maker.
Yeah, I'll be like, yo, we want to finish this, but we're not doing another 8 hours, so, like, just give us the 2-hour version, and then, thank you.
Aside from that, you can also
You think anybody else has done this?
Oh yeah.
Surely at least one. I don't think many. I think it's
We can
less
look
than
at the
10 people have
challenge.
done
We can
this.
look at the challenge.
We can see who's done the challenge.
It's gonna be like hundreds. Yeah, we can see.
No fucking way it's hundreds, bro.
In my head. Louder than
There's not a fucking chance.
If I died, there will be tears. Like actually.
He's back to his place.
Just lock the fuck in.
I am locked in. I haven't taken damage for like 3 hours straight.
I remember this place vaguely.
That 60 damage at the start was a throw, brother.
Dude, it was so bad, but I was so like half asleep.
Cottages used to come here to trick people. The tree in this village must have grown no later than 5 years ago.
I don't know why your ass stayed up till 3 a.m., bro.
I wasn't like playing anything either. I was just laying in bed.
Were you on your phone?
No, my fucking phone's like broken right now. I was just
You
so
might need
not-
to invest in some fucking. Here, I'll send you some. No, I'll send you some shit. Called Rise. It's like mushroom shit.
I can hear you.
It's not like it's like actual. I take it every night. It fucking works wonders, bro.
I'll censor everything here to make it sound like you're selling.
No. It's not drug mushrooms. This is like FDA approved
No,
shit.
I
This
know.
this is like it's like fucking cordyceps and shit like that. It's all fucking shit you can just eat. I'll send you a link.
Dude, where I live, they started selling kratom at like a normal gas station. That
Fuck's
shit's
kratom?
absurd. It's an opioid.
Oh, like FDA or just dudes on the street?
It is FDA approved, but it's still an opiate.
Surely that will never go bad. Giving giving the public access to free opioids.
Literally,
not
it's
free,
been
but
like 2 weeks since they've been allowed. One of my managers is buying 3 a night.
That's insane, brother.
Before he leaves, I'm like, dog.
From here. But apart from the banshees, there's nothing.
Like your fucking marine biologist manager?
Looks like an idol, probably depicting
what
the
the
same
fuck,
thing
bro?
that the shiny figurine did, with the only visible writing being.
Is it you?
This is why I don't want to. This is why I don't want to fucking touch drugs, bro. Because I know for a fact I will like drugs and alcohol. I know for a fact if I try it, I'm gonna like it too much, and I'm just gonna like do it nonstop.
Yeah.
It's not like that. I know it's bad for you, but it's not like I know it's fine in moderation. But like I know I will not do it in moderation, bro.
I'm not gonna touch kratom. That might be a bit much, but I'll stick to my weed. I don't
Bro,
do it.
I know how I am with fucking McChickens, let alone fucking opioids, bro. Like.
Held up by a growth. So unfortunately for you, you're gonna have to take the long way round.
You don't think we should legalize opioids? What a loser.
Nah, bro. Fucking regulate McChickens first.
The fence has been torn to shreds.
Them fuckers too good, bro. The chicken doesn't even taste like chicken, and it's still good. Like I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they do it.
But I remember that taste.
It's that fucking mayonnaise, bro. That mayo is like godly. I don't know how they do it.
One of the people mouthed the word radio.
My ex used to put that shit on her fries.
Bro, I think you earned a McChicken after this. I can't lie.
The other locations, the game does a fantastic job setting the atmosphere here.
I earned a 12-hour nap before I edit all 8 hours of this.
Bro, I earned a fucking handy from this, bro. Like, holy.
I'm ready here.
Oh god, bro! Fucking pull up!
Everyone around it. On the other side of the tower,
My
you see what
cat is
that nest
harassing
belonged
me.
to. It's dozens of banshee babies. What's worse
Tell
is
them
if
to
you freed the
get the
snail,
fuck
you've made the game harder
away
for yourself.
and
As you
lock
see this
in.
broken shell lying past the banshee
It's
nest.
so
You
crazy
probably
how
tried to enter
unlocked
the
we
radio
are from the
tower like you're
video
doing,
compared to
but
how
ended
much
up
we
being
were
swarmed by
earlier.
banshees, basically becoming the equivalent.
Yeah, no,
of
I've not been watching the fucking video.
As soon as he got out of Darkwood, I was like, alright.
Yeah, no, I was like, okay, video's over. GG's.
To death, you might want to reconsider
How much time do we have left on the video?
To be fair though, they're not like the chompers in the Great Lakes, so you can actually use your flashlight here.
Hour
Seriously,
10.
Just spam it in their face.
Hour 10.
An interesting thing you can pick up.
I'm gonna be a little bit behind.
Banshees or their babies never seem to show up anywhere with natural light. The only places we ever see them are night.
Actually, maybe not, because the layers have been a little bit less than an hour each.
Somewhere obscured from sunlight, which means if anything, these creatures.
For me, at least.
It's
I'm
kinda
gonna
telling
finish
that these things
right
that avoid
whenever
the
it,
sun are also triggered when you look
which is kinda
directly at
perfect.
them. It's almost like they never want to be seen. Looking past.
You're not leaving call till I'm done, though.
That, yep.
Oh, no.
Once again, you are punished for trying to take
Unless I
the
do.
good moral
What?
choice. Because if you freed the snail, not only he dies here anyway, but now his shell is blocking the way forward. So you'll have to try and path around it instead of just taking the shortest path. Again, we can still get inside the radio tower, but we've made it a lot harder.
Oh,
for
he's
ourselves.
just going over the
Although
radio
even
tower route.
quote-unquote short path is completely filled with banshee nests. Moving through here without accidentally looking at a banshee and getting yourself swarmed is basically impossible because of how tight the corridors are. Combined with the entire area being enveloped in pretty much complete darkness, meaning you can trigger a banshee without even seeing her. Even better, if you manage
Wouldn't
to
fucking-
against a single banshee baby.
I wonder, you know that ability he talked about, the third eye one?
Into a combat
To
scenario
fucking make
where
you see everything?
that'd be
Would
so
that activate banshees?
reaction where you end up waking up the entire
That's a good
bird
question.
population. Really, the only saving grace is how little damage they do when they hit you. So you can just pop an alcohol bandage and basically out-heal most of the hits. Oh yeah, and also, like I said earlier, the Molotov. Don't forget about the Molotov. Again, it's kind of funny how banshees seem to hate light, and fire is one of the best weapons against them. After moving through the nests, you'll
I
have
think
to
that's
enter
funny.
one of the
I think
buildings
that
to
makes
progress.
sense.
Going inside, like pretty much every single
Yeah,
building
just
in the
fucking
entire
porks
game,
you.
it's completely ruined. Having giant
you
gaping
use
holes
it.
in the roof and the
Did you know that
aforementioned tower
tiny
collapsing in on
baby
itself,
birds
and
take
of
a lot
course
of
being
damage
home
from
to
giant flames?
even more.
I take a lot of damage from giant flames, bro.
Radio tower. The civilian radio equipment still works. Strange. That radio equipment he mentions can be found in the next room, connected to a network of routes.
I'm still
This
pissed I didn't
basically
get
proves that
whatever
the
it was
forest
in
has been
Wrath.
manipulating the radio waves.
But I
as
just
there's
didn't
no
see
way
the
that
dot
these
at
radios
all.
would still be
It's Florp. He was like on a tiny ship.
Manipulate radio signals suggests a high level of
I know.
intelligence
I was
in
locked in
whatever's
the whole
behind
time.
the
I didn't see it
Darkwood.
at
But
all.
then again, it
I'm gonna
did
be
make
reviewing the
entire
footage.
forest
It's
just
gonna be
to
like
focus
right
on
at the
villages,
start.
So you know,
I did
nothing
not
concrete
see it.
there.
Yeah, like you
Unfortunately,
blinked.
there's no sign of an exit in the building, but there is a journal to pick up. Right behind that small room with a banshee that'll jump scare you immediately as you open the door. So even if you stealthed your way through the entire map, you've now given your exact coordinates to every single banshee in the radio tower.
far.
100% completely fair design. Actually, you know what? You know how I said at the beginning of the video, like the game is so great for having no jump scares? Nah, I take it all back. Anyway, once you make it past, you can find a crate with some ammo and an old cassette, as well as a backpack with a note inside it.
We haven't slept again. Another madman came here at night, the second one this month. He jumped over.
Why is he using a piece of paper to cover it now? Hasn't he been like fucking blurring it? What is with these fucking random ass fucking editing changes, bro?
Dude, he's been making this video over the course of like 3,000 years.
They're psychos. They could barely talk. The villagers
Since the fucking dawn of time.
What's going on? It's been 10 years or so. But when they lose it,
only 8 hours long.
Into the woods,
Blacker, bro. What the fuck?
Stefan told me that in the
Hey, if I can
if you were working making this shit since the fucking 30,000 years, bro, that shit better be fucking at least 3 days long. Like, what the fuck?
Pyro, I made an 8-hour video that I'm about to upload. You can.
Yeah, and you're gonna do it in like less than a week.
Communication already in the signs they draw on the ground.
Step up your game, Pyro.
Come on, Pyro. Yeah, we may be just fucking re-recording your video and putting it over ours, but fuck you.
I spend my time staring at this fucking steering wheel.
Yeah, we don't get paid to do this shit, Pyro. Fuck you, Pyro.
Which also ends up affecting us as we're stuck defending against them at night. Once you finish the reading material, you can move on through the
If I die, I blame it on what we just said as like corn.
Yeah, blame it on Pyro. Fucking.
Oh yeah, it's Pyro's fault, dude.
100%. Distracting us from our real goal of beating ULTRABUS.
In the corner of the room, activating
Dude, our life goals.
the open area.
Pyro wishes he could aspire to
A
this.
passage now opens in the middle of the collapsed tower. Of course, there's another Banshee as well. But surprisingly, this one isn't actually.
I'm never gonna be able to watch this video without getting like super fucking stressed out, bro.
Why?
Like about, because I'm gonna associate it with sitting here for 8 fucking hours.
If anything, it's one of the first humanizing moments of any.
Dude, this has been so painful.
So at the end of this, no, I'm not gonna tell you. Well, I don't know. So at the end of this, no. At the end of this, fucking the style bonus, you get 1 style for completing it. But I got that style when I went through the short version. I picked up everything. So I'm now scared that it is tied to picking up everything, and we're not going to peering. Now that I'm thinking about it.
I think we're fine. I think we're fine.
Inspiration from the forest. It's kind of weird seeing it here though, considering
because
no one in the swamp would even know about it.
And you can't get
yeah.
It feels like it was
I know, but
for you were the one that was meant to find it.
There's still physically only 8.
To you is basically your only way to escape. Looking around, you'll also see that this is where the base of the tower is. And of course, it's all entwined with roots, which is pretty much what caused it to collapse. You can actually go under the tower here to find a small roofed area with 3 graves under it. Behind the graves, there's a sack containing mushrooms.
What a waste of fucking time, bro. What a waste.
The biggest waste of time.
I can't believe I said this one-off thing and you completely agreed with it, and then I still fucking went through with it.
Hilarious.
It is funny, but like, oh my god.
And now my YouTube channel is gonna get a strike. It's gonna be great.
In a grave. It would also suggest that the 3 are aware of bunkers.
Yeah, because fucking there's like music in this video that Pyro paid for that you didn't.
As that door only leads deeper into the woods. There's one more thing to find.
Oh yeah, take my royalties, my 0 cents.
Just like put it on like Pornhub, bro. They don't fucking care.
With bird corpses strewn on top of it. Just like the corpses in the markings you could find.
That'll take away all ad
representing all of the different enemies. But this one represents the Banshees. It's also
what, me saying Pornhub or me saying to put it on a YouTube competitor?
Me putting it on the YouTube video.
It's possible that they were the ones responsible for this ritual. So technically, if their father wasn't a thieving dipshit,
change of scenery, and by that I mean a fucking flashbang.
Instead of pathing
have you hit
building and into that
violence?
You can take a shortcut right before the door to the other part of the
I'm
building.
close.
The first thing you'll notice is a mountain of corpses piling up.
What do you mean rephrase? You know what I mean.
Drawn here, just like it was said in the earlier note. There's also one savage still alive, banging his head against the metal door. Killing him, you can now approach it, just to realize it's locked with a code that you don't have. At this point, you might expect another hour-long section where I talk about a side quest that ends up taking you halfway across the map for a single item. But fortunately, this time, we're actually spared by the protagonist. I think I remember the code to this door. 8684.
Dude, imagine
It's
that
wrong.
happens and you're not looking at
Protagonist is an
that chat in the
outsider, and he
bottom.
still has some tricks up his sleeve. This radio tower must have been
You
secured
just
by
would
the
never know.
outsiders. Otherwise, the
can't
protagonist
imagine.
wouldn't have known the code. Walking in, you can see
Oh,
more
that's
heavily
fun. He
overgrown
knows
radio
the code
equipment.
to it.
But the interesting part is
Like,
that there's another underground entrance
from
here.
way
The entrance
prior,
to the
though.
underground
That's weird.
tunnels. Going inside, you'll be thrown into a familiar environment, feeling almost like a continuation of the tunnel behind the bunker door. In fact, going left, you can see a blocked section. The further path of this tunnel is blocked by roots and rubble.
Did you grab the Metal
which
Gear?
is likely the very same
No.
block we encountered back before we had to detour into the swamp.
I
There's
didn't
also
see
a
it.
crate next to the entrance you can unlock, containing a military flashlight and a note.
I still can't believe that that
22:15
fucking song
hours,
came
two
up in
people
this
came via the
video.
tunnels after the hideout
I mean,
near
it's a
Street
fairly
Street.
popular
They were
meme,
attacked.
and it's near the end, so I think that's
The hideout near
around the time when it started getting popular, when he edited that part.
Mostly mud-covered savages. 3 among them were wearing unusual clothing, weird rags.
I wonder when he
We
started
lost
making
one
this
man.
video.
The door to the
Oh my
tunnels has been
God.
shut, and none of the locals managed to break through further.
Man,
We're getting ready for evac.
this is like
01:30
absurdly
hours,
long.
evac successful.
I know it's
That is.
supposed to be
The
like
code.
16
We're
hours, but
The hideout mentioned
fuck.
is the one we've been staying at during our time
We
in the
were-
swamp.
we were joking about
This
playing this
explains
thing
why the
twice
outsiders
through.
had to
No.
abandon the swamp
No.
entirely, as their
I don't
hideout was
think
being
I
overrun by
don't remember
savages
joking about that. I
seemingly
remember just
aware
saying,
of
let's
the
just
tunnel
do
entrance.
Ultrabus.
What's interesting is another
because
mention of the
we
three,
originally
which
it was like supposed to be
explains that
16
cowbell we
hours.
found in
Like
the
we could do
tunnel
Ultrabus
right
twice.
behind the area restricted door. This might also
Yeah, no,
tie into
I'd
that
rather-
drawing
I'd
of
rather
the
fuck
bunker
that,
we
bro.
found in the area near the base of the
Part of me
tower.
wishes that we waited for the full
Influencing the three to try and
Ultrabus
open
to
the
come
bunker
out.
door, effectively flooding the tunnels with savages from both areas.
No,
Now, you might find
because
it
then we
weird
would have
that
been
the
done
three
and the
were leading
video.
attacks
I mean,
that
the video would have been
ultimately
done.
I know. I meant, but like,
since to us, the player, they've only been helpful.
not like for the Pyro video. I meant just so we don't. So we had, yeah, to finish this like once and for all.
For the first time.
Am I coming up on my next?
It
No,
could
I'm
be like
not.
another
Still a
fucking
canon
year
event in the
until
beginning of the
it
game
finishes.
where the Doctor forces an
Yeah.
injection
I don't know.
onto you. It might be possible that the three
Nikita
know
likes
this
to take his
somehow.
time.
After all, they're clearly much smarter
Clearly.
than regular savages. The closing of the tunnel door was probably the reason why so many savages piled up
I think I
against the radio
started
tower
playing
and
Ultra
stopped
Kill when
attacking the hideout.
Layer 7
It's already
dropped.
established that the forest
Like
community
that because it was popping off on TikTok and I was like, this game looks fun. And I asked some of my friends like, is this game cool? They're like, yeah.
When
Like,
Mark
okay,
released
we'll play
that
it.
video, I bought it like a
If
week
the forest
later.
wanted to
Wasn't
spread
that
the
like
lake
6
further,
years
you
ago or
need to
some
get
shit like that?
access to
Mhm.
this hatch, locked behind a giant metal door. I do want to give a quick shout
What
out
patch
to
was
the
it?
door, though. It managed
I
to
don't
survive
remember.
2 entire
I'm
days
in
of
violence.
and
Let's
literally
go.
hundreds of savages
That
beating
means
their
I'm
heads
right
against
behind
it,
you.
practically saving the
Well,
world
how are you
from
still
the
so
plague,
You're like
possibly
20
spreading
minutes
even
ahead of me,
further.
bro.
So
What have
we're
you
not the
been
go
fucking
department.
doing?
It's this door.
And
Now you might ask,
Oh my
why
god,
does
this
the
kind of
forest
sucks.
not just send
Violence
a stronger
kind of
enemy
stinks.
than a
I can't lie.
malnourished, insane human?
Uh-oh.
Is it stupid? I mean, surely a couple of chompers
Is
would
the
probably
road
take care of
visible?
that door easily.
It
Well,
is,
could
but
be
like,
a bit of a plot hole. Or we can assume
my
that the
eyes.
other
All
creatures
that
aren't
matters
under
to
the
me, man.
forest's direct control. The savages
You
are
can
Like,
barely
the
clearly
road-
see the middle. You can see the middle easily,
There's
yes.
still some consciousness inside
Like
them.
the edges are kind of hard to tell,
Forwards
but
to
just
do
stay in the
things,
middle. You'll be
even after
fine.
going completely insane. Or the other enemies, which seem to come directly from the forest or from infected corpses, like
What'd
for
you say?
example, chompers, act more like animals with no agency other than instinct. There is, of course, the Banshee, which was actually showing some emotion, but to be fair, small bird wings, they're not really going to do much against a metal door. I can't believe I've spent this section of the video just glazing a metal door. There's also the issue of the protagonist knowing the code. I did mention earlier, and while he could have been a part of that evacuation, I think it's more likely that the code was given to operatives if they needed an emergency exfil point, or maybe in case they ever needed to come back into the swamp again. This might just be me
How the fuck
coping,
have I
but I
not
like to
gone
think
out
the
of here,
devs had it
dude?
all thought out, and this
I don't know,
really
but
does
I
make
don't know why your
sense.
mic
Coming
sounds
back
like
to the
dog
tunnels,
shit
you
right
can
now.
finally continue the journey
It's
you
'cause I
started
leaned in
all
front
the
of
way
it.
back in chapter 1.
Oh.
And just like how you were warned before opening the bunker door, the protagonist again remarks how there's no coming back. This may be a one-way road. Yep, I know last time I did that, it was a tease for another chapter, but please, I promise I am not doing another fake out. I really am trying to keep this video under 10 hours. Eventually, you'll end up in front of a metal door, which will prompt the protagonist to make another note in the
Yeah,
journal.
he's like, this is part
I found
one.
a floodgate in the tunnel. I'm afraid
Yeah,
I only
fucking
have one
part
shot
2
at
drops
getting
tomorrow.
passage.
Fuck!
I feel like it will lead me to the right place. You can't open the floodgate unless you
Part
lock the
2 is
door
like
you just
3
came
years meters
through,
long.
which means you have to effectively lock yourself
It's
in
the
and
rest of
hope
the
that the
footage.
There really is an
Just
exit
flat
at
out.
the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, unedited. Yeah, can we get the VOD for this?
Have that interview unedited.
Yeah, can we get the VOD for all of this footage, please?
As the only thing there.
That's like fucking like it's probably like a month's worth of footage or some shit. He's probably recording all of his gameplay. Fucking like just all of the like takes for the voice acting.
I'm sick of this game now.
With fungus. To use it, you have to get rid of
I'm sick of this game and I haven't even played it.
Like how you solved pretty much every other problem in the game. But doing so causes the mushrooms.
Where the fuck is violence? I'm gonna lose my mind, dude.
I don't know how I'm so fucking far ahead of you, bro. What's your time?
Right where you got
I'm at 7:08.
I'm fucking 6:48 and I'm like I'm a good like 5 minutes into violence.
I am literally like been spamming that forward button this whole time. I don't know what's wrong.
What used to be that dead end side tunnel now expands into a nicely.
I know I'm stopping for like
The only
20
item you
seconds
have now is a
to
military
grab the
flashlight,
item, but still.
which seems to run on the.
You've been pausing a lot? I mean, I've been pausing a lot. That's why my timer's a lot lower than yours, but like I don't
Probably
defenseless.
I know, but I'm still further than you, which doesn't make fucking sense.
From the depths of a corridor.
I guess I could edit out the portions where I'll definitely edit out that
Is it
portion
like-
where you were gone for like 10 minutes.
Is it like frame rate?
Following the sword
maybe?
voice, you'll stumble into a larger chamber with the
Dude, my
words,
frames are
"Come to
fucked,
me,"
man.
scratched out in Polish on the ground. There's also
Dude,
shiny
please
stones
tell
on the
me
ground,
that's the end right
one
there.
here and one more in the following cave. These mark your way forward. And trust me, if you stray off this path, you are going to get punished hard.
I think it might be
Writing on the
frames.
floor. The forest is calling you. Not
Might be
seeing
what?
a shiny stone.
I
you
said,
might
I
take
think it
the
might
wrong
be
corridor.
frames.
You'll see a bed you might recognize just to hear a voice behind you.
I don't know.
Are you lost? A half-dead man with pale, withered skin, hollow eyes, and teeth black as night. Sounds very.
I've been like
familiar.
non-stop clicking. Dude, I'm surprised my mouse is gonna be fucking fine at this. I've been non-stop clicking these buttons.
More writing. It all says the same. Come to me. This time, there's also a tree in the middle of the room with bloodied fragments
Oh,
of cloth.
what do you mean I'm super? What are you fucking talking about?
Path reminds you of
I
life.
thought you were saying that.
Simple
Oh, I thought you were saying it because I wasn't talking. I thought I was muted. I was like, fuck, what do you mean?
That's not where
Nathan's
you're
muted
going.
again. I've been talking to myself this whole time.
You've lost your way, buddy boy.
Buddy boy.
More shiny stones. Another split off path. But this time, instead of your apartment, it's just a large chamber.
Dude, where is violence?
Once again, a voice calls out behind you.
I'm gonna lose it, Ned.
Just for another one.
I think
to
you're fine,
speak
bro.
when you turn to face it.
They
Instead of
locked the
corpses or
fuck in.
madmen, these are
If I reach 720 and there's no
villagers who,
violence,
in
I'm gonna
some way,
lose it.
You probably condemned to death. Instead of them disappearing peacefully, you can hear a shrill scream in a tunnel at the end of the chamber. Turning around to run away, you remember there's never just one enemy in the woods.
I think I'm gonna get there before you. I can't lie.
Oh, you definitely are.
I don't know how you're so far behind.
I don't either.
I've been getting all of my layers done in under an hour each.
You come out of
It has to be something tied with the frame rate, because I'm still in violence, and I've been here since that.
You mean heresy?
Yeah, heresy.
The doctor's interrogation room.
That clock has went beyond an hour.
You already know.
I gotta watch your stream and see how fast you're going. You're doing 45, right?
Yeah.
You won't be alone here for long. Just like you remember, you need to go into the room behind the wardrobe just to see yourself strapped to a surgery table. You won't give in to the Darkwood's tricks. Not anymore. You take the table leg from the crate, your very first real weapon. It feels reassuring to be able to defend yourself.
I'm gonna lose it, dude. Where the fuck is it? Oh my god, I found it.
You hear the growling
There it
outside
is.
the barricades.
Flashbang
Preparing for combat
time.
is futile. Even with a weapon, you basically stand no chance. Once again, running away really is the better option. A chomper breaks through the door, keeping Yannick locked.
No.
The corpse following behind.
What?
This is your chance.
This
Dodging
is
attacks, you
horrible.
make it through and
Just
you're
stay in the
back
middle,
to
brother.
work.
Just
You
stay in the
pass
middle.
through the doctor's old
I
clinic.
can't
The constant
fucking see
growling
my
follows
buttons,
you.
man.
You run until you
You know which ones do what after this point, bro. You've been here for fucking 7 hours.
Just when
I'm
you
so
think it's
glad I'm
over, the
locked in.
growling goes quiet. You push open the door with the table leg. You exit into an area even more overgrown than what you've ever
That's
seen
insane to
before.
me that I'm so far ahead of you when I keep fucking pausing
Beating
constantly.
almost like it has a heart. You end up back at the bunker door. Maybe this time, it'll be different. The water is red with blood.
Oh, it's
The
not
shiny
that
stones
that's a
still
problem.
guide your
I
way,
can't see
but
my
taking the wrong
crosshair.
path,
Hold
you can
on.
pretty much always end up
I
being
need to
dead.
change the color.
yeah, I have my crosshair on inverted colors, brother.
Trace your steps.
Yeah, that would be
you see the
smart.
writings again, calling you. Finally, you reach another open chamber. There's a savage here, praying to a giant head in the roots. It opens for a moment, once
now
again
we're
calling
locked
out
in.
to you. You run into the mouth, barely making it as it closes behind you forever. The tight corridor between the roots leads to another door. You open it, and the music fades.
Yeah, I
You made
almost
it. You
died
see the
because I
familiar
couldn't find my
grating of the tunnel.
crosshair.
You pick up a shovel and
That's,
dig up all the rubble blocking your way.
that's rough.
But we're good.
You open the tunnel door, and the dream ends. You wake up in front of the lever. The blockaded door is now wide open. Once again, your dreams have directly affected reality. That lever you cleared only opens the floodgates behind you in case you wanted to leave, which would be most first-time playthroughs. As, like I said, that protagonist was not lying. You really only
I wonder
had
how
one
many
shot.
other
Like I
reaction
said, if you
videos
died in
there
the
will be to
dream,
this.
The door will stay closed
Probably none.
forever, and you'd be forced to
I
go
can't
back
imagine
and further
somebody's
talking tree
dropping an
anyway.
8-hour
This is why
video
this alternate path is
on
so
this.
hard to get, because
Not
you
as good as
have
ours,
one chance
at the
very
least.
end of
Ours
the
is
game, and if you
key.
want to try again, you basically
There's
have to
only
load
like
up a new
3
save.
hours of
Darkwood's that
complete
week.
style.
Save files, but don't do that. You coward. But again, that doesn't matter anymore. You made it. The tunnel is right in front of you. Reaching the end, you see the number that's been following you the entire game, 21. You actually reach a sort of hub
Ain't no way he made that
network
joke.
with what looks like a service tunnel running through it.
In the
You can
year
reach
of our
tunnel
Lord.
22, but although similarly to 21, it's full of collapses, making it impassable. Fortunately, there's a ladder here to take you to the surface. You emerge in the burnt remains of an old
Oh, thank
hideout.
God,
Only the oven is
dude.
still standing. There's a backpack nearby where you can find a note.
The roots have made it impossible to dig further. Specialist tools will be needed if we are to go deeper.
It is absurd that there's still 2 hours
Roots
left
of
of this in
individual
the normal
trees
one. In
intertwine
the full
to
version.
create bundles or braids
Mhm.
with the thickness of 120
I couldn't, bro. Unless they made it so that it's always 8 hours, so it just makes each layer shorter.
The results from the dig sites from other regions.
Because that's just how long ULTRABUS is, or Desert Bus.
No, I think when they do the full version, they'll do 10 hours. I
As
think.
expected, it has lost its
I hope there's a
shape-shifting
Discord for this.
abilities after being disconnected from the root.
If not, it might just be the fucking. If it's the modding Discord, then if it's just the modding chat and ULTRAKILL server, then I am
And
cooked.
this note just put all of that into context. You know how I said the Doctor's notes were the biggest lore dumps of the game? Well, this
Are you
note is much
permabanned
shorter.
from
It contains
the
Yeah.
massive
ULTRAKILL Discord?
confirmation of something we've been suspecting
That's
for a long
hilarious.
time. The substance
I did nothing wrong. Free me.
All
Bro
of
defended
Darkwood's
its friend
creations
and
are, in a sense,
On God, bro.
concepts
Fucking held my ground.
together
They took it
and brought to
personally.
life by the
No
substance,
fucking.
creating the abominations
No
we've been
disagreements
encountering.
allowed.
Wait, I don't
Mods
get it.
pinged.
The people.
I will admit, I got a little carried away. But as Dada's not that deep.
I just don't get it. They were like, don't speak for them, but then you literally look in the.
Yeah, the comments are them speaking for themselves. Okay.
Yo, this looks good. Thanks for the
Wasn't
video.
speaking, was relaying. The fuck?
And they're like,
Like, wow, thanks for, yeah, it was literally like, thanks for fucking making this video. Thanks for playing our level. It's good to see it.
Presumably a villager who
It's like,
tried to leave
okay.
through the
ULTRAKILL
tunnel
moderators.
to be shot by the outsiders.
Don't speak for them.
There are many copies.
Well, no, it wasn't a mod. Somebody just pinged a mod, and then, like, I got instantly put in fucking ULTRAKILL GBJ.
Exact same dialogue.
And then I didn't fucking do, like, their apologize thing. Cause, like, fucking. Yeah, people, you're allowed to. If you're not allowed to argue, fucking. Not allowed to discuss and, like, debate in the ULTRAKILL server. I know it was, like a bad, like, a stupid fucking thing to argue about, but still, like. That's cringe. Unless there's a fucking rule that says that. I didn't see that.
When the forest doesn't actually focus on
no speaking
copying
your
the
mind.
person exactly.
Clearly.
After all the swamp's enemies are fusions of humans humans and
Hey, it doesn't surprise me though.
No, but you know, craziest part is that one of them fucking was saying that, oh, we'll like was like threatening Jake by saying like, oh, the modding community will make sure that, like, because he was saying that there's not really a point. It seems redundant. And I forget what they said. They were like fucking. It was this motherfucker named Small Clune. They were saying, what's it, like, oh, something to the effect of the modding community will like get somehow punish Jake for not doing that. Like they're gonna like fucking brick his ultra kill or some shit like that.
Believing that he's a person, or the mushroom granny talking to us about memories.
I don't know why they hate him.
Family. But in some
I only hope he makes a video where he like gets like top 10 in cyber grind, and it's just called ultra kill, but I'm better than you.
Yo, I found the fucking dude for this layer.
There are a couple of indicators. Despite him never
Is it
talking
like
about
20
his
minutes
past,
in?
he has an insane obsession with the pretty lady. Never been
It's
fulfilled
like
until he could, you know,
something. When did I get in? I got in like at 43 or something, so like 15.
On his corpse. Real rings could only be found
15 minutes
two
in roughly.
places, near the pretty lady, but also in the hunter's cabin on the
I had to
hunter's
pick
corpse,
my cat up
which
and take
was
her off the
completely
desk.
overgrown.
I have to be
The
locked
obvious
in for
connection
this.
to make is the hunter was in a relationship with the pretty lady, but at some point was killed, probably with a gun, considering the Wolfman's jacket has a bullet hole in it. The forest then merged him with the missing trophy, a wolf head, creating the furry that we came to know, leaving him obsessed with the pretty lady and keeping his hunting mannerisms, but changing him into a creature whose hatred of humanity overcame any other attachment. If anything, the forest distorted him so much that when he was made a copy, the biggest thing he wanted to hunt were other humans. Another copy you might remember is the trader. Him being fused with his mask and covered with shrooms is a pretty dead giveaway that he's a copy. And by looking at the items he drops, it becomes
When did we come up with the word copy?
Of us, the protagonist.
The what?
He had both a copy of the journal and the Bunker 21 key, both slightly distorted as we discussed earlier. I mean, look, even his
So
death pose.
I've not been locked in the videos. Is it like the fucking forest makes doubles?
Even the talking tree,
Something
which
like
we
that.
thought was everyone absorbed in the village, wasn't. It was a copy. We already knew that imprints of these swamp villagers were embedded into the tree somehow. You might even remember a piece of dialogue where you kick the tree and some white gooey substance leaks out, just for the
I thought
piece
that
you
was
broke
just
off
fun.
to regrow immediately. These regenerative properties are something we also see in the human spiders when they replicate by chucking torsos at you. But this also confirms the origin of the talking tree and why it grew so much faster than the rest of the forest. Not only did it grow on the bodies of the villagers, but the substance merged them with the tree, creating this weird fusion and accelerating its growth. All of this came from just...
My parents are getting home soon, and I have to help them with something, so we're gonna have to pause in a little bit.
No.
I'm sorry. They will kick my ass if I don't.
I will keep driving because I need to catch up.
Okay.
Looking around,
I'm like
the area
10
you
minutes
came out
behind
in
you.
seems to be some sort of clearing within the forest. There's even some sort of farmland, albeit flooded and broken up by huge bundles of roots. In the middle, you can see a scarecrow. Inspecting it further, you see it's dressed up in a hazmat suit for some reason. Going deeper in, you can see that this entire area has been deforested, as evidenced by the stumps left on the ground.
I think I was thinking about it the other day. I think I know why Lethal got added to Fortnite, because there was like a fucking massive meme on TikTok of fucking like Lethal Company mods, and one of them added Boogie Down from Fortnite, and people are making people of like Fortnite players mad by saying it's the dance from Lethal Company, because you know how the whole fucking Fortnite meme where it's the guy from Fortnite. And it was making like actual children Fortnite players mad for some reason. But I think that's why it got added, because it got added like a few months after that meme.
There's corpses everywhere.
And then those
Some
same
holding
children will
military
look at
gear,
Lethal
some
Company.
belonging to savages with only rope in their inventory.
No, that's what I do. That's what I say, bro. Whenever I like get into a random lobby in Lethal Company every once in a while, I'm like, yo, it's the guy from Fortnite!
With what looks like light bulbs on one of the trunks. It really does look like the
That's such a fire skin, bro.
electricity theory after all.
It is, bro. He's the guy from Fortnite.
Kratos? Fortnite.
Yeah. fucking
Aliens?
extended multiverse. Can't wait for them to let you. Can't wait for them to let you add yourself 3D scanned into the game to play as.
You go into the Fortnite headquarters and get your body scanned.
Yeah, it's eventually gonna be like fucking Cyberpunk, where like you can upload your consciousness into Fortnite.
The Fortnite singularity.
By now, you might remember the very first journal entry you got. I don't remember anything since the attack on our camp.
Everything is fucking Fortnite canon.
Your entire story started.
Your life
you
is
found
canon
around
in
here
Fortnite.
used to be your fellow soldiers. That rope
This
you
video,
found had your blood
canon
on
in
it. You were left
Fortnite.
to die
It
tied
is,
up to
bro.
that tree.
When are they adding
Dead.
fucking
And
Sisyphus to
your
Fortnite, bro?
escape is unclear. All that matters is that you
Immersion
somehow
broken.
managed to outrun the
High end is now, and then fucking cranks 90s.
Entry also mentions changing your clothes.
High end
Somehow
is
I'm wearing
now,
a
isn't
coat,
that
so I must
mean?
have changed my clothes on the way here.
Yeah, I know, but I was just saying it like a fucking Ultra Kill crossover.
Detective boot used to belong to you. You probably
That'd be
swore the
hard.
clothes to blend in with the population better, as the hazard suit was damaged and would be instantly recognized by villagers. As sad as it might be to see your camp destroyed and mission failed,
dude, fucking,
still get out
fucking,
yourself and survive.
Marksman would destroy the fucking Fortnite comp.
In a black room.
The structure resembles a honeycomb. The
It takes
surface
no
of
skill.
particular cells varies from 80 to as many as
Bring back
360
rocket riding.
square kilometers.
Let's go.
Gradually
Real
divided.
rocket
Prime
riding.
Fortnite becomes back
We
with the
assume
Ultra
that
Kill
with time,
collab.
The forest will achieve a
That'd be
homogeneous
nuts.
form. Trees grow with
I would still not
remarkable
download
regularity,
Fortnite again.
forming walls with
Why
an
not,
average
bro?
thickness of 50
I was playing
Takes
Fortnite
too
with
much
Nico
space.
the other day. It's
Distances between
fire.
trunks are never
You
higher
know what
than
takes too much
10 centimeters.
space? A fucking 8-hour Ultrabus video. That takes too much
Only
fucking space.
50% of the total
But that's on my
volume consists of actual trees, although
storage
this figure is
drive.
hard
My
to
games go on a
verify.
different drive.
This note seems to just be more research about the forest. The interesting part is right at the end when he says
I have
only
not
about
spotted
15%
the,
of the Darkwood's forest is
dude.
actually made of real trees.
I mean,
The
it's
rest
kinda
is
hard to
presumably
miss.
Just replicas made by the substance. This is another huge
Interesting.
reveal because it explains why the forest could spread and grow so fast, instead of just being, you know, a spooky, unexplained, scary thing. This is something I really like about Darkwood, which I mentioned near the beginning of the video. Everything ends up making sense as long as you spend the time to actually uncover it. I totally get the aspect of horror and suspense, you know, the thing you can't see is so scary because your mind has to, you know, make up the pictures. Insert the Batman quote here.
And you always fear what you don't understand.
I'm afraid.
You can also find a couple of experimentation sites behind the camp, all of them
What?
seemingly focused
found
on
it.
hooking up
It's a
electrodes to
shark!
roots. This and the previous experiment would suggest that the outsiders must have been suspecting that the substance could actually conduct electricity. Thinking about it
Oh
now,
my
if the
God, I
forest
love
could
him.
manipulate electricity through its roots, that could explain how seemingly broken radios would suddenly come to life, or how lights in our hideout would suddenly turn on and off. Again, yet another horror trope that happens in basically any spooky horror game, but in Darkwood there's a legitimate reason explained behind
Oh,
it.
if you're
There
going
is
at a
nothing
slow
more to be
enough
found
speed,
in the
your
hideout.
wheel
The only
doesn't
thing left
tilt to the
do is
right.
to go further and hopefully leave the forest for good.
So you could technically make a macro for this, but it would be
Removing the
very
barricade
slow.
lets you through just
Or you
to
probably
scoot out
could just
on
get
road
the
home,
exact
the same
amount
way
of
that if you burnt down the tree. This is really weird because you
ratio
might
of
remember
waiting
finding
to
the journal
pressing.
page of the doctor ripped
Yeah.
out in his camp near the radio tower, and it mentioned this: the trip will be exceptionally long. We're taking one of the longest tunnels. It almost reaches to the last zone. This means that the camp must be very, very deep in the forest. So how is it possible that there's a
On
convenient
the
exit
road
right here?
again.
The forest should be at its most dangerous after all. But for now, that doesn't matter. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Before going to the epilogue, you can walk back on the footpath that would normally lead you here if you burnt the talking tree. Obviously, the tree is still standing, and you'll see the three standing before it with their signature bell audible in the ambience. The three are staring at the tree. They pay no attention to me. Once again, confirming their ties to the tree.
I'll bookmark
and the
me
person it
losing
copied.
all my
You can also
HP
approach the tree itself.
or
In the
chapter
shadows,
and
I
call it,
noticed
like,
the pulsating
lobotomy.
vastness of the gigantic tree trunk. In the distance above the
So,
roots,
you know
I
where to
see the
find it.
Bro artist
roofs of
strikes
the
again.
village. The area is shrouded in almost complete silence.
You've spared us.
The voice is coming from between the dark boughs, but I can't see its owner.
This road will lead you home. Nothing will stand in your way anymore.
And so, like the main ending where you burnt down the tree, you can go home. We've managed to spare the tree, but likely condemning the cripple to death. So again, even though this could be seen as the more moral option, someone still gets punished by your hand. Now, everything ahead is pretty much the exact same as the original ending.
I can't with the
so
emoji
with
with
good
his
idea
hair.
now to start nitpicking
That's
things
insane.
that are wrong with it. For example, your camp was supposed
It's
to be
so
very deep in
upsetting,
the
like,
forest, yet
genuinely.
the nearest town is only 25 kilometers away. You even remember the trader telling you all roads lead deeper into the woods. All the roads. Then you start to notice it. You walk into town again, the same things play out. The woman feeding the birds, but your neighbor doesn't even comment on your ghoulish appearance. Not to mention your scarecrow outfit. What you thought
See, I was
just
wondering
normal
about that.
Polish background ambience.
Yeah,
starts to
it's
sound
and
like
if you see
screams.
when you watch the guy lay down, he looks normal as
The
fuck.
only way he was ever able to communicate was by nodding
Right.
or shaking his head. The worms you used to find everywhere in the swamp cover the ground next to one of the trash cans. The buildings stretch on forever, looking exactly the
He's
same.
lost
If you
his
choose to run
mind.
up or down the
So
you'll notice
this
that the
isn't.
buildings just
It's
start
like
to
a
repeat
fucking
themselves. Every building is an exact
illusion.
copy. You go inside and walk down to the basement. You take a turn just to find mushrooms growing in one of the corridors. The same ones you injected into yourself to attune more with the forest. Through the door next to it, you can see something moving. You can only see bits through the bars, but it looks like a chomper? Despite this, you go deeper, just like how you've done in the entire game. Every door is locked until you reach the last room. It looks like a pantry, having potatoes and even a nice jar of jam labeled Zemic? God, I hope I said that right. There's also a radio that you can switch on. It mostly just plays weird variations of static, but changing the frequency one too many times and it starts to emit the same noise you heard back with the swamp radios. It starts talking to you.
Alright, pause the video.
After which all the lights go out. You start going back, and as
Be
you
right
do,
back.
you hear
Pause the video.
thumps, like something is hitting.
I shall continue to drive. Hopefully this will up my frames and make me get there faster or something. It's kind of insane how close I've been to death this whole time. Yeah, editing this is gonna be such a pain. Oh my god. Goodness. I'm so scared I'm gonna die, dude.
Belch. Oh my god. Okay, it's still recording. I have to be sure. This will get cut out or fast forwarded. Probably fast forwarded. Yeah, I'll edit this in a week. And then the audio is gonna be fucking horrible.
I'm back.
Pookie.
A wooden box.
Lock in. We're almost
back to
there.
the ground floor, you start feeling more tired.
I probably am about
you
caught
back
up
to your
with you
flat,
now.
But that itch on the back of your head, that feeling of unease, it won't let go. You start trying to open doors,
Still gonna
any doors,
finish
just to find some kind of
fucking thing
side content.
10 minutes before
Predictably,
me.
they're all closed. But after you walk
Somehow.
back, one of them opens slightly.
We're almost there.
A pissed off mother yells at you. You
I'm
peek
close.
inside just to see the baby is actually a fetus lying on the ground. The same fetus
Yelling
that we would
granny
have
in
dreams
here.
of
We'll
in
get a
chapter
Jake
1.
appearance. Like a Easter egg at the end.
You start fearing the worst.
No
Despite this, you
context.
continue on to your apartment. You go up the stairs and through the hallway, but you notice some cracks in the
I don't
wall.
got time
Peeking
for that.
through, you can't make out anything at first, but then your vision clears
For what?
up and you see a pulsating,
You not hear me?
fleshy growth. Along with
No,
the
I did,
legion
but what do you
of
mean you don't got
zombies.
time for
The
that?
light gives out and the monsters disappear.
I'm going to sleep
but
after
now
this,
you
no matter
know
what.
that there's something definitely wrong. But still, the urge to go to sleep is incredibly
ain't
strong.
waiting
But you
for
manage to
Noah.
pass your apartment and continue down the hallway until you realize that every
Yeah, I'm
door
so
leads to your
absurdly
apartment. You
tired.
fight the compulsion to just give up and rest. You move along the hallway until it devolves into a never-ending mess of rooms.
Yeah, I know.
You give in and go back to your
I'm ready
apartment.
to
It seems like the same ending as
go
Inside
outside,
Out.
take
You
a walk
off your
after
coat
this.
and you get to see your dog again. You're happy, but you know this isn't real. You remember something you were told long ago, way back when you thought Bunker 21 would lead you out. When you entered the Silent Forest, a sleeper told you this.
Hey there, friend. In the last hideout, look for an exit beneath the floor.
Back then, it made no
It is-
sense.
it is
but
fun that,
finally you see
Jake's
it. You drag
internet
away the
is good
furniture,
now.
revealing bundles of roots infiltrating your home.
Jack
But this
and
isn't
Mr.
enough.
will
They're
actually
growing out of the
work
floor
properly.
panels. To get rid of them, you'll have to go deeper. You can take off the rug and try to remove the flooring, but you'll need tools for that. You go to the kitchen, and instead of cooking delicious soup, you check the cupboards, and under the sink you find a screwdriver. Once again, you go back into the living room. You see that your dog has vanished. The illusion is starting to shatter. You start removing floorboards, one by one. You uncover pulsating
So it's
roots.
all a
As the
dream?
calming
Like, what's
ambience
going on?
changes
No,
to
he's
that
still in the
certain
forest.
tone of
The
night
forest
that
is
you're
just
so used
making
to
shit
hearing.
to make
You
him
move
think
onto
he's
the
safe.
corridor.
Oh.
You hear a heartbeat in the background. The network of roots spans your entire apartment, and they all converge in your bedroom. You enter and remove the floor inside. They all lead to your bed. This was always a trap. You examine your bed, but this time, instead of sleeping, you look closer. Fighting off sleepiness with difficulty, I lean over the bed. The springs creak noisily under the weight of my hand. As I cast my glance on the light brown construction from plywood, I notice familiar features. They are elongated and arched. I can still smell the fresh sheets and the pleasant warmth of the quilt. You look under the bed. I feel a gentle draft coming from the dark gap between the bed and the floor. You reach underneath. My fingertips brush a thin layer of dust, coldness, moisture. I'm touching something rough, but my arm is too short to catch it. I think I need to move the bed.
And my pointer finger hurts
You
so
drag the
bad.
bed away to reveal a hole in the ground. You remove more flooring to be able to reach inside,
fingers.
and finally, you can enter.
But don't throw like that, bro. That's gonna be a throw move, I'm telling you.
It's fine. I use my metal mouse. I do Scorpion for every game.
Like any Rust character, you wake up completely naked, lying on the floor made out of entwined roots. Back inside the forest, or more accurately, underneath the forest. You're surrounded by other people, all of them naked and sleeping. Anytime you saw those huge open ravines pulsating with roots, that was the heart of the forest, and now you're here. It's obvious that when you went to escape the forest, you actually passed out and became a sleeper. Now, I know you're all going to rush to the comments and say, oh my god, look, he made another all-in-the-head game, but the difference is the events of this game did actually happen. The only difference being when you actually left the Darkwood and made it to the town, the forest had a countermeasure and turned you into a sleeper, dragging you to its center. Even though you're naked, you can actually see the scarecrow outfit near your character. So the game did happen. It was just the Soviet bloc part that was a dream sequence. You can go up and inspect any of the sleepers around you. The man is fast asleep. He's smiling. He's hugging
But you did actually burn
skinny,
a tree,
dirty
okay.
arms. A swarm of flies is covering a black sore on his back. You can try to wake him up, but it's no use. The man doesn't react. I'm unable to wake him from his slumber. You can follow the trail of your own clothes back to the wall of the chamber. The steep slope blocks the way ahead. There are some tunnels at its base. The whole area looks more like a crater than anything else. You can examine a tunnel in the wall, seemingly the one that got you through. It's a meter-wide tunnel covered with a slimy membrane. Further inside, I can see pulsating growths blocking the way ahead. I won't be able to pass through this way. It looks like it closed itself off behind you once you entered. In fact, you may remember this being foreshadowed in the dream back at the radio tower basement. You literally go into a gigantic mouth that closes itself behind you to finish the dream. You literally led yourself into the mouth of the forest in hopes to get out. Darkwood has always gave you multiple ways to approach something, but here you have no choice except to go deeper down into the chamber. You can interact with another sleeper, this time a woman muttering through her sleep. Dirty, clumped hair covers the woman's face. She's murmuring in her sleep,
I'm
clutching
locked
a
in,
rag doll
Nathan.
filled with straw.
I am too, brother.
Has faded. The sleep stole over my dog. Your eyes.
You can't wake her up. As you move further in, more and more roots start emerging from the ground. They're so close to the surface, you can feel them just by walking. I'm at the bottom of a huge valley. I feel the dry, dusty earth pulsating under my feet. Soon the roots overtake completely. There's no ground to speak of anymore. Both the walls and the floor are entirely made out of roots. You see many more different figures lying on the ground.
Did
They're
this
all
video have
weathered
like a live
clothes
premiere,
lying
do you know?
discarded nearby. Its face
I don't know.
is covered in mud and sticks. It clutches a shiny stone.
But, oh, he didn't have it listed on as a premiere on his channel, so no.
Items that have accompanied you throughout your journey in the forest and have been great value to traders.
Wonder
But
why.
there's always been something strange about them. You could see that both savages and villagers seem to hold them in high regard, going so far as to worship them and put them into shrines. And like I said, traders would give you a lot of rep for them. Seeing them here confirms that they are definitely somehow connected with the forest. Moving forward, you can see a huge chamber splitting off from the path, containing even more sleepers. It hums something quietly in its sleep, swaying to the rhythm of a simple melody. The figure speaks to someone in its sleep, squeezing an old man's photo in its hand. The figure is talking in its sleep, moving its hand as if caressing someone with affection. Probably the same way we'd caress our wife in one of the dreams. This sleeping man looks like a skeleton coated in skin. He smiles widely. The emaciated figure sleeps soundly, embracing the remains of a child. The figure sleeps on a muddy ground, resting its head on the chest of a skeleton next to it. It clutches a muddy brass cross in both hands, repeating some incomprehensible words in its sleep. I hear a faint whisper.
Stashik, little Stashik, sleep, Stashik, sleep.
None of them
Banger.
have woken up despite your best efforts. Even if you wanted to use force, your entire inventory has been stripped from you. Going back to the main path, you walk alongside the root balls and more sleepers.
What'd you say, Nathan?
They're asleep.
I said
They
banger.
seem happy. Even though they're emaciated and dirty, some of them lie dead. All of these people likely suffered a fate similar to yours. They were all drawn here in one way or another. Maybe they were trying to escape.
That's the name of the
maybe
rocket
just
kid,
like
right?
the snail and the savages, they were called here by the
No, it started with a T, I'm pretty sure.
Swamp village talking about people walking on the road blocked by the talking tree. This is probably where they were heading, and probably why the savages were also trying to enter the tunnels. They were being called here, but couldn't access the road home after the talking tree blocked it. The ones that made it were deceived by comfortable dreams, just like how the forest tried to do the same with you. The other sleepers gave into into the forest, forced into a deep sleep, never to wake up as they starve to death, only to be consumed by the roots that surround them. By the look of it, you're the only character that's managed to resist. To move further, you have to walk across a trunk bridging the gap between the root platforms. As you step on it, you can look down into the canyon, but there's no dark earth or rock at the bottom. Instead, you see something moving. Fleshy growths are spread out all the way under the roots, constantly pulsating. You continue on. Soon you see a bright glow in the next chamber. A pleasant warmth washes over me. Once you enter, you can see its source, a huge white ball seeping substance. This is the heart of the forest. This is the being. I'm standing in front of an enormous being. I feel an overwhelming soothing...
Hey, why would he get his clothes?
Happiness. The vast valley at the bottom
Why does he have clothes now?
And curves upwards, closing over my head.
Oh.
The rust of distant trees.
Well, this is the animation, but I think this is a continuity error.
In the video, in the game, he doesn't have a hat.
Something like a
in the game, he doesn't have clothes either. He's naked.
Is coming my way.
Well, I think.
In the depth of the
Yeah, why can't I see his dick?
surrounding me, I can see
from his dick.
Their outline blurs.
Where did his hat come from? Wait, what happened?
Focus on them.
I don't know.
Suddenly, the sound envelops me, only to instantly disappear a moment later. I can feel someone's presence far above me. I'm drowning in an illuminating, pulsating whiteness. I squeeze my eyes shut, but the vast brightness continues to blind me. The silent grunt grows stronger with every moment. It stratifies into an unlimited number of abstract, incomprehensible sounds, only to combine into a distant, wailing voice. My eyes fill up with tears. My hands are trembling. The ever-present whiteness blinds me. It explodes with brightness once more, and then starts vibrating. Suddenly, I realize that the pleasant feeling of warmth has been replaced by coldness. The coldness of the void that surrounds me. I feel a heat emanating from the being. I sense my pulse slowing down. A calmness. I want to rest. Come back home, to my bed. I want to lie down, to fall asleep. I don't want to do it. Still, my hand pushes the being away. The warmth that was emanating from it disappears, replaced by piercing coldness. The being is the heart of Darkwood. All of its roots originate from it and spread out, covering the entire region. This is also what's been talking back to you all this time.
In order to get this ending, you have to resist the doctor's like sedation. So
even if we don't have the full context to understand it back then. The final dream scene in the radio tower bunker, especially.
I don't know. I don't think you had to. I think that's an optional thing for this. Because it seems like all you had to do to get this ending was fucking
you strayed from the main
do some shit in the last area
of your apartment, just to have someone tell you that you're lost. The being was telling you that you're never really going back there, and to be fair, you were literally told this on day one by none other than a clone of yourself. All roads only lead deeper into the woods. If the trader knew this, then it's likely you too knew it at some point. But ever since you're injected with essence by the doctor, you were under the being's control to some extent. Bunker 21, the talking tree, even the radio tower, they were all bait for your desperation to get out. The being led you into its trap like so many others. And now, even though you're awake, you can't get out. The tunnel you came in through closed behind you, and the root walls are too steep to climb on your own. Exploring around the being chamber, you can see some savages are actually still awake, bowing before the being, worshipping it. They're probably so far gone that they didn't even need to be put to sleep. You can also find a familiar face among the sleepers. The Doctor, now in his full-blown savage form. Weirdly enough, though, he's here even if you killed him, which, to be fair, does bring into question, is the entire game all in their heads? But I really doubt it, because again, you can find your character's clothes when you wake up here. The events of the game did happen. This could be just a continuity error, or more likely, he was revived by the substance. We already know that the substance has insane life-altering properties, like making your blood acidic or emitting such a scream that you'd scare all the local wildlife. So it wouldn't be too implausible to think the Doctor was found, dragged down here, and then revived just so he could be another food source for the being. Going to an adjacent corridor, you can find another named sleeper, Marciek. The man mumbles in his sleep. He's emaciated and dirty, but his face is radiant and calm. He clutches a rusty object covered with old beads. Some weapon? The man is talking in his sleep. These are only snippets of sentences, single words spoken gently and slowly. It's hard to find any meaning in them. You can try to push him to wake him up. Leave. Without opening his eyes, the man clumsily waves his hand at me, then covers his head with it and freezes. He's in a deep trance like the others, but instead of trying to wake him up, you can try to take what he's desperately holding onto.
Leave.
The man waves his hand again. This time he grabs my arm. Without opening his eyes, he turns his head towards me. I recognize him. He's one of us. Maciek is actually a name that appeared way back in the game. Back in the old woods hideout, you could find a note about someone named Maciek going insane and running off into the woods with a flamethrower. You know what you need to do now. You can try to snatch the weapon from Maciek, but he's obsessed with it.
Leave. Can you fucking hear me? I won't let you take her.
The man clenches his teeth with the fury of a maniac. Saliva flows from his mouth.
It's hurting her. You will tear her arms out.
But you have a purpose now. You might not be able to leave, but that doesn't mean you're just going to give up. You need that flamethrower.
Don't leave her. No.
So you punch Maciek and take it. As you walk towards the being, he calls out to you.
I beg of you, give her to me.
He starts chasing you, but he's so emaciated and starved, he basically has no chance of catching up to you.
What are you doing?
They locked in, brother. I kind of just locked out, lost some health, but I'm chilling still.
Calling out to you. The being knows what's about to happen, but
this video's getting very interesting.
Yeah, I know.
He's doing 360s, but that's ridiculous.
But you've accepted that already. There was never a way out. You fire the flamethrower. The being immediately catches on fire. It screams, filling the chamber. Every sleeper around you starts waking up and rushes at you, trying to stop you, almost like the white blood cells dealing with a foreign body. But it's too late. The being's white shell burns away, revealing a fleshy mass beneath it. Even its appearance was most likely an illusion. As everything burns around you, you look desperately for an exit. But the option was never there. You could never get out. You were doomed from the start. You make peace with yourself because at least now, Darkwood will burn away alongside you.
What a game.
A great fire consumed the woods for a couple of days, gradually claiming many of its inhabitants. The fire consumed the last road leading to the heart of the woods. This is the final true conclusion to one of my favorite games of all time.
Yummers.
There's no Marvel post-credit scene where it's like, oh, look, suddenly you're alive, and you got the wholesome 100 good ending. An ending like that wouldn't fit Darkwood. You might remember me talking about how there's no good choices in the game. The fate of the protagonist is one of those choices. You can't survive Darkwood no matter what you do. What choices you make, all roads lead to the same place. You always die. Either turning into a sleeper and being slowly consumed by the tree, or choosing to go out on your own terms and taking the infection with you. And there's definitely a certain hopelessness that comes with this realization.
Hello.
One that no
Hi,
game
Nico.
can ever
Good.
replicate for me since
Come at the home stretch right now.
Could never really help you. The only difference they made is shaping the world that
A whole
you
40
leave behind.
minutes.
After you finish the game,
Yeah.
you get some end cards talking about the fates of the characters you
It was just
left
at
behind.
2 HP, by the way.
How did you get to 9?
You've made throughout the
Yeah, like
game.
I gotta lock in. I've been locked in.
Oh, it's like
I locked out a
Every
lot.
single
Yeah.
video would probably get another hour in runtime, and holy shit, this video is already way too long, so I'll keep it brief and only talk about the most interesting ones. Generally, going to sleep in your apartment and giving up to the being doesn't change much for the characters. You were basically a passerby without being a big impact on the world. That is, of course, your finger slipped on accident. I promise it did. I did not mean to shoot that child. Despite the fact that Darkwood has no clear good endings, this one, called Bliss, can be considered the worst one. You end up being deceived by the being. You waste away in a comfortable dream, and overall, you change nothing. The woods keep stagnating, but at least you got to rest, I guess. Most characters just continue on living, although some of them do end up getting some form of conclusion to their story. If you follow the musician's path and then kill both of his parents and the pretty lady, he ends up moving in with the chicken lady, who now tends to him like she used to tend to her sister. I mean, to be fair, that is a pretty wholesome ending, as long as you skip over, you know, all the murder you had to do to get this. Alternatively, if he comes with you to the swamp and you don't mutate him by feeding him shrooms, he actually manages to find his way into the bunker tunnels. The boy with the violin waited many weeks for the stranger to return. One day, the trapdoor leading to the underground opened once again. The little boy traveled through the tunnels, and to his great despair, he had to leave his trusty old violin behind him. A similar thing happens to Marcinek. If you never interact with him, he permanently moves in with the Mushroom Granny. The Granny even recovers some of her original's memories, and generally they probably get the happiest ending out of anyone in the game. It also turns out that bringing the child back to the Elephant Mother was a very blatant bad karma choice, since he just ends up being locked in the room forever and the Granny just wastes away. The game even confirms that the Elephant Mother was going insane, since she starts hearing Marcinek's voice in the woods if you don't bring him back. Which, as we already know, is the being calling out to trap people in the valley. If you leave the tree alive,
yeah, fuck you, Pyro.
Which isn't really surprising, considering he's got, 20 schizophrenic Polish villagers yapping above his head all day. And interestingly enough, you can also have a unique ending if you kill every single character in the game. From then on, wooden crosses covered with a coat and a hat started appearing in the woods. They were usually accompanied by 3 black, beakless dead crows. The inhabitants of the woods believed these symbols protected them from a scarecrow lurking between the trees, silently taking the lives of everyone he encountered. The other ending, meanwhile, affects every character in the game. After all, you destroy the forest by completely burning up the being. This ending is kind of better since you do free everyone stuck in the Darkwood, or more than likely kill them, because in this ending 90% of all characters, no matter how you interacted with them, straight up die. There's only a couple that actually end up surviving in this ending.
Noida death sound?
He manages to run away to the swamp and survives the fire, just to go back to his family, who burnt down along with their cottage. Rick Grimes and The Walking Dead be like, we can all live together. I'll live. If you fail the train wreck dream, the doctor will apparently survive somewhere deep in the woods. He'll still obviously end up going completely insane though, so unfortunately he can truly never get a good ending. If you take any other path, he'll burn along with the being, since we can find him in the chamber. Although, that being said, I swear there has to be some kind of bug, because he somehow appears there every time, even if he's killed in chapter 1, no matter what path you take with him. The musician also survives if you didn't kill the Sow. He manages to find the entrance to Bunker 21 and hides out the fire inside. And lastly, the Wolfman just disappears.
Dis-a-fucking-peer.
It's intentionally left unclear, presumably so furries wouldn't boycott the game if he was killed off. There's also the villagers from chapter 1 that survive if you spare the Sow, but honestly, who cares? I'm not skipping a hotbar upgrade just to get the good ending. There's also, of course, an ending line if you genocide everyone in the forest. And the vagabond from outside the woods, the monster in a scarecrow's disguise, who, due to reasons only known to himself, killed everyone who crossed him. Even after the endings, which honestly do wrap up the game pretty well, there's one more thing that stays mostly unexplained: the being. We know how it works in terms of substance and the forest it created, but apart from that, there's not really much said about it. We kind of just, set it on fire. This is where we do a bit of a game theory, because even though there's loads of notes around the game, like this is why the video is so long, because I went into agonizing detail to find and explain every single bit of lore. There's not a single note or character that gives a bunch of lore, and they've purposely kept it ambiguous. I'd love to meet a character that goes, oh, Lamau, it came from Uranus, the planet, XD. It seems like its existence is a secret even to the outsiders, but there's one item in the game that actually connects the being back to its origins. Back in the swamp village inside the original Granny's house, we could find some paintings. All of them were of flowers, except for one, which shows a white ball of light moving across the sky. Obviously, this is all a bit of a game theory, but it's very likely that this is a painting of the being. This would suggest that it's not a native part of our world, but rather extraterrestrial. And it collided with the Earth the same year the painting is dated, 1975. Knowing this, we can even speculate that the shiny stones could be shards of the being that split off when it impacted into the ground. I do say speculate, but this was literally confirmed by the devs in a Reddit AMA, so yeah, that wasn't even really a theory to begin with. I kind of just stole it from Reddit. Funnily enough, that pile of rubble you dug into the first time when you went into
Mother
21
Earth?
was probably the closest
Earthbound?
you ever were to
Holy shit!
Holy fuck!
Ness mentioned?
So this cave was in fact the way back that collapsed under the pressure of the roots. Keep in mind as well, the dream in your apartment, there was a TV broadcast.
Yeah, this was actually a corporate plan.
And falling into the palm of your hand.
This is just a retelling of Mother.
That you'd pick up. I believe when the being impacted into the planet, it did hit the forest of Darkwood. And because we know the main way it functions is by copying and replicating everything
That
around
makes
it,
sense.
it assimilates
The
the
ending
forest,
of Mother
so
is
only
just you
around
fighting
10
a
to
giant
20%
flesh
of the
baby.
actual forest was real. And then after the forest, it moved on to replicating everything around the forest, including the homes, people, and animals. But during this assimilation, something went wrong. The closer you get to the center of the Darkwood, the more corrupted everything is around it. From stray dogs to big dogs to chompers to human centipedes.
Then Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White.
The being is an alien entity. I mean, that's pretty
what a
apparent.
fucking
And like most animals,
reference.
it just wanted to
I'm losing
survive.
it, bro.
It was making the forest
I want this to be
it was
done.
seemingly bringing people back from the dead. But these people probably never would have died
I'm not checking
if
how
the
long we
being
have
never
left.
landed on the
We're
earth
just
in
so
the first
tempted.
place. And on top of that as well, an animal needs food. Hence why
We'll just autoplay whatever comes on next.
to turn them into sleepers, giving them a
if we take longer.
but in exchange slowly killing them, making them fall into a coma until they were basically just a shriveled up corpse with no energy left. If anything, it draws parallels to the Zone in the 2018 film.
Dude, my forearm is killing me.
Expanding zone that didn't have any malicious intent, but still caused mass death and devastation to everyone inside it. It couldn't be understood, it was completely alien, and if it went unchecked, it would have definitely consumed most of the planet. The reason why the plague affected people so differently is because it was an alien trying to understand how bodies worked. Maybe it was infecting them to weaken them so there'd be a better food source. Maybe the only reason some turn into chompers is because of a deep-rooted hatred, especially within the villagers, and you can see many of them turning into chompers, mostly because there is a huge food shortage. And some are even hinted to turning into cannibals just to survive. If it really does want to beckon people closer to the center so they can be broken down and used as a food source, why is getting to the center so difficult? The talking tree, for example, directly blocks the way to get to the being, but that is a creation of the being itself. I don't think it's a malevolent entity with a huge grand plan. I just think it's something that's confused and lost. I don't even think it has the ability to have a conscience apart from just basic survival instincts. All it really wants to do is feed, and by putting people into a blissful trance in the process, well, that serves both parties. Most people that are called to the being aren't actually called by the being itself, but more a placeholder. With the doctor, it was his daughter, and for many people in the game, it's a loved one that they haven't seen in a long time, either because they died or got cut off from the woods. The being itself is completely incapable of any kind of speech, only being able to communicate through radios, and most of the time it makes no sense, and its basic dialogue more like echoes of people that it previously killed and assimilated, almost as if it has no real free thought of its own. And I think that's the point of the being. It's not meant to be something that's understood. It's simply an invader in the planet that's just doing its best to survive, creating honey-like comb structures and luring people to the center so it can feed off them. The government knew about this for a while, and thankfully they were able to cordon off the Darkwood so it didn't spread any further. Stop! But it really does bring to question what would happen if the being went unchecked. It would probably start replicating inorganic structures as well. We already saw that the hideouts were being replicated, so it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that it would start replicating entire block buildings. And that might have actually happened if you weren't there to burn down the being and the entirety of the forest.
What happened?
If anything, it reminds me of the game Prey.
What happened?
That came out in 2017. Spoiler alert,
made a
during that
copy
game
of
you explore the
Imperial's
space
building.
station while having to deal with this alien pathogen called the Typhon. But
Imperial.
you actually later found out that the Typhon were able to spread to Earth and pretty much contaminate the entire planet. But to be fair, in Prey, there was no Polish man with a flamethrower, so... And with that, the game is pretty much done. There's really nothing more to talk about. I could sit here for hours just rambling on about the being and its true intentions, but again, the devs have kept that purposely vague. And I do stand by the theory that the being is not something malevolent, it just wants to survive. Also, while probably trying to understand the planet that it's inhabited. One thing I do want to talk about more in the game is cut content. While making this video, I reached out to the devs regarding some technical stuff relating to the game. One of those things was getting access to the dev mode to let us record footage easier. By easier, I mean we wouldn't have to replay 7 hours of footage to get a single line of dialogue.
Fuck your mother!
The dev mode also lets you spawn any item in the entire game, including a bunch that never made it to the final release. Some of these items, I can totally understand why they were cut because they are just absolutely game-breaking. An interesting cut item is the noise law, which is kind of an obvious mechanic for any survival horror. With noise laws, you'd be able to precision target where you want to bait an enemy. You might ask, why am I putting this completely normal item in the very obviously joke section? Well, the item is unfinished, and for some reason, this is is the placeholder sound it plays. What's even better, there's more variations of this sound. Like, they genuinely went the extra mile for a fart joke. This is exactly what I mean by peak game design. To go with this, you also get a fart pillow, which would no doubt be the most broken item in the game if it were added, so I understand why they tried to keep this amazing power contained. There's also a kebab, which instantly restores you to full health, which is only fair considering Acid Wizard apparently lived off kebabs for a long time while working on Darkwood. And to finish it off, there's a straight-up acid pill in the game. Get it? Because Acid Wizard Studio.
This is not funny, Pyro. Death to inflation form.
I was really hesitant on taking this, especially because in another game I covered, Cruelty Squad, you could take pills and 9 times out of 10 it would just end up breaking the game in a really bad way, like shrinking you down so you couldn't complete levels, or flipping the world upside down so you got stuck in a single room. But this pill gives you insane stat buffs for an amount of time that's not really long enough for me to bother measuring. And also, on top of that, makes you die in one hit.
We're almost done, Nathan.
So if this was a
almost
legit
there
item in the game, I imagine it was
You'd
probably
love to
used
see
for some
it.
kind of like glass cannon speed run. There is one more thing in the game that happens much earlier, but I chose to ignore it until now. Back at the beginning, when you started the game, you might remember the option to tick something marked as Indiegogo content. So this doesn't actually impact the game at all, apart from putting an additional dream into the pool.
Armoring's kind of ridiculous.
You wake up in a hallway and you can only go to a single open door. Walking in, you can see a small apartment along with 3 desks and some sick multi-monitor PC setups. This is the creator's office dream, a recreation of the Acid Wizard Studios office. You can find a lot of pictures lying around, photos of the devs, their families, and lots of other people associated with Darkwood's production, random food items, and what even looks like concept art. As for the Indiegogo part of the dream, there's a book you have to find to be able to exit the dream, which serves as a thank you to all of Darkwood's supporters. It's a very cool way of thanking the community, and it's interesting seeing the devs' office remade in their own game. There's also a couple of funny bits in the dream, thanks to the protagonist commenting on what he sees, like him not being able to recognize a modern electric stove because those didn't exist back in 1987. There's a lot of interesting stuff you can find here that would have me reading all the text out on screen, but it's definitely worth checking out yourself. More on the devs themselves, they are genuinely great people. I met up with them to interview them for this video, and they've been nothing but helpful with basically anything we asked about. And you can still see their dedication to Darkwood. Even though they have talked about lore a couple of times on various AMAs, they never give out anything outright to preserve the mystery around the game. This was also the case with our interview, and also the reason why I mark out everything lore-wise as a theory rather than fact. This air of mystery is integral to Darkwood's atmosphere and unique feel, and I can only respect the developers for keeping it up after so many years. So you might wonder what's next for them.
What's your
Since
timer,
Darkwood,
Nathan?
they've released another game,
7:37.
described as a game about
Almost
soccer
there.
made by people who suck at playing soccer. The game's in early access right now on Steam for free, and it looks
what's this
pretty good. It's got
fucking-
a lot of good reviews when it came out, but obviously there's no way I can sugarcoat it. This is the furthest away from Darkwood you could ever get. It's also set in 90s Poland. Darkwood was obviously a huge success for Acid Wizard, but also it took a huge toll on them, as the project overtook their personal lives while they were working on it.
The production process was like really arduous for us. It was long. It was 5 years. A lot of it was crunch. We made a lot of promises during our crowdfunding campaign, and it was just too much for 3 guys to handle. You know?
Yeah, finishing the project was for sure like the most stressful thing, and pressure. Yeah, we made so many promises after the campaign, so it was hard to do it.
To fulfill everything.
Yeah, as good as we said it will be.
Since releasing Soccer Kids, they've gone on a hiatus from game design. And honestly, they definitely deserve a break. They've made what can genuinely only be called a masterpiece, and I can only wish them well for the future. And again, I really want to thank the devs for both the help they provided with the video and for making such a unique and frankly insane game. I really don't think there's a single game out there that can replicate the experience of
They're not in
Darkwood.
this fucking description.
What would you think like the main legacy of Darkwood is now? Because it's obviously been cemented as like a really...
It's the game Pyrocynical made a video on. An 8-hour video on. That's what it's cemented as now.
But you
That's
know,
all.
what would you think
What's Darkwood?
is going to happen with the game going ahead?
Pyrocynical video.
That's a very hard question for me. I don't know how to answer the legacy part because I don't know. I think I'm not the
I
right
hope he
person to
uploads
answer
like a
this. It's
full
up to
thing of the
other people to
interview.
answer it. Like you said,
We didn't get to
many
see a
people
lot of
are
it.
like making
I
video
feel like at
essays
least.
about it, and it's like very cool for us to watch it. That they are like spending their time to analyze it, and like they treat it with a much respect, and it's very cool for us. This game is a niche game. Everyone who wants to play it.
It's
plays
not
it
niche
already,
anymore.
But all the
No.
time it's changing. Like the
Yeah.
game is.
Like more people are finding the game.
Yeah, and it's
But
like
you know,
very
market-wise,
shocking. It's really
still gonna have
awesome
more
to
views
have
than
these
this.
people who are like really fan of this game.
I
and
doubt
are
it. Pyro
looking
gets
for
decent
example,
views.
Wikipedia or
Doesn't
some
Marks
additional
have, like,
stuff.
20 million or something?
Yeah.
Mark
I
is
don't-
huge, dude.
I know, but his Darkwood videos?
And they formed a relationship.
I mean, maybe altogether it'll
And,
get more
they got
views, but
married, and
for
she
sure
moved
that.
in
I
from
wouldn't doubt that, but-
the USA, from the USA to Sounds Finland.
They got married over Darkwood.
Yeah.
That's lit.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's a real, it's a real story. What happens to Darkwood is that I think we will continue developing the world. Maybe not ourselves, but with cooperation with some very talented people in other media. What Darkwood is
Almost
unique
done,
is that
Nathan.
it's a niche within a niche. It's like a horror, but it's also pixelated, it's retro, it's from a top-down perspective. I think it's like one of the first games
almost there.
which kind of utilize this perspective to have this effect. So when a lot of people see it, and you can see on the reviews on Steam and whatnot, that people, you know, say that, hey, I saw this game, I didn't believe that it could be so atmospheric and scary, but then I tried it, and indeed it's really fucking scary. So I would really like for other games to kind of maybe delve into it further, because I don't think I think there's a lot more to say, a lot more things to be said in this perspective.
Yeah. Shit, that's everything. Fuck. So all in all, that is Darkwood, one of the best games
I
I've ever
almost forgot
experienced.
about the
Top-down
live
games
action.
just don't do it for me. I just think they're bedtime. But a game like that has
Roleplay.
immersed me and just done such a fantastic job.
Yeah, I don't know why you're doing this,
I
bro.
know there have been like a billion video essays on this game. I swear there's like another one every single month. It was so difficult to try to add anything that other people didn't do because they did amazing jobs. That's why
It was so difficult too that he had 8 hours worth of adding.
no, despite the fact that there is no
It must have been really hard, Pyro.
Good video.
Yeah,
Biggest
enjoyed the
waste of
video.
time I've ever
That's
done.
it. Go buy the game. Really good.
100%. We're so close to being done. Holy fuck.
Literally in sync with the video. Kind of absurd.
Polub is subscribey.
The end. Get credits now, or is it just over? Nico, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
It's almost we're almost done. Yeah, if you see recognizable names in the voice acting.
Okay.
Me and Nathan are locked in our last like 3 minutes of this drive.
Nico Cumberger. Nico!
Cumberger?
Nico Cumberger? Nico, that's very inappropriate.
I did it. I'm holy shit, it's over.
It's over? Oh my god.
It's over.
That means I'm
Also,
gonna
didn't he credit any of the fucking voice actors? What the fuck?
Oh.
I'm pissed. Is that Mr. Beast?
Holy shit. It's over.
That's a screenshot.
It's fucking over.
Please tell me I'm over. Is it like a long ass hallway at the end, or what's going on here?
No, it'll. Oh, you'll see it.
Why is it Creepcast now?
Welcome back to Creepcast.
Shut up.
Today.
Me, Canyon, I've already been listening to you.
Holy fuck.
Oh.
I never want to speak to you ever again, Fish.
Yeah, please. Please and thank you. Dude, how much long? I was going for so long after you got left. There's no way I'm not close to being done. I've got to go to sleep, man.
My boy's in shambles.
Please.
Holy fuck. I'm gonna see if they have a Discord in the fucking
Please
for the level. Yeah, I'm gonna do that
At
right
that
now.
creator. I'm gonna look at OBS. It's gonna stop recording at the 7-hour mark.
The worst possible outcome.
It's finally fucking done, bro.
Where the fuck is this ending, dude?
Sir, you guys, is there not a? I'm gonna look at the mod. I'm gonna look at the mod page.
I got this legendary that just makes me immortal for like.
What if they make this the fucking like 9S or like the 8S?
Hmm. All 10 hours.
I can't.
No, this is P3.
Dude.
I would do it again if it was P3. If it was 8S, no.
Oh my god.
Dude, how much? Why is it not over?
You got this, brother.
I was going while you were gone for like 10 minutes. And I'm still this far behind.
Watch you not P-rank it.
Dies.
Do not throw, brother. Do not throw.
I would stream, but I'm too locked in. Please! Please! Oh my god. My patience is waning.
Dude, you've done this for like fucking 7.5 hours. You can do it for a little bit longer.
30. 29. No, I'm gonna count down because I'm not there in 20 seconds. Is it another red door, or does it just end?
It doesn't. It has like roadblocks that you slow down on. And then you get out and then leave. Holy fuck.
Dude, there's no way. There we are. There we are.
Challenge. The fastest for the challenge. Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean? What? How does somebody have the challenge in 15 minutes? What do you mean? Oh, well, dude, I'm third in the world for the challenge, lol.
Because nobody's fucking.
I know, but how did somebody do this in 15 minutes?
I didn't P rank it. It's fine. I don't really care about the P rank, but I got an A on time. I don't know how. Do I care? Not really at all. It is done. What is my ranking on that custom level? Challenge. I'm number 3. Yeah, how did someone get in 15 minutes? They had to have just done a bug or something.